Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of A Mask of Truth right here on GMT Recap. The story begins with the furious shot of an old professor, who was pointing directly at a student's face, angrily yelling, "Having been a teacher for so many years, what I hate the most is fools who think they're smart like you. My advice to you is..." Confronted with the professor's fiery temper, the young man wore a mocking expression, casually resting his chin on his hand as he asked back, "So what?" Following his question, the professor suddenly looked as if something had pierced right through him. For some unknown reason, his attitude immediately shifted 360 degrees, his face beaming as he praised, "This is truly something worth commending and learning from." His attitude changed even faster than flipping a rice paper sheet, leaving every student in the class speechless. Looking at the professor's current demeanor, the young man lifted the corner of his lips in a sly grin, and then he recalled that day. The first time he saw the mask, Wumian had only been curious and decided to put it on. Unexpectedly, the mask fused with his face, without any discomfort at all. But gradually, another discovery made him extremely excited. It seemed that as long as people saw Wumian's face, no matter what he did, they would completely agree with him. Wumian hated going to school, but that was before he had the mask. While Wumian was reminiscing about his own story, the professor's voice still echoed. This time, he was talking about the results of the final exam. "A dumb idiot actually dared to rely on sheer randomness and scored a perfect mark, isn't that right? Student Wumian." His eyes squinted, his face grimaced, as if he was about to continue criticizing Wumian's way of doing the assignment, but suddenly, he burst out laughing. Although this method wasn't particularly supported, at the very least, the teacher could see in him a longing for a bright future. Sitting and listening to the professor's nonsensical words to the point of boredom, Wumian was starting to feel fed up. He immediately stood up and walked towards the professor, startling him. Wumian circled behind him, placed his hand on the professor's shoulder, and spoke in a disdainful tone. "Nothing much, just feeling that your lesson is quite dull. Wanted to go outside for some fresh air, no problem, right, Professor?" He walked out but didn't forget to glance back to observe the professor's reaction. Behind the professor's dumbfounded expression, he sensed something very strange. Somehow, the professor felt the situation was bizarre, but Wumian's words seemed reasonable, so he cheerfully agreed to let him go outside. The power of the mask that Wumian accidentally picked up had completely changed his life. No one would criticize his actions anymore. Walking down the hallway, Wumian suddenly came up with a grand idea. School was the most boring place, so he would turn it into a playground, where everyone would become rebellious students who only knew how to play a place without homework or exams. To achieve that, it would be all too easy for him now, with the mask in his hand. Just thinking about it made Wumian extremely excited. He looked up at the sky with a twisted, ecstatic expression, thrilled at having devised a perfectly flawless plan. Suddenly, an ambiguous voice echoed behind him. "If you want to do it, then just do it." Recognizing the familiar voice, Wumian turned around with a grimace. "Mask, it's you again. Aren't you being a bit annoying?" Seeing his reaction, the mask in front of him seemed delighted to have startled him. Wumian dislikes it so much that he demands the mask find a new way to appear next time. He raised both hands and said to the mask with a disdainful expression, "Just like before, I told you I have no wishes. So if you're thinking of using my precious body for some sort of trade, dream on." Hearing that, the mask wept dry tears, putting on a pitiful, spoiled expression like a white lotus flower. It spoke with utmost sincerity. "I just want to experience what it's like to grope the butts of beautiful girls." Wumian was speechless, firmly rejecting the mask's desire. He declared resolutely, "I will absolutely never agree to your perverted request." Wumian continued, "I'm already very satisfied with the mask's current power. I absolutely don't need anything more. Honestly, it feels like being an emperor." Wumian muttered like a lunatic, then stood there laughing like an idiot. Suddenly, someone walking by saw him laughing so joyfully and approached to ask, "What are you doing that looks so fun?" Hearing that voice, Wumian was startled and held his breath. Seeing his crush appear, Wumian's expression changed immediately. He turned to greet Hang with a shy look, scratching his head bashfully, and said, "I'm just really excited because it's so rare for me to get a high score." He then cast his gaze on the stack of books that the girl was carrying in her hands. He hesitated, shyly offering to help her carry them. Seeing this, the girl flashed a cute smile, one capable of winning the hearts of hundreds of boys. She agreed and thanked him. "Wumian, thank you." Then, she casually reminded him, "The class this afternoon will have a test." Without exception, like every other boy, Wumian felt bashful when he saw that world-class cute smile. His face turned bright red, and he was about to say something, but only stammered. Even though he had some mysterious strength, the mask couldn't change the truth about Wumian. He was still a poor student, and the gap between him and the top students seemed to be so close yet so unreachable. It was like clouds at different heights meeting one another. Everyone had their own group, and no one knew when she would ever notice someone like him. Though the distance seemed small, it felt impossible to bridge, like two extremes of the world. While lost in thought, suddenly, an energetic young man slapped Wumian on the head, making him clutch his head in annoyance. The young man saw that Wumian was asleep like the dead and asked, "Aren't you supposed to work part-time after school?" Wumian glanced at the seat next to him, but the girl he secretly admired was nowhere to be seen. He immediately geared up and took off, practically flying to his part-time job. Shuli was hidden in a themed CAF in an alley, which was also where Wumian worked part-time. When she saw him arrive, Manhwa directed him to the clothes he was supposed to change into on the other side. Wumian took this part-time job because every day around 7 o'clock, Hang would come in, order a cup of bubble tea, and read for an hour. Then, he would sit and watch Hang from a distance, quietly basking in the beauty of the sunset. But today, it was already 3 p.m., and he still hadn't seen any sign of the person he loved. He suddenly realized he no longer knew exactly what he was waiting for. He had the idea of confessing his feelings to Hang, but a fear crept in. If she rejected him, could they still remain friends? No, he couldn't be rejected. Suddenly, Wumian's thoughts began to twist. Hang couldn't possibly reject who he was now. Ever since he got the mask, nothing he did had ever been turned down. Whatever he wanted, people would agree to. But Wumian also knew that was only the power of the mask. Even if she agreed, would it truly be her honest feelings? He slapped his own cheeks a few times, trying to straighten out his thoughts. He felt ridiculous for even thinking of relying on the mask in this matter. He had to do it with his own strength. "Welcome." Wumian turned around nervously and saw a familiar figure. Hang had finally arrived, just as he'd been hoping. As joy began to well up inside him, Wumian's eyes suddenly widened in shock. The girl he liked wasn't alone. She was walking hand in hand with a young man. The two of them laughed and chatted, looking every bit like a perfect couple. As they walked in, fingers intertwined with affection, Wumian's face went pale, as if all the blood had drained from it. The young man with Hang looked vaguely familiar. His name was Huang Yi. A month ago, he was just like you, an insignificant student and one of the few friends you knew. But now, that Huang Yi has become a traitor. You recall the times when you and Huang Yi used to hang out together. One day, while sitting together, Huang Yi suddenly asked Wumian, "We don't have any talent for studying, Wumian. What do you plan to do after graduation?" You awkwardly replied that you had never thought about the future, but Huang Yi's thoughts were completely different from yours. He wanted to be outstanding. However, he then burst into laughter, saying, "I was just joking with you." He continued, saying that he only wanted an ordinary life just to get by as he was, pass high school, graduate peacefully, find a stable job, marry, have kids, and then find a young girlfriend. Wumian interrupted him. "You thought? That's no different from cheating." You asked Huang Yi, "Are you not afraid your wife will chop you up?" You stood up, preparing to go to physical education class. On the way, you mentioned that you hadn't seen that arrogant top student from the third year lately, even though his basketball skills were clearly terrible. But one day, a month ago, a group of students stood in front of the school's bulletin board, discussing excitedly. The person they were talking about had gotten a perfect score across the whole department. Some people suggested, could it have been cheating? But others immediately dismissed the idea. This time, the invigilators were very strict. At that moment, Wumian walked by, yawning, and mocked the group of students gathered under the performance board. Looks so boring. Suddenly, Wumian noticed that Huang Yi was also among the group of students. He felt confused, unsure about why Huang Yi was there. After a moment, Wumian approached Huang Yi and invited him to go buy pineapple cakes together. Huang Yi, do you want to go buy pineapple cakes with me? Huang Yi turned around upon hearing his name. At that moment, Wumian was quite surprised by Huang Yi's stylishly short haircut. Wumian complimented the new style, saying it suited him very well, and then invited him to the convenience store to buy the cakes, warning that they might sell out if they didn't go soon. That haircut looks great on you. Let's go buy pineapple cakes, or they'll be gone. In an unusual turn of events, Huang Yi gave a cold laugh and declined Wumian's invitation. His excuse was that he had to study urgently. Wumian found his response odd and became curious. Are you upset or something? Or did you take the wrong medicine today? Suddenly, Huang Yi showed an expression of disgust, looking down on Wumian and mocking him. Do you think a loser like you could affect me? Trying to act all close to me? Huang Yi walked past, treating Wumian like a stranger, and spat out bitter words. We're from different worlds now. At that moment, Wumian happened to glance up at the results board, and his face filled with disbelief. Huang Yi's name was at the top, and he had scored perfect marks in all 3 subjects, becoming the valedictorian of the entire school. From that point on, Wumian and Huang Yi grew apart. They no longer interfered in each other's lives and treated each other like strangers. For Wumian, losing a friend didn't affect his life at all. But when looking at Huang Yi's name, happily chatting next to Hang, he couldn't help but feel jealous as he saw how happy they were. Being able to drink coffee with Hang was the scene Wumian had always longed for. But suddenly, he felt inferior when thinking about himself, a person who was incompetent, unable to be self-reliant, and only knew how to rely on a mask. Without the mask, he couldn't achieve anything. While in this melancholic state, Hang's sudden scream immediately snapped him out of it. He widened his eyes and looked toward Hang. On the other side, Hang was staring at Huang Yi with a look of immense fear. A mask identical to Wumian's suddenly appeared on Huang Yi's face. But there was a slight difference. This mask was gradually swallowing Huang Yi's face. The mask suddenly spoke, forgetting an important promise isn't very good. Huang Yi panicked, not knowing what the promise the mask was referring to was. Seeing that Huang Yi pretended not to understand what it was saying, the mask immediately exposed him. After enjoying the talents of others for so long, you should return some interest. Saying that, without further thought, the mask swallowed Huang Yi's face, making him scream out like a chicken being slaughtered. Afterward, he mumbled something like, I want to be better than you. Hang, seeing her lover in such a state, asked, what exactly is wrong with him? Suddenly, Huang Yi, as fast as an arrow, grabbed Hang's neck tightly, leaving her no time to react. Now, he had become the mask, awkward and monstrous. Then, he opened his large mouth wide in front of Hang, intending to taste the pleasures of the human world that many men admired. Feeling that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived, Wumian immediately activated the power of the mask, commanding the man to quickly release his crush. The monster Huang Yi seemed to be startled by some supernatural force, and he released his grip from Hang's neck. As if she had just been freed from death, she was terrified, coughing uncontrollably. Wumian walked forward and gave Huang Yi another order, good, stay still, don't move. It looked impressive, but at that moment, Wumian was more nervous than ever. He felt that Huang Yi was somehow similar to that damned masked man inside him. He approached Hang, took her hand, and tried to act like a superhero, reassuring her, leave everything here to me. Protecting the safety of the customers is my duty. Then, he cracked his knuckles and looked at Huang Yi with a challenging gaze. Let's talk. He was still curious about why Huang Yi looked so foolish. He kept pressing for answers, but Huang Yi didn't reply a single word. Behind him, Hang remained calm and warned him to be careful. Encouraged by his crush, Wumian felt nothing but joy. He thought to himself, there's no need to worry about this, after all, no one can ever resist me. Just as the thought left his mind and he had a brief moment to catch his breath, the monster landed a powerful punch straight to his face, causing his jaw to twist. In the midst of chaos, Huang Yi's memories suddenly surged back. At that moment, someone angrily slammed Huang Yi's test paper down and shouted, he can't even get such simple calculations right. That idiot of a son clearly has done these types of problems before, clearly spent so much time reviewing, and yet every time ends up with such pathetic results. It's utterly disappointing. Both your father and I are senior teachers, and yet we gave birth to a son like you, so useless. It's truly disgraceful. Not only was he scolded harshly by his own mother, but at school, Huang Yi was also openly looked down upon by his classmates. A girl who had been assigned by the teacher to sit next to him was visibly annoyed. She thought, this is unbearable. Why does the teacher insist on making me sit next to this underachiever? If he dares to interrupt my studying, I won't forgive him. At that moment, a flood of thoughts rushed through Huang Yi's mind, a cascade of insults and verbal abuse replayed again and again. On top of that, his buddies kept inviting him to hang out, believing that no matter how much he studied now, he wouldn't improve anyway. It was right then that the mask began to slowly emerge and asked Huang Yi, you're not content with who you are now, are you? Then, the mask introduced itself, I am the mask that can turn wishes into reality, a happy transaction. So, shall I grant your wish? That, it turns out, was the very reason why Huang Yi had transformed into the monstrous figure he was now. At this moment, Wumian, having just taken a punch, was still in shock, unable to believe his eyes. He had been hit. Could it be that the power of the mask had no effect on this creature? Wumian immediately threatened the monster Huang Yi, demanding it stop its actions and obediently follow his orders. Seeing the creature freeze in place after his words, he confirmed that his powers were still effective on it. Hang, standing behind him, seemed to have a sixth sense, sensing something strange. He said to Wumian, this place is clearly so chaotic, yet everyone around seems completely unaware. They're all intently focused on their own work. It seems like this monster has erased their perception. Wumian responded to Hang, you'll interrogate it now. Suddenly, the monster started moving again, leaving Wumian quite puzzled. He immediately used the mask's power to command the creature once more, forbidding it from making any movements. However, this time, it had no effect at all. The monster grinned slyly, looking like a sinister clown, leaving Wumian both terrified and deeply confused. Clearly, with his abilities, everything in the world should have been absolutely subject to his commands. Yet, they no longer worked on this monster. Out of nowhere, the monster shifted its focus. It turned its gaze toward a beautiful girl sitting at a nearby table. As it approached her, it muttered to itself, I can't let this go to waste. Dragging her away roughly, it immediately tossed her in to savor its prize. Its actions left Wumian so terrified that he nearly wet his pants. Seeing that it was still eyeing other potential targets, the situation was growing more and more dire. At that moment, he grabbed Hang's hand, telling her to leave immediately, but she hesitated, prompting him to shout angrily. Whatever it is, talk later. If you don't leave right now, there's no guarantee you'll make it out alive. But her legs were trembling like leaves in the wind, and she stammered to Wumian that her legs wouldn't obey her. She couldn't move, just stood frozen in place. Right then, a voice echoed in Wumian's head. Leave her behind. Save yourself. The invisible voice kept ringing in his ears. The mask's power is useless. You're just a weak, ordinary human. Only by letting her go can you escape. Your life matters more, so drop her and run. Just like back then, like when you left behind the sister who saved you and ran away alone. In front of the mask, the sly grin continued its relentless manipulation of Wumian's psyche. Being afraid of death isn't shameful. Just be honest with what your heart wants escape. After all, you have no power left. Showing off doesn't mean you're stupid, it just makes you foolish. You should be smart. Hearing the mask's words, Wumian felt like a war was raging within him. After what felt like an eternity of agonizing hesitation, Wumian finally turned to Hang and said, "Leave that monster to me. If you're feeling a bit braver now, run as far as you can and call the police." Hearing that, Hang became worried. If you face that demon alone, you'll be in danger. However, Wumian reassured her. "It's okay, don't worry about me." It seemed as if a gigantic boulder was weighing down his mind, but the painful memories echoed in his head, as the mask had said. "You don't want it to happen a second time. You can think I'm a fool, an idiot, it doesn't matter. You don't want to keep living such a miserable life anymore." After that, Wumian took off the scarf he was wearing on his head with a determined look, decisively stepping toward the monster. With a martial arts stance as cool as a toilet bowl, he pointed his mouth at the monster, threatening. "Stinky monster, you dare badmouth me to my face, if I don't pry it out of you, you'll suffer." Seeing no reaction from the monster, Wumian continued to threaten it, striking yet another badass martial arts pose. "I gave you a chance, but if you keep being stubborn, you'll just have to endure the wrath of the manly Wumian." Wumian immediately lunged forward, but before he could even touch a single hair on the monster, it grabbed him by the neck. Being strangled, he couldn't move at all. He felt utterly humiliated, especially since he wanted to show off in front of Hang. If he had known he would be caught so quickly, he would have used his strength to order her to escape. He glanced at her, signaling for her to run away quickly. Seeing he wasn't paying attention, the monster immediately slammed him onto the floor with great force, making him spit out a chaotic blend of tomato smoothie. The monster, seeing that he looked quite handsome, opened its enormous mouth, ready to feast on the spot. It sank its teeth lovingly into his arm, making him, still in a dazed state, suddenly scream out in pain. But then, it abruptly let go of his neck and muttered in disdain, "Hard to eat." It then cast a glance over to where Hang was standing. Sensing that she was the true delicacy of the human world, it slowly stepped toward her, causing her to panic. She backed away but tripped and fell. Just when it seemed she was about to become the monster's main course, from behind, Wumian slowly rose up, incredibly cool. "Hey, stop right there." Seeing someone blocking its way, the monster lunged, ready to beat him down, but Wumian simply recited a command for it to stop. The monster suddenly froze as if turned to stone, its face twisted in fear, sweat pouring down in streams. "Revenge is a dish best served cold," he said, then delivered a punch that knocked the monster out cold on the spot. After taking the monster down, he approached Hang and gallantly extended his hand to help her up. "Alright, I'm not that weakling Wumian, don't get confused. My name is Xunli." It's hard to remember exactly how many years had passed since then. The mask gradually grew damp, revealing the face of Wumian. Finally, once again, the mask could intervene in the affairs of this world. It glanced over Wumian's body, still doubtful about this new form of his. Then its eyes narrowed slowly, brimming with a perverted aura. It felt incredibly surreal but absolutely wonderful. After that, it was like a lunatic, high on pure crystal meth, hugging itself tightly and laughing loudly, no different from an autistic maniac reveling in the exhilarating sensation of being alive, something it had long yearned for. Standing off to the side, watching everything unfold in full HD without censorship, she witnessed the mask within Wumian's body pull down its own pants and look inside, laughing unconsciously. Seeing such a scene, she silently judged, "Pervert." Suddenly, sensing something hurtling toward where he stood, he instinctively dodged to the side. A monster came flying like a missile, but thanks to his quick reflexes, he remained unscathed. He laughed again, eyes glinting with lecherous delight, praising himself for having such an unbelievably handsome face. The monster, off balance, slammed face first into the wall. Turning back, he didn't see the monster, only the swirling white chaos it had left in its wake. Suddenly, from within the smoke, a black figure emerged. In a flash, it opened a gaping mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth and lunged at him with lightning speed. Without exerting any effort, he simply raised one leg and stomped down with thunderous force, slamming the monster's face flat against the floor. From within the same body, Wumian's voice suddenly echoed, reminding Jinli, "Though I understand you, Jinli, new to this body and eager to enjoy yourself to the fullest when standing before women, try to restrain yourself a little. Don't frighten them." Noticing his momentary distraction, the monster seized the opportunity, stirred slightly, and then suddenly sprang up, squatting before letting out a fierce roar right in his face. Showing not the slightest fear, Jinli stared at the monster and burst out laughing, finding its theatrics utterly over the top and ridiculous. Seeing himself mocked, the monster lashed out and struck Jinli 9,981 times. It laughed triumphantly, thinking it had won. Unfortunately for it, Jinli was completely unharmed and retaliated even more fiercely, slamming the monster hard against the ceiling until it stuck there stiffly before plummeting to the ground. Jinli looked coldly at the monster, his eyes filled with disdain, as its fighting prowess failed to stir even the slightest emotion in him. He quickly grew bored facing it. Then, he turned toward Hang as if discovering a new source of amusement. A bright smile appeared on his face as he said, "Let's go back." Hang, puzzled, asked, "Back where?" He smiled mysteriously and replied, "Let's return to the original world together." Still confused by his words, she looked at him, and he explained, "Though it looks very similar, this isn't the real world. This is merely an ideal world created by Huang Yi using a mask." He then asked Hang, "You've probably sensed something off, haven't you?" Although he wasn't entirely clear on the nature of this world, escaping it was a trivial matter for him. Hang broke out in a cold sweat, her face anxious, as she asked, "Then what happens if we die in this world?" Jinli didn't care in the slightest, because to him, it didn't matter. He had no interest in digging deeper. Besides, in a world of this level, there was simply no way he could die. "What's wrong?" Jinli swiftly approached Hang, stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing like a mischievous clown, and said that he was, in fact, quite intrigued by her. Hang is an intriguing person because, despite being human, she can remain conscious within this virtual world. This is something that truly catches people off guard. Suddenly, a whisper echoed beside his ear. "Give it back to me, give it back to me." Jinli was drenched in sweat, clearly anxious. He hadn't expected Wumian to wake up so soon. Seeing this, Hang looked at him with concern and asked, "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" He forced a smile, trying to appear fine, as if he were just dealing with a minor issue. At that moment, inside Wumian's consciousness, he was yelling outward like a silkworm struggling in its cocoon. "Minor issue my ass, hurry up and give me back my body." Not willing to back down, Jinli retorted loudly, "You're so noisy. You're clearly a man, so why are you plucking like a hen? And what's with the blushing?" Wumian's face turned crimson. Embarrassed, he looked away and said, "Who told Jinli to use my body to stand so close to Hang?" Jinli, seeing that, lowered his voice and replied, "Putting an arm around her shoulder and leaning in, Wumian once said that a man needs to be bold and take the initiative to be charming." Wumian, infuriated, told him to stop talking nonsense and to return his body immediately. Hearing that, Jinli casually refused to give it back. He believed that even if he returned the body to Wumian now, the guy wouldn't accomplish anything anyway, which would be a total waste of such an excellent body. In response to Wumian's demand, Jinli arrogantly asked with a scornful tone, "Do you have any way to return to the original world? Or any way to defeat that monster to protect Hang?" "Of course not, you didn't manage to accomplish anything." At that moment, Wumian's mind was in complete turmoil. Jinli continued to whisper into Wumian's ear, "Since you're incapable of doing anything worthwhile, then just stay put in this subconscious." Jinli provoked Wumian even more. "Isn't running away your specialty?" It seemed Wumian was affected by Jinli's words. He sat curled up in a corner, silent, unable to respond. Because deep down, he knew he was no better than a useless blade of grass. Jinli clenched his fist, feeling the body. Although Gwen currently controlled the body in his place, ever since Wumian regained consciousness, the feeling of rejection had become increasingly intense. Junli sighed. Being like this is clearly inconvenient. There's not much time left, I have to speed things up before Wumian regains his spirit. Hang, noticing Junli's actions along with the strange expression on his face, asked. Wumian, what's with that terrifying look all of a sudden? Before he could answer, an arm suddenly shot out from nowhere, interrupting the conversation between Junli and Hang. Junli casually swatted the arm away with one hand, then irritably ordered it not to interfere with his good work. Unexpectedly, the monster Junli had just knocked down suddenly sprang back up. It released thick clouds of white smoke, and from within those clouds emerged multiple black arms. One arm grabbed one person, two arms grabbed two others, no one was spared. Everyone around was seized tightly and lifted into the air. The monster opened its mouth wide, shoving all the people it had just captured inside and swallowing them whole. Then it grew bigger and more terrifying with each passing moment. It ballooned to 100 times its original size. Hang was terrified by the monster, retreating behind Junli, and asked nervously, "What is that thing?" "That's the true form of the monster after it has completely devoured its host," Junli replied. Hang trembled even more, stammering as she asked about her boyfriend, Huang Yi. What about him? Junli's expression turned visibly disdainful. The personality of that useless Huang Yi had already vanished long ago. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed faintly in Hang's ears. Why did I become like this? Hearing the voice, Hang immediately recognized it as her boyfriend Huang Yi's. His voice continued to echo from within the monster, "It hurts so much. I don't want to become like this." Junli raised a hand, preparing to knock out the monster, but Hang suddenly stopped her. She needed to confirm with Junli whether she had also heard Huang Yi's voice. "Junli, is there a way to save my boyfriend?" she asked desperately. "You know so many things, there must be a way to save Huang Yi?" To such questions, Junli responded only with a cold and chilling silence. Inside the monster, tears streamed down Huang Yi's face as his voice grew more and more anguished. "Hang, save me, it hurts so much." He had turned into a grotesque and strange form. "Save me, it hurts. It hurts so much." Hang cried out Huang Yi's name in panic. She pleaded with Junli to find a way to help Huang Yi. Even though Huang Yi has turned into this, he's still Huang Yi. Is there really no other way? But just as Hang turned her back to beg Junli, the monster opened its enormous mouth, as if it could devour the entire world, intending to strike and devour her on the spot. Sensing danger, Hang turned around, horrified and frozen in place. At that exact moment, Junli clapped his hands together and chanted a spell. Soul Navigator. The monster was instantly shrunk into a small frame. Hang stood stunned for several seconds, staring at the now miniature creature. She was still shaken, unable to believe that the words she had just heard from Huang Yi were in fact the temptations of a monster. Junli came over to comfort her. "Didn't you just say earlier that Huang Yi's personality had long since vanished?" Suddenly, he felt something running down from his nose. He wiped it with his hand. It was blood. The spell he had just cast must have pushed his body past its limits. Standing before the imprisoned creature, Junli told it exactly what it had done, using the host's desire as bait. Once the pact is made, you immediately eliminate the human personality, the so-called mask. In the end, this is what your kind really is. With that, Junli swung his fist and smashed the frame holding the monster, shattering it into hundreds of pieces. Having dealt with the obstacle, Junli lowered his eyes to take in his surroundings, wondering if they had finally returned to the real world. Suddenly, Junli grinned with a face both sinister and perverse, casting a lustful glance toward Hang. "Finally, it's time to get down to business." On Hang's side, confusion lingered, as something felt incredibly strange. There wasn't a single soul around this place. At that moment, Junli was completely unbothered by the world around him, because now the space contained only the two of them, a perfect setting to fulfill the desire he had harbored for years. Junli raised his hand in preparation, slowly and silently moving toward Hang's twin peaches. Suddenly, he froze as if possessed, because the control over Wumian's body had returned. Hang heard a voice, turned around and asked, "Wumian, what's going on?" Wumian scratched his head in confusion and replied, "No, it's nothing." Hang immediately exclaimed, "You're bleeding too much." He gave a strained smile, wiped it off with his hand and said, "Just a few drops, it's nothing serious." But his body betrayed his words. Suddenly, something began to well up in his mouth, ready to burst out, and then he vomited a great deal of blood. His body gradually lost consciousness, falling freely as his eyes slowly closed, shrinking to the image of Hang screaming his name in panic. He asked in a daze, "What's happening to you?" The scene shifted to an image of a child spreading his arms wide, shielding the little girl cowering in fear behind him. "You evil people, you're not allowed to hurt him." In front of the boy were three wicked men creeping closer to his trembling little sister, but he still stood there, protecting her. The fear on the boy's face was vividly clear. One of the three large, intimidating men was staring at him, grinning repulsively. Wumian slowly opened his eyes, weak and feeble. He felt the place was unbearably noisy. Outside was the desperate pleading of a nurse. "Mister, please don't do this, doing this will disturb the other patients." No sooner had the nurse finished speaking than she was physically shoved away by a towering man with bulging muscles. "Get lost!" A bald thug with a menacing face kicked the door open, growling, "Oh, where are you hiding, little rat?" Another thug with two gruesome scars on his face let out a coarse laugh, telling the person lying in the room that they had gone through a lot of trouble trying to find him. Wumian, still in a haze, his eyes barely open, saw a figure with white hair flash past him. "Wondering about the white hair, are you?" A spunky white-haired girl, holding a folding chair in her hand, charged in and forced the thugs to back off. One of the hulking men approached, grabbed her chin, and with a mocking tone taunted her, saying how terrified they were of the fists in her hands. Wasting no words, the girl gripped the chair with both hands and swung it straight at the filthy thug with a murderous glare. Seeing his comrade humiliated by a mere girl, the thug with the bowl-cut head roared, threatening that he would send her straight to hell. Suddenly, the leader stepped forward and struck the bowl-cut thug in the face with the butt of his stick, reminding him, "Don't be so rough." The leader approached the girl and said it seemed she didn't know how much the guy lying on the bed owed them. Then he shouted straight into her face, 30,000. The girl is an outsider, so don't stick your nose into other people's business. He spoke as he struck the side of the bed where the man was lying, a fearful expression on his face. The girl saw him spouting nonsense and immediately shouted back to argue, "That's a lie. Clearly, you all acted on your own." Before she could finish her sentence, the leader grabbed hold of her. Two of his accomplices approached the bed where the man named Oldby was lying, restrained his arms, and began dragging away the man lying on her hospital bed. The girl, on the verge of tears, shouted at the man, "Didn't you promise me you wouldn't borrow money to gamble again?" Hearing that, the man remained silent, saying nothing. The arrogant debt collectors dragged the man away swiftly. Suddenly, Wumian, who was lying on the hospital bed nearby, sat up and spoke, "Hey, don't you think it's a bit much for you grown men to be bullying a little girl?" He gave a faint smile, his expression chillingly cold, and addressed the group, "Out of courtesy, how about letting her father go first? Causing a scene in a hospital is disturbing to other patients." The leader turned around, arrogant and scornful. "Who the hell are you to lecture us?" He sneered, then raised the stick in his hand menacingly. "You want a taste of this, huh?" He slowly advanced toward him, using the stick to lift Wumian's chin. Wumian had assumed that the mask's power would compel them to obey, but to his surprise, it had no effect whatsoever. On the contrary, it only provoked the leader further. The man then turned away and left, but not before throwing back a warning, "Before you meddle in other people's business, try using your brain first." With that, he ordered his men to retreat. As soon as those guys left, 2 streaks of tears rolled down the girl's face. She covered her face and sobbed uncontrollably, leaving Wumian, who was sitting beside her, at a loss for what to do. At that moment, it felt as though the world contained only the two of them, one crying endlessly, and the other just sitting there, watching her cry. He handed her a rice cake, then said to her, "It's best to report what just happened to the police." The girl pressed her lips tightly together, saying nothing, then suddenly ran off. At the door, she turned back and thanked him, then quickly turned away and left again. He looked at her disappearing figure, thinking to himself how strange she was. Suddenly, Jinli appeared out of nowhere and mocked him. "Didn't expect you had this side to you." Wumian turned to look at him. Then Jinli smiled mysteriously and said, "Good morning." Wumian grabbed the folding chair from earlier and raised it, ready to give him a good beating, but Jinli quickly explained, raising both hands to shield himself, "Wumian, don't get worked up yet, sit down and let's talk things over calmly." That chair couldn't really hurt Jinli anyway, and it would be a shame to damage it for nothing. Wumian put the chair down and confronted Jinli. "Why did you pass out after getting your body back? What exactly did you do to it, Jinli?" Jinli scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed, and casually replied, "It's just that I haven't used my powers in a long time, and I wasn't used to it. I accidentally pushed Wumian's body beyond its limits, which led to the unconsciousness." Jinli crossed his arms and smiled. All things considered, the outcome wasn't so bad. Wumian only passed out, after all. Wumian, upon hearing that, became angry and snapped irritably. "If it weren't for luck, you'd be dead already, wouldn't you?" Then, Wumian suddenly remembered something important and asked Jinli. "Jinli, is there any problem with that girl Hang?" At the mention of Hang, Jinli suddenly jumped up in joy, forming a heart shape with her hands and said, "Hang is totally fine. She's the one who called the ambulance for you." After that, Jinli's face fell as she turned to Wumian and said, "You really picked the perfect time to wake up. Just when I was about to touch Hang's young and bouncy peaches, you regained control of your body." Seeing that Jinli had no shame at all, Wumian shouted, "Throw something at him." An object flew toward Jinli. "You still dare to talk?" At the entrance, a black-haired girl was just walking in when the object Wumian had thrown grazed her face, making her freeze for a few seconds. Jinli and Wumian turned toward the door in shock. The girl looked annoyed, frowning at the object that had just skimmed past her. Seeing who it was at the door, Wumian immediately froze in fear, stammering, "Senior sister, why are you here?" The senior sister glared at Wumian with dagger-like eyes. Wumian turned to Jinli, as if understanding what he meant. Jinli then said, "Relax, she can't see me." After his sister finished telling him everything, Wumian was completely flustered. He didn't expect to have been unconscious for 3 days. His sister placed a bag of fruit down and said, "These are tangerines for you." Seeing his favorite gift, Wumian's eyes lit up. The older sister glanced at him, sighed helplessly, and asked if he could stop causing trouble all the time. From the very beginning, it had been a mistake to decide to adopt him. Then, she threw a stack of papers at Wumian, saying that was the cost of his 3 days in the hospital. She told him to remember to find a job and pay her back later. He wondered why the hospital bill included beer and tangerines. She calmly replied while sipping water, "That's the errand fee for the past 3 days. She continued questioning him, "I heard this time you got into a fight again." Before he could explain, she interrupted, "You keep being like this. How am I supposed to face your deceased parents?" She went on scolding him. Shang Ji Tai still wouldn't behave. Raising their son into someone like this, they must really resent me from up there, huh? Wumian grew angry and changed the subject, saying that she was already 30 and still hadn't gone on a single blind date or gotten married, yet she kept worrying about him. He asked if she had secretly fallen for him or something. His sister flew into a rage and put him in a headlock, not caring that he was a patient. After that, she asked Wumian to confirm whether it wasn't anything serious, because someone had come looking for her the day before. Wumian was puzzled, so she told him that person was very mysterious and didn't say a word. While rubbing the spot on his head where she had just hit him, he told his sister not to worry, he knew his limits now. She gently ruffled his hair like he was a little kid, making him frown slightly. He was helpless and didn't know what else to do. Suddenly, she remembered to ask if he knew anything about the classmate from his school who had gone missing, watching him closely. He grew quiet, glanced at her, and replied as if he knew nothing. There was something. Seeing your attitude like that, she immediately told you, if you don't know, then just leave it. Don't pay attention to it. But Wumian simply wanted her to make everything clear. From the entrance came a girl's voice. Excuse me, is student Wumian in this hospital room? A purple-haired girl appeared, smiling brightly. She looked inside, saw the two siblings looking at her, and beamed with delight. Ah, what a coincidence. Yun Jingwan is here too? Wumian glanced toward his sister and asked, is she someone you know? She flatly denied it. The purple-haired girl, dressed quite fashionably, walked over and put her arm around his sister's shoulders, saying, Don't act so cold. Didn't the two of you just meet yesterday? Wumian wondered who this girl was, and she promptly introduced herself. My name is Zila Lan, you can call me Lan's sister. Seriously speaking, I'm even your sister's superior. Zila Lan turned and said, Today, I came here because I want to ask Wumian a few things. She brought up the incident at the CAF that day. Other than Wumian and Hang, everyone else mysteriously vanished. He asked in shock, and La Lan joined in to explain. Poof, they just vanished like that. La Lan sighed and continued. Those people disappeared without a trace, without any reason, and not even CCTV could catch it. Then, she glanced at Wumian and asked with a probing tone. You were one of the survivors in the CAF that day. Do you remember anything? He replied evasively, telling La Lan that only a ghost would know about such a bizarre matter, and asked if she was joking with him. How could he possibly explain it? Seeing that he showed no signs of cooperation, La Lan asked again, this time with an air of mystery and a terrifying gaze fixed on him. Then let me change the way I ask you, have you ever seen a monster hiding behind a mask? Her eyes gradually turned purple as she demanded an answer from Wumian. At that moment, Wumian's mind suddenly went blank. He felt dizzy, as if some unknown force was taking control of him. Just then, Jinli appeared, teasing him after seeing how dazed he looked by the beautiful girl. Totally spaced out, huh? Wumian was dazed and confused. La Lan coldly pressed him for an answer, and Wumian stammered in reply. And no, never seen one. Then he casually asked. Did something happen? To his surprise, La Lan suddenly embraced him, saying that nothing was wrong, she was just randomly asking. When Jingwan, watching them, felt somewhat reassured. Looking at the two, she quietly said to herself, Guess everything's fine now? At the hospital's main entrance, as the three were walking out, La Lan suddenly called Wen Jingwan back, saying she had something to talk to her about. La Lan smiled and said, About what you heard today, please keep it to yourself. Then, with a cold tone, La Lan added, This is a direct order from above. La Lan waved to the other two in farewell. There was also a sound from the earpiece. She tapped into the report. Target has temporarily escaped suspicion, assassination mission cancelled, but surveillance continues. I don't know what the person on the other end of the line was saying, but the girl was whispering and muttering. That's right, that's right. Whether it's the side Xiaobai is probing or mine, the target has shown no signs of using any abilities at all. She kept talking to the other end of the line. This matter isn't worth worrying about. Just send it to Xiaobai later, that'll be fine. After all, it's their money. La Lan twirled a lock of her hair while grinning mischievously. Fortunately, she was keeping an eye on that useless father, which made controlling the situation even more convenient. After finishing, she intended to go buy some sweets as a treat for herself, but then a voice came again from the other end of the line. Whatever was said on the other end caused La Lan to become extremely alarmed. On this side, Wumian and Wen Jingwan had almost reached Wumian's home. She said she would only walk him this far. He turned his head and asked, Why are you leaving in such a hurry? She immediately replied, This time I just happened to be passing by to check on you. I still have a mountain of tasks waiting for me. Wumian then probed Wen Jingwan. Who exactly was that girl just now? She avoided the question, telling him not to worry so much about it. In short, he shouldn't get involved with those people. Noticing that his sister seemed to be hiding something, after she left, he asked Jinli. Hey, do you know anything about this? The damned mask, Jinli, appeared and nitpicked, saying, Is this the attitude you take when asking someone for help? How rude can you be? After that, Wumian coldly asked Jinli directly. Was the disappearance of my ability something you caused? You pressed Jinli, asking who that girl Lalan really was, and why she suddenly mentioned the mask. Were there many people like Jinli out there? Then you brought up Huang Yi, asking Jinli if he was already dead. Seeing how many questions you asked, Jinli replied, Is Wumian misunderstanding something? You and Jinli have never made any sort of transaction. Previously, Jinli had bestowed power upon Wumian, simply to test whether Wumian truly needed Jinli or not. Wumian grew sullen and angry, which only made Jinli more pleased, provoking him further. Wumian, you're not naive enough to believe there's such a thing as a free lunch in this world, are you? Jinli walked around Wumian, his patience had clear limits. As long as someone made a deal with him, not just power whatever Wumian wanted, Jinli would make sure he got it. Then Jinli taunted Wumian again, or are you too scared to even carry out your own wish? Not falling for Jinli's tricks, Wumian turned his face away, declaring that he was perfectly fine living without Jinli's power. The two exchanged words without realizing someone was eavesdropping from a distance. A girl wearing a black mask. She watched Wumian with a puzzled look, wondering why he was talking to himself. Jinli sensed something and turned to look back, but saw nothing. The rain kept falling harder. A couple was out on a date, but the man arrived late. However, something had happened on the street they intended to cross. Many people were gathered there, held back by barrier tape that kept anyone from entering the area. In the area ahead, a man was holding an umbrella for a girl while apologizing to her. I'm sorry. For something like this to happen, I feel deeply pained as well. I truly can't imagine what kind of existence could reduce the man once known as the Green Boa to such a miserable state. Please suppress your grief for now. Besides this man, all his teammates have gone missing, and their bodies have yet to be found. I understand how you feel, but until the enemy's identity is confirmed, please don't act rashly. Below, a hand appeared, covered by a piece of cloth, revealing a middle finger wearing a ring. The man then looked at the girl and said, This is the order from above. At school at that moment, the teacher's voice rang out, instructing the students to open up. Wumian stood outside the door, hearing it and realizing he was probably late again. He gently and stealthily opened the door to slip inside, but was immediately yelled at by the teacher. Stop right there. The teacher then ordered him to get out immediately. Without the mask's power, things truly weren't easy. He stepped outside, and felt it was all really troublesome. Inside the classroom, everyone had started their lessons. Standing outside, he made up his mind that he had to find Hang to get a clear answer about what happened that day. According to what the girl Lalan had said, it seemed that girl had sought out Hang to ask her something. Later, Wumian met with Hang privately at the emergency stairwell to ask her about it, but in return, he was met with her indifferent attitude. She didn't understand why Wumian was asking her such a strange question again. She said she hadn't gone to that CAF on that day at all. When Wumian heard what Hang said, he froze on the spot. Because something like that simply couldn't be true. At that moment, she was clearly present, and as soon as you mentioned Huang Yi, she immediately cut you off before you could finish speaking. Hang then clearly explained that right after school that day, she had gone to pick up a cake for her mother. And now Wumian was saying she had gone on a date with Huang Yi. It was truly baffling. Seeing her attitude like that, Wumian panicked and waved his hands, trying to explain, when suddenly a blonde girl approached to greet Hang. She walked over to Hang, cast a look of disdain toward Wumian, and asked, Did you bully Hang? Her name was Xiaoyan, Hang's best friend and unpleasant person. The fact that he was treated differently in class just because of his poor grades couldn't be separated from her influence. She assumed Wumian was bullying Hang and dragged Hang away. Now, in the silent space, only he remained, lost in thought, surrounded by unanswerable questions. He couldn't understand why Hang claimed she hadn't gone to the CAF that day. At school today, the weather was truly clear. The teacher struck the board with his ruler and said, "Today we will review the previous lesson." He glanced around the classroom. Huang Yi was also absent. Wumian propped up his notebook to cover his face and glanced over at Huang Yi's seat. The teacher continued. "I heard he's out sick. It'd be good to stop by his house after school to check on him." Wumian looked up, and something came into view. A shadowy figure lingered in the hallway. Oh! It was someone familiar. Why was she here? Her eyes widened, staring intently at Wumian. He shuddered, a sense of dread creeping over him, as if something terrible was about to happen, something thickening in the air. It was a doll holding a giant syringe. Wumian tensed up. "What is this?" Its eyes gleamed sharply, ready to strike. Wumian tried to run, but it was too late. His body wouldn't move. The needle shot straight toward him, piercing right into the center of his forehead. "So toxic," the doll said. A strange red liquid was immediately drawn up. Once it had finished injecting, it pulled the needle out. By then, Wumian had no strength left to resist. All he could do was gape. The doll with the syringe left, letting Wumian collapse onto the table. It returned to where Zilalan and another masked girl were waiting. It inserted the needle into her head to transfer the contents. Zilalan's eyes lit up as images flickered rapidly through her mind. "Enough," she said. The masked girl asked her, "Did you find it?" Zilalan clenched her teeth in frustration. "Not yet." The masked girl sighed, advising gently, "I'm telling you, acting on your own isn't a good idea." Zilalan ignored her and quickly walked away. The masked girl continued, "Besides, using your forced reading ability is highly likely to damage the subject's brain. She's still worried about her friend. If he's innocent." Before she could finish, Zilalan snapped irritably, "So what? It's none of your concern." She turned back darkly and threatened, "Just do your part well. Either way, I have to find out who murdered Mr. Lin." Zilalan spoke in a low voice, "Kill him with my own hands." Her eyes radiated a murderous intent. Zilalan acted on her own accord? Everything was gradually deteriorating, spiraling out of control. Wumian thought to himself as he heightened his vigilance, his eyes motionless. Someone opened their eyes, curiosity flickering within them. "Hey, brother, what you're seeing right now is a beastly face. What kind of skill is it to sleep with your eyes open?" Wumian was startled awake from his daze. He shouted, "Wah!" Then he realized the person before him was rotten fish. The boy grinned, "Who else could it be if not me?" He said excitedly, "Hey, there's a new appliance-themed amusement park in the city. My treat today." Wumian wearily declined. "Sorry, not today." Rotten fish looked confused. "Hey, buddy, what kind of side effects are you dealing with?" Wumian held his head, collapsing in frustration. The incident earlier had left his head buzzing. He was exhausted. He waved his hand to refuse. "I'm not in a good state right now. Let's reschedule." Wumian stood up and rushed to the bathroom to wash his face. Huff, huff, he felt much more alert. Jinli suddenly appeared behind him, mocking, "Kid, you really have a big life. If I hadn't stepped in just now to block it for you." He chuckled. "That little life of yours would have been gone." Wumian recalled with hatred the moment the syringe stabbed into his head and Zilalan's unpleasant face. "Damn woman." Jinli laughed lazily, "Don't know what happened that made her use such a shameless amount of force, but I bet she's disappointed now." He sneered, "That girl took it like a false memory I created." Wumian spoke coldly, "Then that's fine, his calm demeanor left Jinli stunned. What? He angrily leaned in closer to him. Hey, she almost killed you, and you're still talking like that? Then he didn't forget to tempt him. Let's make a pact, and then seeing Kui T will go get revenge. Wumian didn't care. He pushed his head away and curtly said, Get lost, you said. She probably won't suspect me anymore after this. Then he turned to leave, leaving behind a sentence, It's better to avoid one trouble than add another. Starting tomorrow everything can return to normal. Seeing Wumian about to leave, Jinli hurriedly couldn't wait any longer. Wumian paused, muttering, If that woman hasn't gotten the information she wanted from me yet, I suddenly remember. It's over, that's when I'll panic, Hang will be in danger. Wumian quickly dialed Hang's number, but all he heard was the busy signal and the voice of the operator. Hello, unable to reach, is the person not answering the phone? Then, he hurriedly ran off, telling himself that he had to find her. Wumian was familiar with the way and quickly reached Hang's house. The doorbell rang with a sweet chime. A woman was in the middle of cooking. Upon hearing the doorbell, she paused, saying, Coming. She opened the door and asked, You're Wumian, you've run all the way here. Please, calm down. He raised his head and asked, Is Hang home? The woman appeared to be Hang's mother. She replied, No, she hasn't come home yet. Hearing the answer, Wumian was stunned. The woman gently leaned to the side and invited him in. You're Hang's classmate, right? Why don't you come in and wait? She should be back soon. He smiled awkwardly, waving his hand. No, it's all right. Thank you. Wumian darted off again, leaving Hang's mother bewildered, unable to grasp what had just happened. He rushed around looking for Hang. A red alert blared in his heart. She wasn't at school or home. Where could she possibly be? In a pitch-black alleyway, deserted and silent, a voice echoed from within. That's enough. Zilalan clutched her head, questioning her very existence. Impossible. This can't be happening. What is this? The masked girl asked. What's wrong? Zilalan's voice sank. Bitterly she said. She wasn't lying. She really encountered a ghost. So bizarre she even left a warning before leaving. Xiaoshang, let's go. Keep watching Wumian for the next few days. That kid's got good luck, nothing to worry about. The masked girl, named Xiaoshang, said nothing. She turned to glance at the figure lying in the corner. What about this child? Only then did Zilalan remember the poor girl. She paused and said, Call an ambulance for her. She spoke with a detached tone, as if it had nothing to do with her. But judging by the look of things, the girl had little chance of being saved. Then she dusted off her hands and walked away. I'm really sorry. It was her fault. Xiaoshang cast one last pitying glance, then the two of them left the place. Zilalan recounted the memories she had obtained from the girl. That day, she had never actually been to any coffee shop. A person lay silently in the corner. It was Hang. She had no breath left, her face was pale, lifeless, and saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth. Wumian searched everywhere but could not find the person he was looking for. He rushed and quickly dialed Hang's number, but no one had answered the call so far. He cursed under his breath, Damn it! Suddenly, he bumped into a passerby. Losing his balance, he staggered and fell. The person snapped, Oh, yelling, Can't you watch where you're going? Then, the person walked away. Wumian, in a daze, picked up his phone. Suddenly, he noticed something that resembled a hand near his right eye. Upon closer inspection, Wumian froze. He rushed over to shake his friend awake. Hang, what's wrong with you? He checked Hang and recognized this familiar condition. Wumian gritted his teeth, growled, and cursed, That damn woman. In a panic, he quickly pulled out his phone, that's right, called for an ambulance. A voice suddenly rang out, leaving him stunned, Hey, what are you doing here? Wumian looked up, confused. What's going on? The doctor, carrying a large medical box, rushed in and said, found the injured person. He examined Hang and then said to the nurse accompanying him, there seems to be no sign of life left, we need to perform emergency treatment. Bring the stretcher over here. They gently placed Hang onto the stretcher and carried her to the ambulance. Wumian anxiously asked, Doctor, what about her? Is she okay? He coldly warned, those who are not involved, don't make a scene here. Wumian felt disappointed, her limbs going cold. In the distance, a blonde girl stopped and observed Wumian. She squinted, deep in thought. Under the night sky, the bright moonlight shone, and a hum echoed through the quiet night. The sound came from a person in a cloak sitting atop something that resembled a human. His hands were thin, with visible bones. As he hummed, his mind was sharp, his strength formidable, his presence imposing, and his body flawless. He looked at the poster in his hand and sighed, the body is still not strong enough. He crushed the poster, causing displeasure. Another cloaked figure appeared behind him. What are you doing here? Huang Yi tilted his head and looked at the other person with half an eye. Ah, the bald old man. The other person took off his hat and continued, are you going to keep making trouble like this? He revealed his bald head and the scars on his face, like battle trophies. He complained to Huang Yi, even I can't protect you. Huang Yi jumped up to argue, snapping, this has nothing to do with me. He contemptuously looked down at the unfortunate man, stepping on him. If you want to blame someone, blame this guy for being taller than me. He turned to look at the bald old man, chuckling. How boring, he's dead. The bald old man casually replied, humph, fine, an unexpected response from Huang Yi. The old man found a clean spot to sit down, his hand reaching inside his robe. I never expected it, at first, I just hoped you could cause some trouble for him, but luckily, you managed to kill that green python. Huang Yi eagerly showed off the outfit he had just stolen, proudly stating that the clothes he was wearing fit him perfectly. The old bald man took out a pack of cigarettes and complimented him, saying, well done. He continued with a pleased expression, even if I were to make a move, it would take quite a bit of effort to kill that guy. After that, he lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled the smoke slowly. He added, dying would at least bring some peace. Huang Yi silently stared at the old bald man. The man's muscular arms were exactly the kind of strength he admired. He raised his hand, muttering to himself, in admiration. The old bald man, unaware of what was about to happen, scoffed, saying, as long as you behave and do things for me, I'll cover for you. Suddenly, a strike shot through the air. The old man instinctively dodged, but a line of blood had already appeared on his face. Looking at the one who had almost struck him, the old man cursed loudly, damn it, what the hell is this? Huang Yi stood in the shadows, his eyes shining brightly. He whispered, I really like your body. He smiled eerily, I want to have it. Huang Yi lunged forward, charging at the old bald man. The old man, furious, cursed, you little brat. He pulled back his fist, ready to strike. Damn it! A punch landed in Huang Yi's stomach, and the old man grinned with pride. Huang Yi took the hit and was sent flying back. His body sank, and he barely had time to groan. The old bald man jumped into the air, his shadow clearly cast under the moonlight. The old man lunged straight at Huang Yi's face, the shockwave was so powerful that the floor shattered into pieces. He got up, turned his back, and walked away. A pawn that disobeys is no longer of any use. Unfortunately, sensing something was off, he stopped, spun around, and looked back. Some kind of black slime of unknown origin had appeared beneath his feet. He tried to lift his foot, but it wouldn't budge. He panicked, his legs couldn't move. This is... The old man froze in fear, I'm done for. That black slime suddenly tightened around him, and he only had time to let out a scream. The slime crawled up the wall. The scene was horrifying. The black slime bound the bald man like a giant spiderweb. The bald man could only lie still, awaiting the predator's arrival. Huang Yi's voice rose from beneath the black slime. Very usable. He emerged, gleefully saying. Such a convenient power. The bald man looked at Huang Yi and realized he spoke in disbelief. No, it can't be. This belongs to the green boa boy, it's clearly a liquid lifeform. Huang Yi licked his lips and grinned. Wanna play a game with me? He summoned a monster with massive jaws. I won't be polite with your body anymore. Seeing that, the bald man wet himself in fear, screaming. Hey, hey, hey! If I hadn't saved your life back then, you would have already. Huang Yi's arm extended outward, he smiled and said. I remember. Thank you. The monster opened its gigantic jaws, and the bald man was scared out of his wits. Hey, hey, hey! The monster closed its jaws, having taken the old man into its mouth. It chewed and swallowed for a while, leaving only a torn piece of his clothing that floated in the air before falling to the ground. Huang Yi, satisfied, said, Thank you for the hospitality. He stood alone in the dark night, raising his hand to return to normal. His hand was no longer thin and bony but had become firm and muscular. He curled up, his entire body swelling with muscles. He exhaled a satisfied breath after the hearty meal. Huang Yi was exhilarated. Now, he was no different from a monster himself. It felt so good. What should he do next? In a room nearby, a voice rang out. Hey, it wasn't me, I'm just. A shout interrupted, spitting as it went. Shut up. It was the department head. He glared, pointing this way and that, angrily addressing the person in front of him, the one everyone in the department had been gossiping about. Don't you feel the slightest bit ashamed? He was extremely displeased, unable to say anything truly revealing. Wumian stood frozen. He too was irritated, retorting. Please, clarify, I really didn't do anything. Next to him were Hang's parents. After hearing Wumian's explanation, Hang's mother felt even more disgusted and glared at him. The department head slammed the table, losing his patience, and kept on with the accusations. That little parasite of yours is tarnishing the reputation of my school. He scolded Wumian. How could someone as terrible as you be friends with that person? What were you even doing with him? Is it because of your studies? This cannot be told to outsiders. Wumian looked away, saying, There are some personal matters. He shouted, You're insulting my IQ and still trying to justify it? Why not just say he's your boyfriend? Then, he threw a stack of papers onto the table. The school's reputation has been tarnished by your incident. Don't even mention being a student of this institution. Wumian was stunned, he was paralyzed. Wumian turned to seek empathy, only to meet the hostile glares of Hang's parents. Why are you looking at me like that? He lowered his eyes, aggrieved, and defended himself, It wasn't me. Hang's mother clearly remembered he had come to their house that day. Heartbroken, she asked, Then why did you go looking for Hang? Wumian thought of the one who had caused Hang's death. He muttered, Mostly what comes to mind are images of that doll with the syringe from Zilalan, and those wandering spirits. Of course, the department head didn't believe a word. He snapped, Spirits? Do you hear yourself spouting this nonsense? He got up and walked over to him. Are you taking us for fools? He looked at him with contempt, as if to say a failing student is nothing but trash. Then he turned to Hang's parents and said, Dear parents, handing them an envelope with both hands, this 10,000 yuan is a small token of consolation from the school. He bowed respectfully and said, As for the recent rumors, although there is a lack of concrete evidence, we will actively cooperate to monitor and investigate, to give you a proper explanation. We sincerely hope this won't escalate further. Hang's mother sadly accepted the envelope. The department head continued, As for the medical expenses, the school will do its best to compensate. He awkwardly smiled and said, We are a key high school, and this is related to our honor. Glancing at Wumian, who was lowering his head behind him, he spoke disdainfully, Even if this person really did something wrong, it has nothing to do with the school's education. The department head continued explaining, that day, there were no late self-study sessions, and the incident happened after class ended. We also feel sympathy for their family's situation. At the same time, the school is deeply saddened. Hang has always been a good child. After speaking, he bowed his head again. We hope you can show some consideration for the school in this matter. Wumian said, you're doing this so smoothly. The department head glared at him angrily. Wumian made it clear he wasn't afraid. He continued, no matter what the truth is, first, distance yourselves from the school. Hearing this, the department head's face became even more twisted. His son pointed towards the door and shouted, get out. Don't come back tomorrow. After driving Wumian out, he slammed the door shut. Wumian gritted his teeth. Is this all they can do? He stood there for a while to cool his head before walking away. Damn it. In the classroom, the students were whispering. Hang is so pitiful, I wonder what the situation is now. A female student said, I heard they had to stitch him up, it's so scary. She turned to ask the person behind her, that guy doesn't look like a good person, does he, Shiryen? Shiryen disdainfully said, I saw that guy clearly, he was walking in the opposite direction. And a few days ago, I even caught him bothering Hang. The girl was surprised, is this kind of person a pervert? Just then, Wumian opened the door and walked in. The whole class fell silent, everyone looking at him with contempt and disgust. Wumian entered the classroom in silence, all eyes fixed on him. A voice rang out. You really went through with it? A boy sneered, Hang is so adorable. Wumian didn't understand what he was trying to say. He chuckled, we know everything. Hey, let me tell you this, he and his two friends grinned triumphantly, pointing at Wumian. You've always had a crush on Hang, haven't you? Ha ha ha. A girl, annoyed by his words, stood up and spoke, joking about Hang like that you're going too far. Wumian was startled, how do you all know? He suddenly understood and fell silent. Someone must have leaked it. At that moment, the whole class could do nothing but look at Wumian with pity in their eyes. Shiryen glanced at him, a satisfied smile on her face. Ignoring all the hostile stares, Wumian walked over to his desk to grab his school bag. The boy, not finding what he was looking for, stepped forward. Hey, not planning to share a little with us? They played off each other, reveling in someone else's misery. He dragged a girl into the night and claimed nothing happened. His mouth stretched into a grin that reached his ears, utterly repulsive. Ha, even a ghost wouldn't believe that, right? Wumian could no longer bear it. He raised his fist and charged at him. A left punch, a right hook, one punch distorted the vile face of that guy. He was knocked down and lay sprawled on the ground. Wumian restrained his anger, wanting to hit him again. He said, shut your damn mouth. After that, he left, letting the others help the guy up. When he got home, he opened the door, I'm home. The house was pitch dark, and on the table was a bottle of milk along with a piece of paper. Wumian picked it up and read, are you working overtime again today? He threw his bag onto the chair and wearily lay face down on the bed. So many headaches happened today. Wumian peeked out. Mask. I'm asking you. But no one answered him, Jinli didn't appear. He called again, hey, damn mask, still nothing but silence. Wumian lazily thought about just falling asleep for a while. How strange, meeting a ghost. Wumian was woken up by hunger. So hungry. He looked at the clock, it was already 11 p.m. He whispered, hoping the convenience store hadn't closed. He got up and left the house to go to the store. Pork ribs and a box of green tea milk, totaling 18.5 yuan. Cash or scan the code? Wumian said, wait a minute, as he rummaged through his jacket pockets and then his pants pockets. Nothing, I forgot my phone, damn it. A little girl behind him, irritated, said, hey. Are you buying or not? If not, move aside. Wumian turned around. Does this person look familiar? Yeah, you're. At that moment, he still didn't know the girl's name, the white-haired girl. Hearing the words white hair, Bai visibly showed discomfort. The girl shook her head, firmly rejecting him. I don't know you. Hearing that, he was utterly stunned. The fat man looked at him angrily and snapped. Hey, if you're not buying anything, then get lost. He replied indifferently. Fine, I'll leave. No problem at all. The moment he turned to leave, he suddenly realized who the girl behind him was. If he remembered correctly, she was just someone from the institute, unrelated to him. He turned away and walked off, but just then, he heard some sort of commotion. Hey, let go of me. Was that some kind of sound just now? Turning around, he saw the fat man harassing that girl, grinning lewdly at her. Hey, if you make a scene, it'll be trouble. The girl trembled nonstop and whimpered. MMM. The man continued. You know what? No matter how hard you struggle in my arms. He went on, I've been watching you for a while now. You often come here around this time. The girl cried out in fear, again and again. He kept talking. If you only eat noodles, that's not enough nutrition. See how much I care about you? You don't have much money on you, right? Tough family situation? You're still going through puberty, aren't you? No one cooks for you? Let me. Give me a kiss, and I'll treat you to a delicious pork chop meal. How about it? At that moment, while he was distracted, she bit down hard on his hand. He didn't give her a chance to resist, immediately pulling her by the neck. Why? Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten? At that moment, she felt it hard to breathe. Ugh. He hesitated for a long time before constantly murmuring. Each time, I gave you an extra bag of candy and chocolate. Ah, I like you, I just want a little return now. Why should it be rejected? Despite her struggling inside, he yelled. Yeah, why are you rejecting me? Luckily, I really like you. At this point, she started to feel suffocated and let go. He, however, still didn't stop scheming against her. I don't want to turn you into exactly like them. She struggled to wheeze out each curse. Let go, you damn pervert. He kept yelling, seemingly ready to kill her at any moment. Why do you all reject me like this? Please, no, please. She tried to utter those 4 words before her vision started to fade. At that moment, he turned around, and the scene in front of him stunned him. What's going on? He snorted, while the man, angry, cursed at him. Scum! In the moment before he could act, the girl screamed loudly. Don't touch me, that fat man exploded into pieces. The girl collapsed to the ground, crying uncontrollably. I again. After witnessing what had just happened, he couldn't help but be stunned, standing frozen for a long while. Just then, a mysterious man appeared suddenly behind him, coldly saying, Troublesome. Unrestrained spirit is just unrestrained spirit, even controlling oneself is something you can't do. There is also the troublesome witness, but the dead don't count. Even the people close to me couldn't be dealt with, it's the negligence of Zilalan. Come with me for a trip. I advise you not to use that power, and don't even think about escaping. If you do, the person who made your item might end up living a very painful life. He kept hitting him while speaking in a continuous murmur. She gritted her teeth, angrily glaring at him. You people. He slowly stood up while calling her name. Zilalan. He looked at him with some surprise, not dead. A miracle. At this moment, he glared at him with murderous intent, then coldly said, You know that vile woman, and all those emotions have nowhere to be vented. At this moment, disaster struck. He began to recall the past stories of his life. Zilalan, that name is truly detestable. I've always been a weak person. I'm cowardly, afraid of the dark, afraid of being alone, afraid of losing, and afraid of death. That's why I ran away back then, my mind filled only with fear. I didn't want to die, I wanted to keep living. I kept blaming myself for my own weakness. This year, I've always lived as the memento of my sister, at least not letting the memento that she fought for with her life become a coward. I didn't even realize when it was that I secretly liked this girl, and it made me so happy, but even that little happiness was snatched away by that woman. Isn't this world strange? You don't do anything wrong, but you're still targeted. Good and innocent people encounter misfortune, and even as a witness, you could be killed in an unexpected way. What kind of damn world is this? Why can these scoundrels live so well? Why are the small and weak always the ones who suffer? Well, in that case, you're ready. Although I don't want to admit it, needing that damn mask, you are also a good part of this transaction. A moment later, he snapped back to reality. He saw that the man was not an ordinary person. What? You don't seem like an innocent bystander either. He paid no attention to the man's words and kept persistently questioning him. Hey, do you know that slut? The man coldly replied, another unrestrained spirit, huh? He still didn't listen, continuing to order him. Answer me. Without thinking, the man responded, no what? His body, no longer under control, automatically answered. At that moment, he realized that although he hadn't admitted it, his body was contradicting him. He asked again, where is she? Before he could finish his sentence, the man lunged forward, attacking him directly, thinking that exchanging blows with the unrestrained spirit was enough. The man didn't move an inch, just sneered, do you think you can even touch Shinli? At that moment, the man realized, but it was too late. What you hesitated to say. You couldn't do it, could you? He stood dazed, suddenly speaking. The feeling of not landing a punch on the intangible being earlier clearly felt like a hit. As soon as he turned around, he saw the man holding a knife in his hand, a fruit knife. He sneered, such a naive fool. While looking at him, the man raised the knife and gently cut into his finger. He couldn't help but turn pale. It wasn't right. It was just an ordinary fruit knife, so why did such a simple knife give him the sense that his body's strength could surpass physical limits, creating a feeling of impending doom? Every few days before the deadline, he was now panicking in the face of the current situation. In the end, this guy didn't care about him and turned to speak to Zilalan. Hey, what are you still standing there for? I'm not interested in bullying kids. You can go, leaving one person behind is enough. Also, if you meet Zilalan, please help me pass on a message. She lowered her head and cursed at him. Are you an idiot? Why don't you run away? He's not someone a fake like you, who just awakened, can defeat. To show off his strength, how foolish. Wumian didn't say anything but snickered, then spat out 3 words. Coward. She angrily continued. Do you think you're right? Are you an idiot? An idiot? He coldly ordered her. Bai Yi, kill him, I'll pretend I never saw anything today. Don't want to? It's rare for me to be nice, looks like that was unnecessary. Bai Yi glared at him and responded. I will absolutely not use my strength to help you kill someone. He coldly replied. Clearly a murderer, yet pretending to be noble. Wumian then arrogantly spoke up. If you're scared, just say it. Scaring a little girl is really despicable. While he was distracted, the guy was suddenly behind him. When did he get there? Then, Wumian intentionally swung his sword off to one side and harshly asked him. Hey, what exactly is your relationship with Zilalan? Answer me. He unconsciously replied. We are officials of Tu Long, responsible for controlling paranormal entities like you. As soon as he finished speaking, without hesitation, he slapped him and continued, say things I've never heard before, explain them thoroughly. At this point, he was already scared. The feeling of encountering a ghost came back, and his body began to act on its own. He trembled, unwilling to speak, but his mouth involuntarily responded to the man's words. The people you created as the second personality are the paranormal entities, and they will harm the world. His body wouldn't obey him, and his mouth kept explaining. Toulon's group created you to control the disasters that you are. Wumian continued using his hypnotic technique, his voice sending chills down the spine. He asked, "Keep going. Where is Zila Lan?" He immediately revealed Zila Lan's location, saying she would usually be at the 7th Surveillance Headquarters, Xiao Chao. He was in a panic, wondering why his body wouldn't listen to him. All the organization's secrets were spilling out. Wumian used a spiderweb-like thread to envelop both him and the man. The man in black ran in a frenzy at the speed of light, using moves while speaking, "Little paranormal entity, don't be too arrogant." He called out to Bai Yi, "Little sister, pay attention." Bai Yi looked at the thick threads, confused. From the outside, only vague silhouettes of the people inside could be seen. The girl shouted, unable to see. Wumian smirked. He disdainfully said, "People like this have never been strong." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black shot toward him from behind at an abnormally fast speed that couldn't be clearly seen. He was using a technique that broke through the limits of physics. He passed through his brother, and behind Wumian's figure suddenly turned into dust. A flash. He stood arrogantly, grunted, pushed up his glasses, and laughed loudly. "Self-satisfied," he said, "strike it out." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice echoed from behind him. Wumian was flying in the air. His body was gradually returning. He looked at the black-clad man, who was sweating, and sneered, saying, "People like him are just wicked bullies picking on the weak." No sooner had he spoken than he struck the black-clad man with a move so painful it reached the heavens, and he cried out in agony. His face showed panic. He hadn't expected that Wumian, who had just awakened, would possess such terrifying strength. He thought to himself, "This guy is completely unharmed." The black-clad man felt that his strength was no match for Wumian. He considered his next step, retreat immediately. This person was no ordinary opponent. Having said that, he used a speed that the naked eye could not follow to flee. He was both angry and terrified, and his body was urging him to run away. He gritted his teeth and thought, "He's clearly just a paranormal entity who's just awakened. How can he be this strong? I need to contact my comrades immediately." He quickly took out his phone, dialed a number to contact his companions, and informed them of Wumian's terrifying power. While running, he thought to himself, he couldn't deal with this guy alone, he would have to call in Team 3 at the very least. Bai Yi watched the black-clad man's escape path, looking confused. Why wasn't she chasing after him? She asked him. "He's running away, he's gotten away." Wumian returned to his normal form, looking in the direction the man had fled, and calmly replied, "You won't escape." He held a fruit knife in his hand, its tip stained with a little blood. He grinned mischievously. "Fear isn't something you can easily run away from." Jinli now allowed Wumian to take control of his body. He asked Wumian, "You've given me full control of your body? Are you sure you're okay with this?" Impatient, Wumian snapped, "Stop talking, just do as I say." Jinli complied and followed his orders. He turned to look at Bai Yi and said, "You all should head back soon. I'm going to find that guy to have some fun. Children shouldn't get involved." Xiao He, standing behind Bai Yi, suddenly asked, "Can you see me?" Bai Yi called out to Xiao He, smiling, "You're being redundant." He turned back to the other two and said, in a meaningful tone, "You're both here, in my world." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. "This guy is interesting." Xiao He bared his teeth and grinned. The man in black had run a long distance to escape, and only when he reached a desolate road did he stop, panting heavily. Phew, I must have run pretty far." He wondered why the unease inside him hadn't diminished. Even though Ming had run far away, he felt an intense sense of anxiety, as if he were trapped in a cage. Suddenly, a voice from behind sent chills down his spine.
Not running anymore?
Jinli watched him from the shadows, and he said, sometimes you're becoming more and more troublesome. The man in the black robe looked at him and sneered. Jinli slowly stepped out from the dark curtain of night, looked at the man in black, smiled, and said, "Come play with me for a while." At the same time, in another abandoned tunnel, a foot approached a blood-soaked piece of cloth lying on the ground.
A hand, adorned with numerous rings, picked up the bloody fabric. He was the one wearing the cross necklace.
He sniffed the cloth for a moment.
Then, his eyes lit up, and he turned to the back and said, "Xianwu, is he dead too?"
He stood on a cracked patch of road, with the pavement broken apart and strange, unknown slime covering the surface. He looked at the slime sticking to the road and said, "This appeared suddenly." Another person behind him looked at the scene in front and sighed, "This is truly a new level of chaos." The man with long hair, blindfolded and wearing a scarf with a smiley face, looked at the tattooed man and asked, "Have you figured anything out?" "Eddie, it seems like we're late." Suddenly, the girl with purple hair, dressed in purple, widened her eyes. She stepped forward, looked at the scene ahead, and stammered, This is the tattooed guy." Seeing the purple-haired girl struggle to finish her sentence, he explained, "Black slime, and the rest is the venomous power of the green boa, but it smells like the wound on his severed arm." The girl's face with purple hair darkened, her gaze sharp as if she wanted to kill someone.
She said, "He must have run far, let's go after him."
The tattooed man grabbed her arm and pulled her back, then spoke up to warn her. "I advise you not to get too worked up." He continued trying to calm her down.
"This person is very dangerous.
Xianwu is probably already dead at his hands."
She panicked, showing disbelief. "What?
What did you say?" The tattooed man looked toward the end of the dark, cold street. He observed for a moment, then speculated, also, judging by the traces, it must have happened a day ago. The night vision is also not in our favor.
Suddenly, the scarf-wearing man's phone rang, breaking the gloomy atmosphere with a cheerful tune.
"Dear Master has new information. Dear Master has new information." Everyone around turned to look at him, speechless. The man wearing the scarf took out his phone, smiling sheepishly and apologizing repeatedly. Sorry, I just got a message." As he opened his phone to read the message, his smile vanished, his face filled with shock. He put his phone away and looked at everyone, announcing, "Zilalan Tieti, don't worry about that person, something has happened over there." He continued, "Zilalan, Xiaobai of yours has lost control of his power again."
The purple-haired girl was stunned, exclaiming, "Oh."
Then she added, "Also, a level 3 or higher paranormal entity has appeared." The tattooed man was taken aback. Before the tattooed man could finish his sentence, the one wearing a scarf with a smiling face symbol had already turned around and walked away. He said, "Under no circumstances should we ignore the appearance of a third level or higher anomaly.
We need reinforcements immediately."
The purple-haired woman refused, saying, "I'm not going anywhere. If we have Zhang Wu on our side, we'll be fine." The tattooed man reminded her, "Hey, don't be so stubborn right now." She looked at the snake coiled around one of her teammates and cautiously said, "The snake Mr. Lin gave Xiao Shang is extremely sensitive to its owner's breath. The fact that it's so anxious and unsettled means the killer of Mr. Lin is nearby." Her eyes turned bloodshot, filled with hatred. She said, "It must be close, still." The one with the scarf sighed and said, "All right, everyone leave. She'll stay here. A word of caution, be careful." At the same time, on the rooftop of a nearby building, Huang Yi was already sitting there, waiting. He observed the scene below and let out a sinister laugh. The prey has taken the bait. After a while, Zhang Wu suddenly noticed something. He said, "Wait." Eddie asked, "What's wrong?" When he looked up at the sky, he said, "This." Eddie panicked, "What is this?" Zhang Wu said seriously, "Eddie, this is not the real world.
The situation is not looking good.
His voice turned grim as he continued, "We've been trapped in this anomaly world." Eddie sensed the atmosphere around him and then continued, "Zhang Wu, I can feel Jin's breath coming from this direction, but his condition isn't looking too good." The scene shifted to a bloodied arm, Din, who was barely hanging on.
Damn it, damn it.
His face was covered in blood. This guy was basically a monster. He continued to look at the person in front of him, thinking that if he didn't run, he would die, he would die, he would die.
Wumian, holding a knife, taunted with a challenging tone, "Hey, Four Eyes, so it turns out you're afraid of death?" He lunged the knife toward Din. "Then why did you try to kill me?" The terrifying smile and the glare filled with hatred didn't show any signs of hesitation.
The knife was thrown, passing just beside Din's body.
He let out a fearful groan.
Wumian stood calmly from a distance, but still felt the need to thank him.
"Thanks for all the intel."
He summoned another small knife with his hand and said his farewells, "Bye-bye." One of Tu Long's men let out a sinister smile and muttered 3 words, "Ting bro."
At that moment, a voice came from behind Wumian, "Good evening, bro." He was startled and threw the knife toward the source of the voice. Zhang Wu appeared, catching the knife. Zhang Wu looked at the scene, shouting, "What happened to you?"
Din shouted, "Be careful, this guy is a monster." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, at that moment, Wumian had already vanished. After executing his move, Zhang Wu's eyes widened in shock, clearly showing his confusion, as he said, "It seems my strength has no effect on you."
The faint figure gradually appeared behind the smoke, and sure enough, the voice was full of challenge, an incorporeal form, "Huh?"
Those blood-red eyes appeared. Zhang Wu stroked his chin, looking stunned.
No wonder that kid was left powerless. At that moment, Jin came toward Eddie and Zhang Wu, his body covered in wounds, whispering, "I'm saved now, Eddie, you're here too. Comfort him, the rest is up to us." Wumian, standing to the side, smiled wickedly, "You all have quite a bit of power, huh?"
Standing behind the smoke, his voice sounded steadily and challengingly. But what he learned from that four-eyed guy was not enough. Wumian smirked, his deep, red eyes piercing.
He continued, "I'm very curious."
With a contemptuous smile, he stepped forward, "Let me experience with my own hands how your borrowed power differs from ours." Zhang Wu silently watched him, a sense of fear creeping into his heart. Both Zhang Wu and Eddie attacked together, planning to overwhelm him. At this point, Zhang Wu still boldly declared, "Then I'll grant your wish." Zhang Wu glared, but before he could act, Wumian challenged him, "Come on then."
Large and small spheres appeared behind Wumian, and he nonchalantly said,
Then they gradually exploded, but with that intangible body, Wumian easily passed through the mockery.
This was the power to control the air currents.
It works fine outside, but it couldn't even touch a single hair on me. Zhang Wu looked at him deeply, "My power really is ineffective."
Eddie suddenly appeared behind. He smiled faintly and ordered, "Get down." That command pressed Eddie to the ground. He was stunned. "What?" Wumian decisively said, "Kick you away." Eddie hurriedly used his hands to block the kick. The kick sent Eddie straight into the wall.
At this moment, Ting Bro struggled to stand up. Before, the orders from this guy could suddenly make our bodies lose control. This is difficult.
Zhang Wu coldly replied, "Oh."
He thought to himself, absolute command. Theoretically, each transformation power of a paranormal entity has the same characteristics.
Could it be that this guy now?
Wumian continued, "Don't stay still for me."
Both were stunned, their bodies unable to move.
They had no choice but to take the punishment from Wumian, who attacked with overwhelming speed. Zhang Wu coughed up blood, both of them were thrown back.
Wumian smiled, "You're the trusted confidants of them, right?"
"Fortunately, there's a protective circle, so at least you both took some of the damage." The two figures gradually appeared through the dust and smoke of the collapse behind them.
Wumian continued, "The so-called creatures gather according to their kind?"
He raised his left hand, preparing to deliver a finishing blow.
Let me come and punish you on behalf of heaven for what you have done. After chanting the incantation with no effect, Wumian was stunned.
His face revealed confusion and deep thought, unable to speak.
He glanced around in bewilderment. What's happening?
Zhang Wu looked at him as if he had discovered something, muttering to himself, as expected.
After Zhang Wu opened the vacuum zone, he spoke as though he was certain of victory. Your power can no longer be used, right?
There is no sound in the vacuum, and Yurzhanli power has been sealed.
Wumian was shocked. Could this be the vacuum?
Sweat broke out on his face as his expression grew concerned.
Are you lying to me? Looking towards Zhang Wu, this guy was able to find the weakness in my power in such a short time?
He started to smile wickedly, but then thought to himself, well, it's fine.
After all, you view my ability as mere words, huh? As long as I find a chance, I can make you.
At this point, Eddie lunged forward and slashed across his body. Though blood spurted from the wound, Wumian panicked.
What? He glared at Eddie. You think that scythe will be able to defeat us?
The attack was aimed at the soul, as the four-eyed man had said, and could even target non-corporeal beings.
What?
Holding his wound, he groaned in pain.
It hurts so much.
Wumian tried to use his power to heal, but it was ineffective. Heh, you can't use that power to stop the bleeding in the leg. A careless mistake. Reflecting on everything, the leg could only be freed when the man with dark skin attacked, then it quickly closed again, not giving him any chance to speak.
Truly a combination that left one feeling desperate.
During the remaining time of his power, breaking through was nearly impossible. At this moment, a voice appeared in his mind.
Enough, Zhanli, stop struggling with them, withdraw first.
Looking towards Zhang Wu and Eddie, he said.
Taking another hit from that thing, we'll probably be dead. That terrifying voice appeared again and rebutted. Ha? Run? What kind of joke is that? Wouldn't that make me exactly like the fool you are? Right now, I am the one in control of this body. He glared, speaking to himself inwardly. Don't underestimate my power.
The smoke gradually dissipated, and indeed, the situation was dire. His strength was being targeted, and the wound wouldn't stop bleeding. He clutched the wound that had appeared from behind the smoke, even underestimating his opponent's power. It's very likely that as soon as I step out of the vacuum's range, I'll get hit by that blade. This was truly a desperate situation. At this moment, Zhang Wu signaled to Eddie. Receiving the order, Eddie charged forward. But Wumian smiled viciously, his hands weaving together, preparing his move. Zhang Wu realized something and widened his eyes. He shouted, "No, Eddie, come back here." But it was too late. Wumian, with a disdainful tone, said, "Arrogance in my world? You're still too immature." As the scythe neared his neck, Eddie was stunned. Wumian activated the command. The world flipped, the entire space was turned upside down, everything was disrupted, and suddenly everything including people and objects was suspended in mid-air. The image of a snake crawling forward was abruptly sliced in half by something. Xiaoshang, her voice trembling, pointed ahead and shouted in panic. Zilalan, who was standing nearby, also startled and turned back, calling out to Xiaoshang. Xiaoshang was in complete confusion, staring at the snake. My snake. In the distance, Huang Yi's voice echoed back, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. I hate snakes. Huang Yi smirked maliciously, continuing his words. The murmuring and whispers around them were annoying. With a smug expression, he gritted his teeth and approached the two of them. This isn't fun at all. Fabricating things like that. When Zilalan saw him, her face suddenly darkened, her eyes alert as she glanced around. It was him who had reminded her of a past long gone, the man, Mr. Lin, her ex-boyfriend. Back then, they had been so happy. He had even bragged to her, saying, "Xiaolan, my power can turn into liquid form." Isn't that cool? When he saw her eating too many sweets, Mr. Lin had playfully reminded her, eating so many sweets will make you fat. The two of them had been so happy back then. One day, Mr. Lin appeared unusually mysterious, prompting Zilalan to ask worriedly, "What's going on?" He remained enigmatic, but just moments later, her eyes widened, sparkling as if she had seen something incredibly joyful. Mr. Lin suddenly pulled out a massive diamond-studded ring and excitedly proposed to her.
"Honey, let's get married this year." While Zilalan was still lost in that blissful memory, standing motionless, Huang Yi, growing impatient, snapped, Hey, what are you doing?" He charged forward aggressively, urging her non-stop, "At least show some reaction." At that moment, Zilalan still stood frozen, her face blank and emotionless. Huang Yi's hand was about to strike her when, luckily, Xiaoshang stepped in and knocked him back. Huang Yi recoiled his hand, pretending to be in pain. "Ouch." But just a few seconds later, his expression shifted as he sneered. "How amusing." Xiaoshang said nothing. Without hesitation, she hurled a small container at him. Huang Yi smirked, his tone mocking, "Really? Child's play." With minimal effort, he smashed the object mid-air. Suddenly, his eyes widened in panic, one white and one black, looking disturbingly strange. "Ah!" he growled, his expression turning frantic as he watched his body rapidly freeze. Stunned, he exclaimed, freezing. "What was that?" From a distance, Xiaoshang came charging, her voice cold and commanding, "Liquid nitrogen." Using all her strength, she struck him, shattering his frozen body into pieces. Panting heavily, she stood still, watching as the fragments of his body scattered across the ground. Xiaoshan anxiously looked at Zilalan and asked, "Miss Lan, are you okay?" Suddenly, the name Huang Yi appeared behind Xiaoshang, startling her. He smirked maliciously and teased her, "It's just a child's game." As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, creating a powerful force that sent Xiaoshang flying helplessly. Ugh! Her body crashed to the ground with a loud thud, sending up a cloud of dust. Xiaoshang had been hit hard, she lay motionless and coughed. Huang Yi continued to mock her, hey, could you please keep the powerless trash from getting in the way?" His face twisted grotesquely. He stood there muttering, "Are you really disregarding me?" He then began laughing maniacally, "The one who didn't respect me before is already dead." Zilalan stood frozen, her entire body seemed to be sinking into darkness. Her gaze lost control as she dazedly said, "I truly sympathize." A small figure suddenly appeared, replying affirmatively. The figure then took out a syringe filled with red liquid and injected it into Huang Yi's head. Caught off guard, he was attacked before he could react. He widened his eyes and turned to look, but it was too late. Ha! Quickly, the drug infiltrated his body, and his eyes glazed over, lost in the silence. In an instant, the drug took full effect, and he screamed in pain, helpless. "It hurts so much." As he writhed on the ground, he continued to scream, "It hurts so much." Only then did Zilalan speak, "You are the one who killed Mr. Lin, the one who was her lover." Her gaze was filled with hatred, and tears were on the verge of falling. In her anger, she shouted, "I will tear you to pieces." Huang Yi, while attacking Zilalan, cried out with each painful strike, "It hurts so much." She easily dodged his attack and coldly remarked, "You're nothing but a cheap imitation." Then, suddenly, she issued an order that caused his figure to blur strangely and convulse. In the darkness, Zilalan stood still and declared, "Don't think I'll let you die peacefully." Meanwhile, Huang Yi lay writhing in agony on the ground. Ah! Her eyes were filled with cruelty as she explained, "The time duration of that needle is about 60 seconds, during which I can freely manipulate your mental illusions." She stamped her foot on the ground and maliciously declared, "Experience all the suffering, then die for me." At that moment, Huang Yi continued muttering through his gritted teeth, feeling a sharp burning sensation. He groaned in pain, "It's so hot." Nevertheless, he still decided to attack Zilalan, which only enraged her. She cursed, "You blockhead." Her eyes widened, and she unleashed the next move, sending a shock of electric force straight into Huang Yi, causing him to scream.
She remained rooted to the spot, uttering terrifying words: lung water, heart penetration, broken bones, marrow extraction. With every word she spoke, Huang Yi's suffering grew. Suffocation, corrosion, rotting. As she uttered the final two words, buried alive, Huang Yi collapsed to the ground. He lay motionless under her cold gaze. Without a trace of emotion, Zilalan walked toward Huang Yi's Chu and shouted, "Die, you trash." Suddenly, she stopped and stood there panting heavily. Huff 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 huff. At that moment, Xiaoshan finally called out, "Miss Lan." However, she didn't respond to him, she only screamed in front of the collapsing Huang Yi. Why? Why did Mr. Lin's people have to die at the hands of this trash? She hugged herself and cursed, "Disgusting. Damn it." Seeing her so agitated, Xiaoshang once again called out, "Miss Lan." At that moment, it seemed Huang Yi had regained consciousness. He muttered, "Trash, trash." Suddenly, he erupted and shouted furiously, "I'm not trash." A dark shadow suddenly flashed past both of them, making Zilalan and Xiaoshang instinctively dodge in alarm. "He's not dead yet," Zilalan said, glaring. Huang Yi slipped down into the sewer pipe, disappearing from their sight. Zilalan cried out, "Ah! He got away. Oomph, what a freak show." Gritting her teeth, her expression filled with arrogance yet still burning with resentment, she concluded, "Final word. I'll dig you up even if I have to scrape 3 feet into the ground." Scene shift to the water pipes. A group of sewer rats looked around in confusion at a strange noise. The murky water began to ripple slightly. It was Huang Yi, rising from the filthy water, roaring in rage, "You're the ones who deserve to die." Jinli finally spoke, "So, you still have some consciousness left." "How ridiculous. I was actually saved by you, Huang Yi." Huang Yi once again walked through the water as Jinli began to speak. "I understand your feelings. You've lived a miserable life. Well, if you hadn't, I wouldn't have been born." He tacitly acknowledged it. At that moment, Huang Yi opened his mouth wide, revealing a set of sharp teeth. "Then eat. Devour everything you never had. Let those more exceptional than you become the food that nourishes you." Jinli's words were filled with manipulation, accompanied by a chilling tone. "Let me satisfy the deep envy buried in your heart." Jinli gave a cold, sharp smile. "After all, you created me, didn't you?" The scene shifted to the deep, silent, and heavy night sky, where 2 figures floated in midair. Like leaves held by the wind. The person standing within a circle of air grumbled, "You're really heavy." Controlling the air current, he raised his hand, using his power to maintain balance and support the other. The stream of air pulled Eddie closer. Zhang Wu quickly reminded him, "Hold on tight, Eddie." Struggling, he grabbed Zhang Wu's hand and said, "Thanks." Zhang Wu held Eddie's hand and slung another person's arm over his shoulder. He used his power to stabilize all 3 of them. Eddie let out a breath, his voice slightly relieved. Saved. Sweat eased down Eddie's forehead. Droplets ran down his cheeks as he recalled the recent moment of danger. The tension still lingered in his eyes. He turned to Zhang Wu and asked, "Right, where's that guy?" Zhang Wu let go of Eddie's hand, then raised his hand to adjust his blindfold, speaking with a thoughtful tone. "No idea. But our situation's a bit bad, this kind of absurd power." Zhang Wu looked toward the inverted city ahead, and continued, "The world has turned upside down again." He continued to manipulate the air, his voice strained as he said, "My power is being used up a bit too much." Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, and the surroundings of the 3 of them began to shift. They stood there in a daze. Eddie sensed something and looked behind in astonishment. Behind them were tall buildings, all severely damaged. Eddie hesitantly asked, "High-rise buildings?" Zhang Wu also noticed the scene, and he speculated that he, too, was running out of strength. The city before them was still crumbling, everything around them cracked and shattered. His voice dropped, as if speaking of an inevitable truth: this world is collapsing. It won't be long before we return to the real world. Elsewhere, Jinli leaned against a wall, his body covered in blood. His coat was soaked in it, and he pressed his hand firmly on his wound, but blood continued to seep out. He gritted his teeth, his voice full of frustration and fury.
Damn it, it hurts so much. Why do I feel this strong sense of rejection?
His whole body was drenched in sweat, with droplets running down his cheeks, making him feel even more exhausted and tense.
He whispered, if this keeps going, I won't make it.
He staggered forward, each step leaving behind pools of fresh blood. His voice was hoarse, his breath ragged. Even so, he acted as if nothing was wrong.
Surely, there won't be a happy ending in the hands of those people, right? They probably won't let you survive. It's a pity you're still a virgin. Dying like this would be such a waste.
Wumian, tell him to shut up.
Jinli tried to force a smile. I guess I'll just have to take the gamble.
Scene change: in a dimly lit room, a girl wearing a cat-eared hoodie sat on the stairs. Jinli's voice continued to echo.
Betting on that guy is not the enemy.
Jinli walked into an abandoned playground, surrounded by an eerie silence. The play equipment was broken, covered in dust, like a forgotten place, desolate and gloomy.
Wumian hurriedly confronted Jinli. Hey, what do you mean?
Explain yourself. Jinli stepped into the playground, answering in a weak whisper, sorry, Wumian. Then he lost the strength to stay standing, his body collapsed, and his breath left him in shallow gasps. The pain and exhaustion overwhelmed Jinli completely, his vision slowly faded, then closed.
His body fell unconscious, landing heavily in the middle of the playground.
Scene change: the three people stuck in another dimension suddenly sensed strange fluctuations. Zhang Wu noticed the change and shouted, oh, the three of us are back in the real world.
Eddie quickly asked Din, we're back in the real world? Can you still hold on?
Jean, still dazed, tiredly rubbed his forehead and replied, I'm fine, just a little afraid of heights.
Zhang Wu saw the bloodstains and said to the two men, this guy is injured. He probably can't run far.
Zhang Wu ordered them to follow the trail of blood.
The three of them followed the blood trail to an abandoned playground.
Eddie stopped at the spot where the blood ended.
He turned around and said, Zhang Wu, the blood stops here.
Eddie looked at the blood on the ground and spoke in a tone that was hard to understand, almost as if something had been cut off. It was very strange.
He looked around and then asked Zhang Wu, it's almost dawn. Should we keep searching? Zhang Wu fell silent for a moment, then turned and walked out of the playground.
He waved his hand and spoke in a contemplative tone, something feels wrong.
I'll take Jean to treat his wounds first. We need to report this to the bandits quickly.
He slipped his hand into his coat pocket and subtly sensed that danger was approaching. He said, the intensity is almost at a high level, giving me an ominous feeling.
I hope I'm just overthinking.
In a different spatial coordinate, the surroundings were reduced to only black and white. Jinli was still slumped on the playground. Ling Niao appeared, resting her chin on her hand, and curiously asked, oh, how did this guy get in? Ling Niao swiftly jumped down from the steps.
Looks like you should go closer and check on him. Ling Niao crouched down and called out, are you still alive? A dark shadow covered the area. Voices echoed. Hey, I'm telling you, Wumian, you've been awake for a while now, right?
A groan was heard.
The voice came again, then why pretend to be asleep? Wumian's face was drenched in sweat.
He still lay there weakly, saying, I don't know how to deal with girls, that girl is leaning on the staircase. Wumian continued to justify himself.
Moreover, you brought me here without asking.
He affirmed that in this vast space, there was only a slide, surrounded entirely by whiteness and desolation.
The girl's voice rang out again. Deal with it yourself. Only then did Wumian open his eyes, his face blank as he replied. All right, my thinking is a bit slow, dealing with her shouldn't be a big deal.
He glanced at a certain undefined black thing beside him. Before him now was a black face with two white eyes, looking extremely terrifying. He screamed. "What is that?" Wumian threw a punch at the shadow with all his strength, causing it to cave in. The shadow immediately returned to its owner, trembling with fear. He then sat there, turning his head to look. The shadow continued to moan. The girl picked up the shadow and put it on her head, smiling. "Hey, you're awake?" he casually asked her. "Is that person's face your mask?" Wumian sighed. "You scared me to death." The girl hugged her knees with her arms, looking at Wumian with interest as she said, "Well, luckily I managed to escape by hiding in someone's house, and not even a thank you." Wumian raised his hand to rub his head, laughing awkwardly. "Sorry, I just didn't expect that the one who saved my life would be such a cute girl. I haven't quite regained my composure yet." He looked down at his chest, which had been properly bandaged, and asked, "By the way, did you do this?" He raised his hand. "This is already a huge help." The girl jumped down from the staircase and said, "That was just a simple treatment." She stood in front of Wumian, curling her lips as she asked, "So tell me, how did you manage to get in here?" Then, she turned away and explained casually, "This place is an independent space, separated from the outside world, created by me." She raised both her hands up comfortably, making Wumian, who was standing nearby, glance over in confusion. She walked slowly, while he followed behind her. "Only I can discover and enter this hidden chamber." After that, she turned her head, her clear black eyes gazing up at Wumian. "How did you discover it?" Upon hearing this, he slowly glanced around and said, "Well, there's nothing here except for that slide, it's really barren." His comment made her uncomfortable, and she asked challengingly, "Do you have an opinion?" Wumian snorted upon hearing that. "For someone like me, stepping into a world of this level is nothing at all." He glanced down at her with contempt. Hearing that, she still felt irritated and retorted, "You sure have a lot to say, yet almost got killed by someone from too long, huh?" She covered her mouth with her hand, throwing a disdainful glance at him, which caused Wumian to flinch. He looked at her in surprise, then asked, pausing, "You know those people?" Upon hearing the question, she didn't turn her head but simply replied, "Yeah." She spoke with sadness, "A good friend once told me." Wumian was taken aback and said, "So, you're a good friend?" She didn't turn around but answered sorrowfully, "Those people took her away." Her lashes lowered in sorrow, and after that, she never saw her again. Hearing that, Wumian's eyes widened in surprise. Then, she turned her head and forced a smile. "That's why I just let you in, to make things a bit easier for you." Upon hearing this, Wumian smiled and said to her, "To repay you, I'll help you save that friend of yours." "Impossible." She lowered her head. "You can't get close to that place." She raised her hand dismissively and said, "So now that you've just saved your life, don't push it any further." She shrugged in disdain and said, "Can't you live honestly?" Upon hearing this, he shot her a dissatisfied glance. After that, she waved her hand and said, "It's time for me to leave. If you want to stay, that's up to you." Wumian remained silent beside her. She waved her hand casually to say goodbye, not forgetting to add, "As long as I'm alive, this place will never disappear." He kept looking up. Then, Wumian spoke, "I will remember this sincere gesture. My name is Jin Wumian, and yours?" Upon hearing this, she turned back, gave him a glare, and scolded, "You fool, when asking for a girl's name, you should be a bit more polite." After that, she stepped out of the Lingniao barrier. At this point, only Wumian and Jinli were left to converse with each other. Jinli said, "She already left?" Wumian checked his wound and suddenly realized that it no longer hurt at all. Jinli quickly responded, "Of course, your self-healing ability is now very strong." Circling around Wumian a few times, Jinli then asked him, "What's your next plan?" Jinli leaned close to his ear and spoke in a cunning tone. "After witnessing such unbelievable powers and still remaining so calm, your adaptability is impressive.
But tell me, will you have to sever your ordinary fated affection from your dreams? Are you regretting it? This is a road with no way out. Wumian replied briefly and concisely. Go home and sleep, then find that woman and settle the score. Then he added a sentence that left Jinli speechless. That so-called ordinary life, I gave it up a long time ago. At the headquarters of Tu Long He Se Li Fong, a man sat comfortably in the shadows, legs propped up on the table, leisurely asking. So, regarding the intelligence on Zhang Wu, is there anyone here who still doesn't understand? In front of him were three people cloaked in hooded robes. He continued. I've heard the soundproofing is special. In a bit, each of you will get a set. He emphasized clearly. Don't let me down. He raised his hand to touch his face, remember it well. Moments later, another person's face appeared. He grinned wickedly and said. That man's face is now mine. He reverted to his real face, eyes bulging with fury as he spoke. Last time, that bald bastard messed everything up. This time, I don't want any slip-ups, understand? That guy is definitely one of a kind. I want you to catch him before Chi Yao does and bring him to me. His palm clenched tightly, revealing his rage had reached its peak, willing to do whatever it took. He went on. This operation must not be known to the others. And one more thing. His gaze darkened. Bring him in alive. His expression shifted instantly. This time, a gentle smile played on his lips. I'll be watching your performance closely. The next second, without hesitation, he revealed his sinister and vicious side. Don't forget replacements, for you are endless. Do your job well if you still want a chance to be human. Those who wear cloaks only know how to obediently follow orders. Yes. The scene shifts to the morning, where Wumian finds Yun Jingwan sitting curled up on the sofa, suddenly letting out a sound. Ow! He asked in confusion upon seeing the tear tracks running down Jingwan's face. Why are you at home at this time? Sensing something was wrong, he intended to joke a little. Ha ha ha, what's wrong with you? Could it be? Suddenly, Jingguan rushed to him and hugged him tightly, leaving him clueless. Yu Jingguan cried uncontrollably in his arms. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Are you okay? Where have you been? You didn't even bring your phone. He nervously said. What? What's going on, sis? You're acting differently, I don't recognize you like this. Seeing that Jingguan remained silent, he gently asked. What's wrong? After a while, both of them had calmed down enough to talk. Wumian, upon hearing the news, seemed unable to believe it. Sis, you're not joking, are you? The expression on Jingguan's face answered everything. She was dead serious. He widened his eyes, muttering to himself. How could this be? Everyone at school, they've all disappeared today. Jingguan continued with her story. Furthermore, the situation near the school has been completely sealed off. Inside, everything is chaotic. The hallways and doors are seriously damaged. Inside the classrooms, desks and chairs are scattered all over the place, and there's even blood in some spots. Faced with such a scene, Jingguan could only conclude that it was like having gone through a major catastrophe. Wumian and Yun Jingguan simultaneously looked towards the TV. At that moment, the news station was broadcasting the following report. At around 2 p.m. that day, over 1,000 people from a high school in Sitia went missing, sparking a riot among the parents. The situation is out of control, and we will continue to follow and report on the details of the Shaoxing incident. When Wumian heard that piece of news, he unconsciously spoke up, "That's my school, even the news." When Jingguan, hearing that, added, "This incident has caused major trouble. The large-scale chaos among parents is basically uncontrollable." At that moment, Wumian's face darkened, and his eyes widened in shock. Jingguan, sitting on the chair holding the TV remote, continued, "Only a few students who weren't at school at the time managed to escape. After hearing that, Wumian immediately took out his phone. He looked at it and then spoke, so that rotten fish guy also Wumian. As soon as he picked up the call, a loud voice burst out, Wumian, you finally called me. I'm at that furniture store, don't say your buddy lacks sincerity, I called you so many times and you didn't answer. Hearing that, Wumian's face scrunched up. The person on the other end continued, but I bought a lot of coins, so if you come now. Before the person could finish the sentence, Wumian had already hung up. When Jingguan then asked Wumian, is that friend of yours okay? Wumian looked at his phone and said, looks like he skipped school to go out and play, so he got away. When Jingguan looked at Wumian with a strange expression and asked, and where did you run off to today? You didn't take your school bag or your phone, you made me really worried. Also, why are you covered in blood? Wumian replied, I got into a bike accident and got hurt, but I already went to the hospital and got it bandaged. It's nothing, don't worry. Then he took off his shirt, revealing his injuries, and said, I'm going to my room to change. Even though he said that, deep down, Wumian was thinking that this whole thing seemed to have happened before. He recalled the words of that girl, do you know? The person from that day at the CAF, apart from him and the girl, all the others were gone. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared, with white eyes. He asked, hey, Huang Yi is still alive, right? That shadow was Zhenli. He reappeared behind Wumian and said, this is important. Even if he's still alive, he's no longer the same. Wumian seems to have lost his soul. Then, Zhenli continued, as for those students from that school, whether they live or die is not worth mentioning. If there's any blame, it's just bad luck on their part. My strength has long been restored, you only need to do what you need to do, don't overthink unnecessary things. Then, Zhenli's gaze began to change, growing more terrifying. He made his stance clear. He continued, we are not righteous heroes, nor are we friends of mankind. His words seemed to be etched deeply in Wumian's mind. Hearing this, Wumian responded, I know that. But Wumian's face darkened. He turned to look at Zhenli and added, stop acting all high and mighty and lecturing me. Zhenli heard this, but he still smiled and teased Wumian. So scary. Suddenly, Wumian said, sister, go out for a bit. Upon hearing this, Jingguan reached out, trying to stop Wumian. She said, wait, it's very dangerous right now, stay home. Without letting Jingguan say anything more, Wumian rushed out the door. Outside, a man was standing, smoking, waiting. As soon as Wumian stepped out, the man spoke, it really is quite dangerous. Hearing his voice, Wumian's face darkened. His eyes widened as he looked at the man. Zhang Wu glanced at Wumian and said, level 4, or rather, I should call you Wumian, right, kid? Wumian spoke up, uncle, how did you find this place? Wumian's face changed color, and with her bloodshot eyes, she said, you even know my name. You really are efficient. At this moment, Jingguan stepped forward, grabbed Wumian's hand, and said, you little brat, come back here now. Zhang Wu was still standing there, smoking, surrounded by smoke. Jingguan turned around and saw the man at that moment. Zhang Wu wasn't one to lose to the others. He said, Ayo, isn't this Xiao Wenjun? It's been 8 years, and you've gotten even more beautiful. Upon hearing this, Wumian's eyes widened in shock, and she screamed, ah. Jingguan's face darkened, matching the dim light. She didn't care much, only casting a quick glance before turning her head away. She quickly pulled Wumian inside, saying, let's go home. Wumian, being pulled along, asked her in confusion, sister, what's going on? Before Zhang Wu could say anything, both of them had already entered the house. Zhang Wu reached out his hand and said, oh, come on, don't look down on me. This is too ruthless. Jingguan's face had turned grim at some point. Hearing Zhang Wu's words, she replied, what exactly is going on? If there's something, say it quickly. Zhang Wu was slightly embarrassed. He said, I know you don't want to see me, but considering our old relationship as teacher and student, can't I have a word with Wumian? In another corner of the city, surrounded by old buildings, a man with silver hair was panting heavily. He spoke some words that no one understood. The door opened, and through it, the figure of a woman could be seen watching Bai Yi take care of the silver-haired man. The woman outside the door said, "Why do you think I came to find you? Surely, you understand, don't you?" Zila Lan's eyes sparkled brightly, widening. She said, "Join us, become a member of the Dragon Slayers. Bai Yi, this is the place where your abilities truly belong." Hearing this invitation, Bai Yi hesitated and replied, I don't want to hurt people anymore." Zilalan looked at Bai Yi with contempt and disdain, then stepped closer and whispered into his ear, "But this time, you already killed someone by accident, didn't you?" At those words, Bai Yi's eyes began to glow red. Zilalan widened her eyes again, her expression dark. She said, "What you possess has always been a power meant to harm others." She then smiled, placed a hand on Bai Yi's shoulder, and said, "But you didn't do anything wrong." Surprised, Bai Yi asked, "Huh?" Zilalan then picked up a newspaper, looked at it, and said, "You accidentally killed the convenience store clerk. You're now a fugitive criminal, the main suspect in the case of the 4 missing schoolgirls." Her eyes gradually became lifeless as she added, "If those girls had power like yours, maybe they wouldn't have died." After speaking, Zilalan turned to Bai Yi again, placing her hand on his shoulder. She continued, "Your power could save more children like them." Touching and stroking Bai Yi's hair, Zilalan said, "Sometimes, only by hurting others can you protect yourself." With sharp eyes, Zilalan added, "So your power is not a mistake." Standing in front of Bai Yi, Zilalan spoke again, "Too long will show it the proper way to use it, to punish those wicked ones with such power. This is our responsibility." Zilalan said that and then glanced away. She spoke in a tone of regret, "Besides, doing so would make your father much more lenient." Suddenly, the silver-haired man spoke up, "I can win, regardless of that person." Zilalan was still discussing with Bai Yi that the wages from each victory would be enough to pay off his debt. Bai Yi's face was full of sorrow, and she replied, "Let me think it over." Zilalan placed her hand on Bai Yi's head and said, "Don't make me wait too long." Her expression changed. In her mind, Zilalan was silently thinking, "As long as Xiaobai's corruption can work for me, I will be able to find that person and take revenge for Mr. Lin." Bai Yi's face suddenly darkened. She said, "Right, the person we met at the convenience store asked me to pass a message to you." Bai Yi's expression changed, and she continued, "He said." Before Bai Yi could finish, Zilalan cut in, "I remember the debt from Hang." Zilalan's eyes widened, and she said, "We'll deal with you slowly from now on." When Jingguan stood there seriously, her voice becoming more intense, "You brat, you've always had something you're hiding from me, haven't you?" Wumian stood there as still as a mountain, unsure how to explain to Wen Jingguan the sudden appearance of her sister. When Jingguan sneered coldly, responding calmly, "Idiot, do you still think I can be fooled that easily?" She cast a sharp glance at Zhang Wu, who was standing nearby. Zhang Wu raised his hand in greeting, a forced smile on his face, "Oh he." Seeing this, when Jingguan went straight to the point, "If you want to find this brat, I won't stop you. It's not like I could even if I wanted to." When Jingwu grabbed Wumian by the head, ruffling his hair, casting a side glance before speaking, "But even though this guy likes to argue and fight, his character is very reliable. He would never cause trouble without reason or bully others." When Jingwu's tone hardened, warning, "If any of you frame him to achieve your goals, I will never forgive you." After finishing, she turned and walked away. Wumian spoke up. Zhang Wu remained silent, his brows furrowed tightly. Wumian got straight to the point, "Uncle, you've brought more trouble for me. What do you want to talk to me about? Just say it." Wumian's gaze was fierce, his voice cold, "I don't have the patience to sit down and chat with an enemy." Wumian tightened his grip on Zhang Wu's throat, making him choke. Blood dripped from the corners of Zhang Wu's mouth as he gasped for air. "This is different from before, what exactly are you?" Wumian used a bit of force, slamming Zhang Wu against the wall, growling, "Stop talking nonsense." Zhang Wu was pressed into the wall, which cracked open, creating a deep hole. Wumian asked, "As it happens, I also want to ask you. Wumian glared at him, demanding, "What is your relationship with her?"
Zhang Wu lay in the wreckage, forcing a smile as he answered, "Not too bad." Zhang Wu's eyes were weary as he said, "It seems you can still maintain your character at level 4.
I think we can have a calm conversation." Zhang Wu's eyes rolled back, his pupils dilating.
He slowly stood up and calmly said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Wu, as you can see, and I am one of the Chiyo of Tulong." Zhang Wu's one eye was vacant, while the other squinted, sighing, "But I am not like us, I am a paranormal entity." Zhang Wu stared at his own hand, explaining, "That is why I understand better how a level 4 or higher paranormal entity can cause such great harm." Zhang Wu looked at Wumian and said, "But it is also ironic, being chased here, only to discover that such a new danger was once the younger brother of a subordinate."
Wumian lowered his head, realizing that she had once been.
Zhang Wu extended his bony hand and murmured, "Luckily, you have not yet turned into a monster whose personality was overtaken by a mask." Wumian put his hands in his pockets, listening to Zhang Wu say, "I came alone to talk to you to avoid unnecessary disputes."
"Are you interested in joining Tulong?" Zhang Wu's ruined eyes widened, hidden by his messy hair.
"Joining Tulong is a form of supervision over you, but at the same time, it could make the use of your powers more legitimate."
Zhang Wu tried to persuade Wumian to join.
"I know there are some misunderstandings between us, but everything Tulong does is to suppress the influence of paranormal entities on the world's order, to ensure that the disaster of 30 years ago does not repeat itself." Wumian muttered, "The disaster of 30 years ago?"
Wumian questioned, "Are you talking about the city from 30 years ago, the one that turned into ruins overnight? Was it because of a mishap during the research of some new weapon that caused such a massive devastation?"
Wumian's pupils contracted in panic as he heard Zhang Wu reveal the real reason behind the incident all those years ago.
What people said outside wasn't wrong, but what exactly was the true cause of that accident?
Zhang Wu disclosed a long-hidden truth: it was simply because a paranormal entity inside had lost control. Zhang Wu was in the middle of speaking when a girl suddenly rushed over from somewhere, gasping for help. Recognizing the familiar face, Wumian stammered, "You're Shi Yan." The girl lay face down on the ground, mumbling, "Help me." Behind them, a shadowy figure was slowly approaching.
Wumian widened his eyes and looked back, alert.
Huang Yi, now deformed, tilted his head slightly, staring intently, and said excitedly, "Aya, it's another familiar face." Wumian fixed his gaze on him and softly said, "So you're still alive after all."
Wumian growled, "Huang Yi."
Huang Yi paid no attention to the two and simply replied, "That's right, it seems I dropped one of my toys near you guys." As he spoke, he swung his deformed arm toward Shi Yan, who was lying limp on the ground, but a strong twist suddenly intercepted that hand. Zhang Wu charged in to counterattack, saving the girl's life.
Huang Yi's pupils shrank, his eyes rolled back in surprise as he let out a low grunt.
Zhang Wu glanced at him and growled, "You're looking kind of unfamiliar to me, little bro." From behind Zhang Wu, Huang Yi stretched out his deformed, pitch-black, massive hand and replied, "The ones I know, aren't you?" Zhang Wu cast a wary glance, alert to Huang Yi's cunning. Too late, Zhang Wu was struck hard by Huang Yi and flung back violently against the wall. He hit the wall with a heavy thud, crying out in pain, "Ugh." Before Zhang Wu could recover, that blackened hand was already closing in on him. Zhang Wu felt as if his whole body was tightly bound by thick black strings, unable to struggle or break free. He stared blankly at the thing that was wrapping around him, muttering, "This is black liquid. This power." Zhang Wu couldn't believe his eyes, muttering again, "It can't be. This guy." Wumian sat down, looked at Shi Yan lying on the ground, and immediately asked, "Huang Yi, was it you who caused the trouble at the school?" Huang Yi smiled smugly, showing off, snapped his fingers loudly, and said, "Bingo, but no prize." Wumian shot him a sharp look, coldly asking, "Where did those people go?" Huang Yi's expression changed, a chilling smile crept across his face as he bared his white teeth, calm. "Ha ha ha." Huang Yi loosely grasped his bony hand, grinned, his eyes cold and indifferent, then answered casually, "Of course, I ate them."
Unfortunately, those trash were like jellyfish, not tasty at all. Upon hearing this, Wumian's pupils contracted with fury. Zhang Wu couldn't believe the savage words he was hearing, his eyes wide open. Huang Yi's voice was cold as if the ones he had eaten were just a regular meal, continuing. But I spared one. Turning his gaze to Shi Yan, still unmoving, Huang Yi spoke with a hint of excitement. He can't die too easily. One of Huang Yi's eyes narrowed, the other wide open, a faint smile curling his lips as he continued. Huang Yi has many memories of hating her. Isn't it too lenient not to torment her a bit? Suddenly, a whirlwind of fury surrounded Huang Yi, his anger palpable. Zhang Wu erupted in rage, tearing off the confining clothes, revealing his strong build. His face twisted into a more ferocious expression as he shouted loudly. What kind of joke is this? You've killed so many people? Huang Yi calmly snapped his fingers and said, What's so surprising about that? Huang Yi formed a circle, surrounding the three members of Ing. After all, those people were nothing but worthless scum. Zhang Wu stared wide-eyed, unable to move, and said, I can't move. This is zero gravity, this is the power of the bald head. No, this power must have surpassed the level of a fourth-tier master by now. Wumian stepped on Shi Yan's shoulder and said, This kind is really worthless scum. Wumian's voice grew serious as he said, But there are more than 2,000 of them. Most of them are innocent people. They're just trying their best to study. I remember the students from that school, some of them were hot-headed or loud, but they would always stand up for their friends. This is going too far with Hang. Wumian's voice trembled, and there was classmate Xiaojin who always helped us, and Uncle Hua who worked part-time at the CAF, and they're all good people. Like the janitor who always smiled and reminded us, your spare clothes are over there. Wumian lowered his head, his bangs covering half of his face, and his mouth kept muttering at the person in front of him, why go after them? Huang Yi gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, his eyes narrowing as he let out a shout. Huang Yi screamed and charged toward the three people. So what? What does that have to do with me? Huang Yi stretched out his hand to strike Wumian, but then froze as though struck by lightning. Huang Yi's pupils shrank, sweat dripping from his forehead, his eyes wide in panic. Ha! Wumian muttered instinctively. Why? Wumian's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils blood red, whispering in his throat, Stop. As the red aura surrounded Wumian, Huang Yi stared in disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. This overwhelming pressure. What exactly are you? Huang Yi asked Wumian in a deep voice, his eyes looking at him as if he were seeing something strange. Wumian mumbled under his breath, speaking instinctively, What am I now? Am I human, or a monster called a paranormal entity? Wumian could no longer accept himself. Whatever I am, I'm no longer your friend. Huang Yi looked at Wumian and said, I've completely lost hope. Zhang Yu, seeing the situation had turned dire, called out to break the silence, Hey, kid, you cover the plane. Wumian reads the name of the technique, the red wind engulfs you, lifting you to a high station, a force radiates from the wind, blowing around. The gust of wind that passed through Huang Yi made him furious, his whole body tensing. He glared at Wumian as if he were a monster and said, I am no match for this guy. Before his eyes, Wumian gradually merged into the red wind, his figure no longer distinguishable, only two pupils, wide open and glowing red like those of a beast. Huang Yi quickly turned to flee, transforming into a black liquid and shooting away, leaving behind one final remark, I'm not dealing with this anymore. Wumian, his face indifferent, raised his hand lazily and muttered the liquid technique, erase. Wumian clenched his fist, and Huang Yi, trapped in the black liquid, immediately froze in place. Then, the black liquid surrounding him instantly evaporated before he could regain his form. Huang Yi collapsed to the ground, frantically looking around. He trembled as he asked Wumian, What have you done? What have you done to me? He looked aside and shouted loudly. Wumian didn't answer, and Huang Yi lifted his hands, his eyes constantly shifting, mumbling under his breath, his body unable to turn into a liquid form. Wumian furrowed his brows and said irritably, Too much. Huang Yi, like a child whose favorite toy had been snatched away, opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Give me back my power." His face was contorted like never before. Wumian simply recited 4 words, gently sound erasure, and Huang Yi immediately shut his mouth, his entire body going rigid. After that, all he could do was mumble incoherently into the air. With his hands in his pockets, Wumian walked over, looked down at Huang Yi's miserable state, and asked softly, "Devouring the entire school, did that make you any happier?" Huang Yi lifted his face to look at him, growling like a wild beast trapped in a cage, helplessly staring outward. Ignoring the furious glare directed at him, Wumian continued to speak from the heart. "My life turned to chaos, all thanks to you." At this, Huang Yi could no longer hold back. He stood up and channeled all his inner strength into a punch aimed at Wumian's face. Wumian, unfazed, calmly uttered an incantation, gravity distortion. Neutralized. He effortlessly blocked Huang Yi's punch. Realizing that his inner strength had completely vanished, Huang Yi was thrown into a panic. "What is this?" he exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Before he could process what had just happened, Wumian drove a punch into his stomach. A cracking sound echoed Huang Yi's spine. Would be lucky to recover. Wumian glanced behind him and said, "Uncle, it's your turn now." Zhang Yu, who had been frozen in place while witnessing Wumian's overwhelming power, snapped back to reality when called. He stepped forward and fastened a collar around Huang Yi's neck. And just like that, Huang Yi was completely subdued. Wumian looked at the necklace and asked, "What is this?" Zhang Yu answered briefly, "This necklace is used to suppress personalities. Its function is to completely inhibit the power of a paranormal entity when worn, commonly known as the Kim." Wumian looked at Huang Yi with disgust, then turned to Zhang Yu and asked, "What will happen to this person?" Zhang Yu replied, "That's up to the headquarters, we have no authority to decide. I'll take this person away first, and the girl, please take her to the hospital." Then, Zhang Yu forcibly pushed Huang Li away. Before leaving, Zhang Yu reminded Wumian, "Joining too long, I hope you can think it over. I will come back to find you. If possible, I truly don't want to be your enemy. Your power is too dangerous, but great power, if not controlled, will lead to disaster." Zhang Yu turned away, his expression full of fear. Wumian remained silent, not responding. He watched the two of them leave, thinking for a long while. Witnessing Zhang Yu's actions and reminder, Wumian concluded, "The uncle is also a good person, huh?" Tu Lon, a name appeared in his mind, the organization that Zhang Yu was part of. Wumian's moment of feeling touched quickly faded. Was this righteous organization that controls paranormal entities that might harm society, like Huang Yi? Even so, he still held no good feelings towards Tu Long, not only because of Zilalan and that four-eyed guy, but this kind of dislike seemed to have existed for a long time. In a dark alley, a man was running for his life. As he ran, he gasped for breath. He was extremely agile, weaving through the narrow, dimly lit alleyways. After running for a while, he stopped, his eyes widening as he looked ahead. Damn it, a dead end. He cursed under his breath, cursing himself for leading himself into this trap. You're truly an idiot, a mocking voice came from behind him. He glanced back with a look of disdain. Zilalan looked at him as if he were a maggot, then spoke to the person beside her. Bai Yi, deal with this paranormal entity. You are officially a member of Tu Long. The small girl beside her, with long white hair and a hood covering her head, remained silent, offering no response. The man slowly backed into the dead end, his left arm hanging limply, bruised and swollen. He gritted his teeth and glared at the two approaching figures, shouting, You damn bastards! I've never wronged you. Why are you attacking me so ruthlessly? Now you want to kill me? It turned out that, before he fled, Zilalan and Bai Yi had broken his left arm. Zilalan gazed at him with distant, unfocused eyes, as if he weren't even worth her attention. She raised her voice, Humph, you're right, but the truth is, we're not human, and killing you is no big deal for us. Make your move, Bai Zilalan ordered, gesturing with her chin. The white-haired girl remained silent. Humph. The man exhaled sharply in frustration.
Zilalan ignored his grumbling and turned to Bai Yi. I've temporarily disabled one of his arms. It shouldn't be difficult for you to deal with him now, right? The girl's face was drenched in sweat, and it was only now that she spoke up hesitantly. But I have some. Zilalan took out a piece of paper and began reading aloud the criminal history of the man in front of her for Bai Yi to hear. The new black horse of underground boxing, known as King Yama's Fist. In 4 wins, he left 12 opponents severely injured, 6 of whom died, 1 on the spot. These are enough to sentence him to death multiple times, not to mention all the other vile things he's done. Zilalan was starting to lose patience. She rolled her eyes and grumbled, if we're talking about it, your father's arm was broken by him once, too. Why hesitate to kill a bastard like him? Zilalan continued recounting to Bai Yi, there was a girl among his victims who he killed. About your age. Her father was beaten to death by him, too. It's not an easy thing to bear. You're trading the lives of others for wealth, and you think you don't deserve to die? Hearing this, Bai Yi snapped out of her hesitation. She stared at the man in front of her. King Yama's Fist, noticing that the girl had lost the hesitation she had earlier, realized that no amount of insults or psychological manipulation would work on her now. He gritted his teeth and snarled, damn women, you're all looking for a way to die. The power radiating from him was evident as he stood there, a hulking figure now fully enhanced. He took a step forward, his eyes wild like a beast. As he moved, he mumbled, I'm going to make a few holes in your bodies. Zilalan pushed Bai Yi forward, giving her an order, go ahead, kill him. If you've already agreed to join too long, you must learn to show no mercy to these scum. Zilalan urged, and Xiao Bai Yi began to move closer to King Yama's Fist. He bent down, clenched his fist, and rushed forward, threatening, kill this guy first. Zilalan reassured Bai Yi, he's just a paranormal entity that's reached level 2. As long as you use your strength to hit the mask on his face, you can kill him. Bai Yi was taken by surprise, stammering, mask. Mask. A shrill voice suddenly cut in, don't worry. A shadow appeared behind Bai Yi and whispered, which fool wants to harm you? I'll take care of him. It raised a hand in front, speaking to Bai Yi, focusing on the weakness and the technique of the strong against the weak. Bai Yi hesitated and looked at the shadow, calling, Xiao Hei. The shadow, full of confidence, assured it would deal with this fake. Just a minute, it said with a triumphant smile. Xiao Hei clenched its fist, and the man exploded before Bai Yi's eyes, his blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Zilalan watched the display in silence, unfazed, and then she smiled wickedly. With this kind of power here, once I find the one who killed Mr. Lin, I'll make him suffer. Bai Yi was still in shock, staring blankly at the bloody, mangled remains slowly falling to the ground. Zilalan nodded in approval. Well done. Don't disappoint me with the next task. Zilalan's earpiece beeped, and she answered the call, asking, this is Zilalan, what's going on? The voice on the other end spoke urgently. After hearing the report, Zilalan felt as though the sky was falling. She froze, exclaiming, huh? The person has been caught. What's going on? So what we're doing here, what's it for? After being brought to the headquarters, Zilalan ground her teeth in anger, feeling helpless. How can I avenge Mr. Lin? Her face is now as white as a sheet, not a drop of blood left. What's this nonsense? She said angrily. At this very moment, in a general hospital, Wumian was sitting vigil by a hospital bed. Junli suddenly appeared and asked, why didn't you kill her? Pointing at her, he continued to question, why even bring her here for treatment? Isn't that a mistake? Then, narrowing one eye slightly, he sternly asked, do you still remember your original wish? Didn't you want to destroy what you hated? Now that it's right in front of you, you can't bring yourself to destroy it? Wumian suddenly stood up, turned around, and denied, no. As he walked toward the exit, he coldly explained his reasoning, it's just that I'm disgusted with this minor role now. The scum from too long is what really bothers me. I don't have the energy to bicker with ordinary people.
People like her aren't worth my hatred anymore. Besides, you wouldn't want me to do something like Huang Yi, would you?
I can sense it, you're probably one of the higher-ups among your kind.
Lowly revenge like this isn't fitting for us.
Hearing this, Junli narrowed his eyes slightly and let out a cold snort. Suddenly, a loud voice questioning someone rang out from the room to the right of Wumian.
Are you dropping a bomb with that statement?
My patient is not your test subject. This made him startle in surprise. Curiously turning his head to look, he saw a nameplate in front of the door that read Director's Office. The person who had been questioned hurriedly spoke up to ease the situation.
Please calm down,
he firmly declared.
I am calm.
With his eyes half closed, he slowly approached the door while Wumian muttered to himself in confusion.
What's going on? Uncertain of what he had just seen, Wumian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow! Director Xing loudly questioned. Did you consult with me before making the decision? At that same moment, on a desolate road, someone suddenly spoke up demanding. Hey, relax.
Fifth uncle specifically instructed. There's a dangerous guy in this escort team, don't make a fuss. The driver quickly responded. Don't worry, don't worry. Inside the truck, Huang Yi suddenly spoke in a serious tone, muttering. The paranormal entity is wearing a collar, it's just a dog that has had all its teeth and claws pulled out, and it's covered in chains basically, even a dead dog couldn't escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the truck suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing a loud screeching sound as it slid on the road. The long-haired man wearing a cap grumbled. WTF, what kind of driving is that? The short-haired man in a cap, sweating, explained. There's something strange blocking the road ahead. I saw someone holding an enormous syringe right in front of us, which made the long-haired man ask. What is that? Zilalan slowly lifted her head, then stared coldly at both of them. A few minutes later, the back door of the truck was suddenly swung wide open. The two men from earlier had already been given 2 strikes to the head by Zilalan and had successfully met their end. Inside the truck, as she held the knife in her hand, Zilalan coldly spoke. Fortunately, I caught up with you. Now, killing you won't take much effort. Seeing him glaring at her with a look of terror, she coldly asked. What's with that expression? Are you scared? Then, she quickly raised the dagger in her hand and angrily shouted. Go to hell and regret it. Just as she was about to stab down, someone suddenly appeared and intervened, then growled. What do you think you're doing? Hearing that voice, so familiar yet unexpected, Zilalan was taken aback. He abruptly grabbed the hand that was tightly holding the small knife. She shot a surprised glance at the uninvited guest and asked. How come you're here? He ignored the question and, with a stern face, simply said. Humph, here to deal with the paranormal entity? Zilalan struggled to pull her hand free from the annoying grip, her face filled with rage as she shouted. Let go! Let go of me, don't stop me! He narrowed his eyes and declared. You have no right to handle the paranormal entity. As he spoke, he used both hands to twist Zilalan's wrist, then smiled with a touch of kindness as he advised. So, don't do anything foolish. Sweat poured down her face like rain, her eyes filled with both pain and hatred as she glanced back at the despised figure behind her. At that moment, a sharp object suddenly shot towards his head from behind. A demon, holding a massive needle, stabbed it directly into his skull. Seizing this opportunity, Zilalan quickly broke free from his control. However, he was unfazed. He glared, his voice low and deep, You should know that I don't feel any pain from this. Your strength cannot harm me. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a leg rushing toward his face. Sure enough, a slap sounded, and his crafty face received a full kick from Zilalan. He was thrown to the ground by the force. Zilalan looked down at the man lying helplessly below her, speaking arrogantly, I must kill him. Given my status, you can't stop me. Suddenly, a pair of familiar hands appeared from mid-air, along with an item, the chain collar that controlled paranormal entities.
In the blink of an eye, the collar was fastened around Zilalan's slender neck, and her arms were held firmly by his two clones. Zilalan was stunned by how quickly everything happened. She had no idea what was going on, only managing to let out a brief cry.
Ugh! The one holding the chain of the collar kindly explained, "My identity here is not just one." He then spoke each word with emphasis, "You cannot defeat me, chain collar." Zilalan, unwilling to accept the situation, felt as though the prize had been placed right before her, only for it to be snatched away.
She looked at Bai He in confusion and asked, "Why? Why do you keep stopping me? Isn't he the enemy? Who exactly are you helping?" Then, Zilalan listed a series of charges against Huang Yi.
Mr. Lin was killed by him, the bald man too. You didn't forget to add the biggest crime, the one that has caused so much damage recently. The people from that school were also killed by him. Anger and hatred flared up as Zilalan tried to glance at the disruptor behind her, and she angrily said, "After all, he's a man who deserves to die.
Why shouldn't I be allowed to deal with him?"
Bai He struck her on the back of her neck with his hand and replied, "I told you, the situation has reversed." Now, Bai He looked down from above at Zilalan, who was in a battered state, just knocked unconscious. He withdrew two of his clones and left only one true form.
Bai He patiently repeated, "You don't have the right to handle him."
Then, he glanced at the instigator, the one responsible for this chaotic battle. Bai He greeted him as if they had known each other for a long time.
"We meet again, Huang Yi."
He walked over to Huang Yi, who was being choked and handcuffed nearby, and smirked sarcastically.
"You're lucky, you've been given another life.
If not for that bald man showing up to save you, but still, looking at the face in front of him, Huang Yi didn't feel the slightest sense of familiarity. He vaguely asked, "Who are you?" Bai He seemed to realize something, then placed his hand close to his own face before explaining.
"Ah, I guess you wouldn't understand. Technically, it was another personality of my host that had interacted with you before. Maybe you'd recognize her face better if it were hers?"
Immediately, a face that couldn't be more familiar appeared, the face of HNH. Using this face, he greeted warmly, "Long time no see, classmate Huang Yi."
At the same time, the city hospital was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Someone spoke in a low voice. "That's enough, Dr. Xing."
He continued, "This matter has already been decided, there's no need for you to get involved anymore."
Hearing that, Director Xing couldn't help but grow furious. He let out a sharp hiss. "Damn it!" Wumian suddenly spoke up. "Director Xing, may I have a moment of your time?"
Director Xing turned with a puzzled expression.
"You're Wumian,"
he said sternly. "I want to inquire about a few things."
Director Xing turned away in annoyance. "I'm busy. Go find someone else."
Seeing this, Wumian asked directly,
"What is the experimental subject you were discussing?"
Hearing this, Director Xing was visibly startled.
He replied in a low voice,
"It's that unfortunate child, the 15th subject of the personality overlay treatment experiment." Suddenly, for some inexplicable reason, Director Xing blurted out,
"Oh."
He raised his hand to clutch his neck, bewildered, and muttered to himself, "Why did I say that?" Director Xing frowned and spoke up. The young Wumian coldly suggested,
"Let's have a talk now." With no choice, Director Xing led him into the office.
Holding a glass of water, he recounted the situation. "I was once one of the members involved in this therapeutic experiment project."
Director Xing continued, "This is an experimental project for reviving brain-dead patients.
If successful, it could bring a patient's brain back to life," he said solemnly. "But if it fails, it will just be a corpse."
Director Xing added,
"The content of this experiment is to overlay the patient's own personality over a fabricated one in order to stimulate and activate cranial nerves for therapeutic cooperation.
Even if she wakes up, the patient will no longer be the same as before. The personality that a person creates will completely replace the patient's original personality. Hearing this, Wumian was momentarily stunned.
Director Xing continued, it's equivalent to waiting for the patient to die, then stuffing in the missing parts, and the success rate is less than 10%.
This is not really therapy, it's a reckless experiment that violates ethics.
At this point, he couldn't help but crush the cup of water in his hand. The end result is that the patient, unwillingly, is turned into a puppet, Director Xing stated.
This is more cruel than death. Wumian quietly asked, is there no way to stop it?
Hearing that naive question, Director Xing sneered with contempt.
Even if there is, you won't be able to do anything.
He set the cup down on the table and added, the department head signed a waiver with the patient's parents without consulting me, and the only thing I could do was make a fuss and get thrown out. Upon hearing this, Wumian bluntly requested, tell me the location where that girl was taken. At this, Director Xing hesitated for a moment.
You're a paranormal entity.
He continued, I only know that this matter is connected to the Tu Long organization. Director Xing sternly warned, but I caution you, getting involved with Tu Long will bring you no benefit. Despite this, Wumian remained indifferent, thinking that ignoring it wouldn't make him feel any better. Before leaving, he firmly stated, after all, I am her friend.
As he stepped outside, amidst the bustling city, Zhenli couldn't help but laugh. Ha, you still managed to say that?
He teased, just saying a few words to someone you're secretly in love with.
You think you're friends? I've never seen you so shameless. Zhenli smirked and asked, is she really that important to you? Or is it because she helps ease your guilt for your own incompetence back then?
Not stopping there, Zhenli continued with sarcasm, hee hee.
Someone like you is hardly a hero. At that moment, Wumian's expression darkened.
He muttered an expletive under his breath, annoyed by her words.
Suddenly, Wumian brushed past a man dressed in black.
The man had a rough, aggressive face, looking extremely menacing.
Wumian suddenly felt a strange sensation and involuntarily exclaimed.
Oh, a series of memories flashed through his mind. When Wumian was a boy, he had once faced that aggressive man. The man had grinned at him with a crafty, scheming expression.
Wumian was momentarily startled and wondered, who was the person I just passed by? When he turned around, he only saw the bustling crowd, with no sign of the rough man.
He was a bit taken aback, unsure of where he had gone.
Wumian wondered, was it an illusion? Noticing Wumian's strange behavior, Zhenli asked, what's wrong with you? Suddenly acting all disoriented.
Wumian kept his gaze fixed on the crowd, as if trying to find a clear answer. Zhenli spoke up to remind him, no matter how much you want to save her, don't rush. You can't use the paradox anymore today, just go home for now.
Hearing this, Wumian responded with a simple,
He hadn't expected the rough man to have actually disappeared into the crowd. Sensing a peculiar gaze, Zhenli also turned to look. When they arrived home, Wumian was about to unlock the door when it suddenly swung open.
Seeing him, Yun Jingguan gently asked, oh, you're back? She seemed busy, and Wumian curiously asked, did you go out?
When Jingguan immediately responded, there's an urgent task tonight, but I've already prepared dinner in the fridge. Before Wen Jingguan could finish her sentence, Wumian spoke up. Sis, he hesitated, I'll be gone for a while, I might not be home for a while. Upon hearing this, Wen Jingguan coldly replied, I know, I won't stop you.
You're grown now.
She turned her head and teasingly said, hey, if you get bullied like when we were kids, don't come crying to me.
It'll be embarrassing.
Then, when Jingguan left, not forgetting to remind him, make sure to try the dish I made before you go.
It's rare for me to cook for you.
If I wasn't raising you, I'd have gotten married long ago. Hearing this, Wumian was somewhat speechless.
And you're still saying this to me?
He thought to himself, she probably knows I'm a paranormal entity, but she didn't ask anything. Wumian quietly opened the fridge, lost in thought. It seemed like she was also opposed to those people.
Has something happened? In the end, I still couldn't get an answer.
Looking at the somewhat bizarre spread on the table, like fried dark chicken and cursed rice, Wumian blurted out.
What is this? Meanwhile, at the number 1 Wind-Eye surveillance headquarters, a voice rang out.
Zhang Wu, I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense. He said in a serious tone, dealing with a small paranormal entity doesn't require involving the boss, and we can't let this guy become a member of too long.
Not everyone can be like you. Zhang Wu said loudly and firmly, I'm not joking. Right now, he can even make someone else's power temporarily disappear.
Without help from higher-ups, relying solely on us to fight would be very passive. It's better to supplement our fighting strength than to stubbornly fight a losing battle.
Moreover, before hearing the rest of the sentence, he already guessed what was coming. He continued, also, he's the younger brother of someone you know, so you can't bring yourself to do it, can you?
Having his thoughts exposed, Zhang Wu hesitated slightly and replied, that's not what I meant. He slammed his fingers down on the table, furrowing his brows, and said, this kind of mentality is why you all ended up so foolish. He continued, Eddie's power has been figured out by him, so it probably won't work anymore. From now on, there's no need for Qi Yao to get involved. He slightly tilted his head, smirking with scheming intent, then added, I have a pretty good plan. The next day, the atmosphere in the playroom still felt heavy.
Seeing a woman huddled near the slide, Junli asked, do you come here every day? Hearing the voice, Ling Yao slightly lifted her head.
With her hands on her hips, Junli smirked and asked, you look down, feeling sick?
Ling Yao snapped angrily, you came in without knocking on my door, are you that clueless?
Junli immediately chuckled, this place doesn't even have a door to begin with. Upon hearing this, Ling Yao became very frustrated, not knowing how to respond to this person. Wumian's voice quietly sounded, actually, I also think that barging in like this is somewhat impolite.
Junli retorted sharply, you can't even handle a girl, and yet you criticize me? Shut up.
Then, Junli stepped toward Ling Yao and spoke, I came to ask you about something.
Junli got straight to the point, do you know where the person too long kidnapped is being taken?
Upon hearing this, Ling Yao was a bit surprised, unable to help but chuckle.
Ling Yao softly said, that? If you want to help me save that friend, there's no need.
She rested her head in her hands and continued, you're just like me.
If you want to live peacefully, you have to show some restraint. You just barely got your life back from too long, and now you want to go find them. Are you tired of living? Junli smirked and replied, of course not, how could a gentleman break his word?
He paused, then continued, besides, they've already taken my friend.
I have to go save her.
Hearing this, Ling Yao looked concerned, you might think your friend is there, but that place is very dangerous.
If you go there to save someone, you might not come back. Junli firmly said, just tell me the location.
Then stay here and wait for me to rescue her. Those useless too long idiots. At that moment, his eyes flared with a murderous intent, they will all fall before me. Seeing this, Ling Yao was a little surprised. She lowered her voice and mentioned a location, cleverly. Junli stroked his chin thoughtfully, cleverly, he had heard that four-eyed guy mention it before. It must be the supervision headquarters where Zilalan is. Thinking of this, he smirked with interest, perfect timing. At that moment, Ling Yao jumped down to the ground and softly asked, hey, do you really want to go? She whispered, the location I told you, if you die there, I will feel guilty. Upon hearing this, Junli confidently smirked.
What? Why worry?
Ling Yao shrugged dismissively, I'm not worried about you, I've never seen anyone as foolish as you. She glanced at him and added, next time you're being chased, no one will be able to save you.
Junli quickly turned and walked away, anyway, thanks. I'll be back soon.
In the blink of an eye, he crossed through the spatial door. Facing Junli at that moment were skinny, dark hands.
He was stunned and wondered, where is this?
Junli's body continued to fall freely. He suddenly shouted, not good, this must be an illusion. Just as Junli made his guess, a dark figure appeared behind him. With a few simple moves, the figure successfully subdued Jinli in the blink of an eye. The virtual face chuckled, hee, caught him successfully. Under the heavy chains, Jinli widened his eyes. He quietly asked, "Is this the personality control chain?" Seeing Jinli speak, the virtual face was briefly surprised. "You can still stay calm?" At that moment, Jinli bared his teeth and let out a sinister smile. Hee. His eyes flared with murderous intent as he snarled, "The one being suppressed doesn't seem to be me. Kneel down before me." Seeing this, virtual face jerked back in surprise and quickly retreated. Observing this, Jinli frowned, realizing his power had no effect. After paying closer attention, he noticed that virtual face was wearing earplugs, rendering him immune to his skill. Jinli grabbed his opponent's head and, in a fit of rage, snapped, "Those earplugs look nice on you. Do you think just because you can't hear, it means you're safe?" He then slammed the opponent hard into the ground, his voice cold as he shouted. The force of his power shattered the ground into pieces, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, virtual face had vanished into thin air. Jinli let out a quiet exclamation, "Illusions." At that moment, a shadow appeared and complimented, "You really do have some skill." Zhang Wu didn't seem to be exaggerating. Jinli turned sharply to face him, and before his eyes stood a towering figure with a skull for a head, holding a battle axe, exuding an aura of immense power. The figure launched an attack and spoke, "I'm curious, just what level have you reached?" Jinli smirked disdainfully and replied, "Curiosity can be deadly." The next moment, he coldly commanded, "Dispel." The figure of the skull immediately dissipated, and then it split into multiple forms, all rushing toward Jinli. He calmly turned and muttered, "No matter how many of these trash illusions you make, I'll destroy them all." Faced with powerful strikes, Jinli skillfully dodged. Seeing the dark figure persistently tailing him, Jinli sneered, still not backing down. He launched a sharp, forceful attack, as precise as a sushi chef slicing sashimi. Suddenly, Jinli was struck with realization as he recognized his opponent. "Oh, it's you, Hang." A pink-haired girl with an innocent face appeared right before Jinli. Hang was slashed across her body and cried out in pain. "Oh, Wumian." With fresh blood on his hands, Jinli wondered, an illusion? No, he's certain this is real. Jinli's eyes narrowed, thinking to himself that it was probably for the best. Seeing Hang collapse to the cold ground, Jinli felt a twinge of regret as he thought to himself that eliminating her would mean removing Wumian's weakness. After this, the little brat would definitely thank him. He lowered his head, thinking it was just a shame. Then, Jinli tightened his grip around his opponent's neck and confirmed, "You're a fake." Hang's image gradually faded, accompanied by a strange, eerie smile. "Well," he revealed himself and spoke up, "I could tell immediately that you were in disguise. You really are terrifying." He continued, "But if you could even strike at the girl you like." He chuckled, thinking it was clear the host's personality was being suppressed very thoroughly. He added, "Then that won't do." At that moment, the collar around Jinli's neck suddenly shifted, slowly wrapping around his face. In just a second, Jinli was completely restrained. Frantically, he reached up to touch the mask, groaning in discomfort. "Agog." He coldly said, "Don't waste your energy, even with your power of nullification, you can't remove this chain. You were tested when it was put on, weren't you?" He continued, "This is a chain designed specifically to suppress paranormal entities. Once it's attached, it becomes a part of you. If you've already been bound while in an experimental state, don't even think about escaping. Next, it will slowly strip away your personality." At that moment, Jinli had collapsed to the ground. He believed that once the chain was put on, it meant you had already lost. He approached Jinli, who was writhing in pain, and spoke, "The stripping process is about to begin. I suppose even moving now must be difficult for you, huh? This is the true form of an unrestrained spirit in front of humans." He stepped harshly on Jinli's head and muttered, "Enjoy this, it will be a long and painful process." He thought to himself, ordinary masks have no potential for growth. According to Zhang Wu's description, this guy must also be a mask.
But what kind of mask? Arrogant?
He glanced toward the amusement park, thinking the power of this person was indeed special. The disappearance earlier resembled the ability to hide in space. He kicked Xinli aside and ordered, "Virtual face, take him back to me." The virtual face immediately responded.
Seeing the tragic scene, Ling Yao couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, this fool."
She summoned a square box, and the illusion was pulled back into her grasp. Ling Yao, he were both slightly stunned.
Ha! The virtual face, standing nearby, was just as confused. Can't move?
At that moment, Ling Yao sat down next to Xinli and quietly said, "Hey, you fool, you still owe me a favor." Faced with this situation, and with Ling Yao nonchalantly squatting in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Yeah, clearly there's no intention to hide it." He flashed a wide grin, wanting the other person to understand his feelings. He maintained his expression and said, "This is truly an unexpected pleasure." In response, Ling Yao gave him a look that was far from friendly, watching him closely.
Too long, he began, probing.
3 investigators had previously gone missing here, but no traces had been found. Not wanting to waste time, he went straight to Ling Yao and asked, "It couldn't have been you, could it?" A moment ago, Ling Yao had been silent, but in the blink of an eye, she summoned her mask and lunged forward. Ling Yao tilted her chin and retorted, "Is there such a thing?" It wasn't exactly a glare, but Ling Yao merely used her confident gaze to overpower the other person. She claimed she had never heard of it. Before she even finished speaking, he was caught off guard by how quickly the event unfolded. He stood frozen in place, horrified as Xiao Ji darted from behind and lunged at him like lightning, sinking its teeth into Baihe's upper body. The creature expanded its form and gradually devoured Baihe in a spiraling motion. Ling Yao glanced at the virtual face and calmly said, "Xiao Ji has quite an appetite." Inside the square box, which has yet to find a way out, Xiao Ji keeps expanding, creating an eerie dark space. Ling Yao wandered around, her voice sharp like a knife's edge. Everything in this space belonged to her, like frosting on a cake. She concluded, "You can't escape either." Witnessing Baihe being swallowed up in one gulp, Virtual Face could hardly remain calm after hearing the information Ling Yao just provided. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring out non-stop. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ji had closed the distance to Virtual Face, so close it could make a faint-hearted person freeze in terror. The next moment, it happily devoured Virtual Face as if catching a mosquito. The square box was immediately dissolved, leaving only Ling Yao and Xinli in the remaining void space. She crouched down next to him, poking the mask on his face with her sleeve, saying, "You idiot, you really know how to cause trouble." The sound it made was so loud. Xinli remained silent and still. Ling Yao stared intently at the mask hiding his face, wondering, "How do I get this off?" Suddenly, a strange figure appeared behind them, and the person spoke, "That can't be taken off." His appearance was completely unexpected by Ling Yao. She widened her eyes in surprise, and quickly turned to look at him more clearly. He leisurely crossed his legs, clapping his hands as he said, as if nothing just happened, "This power gives me the chills. No wonder there were no traces to be found. Those 3 missing investigators are probably nothing but scraps by now." Ling Yao still couldn't believe her eyes. She was in complete shock, muttering in confusion, "Why wasn't it you?" He had not answered yet, and right behind her, the Virtual Face suddenly appeared, smiling brightly and saying, "Who knows?" Ling Yao's gaze shattered into pieces. He kicked straight at Ling Yao's face, not allowing any mistakes. The blow from the Virtual Face was so strong that it not only sent Ling Yao flying far away but also knocked down a full-grown tree. There was no time to think further. Ling Yao weakly moaned and called out, "Xiao Ji." However, with the overwhelming power it had just demonstrated, how could the Virtual Face let its guard down? It rushed toward her immediately. This attack was even stronger than the previous one, creating a large explosion. Lifting Ling Yao as if she were a rat, the Virtual Face stepped out from the dense dust and looked at Ling Yao lying there. It said, "This is considered an unexpected harvest. After scanning the area for a while and noticing something was missing, the virtual face asked itself, where did the one who was talking earlier go? Suddenly, the scene before it changed slightly. Everything that was emitting light turned to a strange bright red. The virtual face was taken aback. What the hell, what is this? From high above, he couldn't figure out what exactly was happening. He replied, the situation seems off. Virtual face, be careful and switch to the earplug mode. However, perhaps he was the one who should have been more cautious. Suddenly, a massive pressure descended, making his eyes widen. Before he could react, he let out a grunt. Above his head, Jinli appeared, her eyes glowing red as she looked down curiously at his dazed expression. At the Tu Long headquarters, his original self was sitting at the desk, massaging his temples, deeply anxious. A major issue had arisen. Why couldn't he contact his clone? He leaned on his hands, analyzing the situation to the best of his ability, convinced there shouldn't be any variables, yet still filled with confusion. Clearly, he had already gained control over Wumian. The girl was merely someone who had consumed the illusion created by the virtual face, and she posed no real threat. What had actually happened there? On this side, he had discovered Jinli's appearance. He glanced around nervously, weakly, denying the reality that was unfolding before him. Could it be? The chain was clearly fully activated. Why is it still moving? Jinli said nothing. In an instant, he obliterated everything around him in the literal sense, sweeping everything away. He quickly made a timely judgment and jumped out of the affected area. After Jinli's attack, everything was reduced to dust, scattered everywhere across the ground. He panted heavily, nearly frozen as he watched Jinli standing far off, motionless in the area he had just created. He couldn't fathom what was happening, fear creeping over him as he wondered. What is this guy doing? Even though I managed to escape in time, his entire back is affected, bleeding, not a single place left intact. Suddenly, Jinli lifted his head, his eyes glowing red, and fixed his gaze on whereby he and the virtual face were standing. Jinli then began walking forward, while the virtual face stood in stunned silence. He really doesn't understand anything, nor does he know what to do now. The dark shadow moved inch by inch, the pressure was so heavy that it felt as though the very atmosphere had thickened. Jinli stepped 1 foot out of the patch of land, then froze for a moment. Nothing unexpected happened. The dark, menacing figure of Jinli grew closer and closer to the virtual face. The virtual face was panicking, thoughts clashing in its mind. What should I do? Shoot him again. But why? Why? Seeing that the virtual face remained rooted to the spot as Jinli approached, he quickly dodged and wondered, why is this fool still standing there? Facing Jinli, the virtual face muttered to itself, why do I feel everything he does? It smiled eerily, the grin stretching up to its ears, its pupils tinged with a red glow. It's all Jinli, isn't it? Jinli raised his dark, ominous hand into the air, casually flicking it. The virtual face immediately vanished, as though it had never existed in this world. He could hardly believe what had just happened. He looked at Jinli and the now vanished virtual face, which left behind a deep hole in the ground. He muttered to himself, the virtual face has been destroyed? He was confused. No way, why didn't he dodge? It seemed as though Jinli had sensed a burning gaze upon him. Slowly, he turned around, his red eyes gleaming on his pitch-black face, his expression unreadable. The gaze, like that of a vengeful spirit, swept over he, who suddenly felt his body freeze as if struck by a paralyzing curse. Those emotionless red eyes seemed to emanate a sinister power, capable of controlling one's mind. Finally, he experienced what the virtual face had felt, the helplessness, the lack of control. He was terrified to the core, thinking, so this is what it feels like. His numbers flickered, and he speculated that the name of the virtual face might have fallen here as well. The silence in the air evoked a sense of death. He recalled the feeling of being controlled by Jinli's power, which rendered his entire body motionless. He could only sense the encroaching sensation of the mind paralysis starting to cover his body. His eyes widened in fear as he thought, luckily this form wasn't his true self, so his consciousness wasn't temporarily affected. He immediately cast a spell, and with a shout, a swarm of Bai clones appeared around him. He ordered them to retreat in order to buy some time, and the clones quickly scattered in all directions at lightning speed. He anxiously thought, in this world, he couldn't connect with his true self and couldn't send any information. He had to figure out a way to extend the time. The blackened face and red eyes stood at a distance, staring at him, and suddenly cracks appeared. The broken chain shattered into pieces in the air. Junli, or Wumian, looked at him and asked, "You want to buy time?" The magical eyes behind him seemed to be staring directly at Bai, waiting for an opportunity to devour him. Seeing the scene before him, Bai was immediately struck with fear, thinking that the chain was shattered. Junli, with his red eyes, glanced at the broken chain in his hand, his face emotionless as he admired the chain, finding it quite interesting. The foolish Wumian had been suppressed, which made him feel quite comfortable. Suddenly, he looked up, widening his eyes to threaten Bai, saying he wanted to separate him from his true self. Thousands of black eyes behind him grew enormous, covering the sky where Junli stood. "You mock me, you really underestimate your own taste." Bai was terrified as he thought about this oppressive sensation. He recalled an unpleasant memory from the past, when he had stepped into a room filled with iron chains. He could only feel that sensation emanating from that person. Suddenly, he felt like a naive child being toyed with. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Are you fooling me?" Bai was determined to get intelligence about this man out. This was no longer an unrestrained spirit. Staring at the shadow before him, with its glowing red eyes and tens of thousands of lifeless eyes behind it, Bai was certain this was a monster. He calculated that it would be enough if just one avatar could escape. Suddenly, Junli's voice echoed, "It would be enough if just one avatar could escape, is that what you think?" At that moment, Bai was truly alarmed. Junli asked, "Who do you think you're underestimating?" He spoke in paradoxes. The eyes behind suddenly sprouted blood-red pupils, all staring directly at Bai. Junli's voice was gentle yet full of authority, like a verdict from a court, and then it vanished. At the same time, where Bai had stood, only a faint shadow remained before disappearing. In the mysterious space, the city with red windows slept under a moon as crimson as blood. A figure sat huddled on a rocky outcrop jutting from a massive pit covered in white mist. Junli asked in a calm voice, "Are you satisfied with this, coward?" Wumian, dressed in Adam's attire, sat on the rock, responding wearily, Junli seemed displeased and questioned, "What kind of expression is that?" The male protagonist startled in fear at his attitude. Junli transformed back into his mask form, his body a wisp of red smoke. He looked at Wumian with a disdainful gaze and said, "Hey, why the disappointed look? Is it because you got ambushed once? Are you scared?" The male protagonist, sensing something was off with Junli, asked, "What's with the mask body of yours?" Junli squinted and replied, "Nothing, just used a bit too much power." He assumed the role of a philosopher, explaining that Junli was paradoxical, and that this power ultimately contradicted the rules of the real world. The dark space where they stood turned white. Wumian had stood up and now faced Junli. Below their feet, a vortex appeared, its waves rippling like calm water disturbed. Silence. The male protagonist quietly listened as his strange companion continued, "Being rejected by reality is the price you pay when using this power excessively." Junli smiled and said, "A good nap will fix it." In the real world, Junli, who was also Wumian after giving Bai a grandfather's ticket, stood still. The eyes behind him had returned to their original black color, and the magical energy, like lightning, coiled around Junli's body. A gigantic eye with a yellow pupil stared intently at the young man standing still below. Junli chuckled softly, secretly lamenting, "I really lost big this time." The huge eye continued to observe Junli, and white rings began to appear around him. The magical energy inside him continued to spread outward. As the sensation of magical energy dissipated, Junli laughed and said, "But I really do enjoy having my own body again." He chuckled lightly and glanced toward the eye. Junli teased, "Are you jealous?" Back in the mystical space, Junli told Wumian, "It's targeting me, so I can't help you for now."
He became angry and said, "To be honest, I've had enough of you, you little brat. I really dislike how you always hide behind like this."
As soon as he finished speaking, Junli disappeared.
Wumian anxiously called after him, "Hey, wait, what's going on with you? Explain yourself." In response, there was complete silence in the space.
Wumian, scared out of his wits, called, "Hey."
The male protagonist muttered bitterly, "Damn mask."
Amidst the white smoke, a figure slowly emerged, the magic energy swirling before being drawn back into his body.
Wumian murmured the word mask, and suddenly, a voice rang out, "Wumian, did you hit me and run off?"
He was immediately pulled back to reality, turning his face toward the voice that had spoken. When Ling Niao met his gaze, she felt something was wrong and hurriedly asked, "Hey, who are you?"
Wumian let out a confused sound.
Ling Niao clutched her injured arm and said to him, sorry, I feel like I've become someone else."
The male protagonist's mood suddenly darkened, and he muttered, "Is that so?"
Less than a minute later, he adjusted his mood, looked at her, and smiled, saying, "I guess this is our first time meeting."
After sharing a bit of personal feelings, Ling Niao sighed, "I see.
So, the fool I used to know was actually your mask. You really dared to let the mask control your body, you're quite bold."
Wumian felt guilty and asked her, "Are you okay?" "I'm sorry, this incident has involved you."
Ling Niao turned her back to Wumian, smiling as she replied, "Hee, it's fine.
Who wouldn't step in when they see their friends being bullied right outside their door? I couldn't really help much anyway."
Looking at the devastated scene around them, she wiped the sweat off her brow, flustered, and complimented, "Your destructive power is truly impressive."
As if suddenly remembering something, Wumian asked, "By the way, Ling Diao? How did you become a paranormal entity?"
Seeing her remain silent, the male protagonist, flustered, hurriedly explained, No, don't misunderstand, I didn't mean anything by it." He awkwardly scratched his face, continuing, "I was just a little curious.
Plus, your mask is nothing like mine, it's really cute."
Ling Diao lowered her head and smiled sadly, replying, "I'm not cute." Suddenly, she changed her demeanor, her eyes filled with warning as she looked at Wumian and said, "Are you still thinking about this?
Didn't you want to go rescue your friend?" Wumian answered calmly, "Yes, I need to go rescue Xing. It's because of me that she got involved in this."
The male protagonist expressed his intention to say goodbye to Ling Niao, saying, "There's no time to waste, I'm leaving." Just then, Ling Niao's voice suddenly rang out, catching him by surprise, "I'm going with you." With a sincere look on her face, she explained, "You can handle the two of too long, you're very capable. I believe you weren't exaggerating, and with my help, your chances of success will be a little higher." Wumian felt guilty again, saying, "But that would drag you into this." Ling Niao closed her eyes and smiled, saying, I have a bit of selfishness, I want to save my friend, so I have to put in some effort." Her gaze shifted towards the nostalgic slide in the distance, and she continued, "Moreover, this place has already been discovered by the two Longs people, so I can't stay here any longer." Ling Niao's face displayed a sorrowful expression as the memories, like ghosts, continued to haunt her. The sound of a sharp clink rang out, the plate shattered into pieces on the floor. The image of Ling Niao as a little girl flashed before her, with an extremely terrified expression on her face. The shadow behind her loomed over the small, trembling body, harshly scolding her. "Why are you so useless?" The shadow continued.
"What's the punishment for breaking a plate? Do you remember?"
The little girl turned around, her eyes brimming with tears, stammering, "Father. Sorry." Before she could finish her apology, her father tied her hands to the door handle and whipped her relentlessly with a belt. Her tiny body was covered in wounds, and in despair, she could only repeat, I'm sorry. The man continued to beat her until the belt finally tore. He looked at the battered girl, her body limp, her hands tied, kneeling on the ground, and coldly said, "Only if you suffer like this will you remember for long."
Tears silently streamed down her face, and the little girl muttered, "I'm sorry." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Do you have any wishes?" Xiao Ji, wearing a cat mask, asked her in surprise. This is enough." Ling Niao, sitting on the slide, happily responded. This is enough. This is the slide that my mother used to bring me to play on. With a secret base like this that my father hasn't discovered, I'm very happy." She blushed and confidently said, "Xiao Ji must be the angel sister sent to protect Ling Niao. Thank you, sister." At that moment, it was unclear what Xiao Ji's expression was behind the mask when she heard the girl's thanks for a small act that saved her. Xiao Ji simply remained silent, not speaking. Back in reality, Ling Niao silently gazed at the slide. Her secret base from her childhood. Wumian spoke up, "What's wrong? Was something off with Ling Niao?" His voice startled her, bringing her back to reality. She smiled and replied, "Nothing, just feeling a little nostalgic." Ling Niao told Wumian, "Let's go, let's save our friend." As they walked and discussed their plans, she asked him about the many troublesome people in the kitchen. "Do you have a plan?" she asked. He nonchalantly responded, trying to appear cool, "No need." Ling Niao was taken aback, exclaiming, "Huh?" Wumian didn't answer. He raised his hand to flag down a yellow taxi that was moving through the towering buildings in the city. As he got in, he told the driver to go to Surveillance Bureau number 7. The man holding the steering wheel acknowledged him. The driver, seemingly realizing something was off, asked in surprise, "Surveillance Bureau number 7? With a serious expression, the driver turned around and said to Wumian, "Hey, I can't go there. It's off limits to outsiders." The male lead appeared impatient as he replied, "You don't need to worry about that, just take us near there." The car started moving, driving them through the busy streets. Ling Niao knew very well that he had tricked the driver into following his orders. She complimented, "Your power is really handy." Wumian, with a face as cold as a 1,000-year-old iceberg, responded, "Is it?" Inside, he couldn't stop worrying, thinking, "Although I can still use my power, the mask still isn't reacting. Is he okay? It's a bit strange not having that guy by my side, constantly rambling." Truly, when you care about someone, you end up hurting each other. Wumian turned to ask Ling Niao, "What's the too long surveillance bureau like?" She was taken aback, speechless. "You didn't look it up before you left?" Ling Niao provided him with the information that the too long surveillance bureau had a presence everywhere, responsible for monitoring the movements of paranormal entities and suppressing those causing disturbances. The image of dozens of red eyes locked behind bars flashed through her mind as she continued explaining to Wumian. Simply put, this surveillance bureau was a prison for paranormal entities like us. The male protagonist sneered with disdain, concluding, "So, they see us as pests that harm this world." Ling Niao lowered her head, sadly asking, "Wumian, have you ever regretted becoming a paranormal entity? Our identity has been exposed, we can't live a normal life anymore." The male protagonist immediately replied, "I have no regrets compared to being a pathetic bird struggling to live in this world." His eyes glowed with fierce determination. "I'd rather be a pest that can control its own fate." Suddenly, a person stood in front of them, ordering them to stop the vehicle. The two young men questioned, "Where are you from? Who gave you permission to drive in here?" Wumian sat in the car, puzzled. "Are Toulon's people here?" An impatient young man said, "Hey, I'm talking to you." He lost his temper and kicked the poor taxi, shouting, Can't you hear me?" Both Wumian and Ling Niao, who were sitting in the car, were taken aback by the man's rude attitude. They blurted out, "Damn." The car skidded across the road like an object thrown from the sky. Then, a loud explosion rang out, and the taxi was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Wumian carried the driver on his back, flying out of the fire with Ling Niao. He glared at the man with fury, gritting his teeth, "There are still normal people in that car. Damn it, what a nightmare. Are all of Toulon's people like this?
The Toulon man, unfazed by the gunshot threat, ignored Wumian's words.
He kept rambling, two of you? What are you doing here? This is not a place where you can just show up.
Seeing this, the protagonist activated his magic and casually muttered two words, enough then. The Toulon man seemed to realize that the protagonist's name was Paranormal Entity. The other man sneered contemptuously, "You're just walking straight into your death." He asked, "Hey, don't you know where this place is?" Eerie tendrils of mist began to gather, and the magical energy crackled around Wumian like lightning. He said, "Anyway, I'm not here to negotiate peace with you." One of his eyes turned blood red.
He commanded, "Get the hell out of here." Damn it.
A deafening explosion followed, chunks of debris flying in all directions, and the dust cloud grew thicker. Amid the shattered fragments swirling in the smoke, a figure appeared, flying through the air like a kite with its string cut. Toulon, who was once arrogant, now lay there like a soulless corpse. His eyes were completely white, and he coughed up a large spurt of blood. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground and lay still, like a dead pig. This was the consequence of provoking someone he shouldn't have.
Wumian calmly said to Ling Niao, "Let's go inside."
They walked past the lifeless Toulon. Ling Niao glanced at him and sighed, "I didn't expect this guy to be working as Toulon's lackey."
The male lead heard this and asked, "Do you know him?"
Ling Niao confirmed, "Yeah, I heard that after severely injuring Toulon's people, he managed to withdraw safely."
"He's a famous paranormal entity." Wumian said, "Let's go, he's just someone unrelated to us."
They entered the building and stopped in front of a closed gate. He said, "We just need to get our friend out of here."
Suddenly, the male lead growled and ordered, "Open the door." He warned the person behind the door, "If you're already here, why aren't you coming out to greet us?"
Indeed, behind the door, a man stood silently, listening to the sounds outside.
It was Ting Bro. Sweat poured from his body as he gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. Why is this guy here? Didn't he say he had a way to deal with him?" DH seemed to be having a breakdown, his mind spiraling as he muttered, "I really can't trust anyone. That bitch Zilalan has disappeared again. And now I run into this monster. I'm so unlucky." He stared off into the distance, silently praying for the blessings of his ancestors and thanking them for taking her away.
Before Wumian could fully enjoy the lucky mood brought by the inheritance from his grandparents, he used his magical powers to carve a large circle on the door.
He mocked the person inside, saying, "Is hiding behind the door all you can do?"
As he stepped inside, the protagonist sighed. "This place is quite spacious." Recognizing an old acquaintance, Wumian emotionlessly asked, "Oh, this is the four-eyed guy who almost got himself killed last time, right?" Jean K snorted in annoyance, adjusting his glasses with his hand, and said to the person next to him,
"Hey, I don't need to tell you what to do I?
Don't forget your father is still in our hands.
Jin's challenge is for me to see your value. Bai Yi."
The person beside him was a small girl. She wore a plaid hat that covered her distinctive silver hair.
Wumian was surprised and asked her, "What are you doing here?"
Bai Yi lowered her head, her emotions unreadable.
She replied, "None of your business."
Even though Jean was sweating profusely, he still smiled confidently and asserted,
"Monsters should be dealt with by monsters." Jin's words triggered an unpleasant memory for Bai Yi.
When she was young, at school, she was often pointed at and teased by the other children. "Hey, look at that girl, her hair is white." She felt hurt as they continued to say she had red eyes, calling her strange. The children threw stones at her and chased her away, calling her a monster. "Go away, white-haired monster." The little girl was hit on the head with a stone and immediately groaned in pain. "Ugh." Seeing Bai Yi bleeding from her head, glaring back angrily, the children shouted,
"Ah, run.
She's looking over, haha." Seeing Baiye's murderous expression, the guy Jean, who didn't seem to know his place, asked something, though what it was, she couldn't care less.
With that look, you're not willing, are you?
She wasn't polite at all, speaking directly. I hate this monster term.
Jean realized things were not going according to plan and asked in surprise, huh? Hurry up and deal with it.
Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind, charged with killing intent, strike toward him.
A dark figure appeared in front of Tingbro.
He was immediately sent flying more than a meter away by Wumian's blow. After delivering the strike, Wumian reflected on the situation, thinking that after using the mask so many times, it seemed he was gradually becoming accustomed to this paradoxical power.
Was he really letting the rules of this world eliminate and rewrite it?
Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his entire body.
The male lead sighed to himself, this is indeed an unreasonable power.
No wonder that damned mask has such tremendous strength.
But every time I use this power, I feel like the space around me is crushing me.
At last, Wumian understood what the cost of this power was. He had to endure a form of rejection from the real world. A strange smile spread across his face.
Wumian concluded, but as long as I can endure this rejection, the paradox will grow even stronger.
In the distance, Mr. Jean, after having an intimate encounter with the door behind him, leaving a crack in the shape of a half-arc, collapsed flat on the ground. He coughed painfully a couple of times.
Syrup poured from his mouth in torrents like a waterfall. Behind Wumian, the paradoxical power condensed into the shape of a black eye.
He thought to himself, indeed, with my current abilities and the paradox, I still can't directly erase something that doesn't belong in this world, like the mask.
Jean was struck, feeling both pain and humiliation, and immediately shouted, "What are you doing, Baiyi? Hurry up and deal with him."
Baiyi retorted, but it seemed that he was no longer the cruel, vicious person he once was. Jean adjusted his glasses in emotion, a rogue pretending to be a scholar, and said to her, "If I tell you to do it, then do it.
A monster like this will eventually bring disaster. Do you want to wait until it causes harm before taking action? Just crush it while it's still in the water."
Wumian, upon hearing this, stepped closer to him and contemptuously asked, "Since the first time I met you, all you've been saying is unrestrained spirit monsters.
You really enjoy this sense of superiority, don't you?" He glared at him and said, "What right do you have to stop me? It's like poking a sore spot."
Jean gritted his teeth and angrily questioned, "What right?
I care about my people, my family, my comrades."
He howled like a wild beast. "They were all killed by your damn paranormal entities.
You're all unrestrained spirits, causing chaos. You shouldn't even exist." Wumian waited for him to finish venting, then immediately stepped forward, face to face, and confronted him. "What does that have to do with me? It wasn't me. If you want to vent, go find the real culprit." He grabbed the collar of his shirt and said, "Are you going to blame all paranormal entities just because some of them killed your people?"
The male protagonist smiled and mocked Jean.
"If it was a human who did it, would you go against all of humanity?" Wumian delivered a punch that sent Jean sprawling backward.
He confirmed the truth with a slap to Jin's face. "Your hatred for paranormal entities is just an excuse for your own weakness." He took the punch, feeling it to his very core, lying silently on the ground. He screamed at Baiyi.
"Aren't you going to strike anymore?
If you don't show your power today," and Jin threatens her, "then just go back to your old life."
Upon hearing this, Baiyi's red eyes widened.
Around her, the magical energy slowly formed into a ball. Wumian seemed to sense this too. He turned to look back, and the dark shadow of magic surrounding Baiyi appeared to have a consciousness.
It spoke, its voice enticing. "You're so confused, Xiaobai, aren't you?" Wumian also seemed to have noticed something off.
He exclaimed, "There's a mask with a black body appearing behind Baiyi."
Whispering in her ear, Xiaohei said, "Leave it to me, and everything troubling you will be destroyed."
The shadow, which was also the mask, continued to tempt Baiyi.
"We will make everyone disappear, Xiaobai will no longer be bothered."
Wumian felt that something was wrong and exclaimed, "My world is being torn apart by her power." Bai Yi, using the last of her consciousness, struggled to stop the dark shadow.
She said. No, Xiao Hei.
Xiao Hei used a black hand to cover her eyes, comforting her.
It's okay.
The mask of Xiao Hei revealed a strange smile with sharp teeth, and cracks slowly began to appear in the space around them.
Both Wumian and Jean stood frozen, watching what was unfolding.
Jean asked, confused.
Cracks?
The male protagonist's eyes widened as he seemed to understand what it intended to do. The crack became enormous, striking directly toward them.
Wumian quickly dodged backwards, exclaiming, "That was too dangerous."
Seeing the syrup dripping down her cheek, the male protagonist silently thought to himself that she could harm him while he was in an ethereal state. Jean had also managed to escape the fate of receiving a lunchbox, cursing Bai Yi's 8 generations of ancestors and muttering how annoying he was.
What's that Bai Yi guy doing? Jean suddenly wondered. After all, an intruder should have been 2 people, right? Where was the other one?
Meanwhile, Xiao Bai had regained her consciousness. She removed the arm that was covering her eyes and said, "Let go, Xiao Hei."
What are you doing? You promised me. She firmly asserted, unless I'm in danger, I won't proactively harm others, right?
Xiao Hei stubbornly retorted, "I'm protecting you." Therefore, seeing Wumian injured in front of them, Xiao Hei had made up his mind that he had to die.
The male protagonist suddenly felt the space next to him shift, and he asked, "Killing intent?"
The magical cracks continued to attack, but Wumian had created a protective sphere around them to block the assault. His face looked terrifying at this moment, and he let out a soft HM. Xiao Hei suddenly recalled a memory from the past and said, "When I first met you, I already had this thought." Xiao Hei confirmed, "This person has a power that makes me feel fear."
A crack appeared on Xiao Hei's mask.
She told Bai Yi, "If we become enemies, I don't have the confidence to protect you." Xiao Hei's black hair suddenly stood on end, and she continued, "Therefore, a pair of bloodshot eyes appeared along with the death declaration." Xiao Hei made up her mind that she must kill him right now. In another deep corridor, a shadowy figure appeared.
Ling Niao heard a loud noise and wondered, is Wumian fighting those guys?
She anxiously continued running forward, silently hoping that the fool wouldn't get into any trouble. She had to hurry and rescue him before anything happened. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Sister," making Ling Niao stop. She was puzzled by the childlike voice, then turned around to ask who it was. A pitch-black monster coldly thrust its hand straight into her chest. Ling Niao widened her eyes, still unaware of what was happening. The dark figure with hollow eyes spoke, "What are you doing sneaking around here?" The gigantic monster stood silently, waiting for Ling Niao's response, but she remained silent, hanging limply in its hand. Gazing at her corpse-like face, it muttered, "Dead already?" Then, it discarded her like a piece of trash. As the monster walked away, it said, "It's not my fault. You were the one who broke in, not my problem." Suddenly, his entire body seemed to be bound by some sort of spell, freezing unnaturally. He wondered, "Oh, I can't move anymore." Behind him, Ling Niao's voice echoed like it came from hell, "How despicable, to strike so hard. Don't you know how to cherish a delicate flower?" Ling Niao, with a large hole elegantly placed in the center of her chest, stood firm like a corpse, continuing to complain, "To be wounded like this. Now I have to take time to recover." She disdainfully said, "This name is not good." Ling Niao groaned, slowly regaining her senses. In fear, she asked, "How careless of me, where did that name come from? I've never heard of too long having something like this before." The monster suddenly called out to her. Behind Ling Diao, the monster choir immediately followed, "Sis, sis, sis, it's the big sis we've never met, feels like we're in a horror movie." They only had one deep eye on their faces and curiously asked, "What are you doing here?" In the battle on the other side, Xiao Hei mocked Wumian, "You're weaker than I expected." "Why is that?" She continued, "Why not let him come out and fight me?" The male protagonist ignored the content of her question and changed the subject, replying, "Although I don't understand the reason, this must be a good opportunity to eliminate you."
Xiao He then asked him, "How long do you think you can last?"
Cracks continued to shoot toward Wumian, and it wasn't long before he was overwhelmed by them. Jean Mister, observing from afar, was already sweating heavily. Wumian, inside the protective sphere, was still hanging on.
Cuts had appeared on his hands and face.
He silently lamented that he had become too passive, couldn't get close, and was only wearing himself down.
If this continued, it wouldn't end well. Her power was terrifying. How could a 10-year-old girl have a mask like that?
As he watched the magical lightning grow larger and larger, inversely proportional to the strength of his defensive sphere, he calculated that if he couldn't suppress Jiao Chao's main strength, Ling Niao's situation would become even more dangerous. Suddenly remembering a loathsome person who hadn't been nagging for a long time, Wumian wondered, what would that masked bastard do if he were here? He analyzed clearly that now he could use a stronger paradox.
Why is it that, in her eyes, I'm weaker than when I wear the mask? What exactly is the source of his strength, aside from this power? Wumian's mind suddenly clicked, and he exclaimed, "Ah, I see now. I'm so slow to understand."
The figure of the male protagonist suddenly disappeared. Xiao He widened her red eyes, watching the events unfold at lightning speed. She looked towards the direction where Wumian had been standing, but all she saw was a cloud of dust, wondering why he was nowhere to be seen. Xiao He stared in astonishment at the spot where Wumian had vanished and said, "He's gone."
She looked around, then muttered to herself, "What's going on?" Wumian suddenly appeared behind Xiao He, reaching out a hand as he prepared to strike. He whispered, "Eliminate."
Just as he was about to eliminate Xiao He, he stopped, thinking, no, that little white-haired girl is also within the attack range. Although he wouldn't directly eliminate her, taking this blow head-on would seriously injure her. In that moment of hesitation, Xiao He detected his presence behind her. She quickly spun around, bent down, and struck at him with one hand.
Wumian thought, "This is bad."
The moment the blow landed, Xiao He sent him flying. Bai Yi, witnessing this scene, panicked and shouted, "Xiao He, you're hiding in the dense smoke." Wumian is kneeling and clutching his stomach. Xiao He saw Wumian like this and, astonished, said, "Not dead yet."
Wumian disappeared again. Xiao He couldn't see him anywhere and said, "Gone again." Wumian used the same old trick, attacking from behind. He thought that if he kept doing this, erasing his presence would allow him to achieve invisibility.
At this moment, Bai Yi was within Xiao He's control, crying out, "Xiao He, enough, stop." Wumian, now with his face full of wounds, gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Although I can temporarily use my power, I must not be careless." Xiao He, in pain, clutched his bleeding wound, telling himself, "I almost lost half my life.
It hurts so much." His gaze was filled with killing intent as he looked at Xiao He and thought, "I must not harm that girl, but its mask is acting on its own. I have to control the range of the paradox." With one strike over, he used all his strength, focusing it into one blow, rushing toward Xiao He. Suddenly, Wumian stopped mid-air, his body frozen, and he fell freely to the ground. Wumian was shocked and thought, "It's over. The time for using the paradox is up, and my body is being rejected." Xiao He approached Wumian. Xiao He raised one hand in front of Wumian and said, "Goodbye." The puppet, lying on the ground, whispered, "Sister, you can't." Ignoring the puppet's pleading, Ling Niao decisively stomped on it. She muttered, "Annoying." In such a vast building, there was no one, just these monsters. Although none of them were particularly strong, there were simply too many of them. Dozens of pitch-black puppets charged forward to attack from behind her. Ling Niao sighed in exasperation, "I can't eat anymore." She then activated the square box, cutting the puppets behind her into pieces. Ling Niao glanced at the puppets being severed, silently thinking that it was just something that made her feel uneasy. Their reactions were very much like humans. When the puppets were torn apart, they screamed in agony, their bodies torn asunder. "Sis, Mom, help, it hurts so much." Ling Niao looked at the puppets screaming in distress, which gave her a sense of discomfort. One puppet that had been cut into pieces approached her, saying, "No, don't go there." She glanced towards the door at the end of the hallway and thought, "You don't want me to get close to that place, huh?"
To her surprise, there was no paranormal entity locked up here. This area was the only one she hadn't explored yet.
"Let's check it out."
Ling Niao walked towards the door, staring at it for a moment before thinking, the door is tightly sealed, it looks very difficult to open.
The paranormal entity must be inside. Ling Niao moved closer to the door, activating the magic cube. A slimy mass of flesh slowly appeared behind the door.
Ling Niao, stunned by the sight, stammered.
"Oh, what? What is this?"
The scene shifted to Xiao Hei and Wumian. At this moment, Xiao Hei's hand was almost at Wumian.
Bai Yi screamed. Xiao Hei paused his hand, then turned it back.
Hearing this, Xiao Hei stopped suddenly, confused.
He asked, "Xiao Bai, why are you stopping me? I'm about to get rid of this threat for you." Bai Yi lowered her head, saying, "When did I ever say this to you? Why must you kill him?"
It's very strange, he has never harmed anything of mine, so why keep using the excuse that it's because of me?
I simply don't want to kill anyone.
Bai Yi looked at Xiao Hei with a determined gaze and continued, "Whether he's a bad person or not, I will confirm with my own eyes. Indeed, I still don't want to do something against my conscience.
I no longer feel pressured."
Xiao Hei stared at her blankly for a moment before finally giving in.
Xiao Hei said, "All right."
Wumian stared in shock at what was happening before her, as if she couldn't believe she had escaped danger.
Jean, seeing that Wumian wasn't killed, furrowed his brows in anger and said, "Damn it, why didn't you take action? Such a good opportunity?"
Suddenly, a voice rang out, "No need for confirmation anymore, this person is the bad guy, Xiao Bai." Everyone present turned their gaze toward the source of the voice.
The person continued, "He is the mastermind behind the massacre of thousands in the school, and moreover, the only survivor who saw the real face of the murderer is currently in the hospital, and after making contact with him, was killed." It was Zilalan who had been speaking all along.
She stepped closer to the group, her eyes now lifeless. She raised her hand and pointed at Wumian, continuing, "The next mission is to carry out the A-level arrest warrant issued by the General Headquarters, using all resources to capture the Level 4 paranormal entity Wumian and his female paranormal entity companion."
Wumian stared in shock, her eyes wide, and angrily shouted, "Zilalan!" Zilalan's face was expressionless, coldly offering a compliment. "Xiao Bai, you did very well. Quickly, capture this person."
Bai Ye's face turned pale, lowering his head as he stammered, "He is the murderer." Xiao Hei, standing beside him, interrupted, "No, she's lying to you. That guy, though dangerous, doesn't have the smell of blood on him.
If he did, I would have eliminated him by any means."
Then, Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai stood there in silence, watching Wumian kneeling on the ground, both puzzled.
Moreover, had this man really lost his combat ability?
Xiao Hei lowered his head and thought quietly. Although it was a deception to have Xiao Bai call back, at that moment, there had been an unusually strange feeling, a sensation as though something terrifying was staring directly at him. Seeing the two of them remain silent for so long, Zilalan spoke up, asking, "Xiao Bai, what's wrong?
Can't bear it?"
Xiao Bai and Xiao Hei, asked as they stood together, merely lowered their heads in silence, saying nothing. Seeing this, Zilalan looked down, gently brushed the hair near his ear, and spoke softly, "All right, I'll handle it.
It's the same either way." He stepped in front of Wumian, his voice carrying a warning, "Don't look at me like that. This is something that can't be avoided. Who told you that you're a paranormal entity?" Zilalan's words triggered a dark childhood memory in Wumian.
The nurse in front of her patted Wumian's head and bent down, saying, "Don't look at me like that.
This is something inevitable." Zilalan's voice vaguely echoed within that memory. "Do you understand?"
Wumian, lying on the ground, his face darkened, thought to himself, "It's happening again, that feeling.
It's not just because of Hang, my inner self keeps pouring out."
This feeling of disgust seems to have existed for a long time.
A dark void, chilling and eerie. Tu Long wasn't merely rushing, he wanted to destroy everything in despair.
Wumian's eyes were bloodshot, a dangerous smile crept across his face as he powered up.
Zilalan, watching Wumian slump down, trembling on the ground, sneered. What is it? Are you trembling in fear? His face was as cold as ice as he commented, Did I overestimate this guy? Suddenly, Wumian let out a sound. Zilalan furrowed his brows, puzzled.
Wumian, his eyes bloodshot, teeth clenched, veins bulging from his anger, spoke in a cold voice, Get out of the way.
Suddenly, some unseen force pressed against Lalan.
Then, with a loud crash, Wumian still lay there, but Lalan was sent flying into a nearby wall, leaving a deep indentation, with dust and debris flying everywhere. Lalan was thrown back, his eyes now devoid of pupils.
He coughed violently, spitting blood from his mouth.
Sitting amidst the debris, his face darkened as he gritted his teeth in frustration, confused, thinking, How could this be? I clearly wore the earplugs when I came. Zilalan, eyes bloodshot, panicked, then attempted to calm himself, Calm down, calm down, calm down.
But he couldn't stay calm, his mind racing in fear, asking himself, What are these masks in my mind?
A boy, his entire body cloaked in black, his face hidden, appeared in Wumian's thoughts, speaking softly.
Can you see me? Wumian, confused, replied. Who are you?
Behind the boy were hundreds, no, thousands of motionless people, lying on top of each other. The mysterious boy stood still, replying gently.
I thought you could see them all. What are you talking about?
Behind the tall tower made from the corpse of that person was a large, blood-red eye. The boy standing in front of that tower was small and mysterious.
He responded, Is this all you feel, just this rage? Then suddenly, Wumian lost his composure and shouted, What exactly are you saying? He raised both hands to clutch his ears, shouting loudly in frustration. I can't understand anything. Lalan stood at a distance, observing Wumian, then began to doubt. I underestimated the earplugs. Yes.
Lalan raised an eyebrow and thought, in such a short time, his strength had increased. This was an astonishing speed. After thinking for a moment, Lalan turned to shout, Jean, stop standing there.
He won't hold out for much longer. Go and subdue him. Jean, hearing this, stammered.
But then he'll just give in.
I know.
Upon hearing this, Wumian gradually lowered his hands and continued, That's right, don't just stand there. Jean, hearing this, was stunned and, by instinct, glanced toward Wumian. Wumian, as if losing his humanity, smiled a gleeful grin, his mouth stretching from ear to ear. His eyes, bloodshot, looked back at Jean with a joyful expression and ordered, Hit that woman for me. Then suddenly, something struck Jean. Lalan, over here, turned in confusion and called out. Jean, unexpectedly, lunged forward and attacked Lalan directly. The sudden strike caught her off guard, and she was thrown into a nearby corner. Dust and debris filled the air, and she, taken by surprise, had blood pouring from her mouth. Her eyes wide, she muttered, It's a ghost. Jean stood still, motionless, but his mouth still stammered, as sorry. Before he could finish the sentence, his body seemed to take control, and he attacked Lalan again. But this time, she was quick enough to dodge. Before he could land after his jump, Jean swiftly launched into his next attack, a punch straight to the chin, knocking her head upward. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were still close together, standing still, observing. Xiao He spoke up, This guy is really something. Xiao Bai, standing next to him, was also puzzled, What's going on? Suddenly, Wumian laughed, Ha. He raised his long fingers to his face, laughing and saying, Go die, kill her. It seemed that Jean, under the control, followed every word Wumian uttered. He raised his fist and prepared to strike. The force of the attack was so powerful it caused the ground to crack, lifting large chunks of stone. Lalan dodged the blow and shouted, Snap out of it. Jin's face remained completely emotionless as he turned his gaze around. A square protective barrier appeared where everyone was standing. A voice rang out, Square box, and something jumped up from the ground. It suddenly spewed blood from its mouth in mid-air, then crashed down forcefully onto the ground.
Wumian raised an eyebrow.
Oh, Ling Dio. He stood still, staring intently. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai also turned to look. La Lan and Jean, facing each other, instinctively turned to look as well. All five of them were looking in the same direction, at the spot where the object had jumped up and fallen, now replaced by something the size of a normal person. It was now a grotesque monster with bloodshot eyes, incredibly large.
Wumian stood frozen after hearing the loud noise.
He turned around and saw a giant monster standing right in front of him. It was Bao Shi. Bao Shi raised his eyes to look at the people below and said, "How dare you waste my food?"
Wumian stared at Bao Shi and wondered, what is this thing? Zilalan, standing far away, was also stunned and looked up.
Zilalan widened his eyes in shock at Bao Shi's enormous appearance.
Trembling, he stuttered, This is Tingbro, standing right next to Zilalan.
Tingbro, equally shocked, spoke up, "Bao Shi, why was it let out?"
Tingbro squinted his eyes, glancing at Ling Niao's position, grinding his teeth as he thought, this girl is the intruder, is it because of her?
Mr. Jean looked at Ling Niao, weak and lying on the ground, and pondered further, but how did she manage to get past the encirclement of so many personality puppets to come here? Ling Niao sat on the ground, coughing up blood continuously.
Cough, cough.
Wumian saw Ling Niao in such a state and quickly stepped forward, reaching out his hand, saying, "Hey, Ling Niao, you're hurt again." Before Wumian could finish his sentence, Ling Niao suddenly grabbed his wrist with great force, as though she had discovered something.
Before Wumian could react, Ling Niao quickly stood up and activated her skill.
Ling Niao shouted, "Space." As soon as the words left her mouth, Bao Shi appeared right behind the two. It was ready to strike. Bao Shi approached them, and Ling Niao immediately continued, "Jump."
Both Wumian and Ling Niao teleported away from their original position.
At that moment, Bao Shi missed hitting the two of them, so he slammed his head straight into the ground, creating a loud sound caused by Bao Shi's impact. The two of them had just emerged from the teleportation space. Ling Niao was directly beneath Wumian, and they had just escaped from an unexpected situation. Wumian and Ling Niao fell to the floor, with Wumian landing on top of Ling Niao.
Ling Niao weakly said, "You're too heavy."
Upon hearing that, Wumian immediately sat up in shock and said, "I am sorry." As soon as Wumian sat up, he sensed something had changed within his body. He gently placed his hand on his head, lost in thought. However, after Ling Niao appeared, the sensation within his body had calmed down a little. Bao Shi, from a distance, was still searching for the two of them to retaliate.
Suddenly, Wumian noticed something terrifying was about to happen.
His eyes widened as he prepared to strike, the killing intent surrounding him. Bao Shi was charging toward Ling Niao and Wumian at an incredibly high speed, his mouth wide open as if he intended to devour both of them. However, just as Bao Shi was about to accomplish his goal, he was stopped by Wumian. Wumian extended his hand and gently struck, creating a powerful air pressure that crushed and slammed into Bao Shi's face, distorting it. While making the strike, Wumian coldly said, "Don't interfere with my business." Wumian turned back to glance at Bao Shi and continued coldly, "Big brother, you're quite unpleasant." At that moment, as Wumian was about to stand up and retaliate, Ling Niao grabbed him and said, "Don't fight with him, Wumian. This place isn't what we thought it was."
Ling Niao continued, "Sorry, we must have made a mistake.
There's no paranormal entity trapped here, just a strange monster."
Wumian heard this and turned to look at Ling Niao, then said, "What?"
At that moment, Bao Shi charged straight toward the two of them. Its speed was astonishing, and it let out a loud growl and roar. Wumian, irritated by the monster Bao Shi, turned around to look at it and said, "Yeah." Before he could strike back, Ling Niao moved forward, gliding past him and right in front of Bao Shi.
She raised both hands and shouted, "Magic cube."
A sharp net of squares shot straight toward Bao Shi. The moment she launched the attack, Bao Shi was sliced into square pieces by Ling Niao's skill, falling to the ground. Anticipating what was about to happen, Ling Niao continued to use her space jump technique.
Just then, Bao Shi's head was regenerated and grew back instantly. Dodging Bao Shi's attack, Ling Niao said, "Let's leave first and talk." Ling Niao and Wumian stood at a distance, looking at the monster. Ling Niao continued, "This monster will never stop reproducing endlessly." Zilalan, witnessing the situation, smiled maliciously. She said, "You can't escape, now that you're here, you won't be leaving." Zilalan gradually approached Bao Shi and stood in front of it. She extended her hand and gently said to it, "Xiaobo, stop playing around. Help your mother catch these two intruders, will you? But don't eat them, okay?" Hearing this, Bao Shi froze, turned around to look at Zilalan, and asked, "Mother?" Zilalan said, "Xiaobo is the most obedient?" Bao Shi still didn't believe it, turned around completely, and asked his mother again. Bao Shi opened his mouth to speak, still in doubt. Seeing this, Zilalan smiled faintly, placed her hand gently on her chest, and said, "It's me, your mother." Unexpectedly, what happened next was not what Zilalan had expected. Bao Shi rushed straight towards Zilalan, and as he passed by, he said, "This isn't the smell of my mother." Zilalan was stunned when he heard that, his face showing confusion as to why Bao Shi had said such a thing. Ling Diao, shocked, turned around and saw Ting Bro standing there. Jean Mister unconsciously laughed, his laugh growing louder. Finally, you can't maintain that annoying attitude anymore." Ling Niao gritted his teeth. "This is frustrating, damn it," she was about to attack, but Xiaobo crashed down onto the beam where Ling Niao was standing, cursing her as a damn fool wasting food, which made Ling Niao scream and run far away. Ting Bro slowly approached Wumian, and the villain died because of talking too much, so Ting Bro started talking a lot as well. "You were right before, I was also afraid of death. I'm a coward who only knows how to bend and break. I was afraid of the power that prevented me from using your strength, and even just a moment ago, I didn't dare to act against you." He grabbed Wumian's hair, pulling him up like a trophy, but now it seemed he couldn't use it anymore. "Not yet, earlier I happened to damage your throat, so now you can't make a sound, can you? Right now, in front of me, you're no different from a useless person, are you?" Mr. Jean had already grabbed a chain in his hand. After speaking, he planted the chain around Wumian's neck. "Put on the collar." "Not enough yet." Mr. Jean grabbed Wumian's face, holding it firmly in his palm before exerting force. "You are a damn monster." He slammed Wumian's head onto the ground, causing the earth to crack and sink deeply. Mr. Jean muttered the delusions running through his mind. "Even if I can't kill that murderer with my own hands, I can at least vent my anger on the wretched bodies of those who disguise themselves as you. But so what? You are not good people to begin with. The so-called mask is nothing but a disaster born from the scum of society. You only bring pain to the world. Insult Wumian. And those who disguise themselves like Wumian." Then, Mr. Jean flew high into the air, preparing to finish him off. Mr. Jean swung his leg up, speaking as if he were saving the world. "If the cage has given me the power to destroy the disaster that is you, you can call me a villain, call me selfish, it doesn't matter so long as I eliminate you, my actions are righteous." After saying that, Ting Bro shot down like a rocket toward Wumian. A loud rumble echoed, and the earth seemed like it was about to split in two. Dust and smoke billowed up, turning the sky white. Ling Niao stood outside, looking dazed, shouting loudly, "Wumian, are you alright?" However, PCHCBU, a familiar voice rang out. "Oh, really?" Ting Bro's expression shifted from smug satisfaction to complete panic. His eyes widened, his pupils shrank and trembled, sweat streamed down his face, clearly indicating that things were not going according to plan. Jean Mister couldn't believe his eyes, trembling as he spoke, "This can't be." Under his feet, Wumian was holding Mister's foot with just one hand, so effortlessly. Wumian, after hearing a barrage of curses, still maintained a calm demeanor and said, "I'm the troublemaker, sorry about that." Jean Mister stared at Wumian, still glaring at him, stammering, "Why isn't the necklace working?" Upon hearing this, Wumian glanced down at the black necklace around his neck, then smirked a terrifying smile, "Who knows, right?" Then, a huge explosion went off, sending rocks and debris flying. "You think you can have me so easily?" Doesn't look like it.
Wumian stood amidst the swirling smoke, with Mr. Jean lying at his feet, spitting blood, his glasses shattered into pieces. Wumian had taken just a few seconds to bring this man down. Suddenly, the necklace became strange. Several long black lines extended up to Wumian's neck and face.
He touched the necklace, wondering, what on earth is this thing? A tremendous, oddly familiar power was flowing from the necklace into his body.
He recalled feeling something similar the last time he wore it. But besides this power, some emotions and memories that didn't belong to him also surged into his body. In the hazy, indistinct night, nothing could be seen.
From afar, a tiny light suddenly appeared. What's that? Is someone there?
Then, everything began to draw closer.
Who are you?
A boy stood there, and a scene unfolded. A girl with gray hair, wearing a white coat over her clothes, bent down and spoke to the boy. Don't be afraid, it's just a change to a better place. Yet, this girl was taking the boy to the hospital, a place that could hardly be considered better. The boy froze, his eyes wide open, murmuring as if asking himself, did you bring all these people here?
Didn't we agree that this was our secret? I always trusted you.
The boy's words of reproach didn't make the girl feel guilty. On the contrary, she smiled emptily. I'm sorry, she ruffled his hair, don't show that expression.
There's nothing more we can do about it. Then, she lifted her face and said in a fake sweet tone, you'll forgive me, won't you?
The girl turned her gaze to the security guard who was approaching them. He looked at the boy and said, from here on, just leave it to us.
Thank you for the intelligence you provided.
Even after doing something wrong, she didn't forget to secure her own interests, subtly reminding him, oh, and the payment we talked about earlier. The security guard smirked, don't worry, it will be transferred to your personal account shortly. Now, you can leave the disguised one to us. She carefully reminded the guard, although he doesn't have any offensive abilities, still, be cautious, clearly showing no affection for the boy who had chosen to trust her. Wumian, the tiny figure, watched all of this from behind, the color of memory. He lowered his red, bloodshot eyes and whispered, deceived. The boy in that memory slowly turned around and then zipped away. A terrifying pain erupted from Wumian's body, so intense that he had to clutch his chest with his hands and collapse to his knees. The necklace also shattered into hundreds of pieces, as if a glass cup had been dropped and broken onto the floor. In his state of agitation, Wumian ground his teeth and cursed in frustration. The excitement that had finally settled surged out again. Outside the bird's nest, the group of people had arrived. A man with hair that nearly covered his face spoke to Zhang Wu. I didn't expect you to get here so quickly. Your abilities are quite convenient, hurry up and start working. Zhang Wu, with a blindfold over his eyes, asked. Since the hungry one is just a part split off from that person, should we report this situation to the higher-ups? The man laughed casually. Don't overreact, they're just nutrients. Everything is still under control. Meanwhile, Ling Niao hurriedly moved over to Wumian to assess the situation. Wumian, are you alright? Why did you use a broken brick to stab yourself like that? Perhaps Wumian couldn't suppress the surge of excitement, so he randomly grabbed something to stab himself with, feeling the pain to reduce the intensity of the agitation. Wumian pulled the shard of brick out, his face drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Finally, he managed to suppress the surge of excitement. Before the two could recover, a group of people entered through the door. The man with black hair spoke loudly. Oh, it looks like we arrived just in time. Not to deceive you, but we meet again, my friend Wumian. Ling Niao and Wumian saw that the man showed no sign of joy, and in fact, he could probably kill them right here and now. Realizing that the other party wasn't too pleased, the man became more amiable. Oh, come on, relax. We had a lot of misunderstandings earlier, and I sincerely apologize. With a smile on his face, the man raised an eyebrow and asked, to show my sincerity, how about I tell you the secret of the cage? What do you think? The man was quite smug about the deal he was offering. So, what do you think?
This is a very good offer for you. Ling Niao hid behind Wumian. Hearing the introduction, which sounded like a multi-level marketing pitch, Wumian casually said, "The secret of the cage?" I've been wondering about that myself, actually."
The man with the tilted hair burst into laughter.
He respectfully extended his hand forward and bowed as if welcoming a queen. "Ha, no need to be so rude about it. Let me briefly introduce myself. I'm one of the wardens of the cage, Bai He." Bai He raised his head, his sharp fox-like eyes making it impossible for anyone to figure out what he was thinking. "I'm glad to meet two little birds who'd mistakenly wandered into the cage." Despite this, Bai He narrowed his eyes and glanced around. Xiaobo is in her most repulsive form right now. He turned to remind, "Xiaobo, go back to Yuan Yan's place. Now is not the time for games." Bai He's terrifying glare made Xiaobo hesitate. The girl snorted, then obediently disappeared, leaving only a large hole behind. Wumian stared at the hole and muttered, "What on earth was that?" Bai He, with a mechanical smile that hid his eyes, asked Wumian. "You know about the disaster from 30 years ago, right? The greedy one was a part that separated from the body of the disguised person." Bai He raised his finger and continued. "It's like a monster, but it's actually the end of the road for people like your kind, the ones in disguise." Wumian flinched. "What do you mean?" Bai He narrowed his eyes and explained. "Using and absorbing the power of the mask only brings misfortune, slowly losing your freedom, your family, and your friends, eventually turning into a monster just like it." He grew increasingly hostile towards Wumian with his words. "Hey, for people like you in disguise, killing a normal person would be easy, right? Have you ever thought about who you'd kill?" Bai He looked at Wumian's expression and smirked, speaking pointedly. "Someone close to you has already suffered misfortune because of this, hasn't it?" The more Wumian listened, the wider his eyes grew. Bai He's twisted smile stretched from ear to ear. "You've picked the wrong target to vent your anger on. Who should you really be angry at in this situation?" Seeing Wumian under attack by Bai He's continuous verbal jabs, Ling Niao stepped forward to shield him. "Wumian, don't listen to his nonsense." Bai He had no intention of stopping. He shifted to another topic. "And about that girl who was brain-dead, yes, that was our fault. Zila Lan has already been punished. You've probably come here to find her, right? To make up for it, we used our own techniques to treat that girl. Although most people have a narrow view of treatment through simulated personalities, this is the only method that could save her. And it was very successful. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. She should be brought back to the ward soon." Ling Diao didn't want Wumian to hear any more, so she firmly grabbed his hand and pulled him away. "That's enough, Wumian, let's go." Bai He was quite pleased, having successfully unsettled Wumian's emotions. But after that, he couldn't do anything to them anymore, because Ling Diao had used a spatial leap, instantly taking herself and Wumian away from the nest. Bai He was somewhat impressed. "Oh, a space jump? That's a rare ability. No wonder she dared to come here." Eddie, standing behind, asked with confusion. "Why didn't we take action? Why just let them leave? Wasn't the original plan to capture them?" Bai He smiled, helpless. After all, being under watch made it inconvenient to act too aggressively. He glanced back. "I don't want to mess with that grudge-holding woman." That group turned back, only to find a familiar figure had somehow landed in front of the door. Bai He asked. "Ha? Zhang Wu, why is that girl here?" The one who arrived was none other than Wen Jingguan, Wu Mian's older sister. Her appearance surprised everyone. Zhang Wu quickly defended himself. "You think I leaked the information? I'm not that bored. Besides, she blacklisted my number a long time ago." Hearing that, Bai He was speechless. "Forget it. Should we go say hello?" Just as he turned around, intending to greet Wen Jingguan,
she turned her back sharply and walked away, leaving only the ends of her hair visible.
Huh, just left like that?
Even being so blatantly resented, he still smiled calmly.
Haha, guess we've really become deeply hated.
Eddie had just arrived, so he didn't know who Jingguan was.
He asked who was that girl?
He replied, Eddie, you're new here, so not knowing her is normal. Anyway, it's been a long time since she left the cage. She even took her younger brother with her when she left.
Eddie didn't understand why he thought she was troublesome. Is she really strong? I didn't sense any signs of a disguised presence around her. He was taken aback.
Of course, you wouldn't. She's human, but she's the kind of human whose strength alone can hold back a major criminal who's digging through the clan. After saying something no one understood, he pointed at Zhang Wu and said, for this, you should ask Zhang Wu.
She's the trusted subordinate that he's always been hiding from the headquarters.
Upon hearing he mention this, Zhang Wu didn't react much. He ignored Baihe's words and said, if it's wrong, then go.
Take the injured to treatment first.
Baihe thought for a moment, rubbing his chin, and silently planned that he had originally intended to capture the disguised Wumian before the girl found out. Given the current situation, he'd just have to come up with a new plan.
Suddenly, Baihe's gaze dropped.
Oh, Baihe is staring at me and looking at me intently.
Baihe asked, flustered, is there something wrong?
Baihe's eyes sparkled.
You stepped on my hat.
Indeed, Baihe had stepped on the hat she was wearing.
Baihe quickly lifted his foot and apologized in a hurry, sorry.
As Baihe bent down to pick up the hat, Baihe sighed, almost forgetting about this troublesome girl. It would be better to release the little brat sooner rather than later. At this moment, elsewhere, on the rooftop of a tall building, Ling Niao leapt and brought Wumian with her.
Wumian looked around in confusion.
It was then that he heard the sound of retching, turning to see Ling Niao vomiting uncontrollably.
Ling Niao, are you okay? In reality, Ling Niao was feeling dizzy from the spatial leap.
Ling Niao lowered her head and said, I should be asking you that.
Are you okay? Did those words from that guy make you waver? Is that really the kind of person you are? She asked anxiously, can I trust you as a comrade?
Wumian was taken aback, and Ling Niao continued, the survival of someone who hides their true self is tough. I don't want to have a friend who is indecisive, easily shaken, nor do I want a powerful enemy. To survive, you have to be cautious, walking as if on thin ice.
Ling Niao turned away and then stopped. So, I'll ask you again, she looked Wumian in the eye, can I trust you as a friend?
Seeing the serious, almost intimidating look in her eyes, Wumian smirked, I really am being underestimated. Ling Niao fell silent, then quietly smiled. She knew she could trust Wumian. Meanwhile, inside the house, a door was flung open with a loud bang, and someone yelled at them, damn it!
Who gave you permission to stay on my turf?
The long-haired boy with orange hair was quite surprised.
Ha! What's going on? Xiao Diao, you're back?
Ling Diao replied, sorry Fu Pai, there were some special circumstances, so I couldn't inform you in time. The young man named Fu Pai was confused.
Special circumstances? After hearing Ling Niao's words, he turned around and saw Wumian standing nearby.
Perhaps Fu Pai misunderstood and thought that Wumian was the special circumstance Ling Niao was referring to, and he immediately became cool and composed.
I see.
Don't worry about it, just leave it to me.
With that, Fu Pai swiftly passed by Ling Niao.
Before she could fully process what had happened, she realized Fu Pai was misunderstanding the situation.
Wait, Fu Pai, it's not like that.
Fu Pai was already ready to draw his weapon. Just leave the enemy to me, I'll take care of them.
Secret sword technique of the divine weapon.
With that, Fu Pai drew his sword and swiped it past Wumian.
Boom! Fu Pai struck Xian Yuan but didn't touch a single hair of Wumian.
Fu Pai lowered his head in disappointment.
Frustrated, he thought, I hit Xian Yuan, but I didn't fall? I can't accept this.
Muttering to himself, Fu Pai slowly collapsed to the ground, clearly feeling disappointed.
Wumian watched the scene, completely confused. What the hell is this guy doing?
Ling Niao, helpless, sighed with a face full of exasperation. She was truly at a loss for words. At that moment, another person came out of the house, looking very tall and imposing.
What's going on? Uncle Hey. The large man asked Ling Niao. Ling Niao, you're back?
Ling Niao turned to invite him. Wumian, come inside.
This is our base.
The person called Uncle Hey stared at Wumian intently but said nothing. Wumian and Ling Niao entered the base, which felt like a spacious, warm house that left Wumian in awe. It's so spacious inside, Ling Niao explained, I used my abilities to expand it. Inside the house, there was a young girl and another person dressed in black.
Ling Niao cheerfully walked in.
A Hua Lu and Xiao Dan were also there. The short-haired girl, wearing thick round glasses, shyly asked Ling Niao, Sister Ling Niao, how did you get hurt? Ling Niao comforted her, it's just a small injury, just a small injury.
Wumian, curious, took a glance at Ling Niao's wound.
He had noticed before that her healing ability was abnormally strong. An injury as serious as that had almost healed in no time.
Ling Niao noticed and shot him a glare. Hey, where are you looking? No, nothing.
Ling Niao patted Wumian on the shoulder.
By the way, let me introduce you to everyone. This is Wumian, our new member at the base. He's very strong.
Wumian, who hadn't interacted with many people for a long time, awkwardly scratched his face and said softly, I hope to learn a lot from you. In his heart, he was curious, are all these people disguise experts? Come to think of it, he didn't know much about disguisers. Ling Niao pointed to the girl with glasses. This girl, whose name is Hua Lu, is doing her homework. She usually comes here to play after school. Hua Lu blushed shyly, nervously saying, Hello. Hello, Wumian said, thoughtfully assessing her.
A student? She's not much different from a regular person. The person pretending to be cool over there is Xiao Dan.
This guy is a wanderer, always drifting from place to place.
Xiao Dan interrupted.
Hoof.
I told you not to call me by that nickname.
I am the Demon King, Sha Tang.
Are you scared yet, mortal?
Ling Niao chuckled and waved it off, summarizing, just a delusional guy. Ling Niao looked out at the rooftop, then glanced at the fool lying sprawled outside.
Fu Pai.
His abilities are actually quite impressive, but his stamina and attack accuracy are at the level of a newbie.
He's just a pretty vase.
Ling Niao kindly said to Wumian, everyone here is just like you, hiding their true selves. It's a bit strange, but they all have the resolve.
For now, this place is relatively safe.
We don't need to worry about the cage detecting us. Wumian lowered his gaze.
For now?
Then he pointed at the tall uncle beside him.
Aren't you going to introduce this uncle?
Uncle Hey is Uncle Hey, he replied indifferently, don't mind me.
I'm just a puppet. Wumian widened his eyes, confused. A puppet? What do you mean by that? You look just like a human to me. Uncle Hey disagreed. Look like one? Thanks. I always try to refine my behavior to resemble a human as much as possible. Even though I'm just a failed product from a personality puppet created by the cage. Wumian immediately became alert. Uncle, was it the person in the cage who created you? Hua Lu quickly stood up, stammering as she defended Uncle Hey. No, don't doubt Uncle Hey. He's a good person.
Over the years, we've always received his care and attention.
Wumian realized she had overreacted and immediately panicked. Sorry. Ling Niao, in a daze, muttered unconsciously, a failed personality puppet? She politely asked, Uncle Hey, I may be asking you this abruptly, but are all failed personality puppets like you? I mean, is there any change?
Uncle Hay stroked his chin, thinking, I'm not entirely sure, but if it's a completely failed product, it would be hard to maintain a human form.
Ling Niao's face stiffened as she recalled the cage, remembering a mass of black, sticky entities calling her sister.
Suddenly, Ling Niao felt a churn in her stomach, and she covered her mouth, feeling nauseous.
Wumian became worried. Hey, Ling Niao. Uncle Hay was also uneasy. Ling Niao, your condition seems a bit abnormal. What's going on? Where exactly have you been before this? Ling Niao's eyes darkened as she replied, the bird's nest.
The scene shifts to another location, where Warden Bai He was walking alone in the rain, hands in his pockets, lost in thought. It was so annoying to have pulled that girl in, making things even more troublesome. As he walked, someone appeared in front of him. Bai He widened his eyes and smirked.
Ha, as expected, you won't give up easily, huh? Wu Mian's older sister, Wen Jingguan, was the one who appeared.
Long time no see, Bai He. Bai He smiled slyly, his cunning fox-like eyes narrowing, and spoke to Yun Jingguan.
Ha, don't give me that look like you're dead and staring at me. Officer 1, you're quite intimidating, you know.
Wen Jingguan, shrouded in the darkness, wore only a cloak and said nothing to him. Bai He, a little displeased by being ignored, spoke again.
You're threatening Wen Jingguan. Now you're part of the police force, it's a bit overstepping to try to manage our affairs, isn't it? The matter of the infiltrator has already been fully handed over to our prison cage to handle. Do you want to ruin this agreement? Wen Jingguan responded without hesitation. Not at all. Bai He's lips curled into a mocking grin. Then what are you doing here? Don't toy with me.
With that, Bai He immediately put on a show in front of Yun Jingguan. He used his splitting technique and flew around her, creating several afterimages. I gave him to you, but you're still poking around. That guy is an infiltrator, the one we've been keeping an eye on.
Even if it's you, how long do you think you can protect him?
As Bai He danced and swirled with his illusions around her, Wen Jingguan felt disheartened. I'm just following the rules, you should cooperate a little more. As she spoke, Wen Jingguan eliminated the illusions and stepped up to Bai He.
Bai He frowned. What do you mean by that? Wen Jingguan questioned him. About the girl with brain death, don't you have anything to say?
Bai He raised his hand, still smiling, and explained.
I've already reported that to your people. It was just an unfortunate incident, wasn't it?
The loss was caused by Zila Lan's misjudgment.
Wen Jingguan didn't think there was anything particularly amusing about it. Really?
That's why I said the situation turned into the way that girl was.
Was it all really an accident, including the part where you brought the disguised person to the CAF where Wumian works? She's truly an unfortunate child.
Bai He interrupted Wen Jingguan's words.
Those things were all unintentional. So, what do you actually want?
Without saying a word, Wen Jingguan suddenly struck Bai He in the stomach with a heavy blow, making him gasp in pain and spit blood, causing him to fall to the ground. Wen Jingguan left Bai He lying there, without a care, as if the unexpected warning was just a convenient afterthought. Bai He slowly began to disintegrate. Wen Jingguan glared at him, mocking.
Someone who frequently uses clones like you must have forgotten what real pain feels like, haven't you? Bai He couldn't say anything more and hurriedly fled.
After receiving a devastating punch, Bai He returned to his lair. He gloomily sat in his office, resting his chin in his hands, looking as though he were deep in serious thought.
Is she threatening me?
Bai He tiredly leaned back in his chair, not expecting her to still be digging into that incident from that day.
It's inevitable that I'd be suspected. What kind of bad luck is this? Every time, it's connected to her. Is she my nemesis in life?
Bai He opened his eyes.
If only I'd been a little more decisive back then, maybe it wouldn't have turned out this way.
Bai He recalled the time when he used his clone technique to approach Wumian. His clone had watched Wumian fall and pretended to be concerned.
Wumian, Wumian.
Seeing Wumian lying motionless on the floor, his clone changed its attitude, looking at Wumian with an indifferent expression.
Unconscious already?
His clone slowly approached, having previously not sensed any sign of the intruder who had disguised themselves on him. A disguise like this was something I had never seen before. If I wanted to catch them, there would be no better opportunity than now. But then, he frowned. But why does it feel like there's a dangerous scent around him? His clone hesitated. What should I do? Should I take action now? Or should I chase after Huang Yi first? Huang Yi had also been badly injured, so he probably wouldn't be able to run far. If I remember correctly, this guy is the brother of that troublesome woman. Looking at Wumian with blood and mucus smeared all over his face, he decided that acting now would be too risky and abandoned the idea, continuing with the act. Wumian, hold on for a moment. I'll call for an ambulance right away. While dialing the phone, he glanced at Wumian. Hello, 12? The dangerous scent earlier, I can't sense it anymore. Was it an illusion? His clone hung up the phone. Really, I'm such a nervous wreck. I just need to put the collar on him. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. Is the girl unharmed? His clone turned around to see Xian Wu standing in the doorway. Xian Wu reassured him. Don't be tense, she's fine now. It seemed that the one responsible for the chaos earlier was no longer here. His clone was startled. Xian Wu. Why is he here? Xian Wu instructed. It's best if you stay here and don't run around. I've already notified the nearby police station to handle it, they should be here soon. As for the specific situation, just tell them everything, I have something urgent to attend to. He, in her clone form, rolled her eyes. What? Isn't the police officer responsible for this area the troublesome girl? What the hell is that idiot Xian Wu doing? It's not in my best interest to confront her, I need to leave this place first. A little later, Wumian Yin Jingguan, the older sister, arrived at the scene. The team leader's report indicated that there seemed to be someone injured here. She saw her younger brother and hurried in, heading straight to Wumian's clone. He had already hidden in a corner outside, secretly watching. He let out a soft hiss and turned back into her original form. Well, it doesn't matter, this clone of mine won't last much longer anyway, and there's no need to rush. He pressed her hand to her nose, feeling the pressure. Whether it was that person's maturity or her involvement, it had all exceeded her expectations. Maybe I should take this more seriously? After all, such high-quality gene nurturing is rare. In the special care room of the A City police station, a subordinate looked up when he saw Wen Jingguan return. You're back, Comrade 1? When Jingguan, having just met Bai He in the rain, asked the colleague. How's the person under care? No abnormalities. Then I'll go check on them. Inside the holding cell, Zilalan was staring out the window, watching the heavy rain. When Jingguan stood at the door and asked her. Is there anything outside the door that interests you? We haven't seen each other for a few days, and you've grown so much. Are you a student at Hang? Zilalan sat silently on the bed, looking at Wen Jingguan. She wasn't sure if it was appropriate to call her by the name of her true identity. Zilalan pondered for a moment, then spoke. Why? She lowered her head. If you already know that I am a personality puppet sent by Bai He to capture the disguised Wumian, why not just deal with me right away? I don't understand. When Jingguan, you are not that cruel, if you lived like a normal person, I wouldn't do anything. Zilalan felt dejected, this was no different. She had already grasped my objective and the intelligence involved. As far as the cage is concerned, I am no longer useful, I can't be supplied anymore. A semi-finished product like me will die of falseness if not supplied within a month. When Jingguan leaned against the wall and asked her. Are you afraid of death? Zilalan looked up and smiled. I don't have that feeling.
Our existence is born for a mission, that's the only value we have.
How others view emotions, their names, even their backgrounds, who they are means nothing to me. Someone like me who can't fulfill their value has no right to live anymore. When Jingguan visibly expressed her disgust. A personality puppet was truly a tragic creature. When Jingguan turned away, her hand resting on the doorframe.
For now, you're free.
I have no reason to keep you locked up anymore, but I won't sympathize with you.
I have my own stance.
Although it is unfair to you, I still hope that you can live like an ordinary person and make the most of your remaining time.
At least then, I would be able to treat you as a human being.
When Jingguan's anger was fully unleashed on the doorframe, her strength distorting the door so much that her handprint was left imprinted on it. When Jingguan left, and Lalan was once again engulfed in the emptiness of solitude. She sat there, reflecting on her life. She wasn't afraid of death, but she still wanted to keep living. At Ling Niao's base, Fu Pai grabbed Wumian by the collar and asked him, "What's the joke?
How dare you bring Xiao Diao to such a dangerous place?"
He was like a reckless brat, pressing his face up and scolding Wumian.
"Is your head full of stones or what?" Hua Lan awkwardly rushed over to intervene.
"Brother, Fu Pai, calm down a little." Ling Niao came out from the room, saw the two of them at odds, and immediately knew something was wrong.
"Fu Pai, what are you doing?"
"I was just gone for a moment to change clothes. Why are you causing trouble now?"
Fu Pai turned to him.
"But if it wasn't for this kid?"
Ling Niao, annoyed, repeated. "Didn't I tell you already?"
"I decided to go along myself, and besides, I couldn't do anything to help. The intelligence we got and the actual situation in the prison are too different." Wumian felt guilty toward her.
"If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to leave safely.
It was my recklessness that caused so much trouble."
Fu Pai made a mocking face and then ordered Wumian. "Just apologizing won't do anything. Get down on your knees and apologize to me right now."
Ling Niao gave him a few sharp blows to the head because he was shaking too much.
"Sorry, you don't need to pay attention to this idiot's name," Ling Niao said thoughtfully. "Right now, I still feel a bit nauseous.
I didn't expect that big, dark monster to be a personality puppet. It's as if I personally ended those small lives." Uncle Hay, seeing that she seemed to feel guilty, reassured her. "For us, compared to being tools for the cage, death might actually be a kind of release. Don't dwell too much on this." Ling Niao furrowed her brows. "But making so many personality puppets, and raising a huge monster.
What do they actually want to do? We still understand too little about the cage." Wumian stood in the circle with everyone.
He silently observed them talking, a bit of restlessness stirring within him. "It's strange, when I'm with these people, I always feel like the pressure that had previously weighed on my nerves has loosened up a little.
There are also things that catch my attention." Wumian then decided to ask everyone about it. "By the way, has there ever been a special situation with your masks?"
Wumian scratched his head. "Recently, it seems like my mask has disappeared, but it hasn't affected my ability to use my powers." Fu Pai gave him a teasing look, curling her lips in mockery.
"You didn't know about this? Probably because your mask is just a useless ornament. A high-ranking person like me has never experienced anything like that."
Xiao Dan spoke from a distance.
"Your case is mostly just in hibernation."
"Eh?" Wumian was surprised.
"Hibernation?"
"I think the guy said something similar before he disappeared." Xiao Dan closed his eyes and explained, "For individuals with unique camouflage abilities, after using their powers beyond a certain limit, a similar state will occur.
However, such a camouflage style is extremely rare." Ling Diao was quite impressed. "Amazing, Xiao Dan, you know so much?"
TSK, Xiao Dan felt proud. "Of course, after all, we are omnipotent gods, we know everything." Everyone froze, stunned by his overestimation of his abilities, as they were glued to the spot.
"Thanks," Wumian pondered. "Is it just hibernation?"
But before that bastard disappeared, he seemed to have said something strange. He said that he had been keeping an eye on me and that for now, he couldn't help you. At that moment, Uncle Hay called out, "Everyone, come eat. Dinner's ready." Outside, a person wearing yellow sneakers appeared before their base. "Is this the place?" She smiled. "Oh, the smell of dinner." Xiao Dan jumped in surprise and turned around as the woman opened the door and walked in. "Oh, it's so lively here." Ling Diao was taken aback. Are you Jin Chan?" She immediately shouted to warn Wumian and Fu Pai, Wumian, get away from her. But it was too late, as Jin Chan had already placed her hand on Wumian's shoulder, still smiling as she said, "How rude. Who gave you permission to call me by my name like that?" Wumian was caught off guard, and in an instant, his entire body was encased in gold. "What?" In just a moment, Wumian turned into a dazzling golden statue. "You should call me Sister Jean." Hualu was worried. Wumian had turned into a golden statue. Ling Diao gritted her teeth in helplessness. The noise from that jump must have attracted her here. "I was too careless." Jin Chan smiled mischievously. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to welcome me?" Fu Pai, the childish one, jumped in again. "How could we welcome a bastard from a cage? Don't joke around." He immediately used by Jian. Ling Diao panicked and tried to stop him. "Don't go over there." Jin Chan tossed a coin into the air, slowly saying, "Inch of time sound." The coin stopped right in mid-air, ding. Everything froze. As the golden coin gradually dissolved, Fu Pai regained his mobility. But Jin Chan had already appeared beside him, patting him on the shoulder. Fu Pai was dissatisfied. When did? Before he could finish, he turned into a golden statue. Jin Chan pushed Fu Pai aside. "Oof." She stepped up to Ling Diao, smiling. "Seems like you know a little about me, huh? Then you must also know that resisting is pointless, right?" Jin Chan leaned forward, scrutinizing Ling Diao. "Oh, I didn't notice you before." Ling Diao warily asked, "What exactly do you want?" Jin Chan held up 2 fingers. I'll give you 2 choices. First, I'll take care of all of you right here." Ling Diao's face turned pale. "You bastard." Jin Chan raised her 2 fingers again. "The second option is to bribe me." Ling Diao was stunned. Is something wrong? What's going on?" Jin Chan excitedly said, "I haven't heard that benefiting others is also benefiting oneself." "Well, come on, make a choice quickly, don't procrastinate anymore. Time is money." She turned to Uncle Hay's direction and added, "I came here especially to taste Xiao Hei's cooking." Hearing that, Ling Nya was confused and turned to look at Uncle Hay. Uncle Hay. Uncle Hay just stood there, not knowing what to say. After a moment, he brought out a steaming, fragrant dish that was still giving off a strong aroma. Jin Chan couldn't help but exclaim, "So delicious." She happily sipped the soup and praised, as expected, "The food Xiao Hei makes is the best." Ling Nya was still unsure why this old woman was here. What was the relationship between her and Uncle Hay? Jin Chan winked, "What's wrong? Didn't he tell you that I'm the one who helped him?" Ling Nya was astonished. You're the one who helped Uncle Hay escape from the cage?" Jin Chan lowered her head and chuckled, "But it's not really a big favor or anything, it was just an impulse at the time. Some kids with such good skills, it would have been a waste if they were disposed of just because they were considered failed products. So don't worry, I don't intend to do anything to you." After finishing her sentence, Jin Chan snapped her fingers. The 2 young men, Wumian and Fu Pai, who had been turned into statues, returned to normal. Fu Pai shed tears, still in disbelief. Am I still alive?" Ling Niao patted him comfortingly. "It's okay now, Fu Pai, she doesn't intend to harm us." Fu Pai was sobbing uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Really? I thought I was dead for sure. Jean Chan, having finished the soup and rice from Uncle Hay, was in a very cheerful mood. He clasped his hands together in gratitude. Ha, I'm full now, completely satisfied, completely satisfied. She stood up, put on her coat, and waved at them. I won't be staying any longer. Thank you for the hospitality. Jean Chan glanced back slightly and reminded them. Lastly, I have some bad news for you. A few days ago, some disguised individuals launched a sneak attack on the school, causing serious consequences. As a result, the cage will be conducting a large-scale sweep targeting the disguised. The commotion you caused at the bird's nest was too loud. Did you not consider the consequences? Ling Niao, Hua Lo, and Fu Pai remained silent. Jean Chan brushed past Wumian. She paused slightly, gave him a glance, then snorted and walked away. Wumian fell into a crisis of thought. His eyes trembled aimlessly, his head spinning, because the other party had no intention to harm him, which was why he had emerged unscathed. Yes, once again he had escaped danger by sheer luck. Should he feel grateful? It shouldn't be like this. Why had he become a disguised one? Because he had no other choice. If he hadn't made that deal with the mask back then, he would have died. He was unwilling to accept that fate. He wanted to keep living, even if eventually that mask would take over his body. Even if it's just temporary, at least having usable power meant he could try to shape his own destiny. But hadn't there already been some changes? He had to become stronger. He was too weak, far too weak. Ling Niao suddenly noticed Wumian standing still for a moment, looking unwell, and came over to check on him. Wumian, your face looks terrible. Did you get scared? Wumian replied coldly, I'm fine. Ling Diao pressed further, are you really okay? I'm so sorry you had to go through this. Wumian forced a smile for her, don't worry, I'm fine. I'm always like this. At this moment, within the gloomy and dim bird's nest, a figure stepped inside. Lan's sister, you're back? Zila Lan, after being let go by Wumian's sister Wen Jingguan, had to return to the bird's nest. She walked past Bai Yi, who had mentioned that he was hurt. Was it because I was brought to Zila Lan that you're ignoring me? So what? What does that have to do with me? Bai Yi looked back in surprise at Zila Lan. Hey, Lan's sister, what's going on? What happened? Zila Lan walked deeper into the bird's nest space. She stopped in front of the door, looking at the sparkling ring on her hand with determination. Sorry, Mr. Lin, please wait a little longer. No matter what it takes, I will avenge you. Even if it means becoming an enemy of the cage. Zila Lan entered Bai Yi's office. He was sitting there, resting his hand on his chin, and remarked, Zila Lan, I know you're unwilling, but there are some things you can't decide. You can't kill Huan Yi. This time, I'll let you go. Handle the matter of that hungry dog well, and I won't pursue your mistakes. Zila Lan was utterly powerless. The disguise that made her lose her loved ones, her friends, her lover, and now she had to bow down to this. Zila Lan gritted her teeth with a gaze full of hatred. It was utterly ridiculous. The door slowly opened, revealing a huge pile of strange things scattered throughout the room. Xiaobo was there, stammering as he spoke. Mom, are you back? Zila Lan coldly replied. I heard that this time you were very naughty. Xiaobo immediately became terrified. What do you mean, Mom? Xiaobo has always been good. Zila Lan lowered her head. Still lying? You need to be punished. After saying this, a needle was injected into Xiaobo's body. Xiaobo immediately screamed, tears soaking his face. Ah, it hurts so much, I was wrong, Mom. Xiaobo's screams echoed throughout the cage. I was really wrong, I won't go out randomly, and I won't eat too much anymore, please stop, Mom, it hurts. Zila Lan gave a slight smirk. No, starting today, eat as much as you want. I won't control you anymore. Xiaobo looked confused.
Huh, why is that? She smiled. I will set you free.
With a click, the system that confined Xiaobo immediately halted and then opened.
Xiaobo's eyes welled up with tears. The items around Xiaobo's body immediately unlocked. Click, click. Zilalan approached. From now on, I won't limit how much food you can eat.
There are more delicious things out there in the world, so feel free to eat.
She gently stroked Xiaobo's face.
Xiaobo, with tears in his eyes, widened them as he looked at her.
Mom, I love you. Xiaobo rushed in and threw herself into Zilalan's arms.
Zilalan had her own agenda, having nurtured her for so long, never expecting that it would come to this. Suddenly, Xiaobo let out a mad laugh, revealing teeth as sharp as blades.
I was lying to you. She growled at Zilalan, the one I hate the most is you. Goodbye, you filthy hag. To everyone's surprise, Zilalan managed to block a bite from the monstrous Xiaobo.
She muttered curses under her breath, kiddo, kiddo.
Zilalan laughed loudly, I won't die that easily.
Xiaobo couldn't believe her eyes.
How could she not be torn to pieces? Zilalan was the one who truly understood the rules of this battle. Looks like you've caught on. You can't completely kill me. Xiaobo asked, what have you done to me?
Zilalan answered, actually, over the years, every time I was punished, I used my power to leave a hidden spiritual mark within your body. Even though you've committed serious crimes, it seems that the accumulation over time has affected you quite a bit. Zilalan laid down her terms, agree to one condition, and I'll remove the hidden spiritual mark from your body.
Only then will you truly be free.
Upon hearing this, Xiaobo realized she had been controlled by this woman and went into a frenzy.
How dare you, you filthy hag, use me like this? I'm going to tear you apart. Zilalan remained unfazed. Then, do as you wish.
Returning to Ling Niao's stronghold, everyone was discussing among themselves. This place is no longer safe, after all, it has already been exposed to Jin Chan.
Recently, we should find a new place to rest. As for Uncle Hay, we have made a mistake. In the future, we might need some new strategies. For now, it seems staying with us might only bring more danger.
Wumian closed his eyes.
I'm fine, this place is okay, and moreover, Uncle Hay cooks really well. He opened one eye and asked Ling Niao. What about you all? Even so, you still have no conflicts with him? Ling Niao explained. For the past 6 years, he's been the one who took care of us as we grew up. To us, he's like a parent, an important member of our family. Now I understand. Wumian smiled and said to Ling Niao. Actually, I really admire you all. Ling Niao was confused. Admire us? Why? Just as they were talking, the phone rang, breaking the atmosphere. Wumian took out his phone.
It was a call from an unfamiliar number not saved in his contacts.
Wumian pondered. An unfamiliar number?
Nevertheless, he picked up the call.
Hello, hi.
On the other end was a doctor.
Wumian, it's Dr. Xing. There's something I think you should know.
The patient named Hang seems to have survived and received successful treatment thanks to being kept in a cage. The information I received indicates that he will be transferred to our hospital in 3 days. After listening, Wumian, after a long pause, simply replied, I understand, thank you.
The sound of the phone hanging up echoed.
Uh-oh, turns out he is standing there staring at Xing doctor, he's probably planning something again. As the beeping sound of the phone continued, Wumian stared at it intently.
You're sure of one thing, I never left my phone number for you, right? Xing Dr. Wumian found this quite amusing. Yeah. Ling Niao glared at the phone, frustrated. What a vile man. Why is he bringing you news at a time like this? It's definitely some trap of the cage. Wumian sighed, I know, but I still have to go. Ling Niao couldn't understand Wumian's thoughts. Why was he so naive? Even if he went, his friend wouldn't be the same person anymore. Wumian smirked. That's why this debt needs to be settled directly. Ling Niao was still confused about Wumian's thoughts. He reassured her, "Don't worry, I won't be reckless like before." Ling Niao asked, "Do you have any plans?"
Well, it's not really a plan, just some small preparations. At that moment, inside the house, Fu Pai was pressing his face against the door, eavesdropping on the conversation between the two. With a curious expression, he thought, is this guy really going to drag Xiao Diao into something dangerous? Damn it, I can't hear what else they're saying. 3 days later, at the base, Ling Niao anxiously watched as Wumian prepared to leave. What? You want to go alone? Yes, of course she disagrees, it's too dangerous. At the very least, let me go with you. Wumian certainly didn't want to harm her. Ling Diao thanked her and turned to look at her, his eyes glinting with a red glow. But don't follow me, I can handle it myself. I can't let you two get involved this time. Suddenly, Ling Diao felt a heavy force crash down on him. Angrily, he cursed at Wumian. Damn it, you dare use your powers on me. Wumian pushed the door open and left. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I've prepared everything. Wumian stepped outside, feeling that the growth of the inverse power was even faster than he had imagined. Though the repeated use of inverse for 3 days had a significant side effect on his body, this sensation made him feel addicted. Besides the increased strength of the power, the feeling of control made it impossible for others to stop. Wumian looked down at his hand, curious about how far this ability could mature. He glanced to the left, noticing a nearby building with a swarm of bats hanging upside down inside to avoid the light. The bats flapped their wings noisily. Wumian pointed his index finger at their roost. Bang! A burst of energy shot out, and the explosion caused the swarm to scatter. Wumian lowered his hand and snorted. The inverse power could create certain effects on the current world, like playing a card against those damned pests. After finishing the conversation with Wumian, Fu Shi returned to his room and sat sulkily on the sofa. Damn it, why was he so nice to him? Xiao Dan even lent him clothes to wear. Seeing Fu Shi's crossed arms and frustrated expression, Xiao Dan coldly asked, "Can't you be a little nicer to the new guy? Why are you suddenly being so selfish?" Yeah. After a few minutes, Fu Shi's anger finally subsided. He rested his chin on his hand and spoke in a soft voice. If that guy asked me for help, I'd help him too. Going alone like this, he's really an idiot. Hearing Fu Shi's words, Xiao Dan, standing by, clenched the hem of her skirt tightly. After a while, she let go of her hands, lowering her head with a defeated expression, as limp as a piece of noodle, and quietly replied, "Right now, I can only trust him." After a while, Wumian had reached his destination. The peace was sudden, but it didn't feel any different. Beneath the building he was standing in, there was a bustling supermarket center filled with people coming and going. Looking at the crowd, Wumian wondered, what exactly does that guy plan? Bringing me here like this, it can't be that simple. Thinking about it, Wumian's dark eyes narrowed dangerously, the scene from the 7749th number flashed in his mind. If I run into Hang now, how should I face her? Does she still remember me? Then he activated his camouflage mode and stepped onto the road, ignoring the passing crowd, heading toward the building. But he was too curious. After having walked all the way through once, he couldn't feel the presence of any other team members hiding in the area. When Wumian appeared in a quiet hallway, a man was already waiting for him. Are you wasting your energy leading me here, just to wait for me so openly? The person bowed their head and sneered. Ha, you're quick to arrive, but I clearly didn't tell you which room it was. In response to those words, Wumian lifted his head, threw him a murderous look, and shot back with a sharp retort. Because you reek, I could smell you from far away. Despite the harsh mockery, he showed no sign of being upset. Instead, he joined in. Well, sorry about that. His demeanor made Wumian grit his teeth in anger. Why only you?
You don't seriously think you can handle me by yourself, do you?
He smiled broadly upon hearing that, slowly delivering a devastating remark.
What nonsense are you talking about? When did I say I wanted to deal with you? Shouldn't you visit your lovely classmate Hang first?
Worried that he might not go, he pointed to the white door across from them, inviting him.
She's waiting for you in the room on the right.
Hearing that invitation, Wumian lowered his head, lost in thought without saying a word. He remained silent, standing there for a while, glancing over in that direction while processing his thoughts. Even though there was no hint of hostility yet, he broke free from his contemplation and slowly moved closer to the door. Before leaving, he couldn't resist glancing at Bai He one last time, but there was an uneasy feeling in the pit of his stomach. Despite that, he still raised his hand and pulled the door open.
After opening the door, Wumian looked inside and called out, "Hang, I'm coming in."
As soon as he stepped in, Wumian's eyes widened in shock at what he saw. The longer he observed, the more he felt confused about life.
What is this? Outside, He witnessed his reaction and couldn't help but laugh maniacally.
Immediately after, as Wumian stood frozen in fear, his mocking voice echoed everywhere.
You truly are a fool. What were you expecting?
When the soul returned to the body, Wumian glared at Bai He with a deathly stare, his voice sharp as he asked, "Where is the cave?" In response, Bai He stood up from his chair and teased,
"Can't recognize it? This is your dear classmate Hang."
It seemed that things would end there, but Bai He tilted his head and laughed wildly, delivering his final blow. A test with a survival rate of under 10% has been successfully treated.
You actually believe such nonsense? Seeing Wumian remain silent, the man gave a mocking apology. When Wumian did not react, Bai He walked over, pointed, and laughed. Still thinking about classmate Hang?
She died the very first day the experiment was conducted. On the bed lay the twisted body of a girl. Not letting him speak further, Wumian raised his hand and struck him straight in the face. Immediately, the wall began to crumble, with bricks flying everywhere. At this moment, Bai He was pinned to the ground by Wumian, who threatened in a chilling voice, "I'll tear your mouth open first."
Deep inside his mind, Wumian wondered, does she still remember me?
Despite being pressed to the ground, Bai He was still able to laugh loudly, mocking Wumian.
"Heh, so hard for you to accept the truth, huh?"
Looking at Wumian, who had lost all will and was staring at him with murderous intent, Bai He laughed even louder. Regardless of the hand resting dangerously close to his face, ready to send him to the afterlife at any moment, he continued to laugh loudly, taunting Wumian without holding back, bringing up unpleasant memories. Without letting him speak any further, Wumian unleashed his strength, sending Bai He far away. It seemed like everything would end there, but somehow, by some miraculous means, Bai He reappeared behind Wumian, completely unharmed, and spoke as if nothing had happened, not hesitating to strike.
Hearing the voice from behind, Wumian widened his eyes in disbelief.
When his soul returned, Wumian, his face full of murderous intent, turned around and glared at him with a look that seemed like it would devour him whole, his voice cold and menacing as he gritted his words out.
"Even a clone should be nothing to you, right?"
Stabbed straight in the heart like that, Bai He was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered and countered, still somewhat guarded. No sooner had he spoken than Wumian vanished from his spot, appearing in front of him and slamming his hand onto Bai He's face, unleashing his strength once more. A burst of white energy exploded in all directions, causing the wall behind them to crack and crumble. Even though he had activated his power to send that person far away, Bai He once again appeared behind him, unscathed, continuing to play mind games.
Well, how about it? After taking out 2 of them, don't you think you're doing a little better now?
When Wumian came to his senses, his face darkened as he turned to look at him with eyes like bullets, his voice menacing.
You really are as annoying as a fly.
Despite being criticized like this, Bai He didn't seem the least bit offended. Instead, he raised his hand and laughed as though he had never laughed before.
Really? Is that so? I just wanted to confirm a few things. After finishing his words, the man slightly bowed and looked at him with a crazed expression, a grin stretching from ear to ear as he asked a question full of hidden meaning. Do you still remember what you are? Seeing Wumian frozen in shock, eyes wide open in surprise, he took the opportunity to press on. Do you still remember the encounter we had 8 years ago?
That state only lasted for a moment, then Wumian regained his composure, biting his lip, resolutely staring at him. Seeing that Wumian remained still, his head lowered, he took the chance to speak freely. No, that's not quite right. What I should say is some things from the past, like the memories after leaving the orphanage. At the mention of this, the expression on Wumian's face finally changed, showing clear hesitation. Without giving Wumian a chance to breathe or speak in protest, he leisurely shoved his hands into his pockets and appeared behind him. It seems I was right after all. Things didn't stop at just one clone, as countless figures appeared, surrounding Wumian from all sides. I originally thought you had just become some special paranormal entity, but now it seems it's more complicated than that. From 3 clones, it was as if he had asexually reproduced himself, appearing in all directions with no gaps in between. Your strength gives me a strange sense of familiarity. I noticed it the last time we met. These words left Wumian even more puzzled. What are you talking about? In response to that question, he narrowed his eyes, staring at him with a mix of madness and excitement. If I'm right, even Yunguan won't be able to protect you. The mention of that name left Wumian momentarily stunned. Yunguan, but very quickly he realized something was off and returned to his usual state. Don't drag her into this. Warned, he just smiled sheepishly. Well, that's not right. Seeing that expression, Wumian officially exploded, angrily reaching out his hand to charge straight toward where he was standing. You bastard! However, this strike didn't succeed as it was blocked by a green eye. Looking at the hand appearing from another corner of the eye, he began to doubt life a little more. What? Not stopping there, as the eye vanished, a strong force suddenly emerged from somewhere, causing Wumian to retreat. He, with both hands in his pockets, casually provided some information. My strength isn't just for taking hits. Seeing Wumian cautiously stepping back, the guy teasingly asked, how does it feel to be attacked by your own power? Finishing his sentence, he gently leaned forward, displaying a friendly expression and giving advice. Don't get so worked up. Even if you destroy this clone of mine, it won't mean anything. How about we talk instead, right? Wumian? No, it's more appropriate to call you by that name. Upon hearing something, Wumian's face darkened, his eyes widening in disbelief. Immediately afterward, a surge of power erupted from him. Countless streams of red energy emanated from Wumian, who lowered his head, expressionless, and spoke. Enough, there's no need for this guy to know. Those words caused he to freeze up, stunned. Ha! Seeing the bewildered expression on his face, Wumian glanced at him with his bloodshot eye. Why so surprised? Isn't this what you wanted? Under that murderous gaze, he finally understood what fear smelled like, hesitating as he did. No mistake, it was indeed the aura of that paranormal entity. That moment of confusion lasted only a few seconds, after which he regained his composure, sizing up Wumian, though something felt off. Knowing what he was thinking, Wumian raised a hand to adjust his collar, staring at him with eyes like bullets. If you're looking for a death wish, I'll grant it to you. With that, the entire space darkened, and the Baihe clone facing him was torn apart by something. After eliminating one of the Baihe clones, Wumian, his body still surrounded by smoke, stepped forward from behind to declare. This body belongs to me, and no one touches my things. To reinforce his statement, he tilted his head back, revealing his blood-red, murderous pupils. Who gave you the guts to do that? With this tone, he grew serious, calmly removing his gloves to reveal strange black stitches, speaking deliberately. It seems you're not curious as to why I know about that memory of yours. At this point, he narrowed his eyes at Wumian with a dangerous look. After observing for a while, he looked at Wumian, pursed his lips, his face emotionless as he voiced the question on his mind. But I am very curious, why are you inside this person? Let me verify that for myself. As he said this, a smug grin crept onto his face. From the black stitches on his hands, countless streams of black energy began to appear. From these streams, numerous Baihe clones surrounded Wumian, leaving no openings. Despite being surrounded, Wumian lifted his head, his voice indifferent. "You've made 2 mistakes. Your probing has been pointless from the very start." With that, the Baihe clones, poised to attack, were reduced to nothing in an instant. This scene made Baihe feel frightened, with even more doubts about life. What's going on? The aura of this person was very unusual. As soon as he finished speaking, Wumian vanished and reappeared right in front of him, raising his hand as if to strike. "Because I'm not the person you think I am." After saying that, Wumian pressed his hand down, pinning him to the ground, causing the earth and rocks to shatter, with dust and debris filling the air. However, by some miraculous means, Baihe appeared unharmed behind him. Raising his hand to attack, Wumian showed no reaction, only lowering his head. Then, when the distance was close enough, Wumian raised his head, his eyes flashing with a dangerous red light as he spoke. "I told you, if you want to seek death, I'm not joking." Baihe, about to strike, suddenly sensed something was wrong, widening his eyes in shock. Before he could react, Wumian impaled him through the chest with one hand. Even though Baihe was badly wounded, blood spilling from his mouth and his shoulder covered in blood, he still managed to smile. "You're strong, but how long can you keep this up? My avatars are scattered all over the building, and I can play with you slowly." In response to these words, Wumian didn't care, his hand squeezing Baihe's heart tightly. "I'm not interested." Baihe, outside, felt something and widened his eyes, bloodshot. He was in another corner, clutching his chest in agony. The original Baihe, mouth full of blood, struggled to speak. "What's happening?" Back where Wumian was, Baihe, filled with doubt about life, spoke with difficulty, voicing the questions in his mind. "No, this can't be. How could the damage to my avatars affect my main body?" Hearing this question, Wumian grinned maliciously, revealing sharp teeth as he answered. "Because you're in my world." He widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing those words. Not giving Baihe a chance to speak, he reached out and squeezed, causing blood to splatter everywhere. After crushing the heart, Baihe collapsed, his 2 dark eye sockets empty. Standing above him, he spoke. "Killing you now serves no benefit to me." But he didn't stop there. Wumian's eyes, red and filled with murderous intent, turned to Baihe as he scolded. "But you're truly a nuisance." As soon as he finished speaking, a large eye with a yellow pupil appeared behind him. Staring back at it, Wumian quickly noticed and glanced back. Then, from the eye, a wave of black power shot out from the pupil, piercing straight through his heart. Ignoring the black power that had pierced his chest, Wumian's voice remained emotionless, as if he never wanted to be discovered so soon. "I've changed my mind." With that, the entire space suddenly turned pitch black. Soon after, around the yellow eye, countless eyeballs with familiar red pupils appeared. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, in Tu Long, a figure sat on a sofa, immersed in complete darkness. After a moment, an elderly man slowly opened his eyes, revealing yellow pupils. On the other side, the blackness in the space began to dissipate, leaving behind a stunned and bewildered Wumian. As his soul returned to his body, his attention shifted to Baihe's contorted, lifeless form on the ground. Just as he was focused, a voice suddenly came from behind, making Wumian nearly jump out of his skin. "Don't worry, I've taken care of this one for you." Regaining his composure, he looked in shock at Jinli behind him, voicing the question that had been on his mind. "The mask. Since when have you?" After speaking, Wumian suddenly fell silent again, squinting and averting his gaze in another direction. From his reaction, Jinli, who had his arm around him, quickly understood everything. "Ah, you're still thinking about what that person said earlier, aren't you?" In response to the question, Wumian remained silent. After a brief pause, he regained his composure, looked at Jinli, and expressed the thoughts in his heart. "I know very well that those memories aren't mine, but every time I think about them, I feel an extraordinarily strong emotion."
Hearing these heartfelt words, Junli calmly offered his advice. Don't worry about these little things. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, those memories won't affect you. After the conversation, Junli returned to the main topic and asked for his opinion. Do you need me to help you confirm the body?
In response to this question, Wumian lowered his head, burying his face in his collar, and closed his eyes, dismissing the idea.
Let's leave here first.
With that, he opened his eyes with determination, spoke clearly, and tried to convince himself. Brain death is basically incurable, I should have known this from the start. He walked toward the empty corridor, lost in thought, and spoke quietly.
Hang died a long time ago.
Junli said nothing, merely flying behind him. Outside the city, the golden-orange light of the sunset spread everywhere.
On top of a building, a figure stood.
From behind, a girl walked up slowly, gazing at the figure by the fence, and asked,
You come here every day. Do you like the scenery here?
At the question, the girl tilted her head slightly and answered briefly.
I like it.
Then, she looked up at the sky, smiled brightly, and, with a pensive tone, spoke.
Just, soon, I won't be able to see it anymore.
Finishing her words, the girl turned her head to look at the girl with black hair, smiling brightly with joy. Thank you, Yunguan, I've been truly content these past few days. Her words made Yunguan smile with satisfaction. Then, suddenly, she saw something that left her wide-eyed in shock. The girl with pink hair had leaned back and fallen, her head a whirlwind of thoughts. If only I were a normal person, life would be so much better.
Maybe I could have a much better life.
Despite losing control and falling to the ground, the girl still silently wished that she could live forever in this beautiful place.
Thinking of that, the girl couldn't hold back her tears, reaching her hand out to the void.
That beautiful toy, now, it seemed just within reach. After the girl decided to quickly end her life by jumping from the building, Yunguan came downstairs and covered the body with a white cloth, all while keeping her voice low.
I didn't expect you to end it this way.
Once the white cloth was draped over the girl's body, Yunguan's mood visibly darkened.
If only I could have held on to you back then, maybe it wouldn't have ended up like this, but I still couldn't do it.
Looking at the body lying lifeless on the ground, blood splattered everywhere, Yunguan felt even more regretful.
Moreover, I couldn't save you.
Breaking free from her thoughts, she quietly glanced in another direction, whispering to herself.
I'm sorry.
Returning to where Wumian and Junli had already chased a fair distance away, Xiaobo suddenly appeared, crouching down to look at Baihe's body, asking for advice.
Hey, if you don't need it, can I have it?
Not stopping there, Xiaobo continued to eye the body with a greedy gaze.
Such delicious food, it would be a shame to waste it.
Each word and sentence caused Wumian, who had one foot already out of the teleportation gate, to freeze in place. Then, he turned back, his mind in utter shock. Seeing that Wumian had noticed him, Xiaobo continued chewing on the body while speaking, What's wrong?
Having second thoughts? I won't share any with you. Wumian didn't respond, instead focusing on sizing up Xiaobo before him. Where did this guy come from?
Not stopping there, he continued to scrutinize the scene of Baihe's clone's body being devoured. Junli, too, quickly noticed Xiaobo chewing away like someone who hadn't eaten in days. In the face of this scene, Junli silently assessed things in his mind. After finishing off the entire body, Xiaobo stuck out his tongue to lick his lips, praising, so delicious. Suddenly, Xiaobo shifted slightly, and everyone could smell something wafting through the air. Soon, the little girl found the wall that had been punched through by him and excitedly said, This smells like food too.
However, Wumian appeared, blocking her path so she couldn't eat. Successfully stopping Xiaobo, Wumian looked down at the little girl with a dangerous glare. Little demon, who are you?
At this question, Xiaobo lowered her head, gritting her teeth and demanding, Move aside. Afraid he wouldn't believe her, the little girl raised her head, revealing a distorted expression on her face, and threatened, Xiaobo is very hungry.
Hearing the unfamiliar name, he was slightly surprised. Xiaobo?
Snapping out of his thoughts, Wumian stepped aside. Xiaobo, satisfied, walked in. At least you're sensible.
But life is not as it seems in dreams.
While the little girl was drooling and frantically searching for food, he silently picked up a rock, intending to strike from behind. Then, a loud thud echoed, and Xiaobo, with several lumps on her head, collapsed, dizzy, and fell to the ground. Wumian picked up the unconscious Xiaobo and speculated, the name and eyes of Duong Van are very similar to the monster we encountered at Zhao Chao.
It's probably not just a coincidence, right?
A while later, Xiaobo groggily regained consciousness.
What? What happened to me?
After a few more seconds of dizziness, the little girl fully woke up, feeling extremely disoriented. Then, Xiaobo glanced down and noticed something. She was now tightly bound, with a piece of cloth gagging her mouth.
What's going on here?
Noticing that Xiaobo was still groggy but struggling to break free, Wumian, chewing on a meat sandwich in his hand with crumbs around his mouth, casually asked, "Oh, you're awake?" Xiaobo, who had been squirming just moments ago, fell silent when he spoke, replaced by a look of surprise.
Observing her astonished expression, Wumian remained indifferent, continuing to eat the sandwich in his hand, still asking, "Did you sleep well?"
In response to that question, instead of replying properly, Xiaobo started thrashing her limbs angrily. Though unable to speak, she cursed him with all her might. Witnessing this scene, he stayed silent, his expression unreadable, his dark eyes narrowing dangerously as he watched the little girl. At that moment, Junli emerged from somewhere, 3 parts helpless and 7 parts reminding him, "Don't slack off, this one is very dangerous."
To this reminder, the deadpan reply came, "I know.
Even you are this cautious about him."
Seeing Wumian's half-hearted reaction, Junli was at a loss for words.
Narrowing his eyes, he reminded her once again. "Although I was somewhat surprised that you knocked me out so easily, this is definitely a person who is difficult to deal with." Ignoring Junli's earnest advice, Wumian continued to focus intently on Xiaobo, who was struggling angrily, seemingly relentless. 10 minutes later, the girl was still wriggling around without rest, and he watched the whole process unfold.
"You seem to be doubting life a bit. Are you sure you're not lying to me?"
Junli was now completely at a loss for words. When his soul returned to his body, he had no choice but to accept the reality.
"No."
After observing for a bit longer, Wumian gave up on staring at her ankle and removed the cloth from Xiaobo's mouth, ultimately deciding to let her speak.
"I still have some things I want to ask her."
Once the cloth was removed, Xiaobo lowered her head and glared at him with eyes full of animosity, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Without thinking too much, she lunged and bit Wumian's hand with all her might, causing him to yelp in pain. However, he froze for a moment before quickly recovering and pulling his hand away, still watching her with caution.
"Are you a dog? Biting me out of nowhere?"
Xiaobo didn't care, her face serious as she spat out her demand in a harsh tone. "Let me go, you're the one who tied me up, you damn bastard." As soon as she finished speaking, she narrowed her eyes and raised an eyebrow at him with a look of suspicion. "Now that I think about it, you seem a bit familiar."
After thinking for a moment, Xiaobo finally remembered, and her anger only grew. "Ah, you're the evil bastard who teamed up with that evil woman the other day."
Upon hearing this, Wumian immediately confirmed his suspicions.
"So you really are the monster from that stew."
Xiaobo once again switched to her rude, defiant mode, refusing to answer and instead firing back with a question of her own.
"Are you looking for trouble with me?" Before that question, Wumian no longer hid anything.
He became serious and expressed his request clearly.
"I want to trouble you by taking me to meet Zilalan."
This request caused Xiaobo to frown, unable to believe his ears.
"Ah, you want to find that damn woman? On what basis do you want me to take you there?"
Each word she spoke left him in disbelief.
"Damn woman? I remember you calling her mother."
In response to that remark, Xiaobo sneered and turned his head away.
I was just playing along with her."
After finishing those words, the girl gritted her teeth and sneered, finding the way he addressed her ridiculous. At that moment, the wall beside them began to crack. The noise quickly caught Wumian's attention. At the same time, a familiar golden eye appeared, followed by another one with a longer tongue. The creature used its long tongue to strike at Wumian, but he managed to dodge. However, the attack left a scratch on his cheek. A few minutes later, a group of similar creatures emerged through the wall, mumbling meaningless words. Xiaobo froze, staring at a sharp spike that appeared in front of her. Suddenly, one of the creatures, standing out from the rest, locked eyes with Wumian and spoke. That really surprised me. The creature continued to stare at Jinli behind Wumian and directly asked, "How did you escape?" After voicing his question, the creature glared at both him and Jinli, then scornfully remarked, "You made a foolish choice." Jinli didn't stop there. The golden-eyed creature, seizing the moment, taunted with no hesitation, "You shouldn't be here." In the face of those mocking words, Wumian simply remained silent, casting him a dead fish stare without rebutting or saying a word. Jinli was in a similar state, his face darkened as he lowered his head and said nothing. A moment later, Jinli raised an eyebrow, his expression still as dark as ever. At that very moment, a black eyeball with a blood-red pupil appeared in the sky, gazing directly at Wumian. In no time, numerous streams of red energy surrounded him. Witnessing this, the creature extended its hand as if to grasp something. With a simple reach from the ground, an enormous black arm appeared, gripping Jinli tightly, leaving him no time to react. Seeing Jinli trapped in the palm of his hand, the creature seemed pleased. "Struggling recklessly, huh? No need for that." After saying this, the creature widened its eyes and looked at him with a frenzied gaze. "I understand you better than anyone else." Upon hearing those words, Jinli didn't deny them. He simply lowered his head, giving a sly, sinister smile before speaking. "We're the same in that regard." Being wrongfully judged and suppressed like this, the creature didn't seem at all upset. Instead, it calmly spoke with a cold tone. "Then I'll trouble you to disappear from here." As soon as the words left its mouth, before it could do anything, Wumian raised his hand. A surge of power appeared from nowhere, causing the arm that had been restraining Jinli to dissipate into thin air. "That's not going to happen." The one who delivered the blow, Wumian, now had his hand extended. Although his face showed little emotion, his eyes seemed as though they wanted to devour the creature whole. Touching someone else's belongings is not a good idea. Witnessing this, the creature immediately froze, casting a questioning look at life itself. This was paradoxical. Ignoring the stunned expression and the stiff, spray-glued appearance of the creature, Wumian focused solely on searching for information. "Hey, what's up with that guy? You knew his name and he still attacked you directly. You never mentioned this to me." However, before he could get an answer, something in the scene caught his eye, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Jinli's body was gradually vanishing, fading in and out near the scene, which made Wumian feel a little unsettled. "Hey, your body." Noticing Wumian's panicked reaction, Jinli smiled reassuringly. "It's fine, it won't affect anything. It won't disappear like last time." Reassured by the words, Wumian refocused on the main issue, glancing at the creatures behind him and voicing the question on his mind. "Earlier, you said you were targeted. So, you were talking about these guys? What are they?" Just as he finished speaking, an image of Hang's body, twisted and lying on the bed, suddenly flashed in his mind. Realizing what he was thinking, Jinli seemed a little helpless and quickly dismissed the idea. "Don't overthink it, they're not like that one." Fearing that Wumian might not believe him, Jinli explained in more detail. "They are specially created to mimic the attitude of being targeted at me. They are part of the defense system that Guy set up to guard against me." At the mention of this, Jinli seemed a bit downcast. The traitor, that attitude, and those words had successfully caught Wumian's attention. That traitor. Jinli refused to discuss the matter any further and quickly changed the subject. "But this time, I've prepared a special gift for him." With that, Jinli gave a cryptic smile and asked a tied-up Xiaobo behind him. "Hey, kid, are you hungry?" Before answering the question, the little girl did not reply but raised her hand to bite her nails, her eyes full of longing, and drool dripping down her chin. After Xiaobo was asked that question, she could no longer control the intense craving she felt when looking at the creatures in front of her, with saliva streaming down her chin. However, deep down, Xiaobo quickly sensed something strange. It was odd, clearly something she had never seen before. From the little girl's perspective, the creatures before her now only appeared as a patch of black with a few white specks, in various shapes. After observing for a moment, Xiaobo breathed heavily, saliva dripping everywhere as if it were about to form a river, and she wondered to herself,
why does this make me feel such an intense craving?
Not letting herself remain curious for too long, the girl pushed herself backward with her feet, building up speed and then launching forward. Xiaobo now was completely different from the sulking, wriggling little girl from earlier, as she shifted into battle mode, charging forward, ready to turn each of the black creatures into a dish. Seeing her charge, the leader's eyes widened in disbelief. As the distance between Xiaobo and the leader grew shorter, a larger black creature similar to the others stepped forward. Without saying a word, it swung its arm with great force, sending Xiaobo, who was rushing towards it, crashing into a nearby wall. After that strike, Xiaobo quickly slumped to the ground, collapsing on the wall that now had a hole in it, showing no response. The leader observed this scene and felt a strange sense of familiarity. Somehow, this person seems familiar. Thinking that, the leader still commanded the giant creature to move closer to the girl, intending to strike her again. But as life often goes, just as it extended its arm to land a blow, a surge of power appeared from nowhere, causing its hand to be sent flying into the air. It seemed like everything would end there, but Xiaobo, by some miraculous means, transformed into a surge of power and shot straight toward the creature in its stunned gaze. Xiaobo did not attack, she simply appeared, staring intently at the creature, her mouth wide open, ready to take a huge bite. Then, she bit down, and a surge of power appeared out of nowhere, causing the upper body of the creature to be sent to the afterlife. After taking a large bite, Xiaobo landed gracefully, steadying herself, preparing for the next attack. Once stable, she wobbled to her feet, smiling with satisfaction and complimenting herself.
Delicious, give me another bite.
Witnessing this scene, the leader finally reacted, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wumian and Jinli, who were observing the whole process from behind, couldn't help but be taken aback, questioning life a bit more than usual. Why is she suddenly so strong? Just a moment ago, she had no resistance at all. Upon hearing this, Jinli silently speculated that perhaps these creatures were exactly to her taste. After observing for a bit longer and seeing the situation stabilize, Jinli felt that the interruption had effectively trapped those creatures.
This was definitely a good opportunity.
Upon hearing those words, Wumian stood still, showing determination to charge at any moment.
What should we do to deal with them?
At this, Jinli silently turned around and began running, urging him on.
Who said we need to deal with them?
We should take this chance to run quickly. This decision caught Wumian off guard. Jinli's choice to run rather than fight left him somewhat stunned, unable to believe it.
He asked once more, incredulous. Are you sure? Just like that, we're running?
Hearing his question and seeing his slightly hesitant expression, Jinli answered with slight annoyance, urging him again. Stop asking so many questions, I'm handing over control of your body to you. Hearing these words, he was about to refute, but knowing exactly what he wanted to say, Jinli didn't give him a chance and immediately cut him off.
Don't say anything more.
As soon as those words were spoken, a surge of red energy enveloped the surrounding buildings. Soon after, Jinli's original form had disappeared, seamlessly slipping into his body. At that moment, numerous streams of red smoke surrounded Wumian's body. He sneezed, and his eyes, now bloodshot and filled with murderous intent, reverted to a battle-ready state, ready to obliterate any fool who appeared before him. He casually muttered with a hint of reprimand.
Ugh, little brat.
After being scolded like that, Wumian finally snapped out of his daze and asked Jinli, who was now within him.
You've already taken control of my body?
At that question, Jinli inside his body smirked with a smug grin, answering as if it were only natural.
Are you surprised?
Being asked in such a mocking tone, Wumian fell silent, unable to come up with a rebuttal.
Do you know what I'm thinking? Jinli smiled brightly, then raised a hand to punch Wumian's chest lightly, speaking with absolute certainty. Don't worry, I'll only be taking control for a short while. Once I'm done, I'll give your body back. After those words, Jinli slowly opened his eyes, narrowing them dangerously as he pondered something. In front of him, the priority was to seize the opportunity. Those creatures were trapped in their own world. It was time to escape. With that thought, he began to assess the situation, his form gradually fading and vanishing. From this point on, the world would not remain intact for much longer. If there were any mistakes, it would be disastrous. A little later, in some abandoned area, countless figures shuffled aimlessly down the road. Seeing these sluggish and tired figures, Jinli, within Wumian, stamped his foot decisively, his voice filled with certainty. With this distance, they shouldn't be able to catch up. Heading forward was the area where Ling Niao and the others were hiding. After finishing his words, Jinli, in Wumian's body, smiled brightly, saying his final words before the streams of red air gradually separated from his body. Although I don't want to use your body for tricks anymore, the time is almost up. The control is being returned to you. After completely separating from his body, Jinli appeared next to Wumian, smiling with narrowed eyes as he casually asked about the situation. Huh, you don't look too happy? In response to the question, Wumian didn't lose his composure. He glared at Jinli with a look that could kill, answering. Now you really enjoy being in control, don't you? Under the sharp gaze and the reprimanding words, Jinli awkwardly shifted his feet and replied. Isn't it because the situation was urgent, so I had to do that? Hearing his awkward excuse, Wumian's mood didn't improve in the slightest. If anything, it worsened. But those are the monsters you intentionally brought here. This remark from Wumian made Jinli next to him a bit confused, wondering why he thought that way. Seeing that Jinli still refused to admit his actions, Wumian felt a little more disappointed and walked forward without turning back. Don't treat me like a fool. You've always been deliberately sowing the potential for conflict between me and too long, afraid it wouldn't admit to what it has done. He lowered his head and raised his hand, listing a series of possibilities. Anyway, the strength you gave me only becomes stronger the more I use it. I've always remembered what Jean said. In the end, how will you replace me? I'm afraid the more I use the power, the stronger your control over my body becomes, not giving it any chance to rebel. Wumian added, it's ridiculous. You don't even need your pride anymore. Finishing his words, he tilted his head and looked at Jinli with a meaningful question. Aren't you the one who hates these escape tactics the most? Hearing the question, Jinli's face darkened, and he sneered for a while. In a hurry, are we? Every word, every sentence makes you judge a little more. Oomph, a false accusation. After saying that, he lowered his head and declared to Jinli, I don't intend to easily hand over my body to you like this. At the same time, on the other side, a young girl slowly walked by. After finishing his words, Wumian quickly took notice of her. He then turned his head to observe the girl walking slowly. With her white hair and white hat, Wumian wondered if she was Bai Yi. At this moment, in the headquarters room of City A, the mayor slowly spoke. According to the agreement, we should not inquire about such matters. After speaking, he raised his head and looked directly at the two people sitting across from him, stating plainly. But this time, because a paranormal entity caused more than 1,000 students from a school to go missing, resulting in a very negative impact, how does Too Long intend to take responsibility for this? Furthermore, the mayor demanded openly, today, I must have a proper answer. Miss Rua, the woman, said nothing and simply read her book. When he finished speaking, Nuok finally spoke up. Apologies, this will not happen again. I assure you, as someone from the Grand Conductor's team. Nuok closed the book, raised her head, smiled brightly, and declared. Please give us 3 days. Within these 3 days, all paranormal entities in this city will definitely disappear. Every word Nuok spoke made the mayor narrow his eyes, his face contorted in displeasure, full of dissatisfaction. She was mocking him, and the mayor's displeased and uncomfortable expression made Nuok a bit confused. she casually asked. Does this not satisfy you? The statement successfully made the mayor's hand, placed on the armrest, tighten into a fist, veins bulging all over, his mouth grinding each word.
The answer we want is your sincere attitude and the measures you plan to take, not this absurd method that will only bring more chaos to us. Seeing the mayor's anger, which seemed ready to explode, she remained calm, her composure unwavering amid the turbulence of the world.
She spoke gently. I'm not asking for your opinion.
I fear he won't even listen. Nuok slightly bowed, her face showing a smile, yet an unsettling chill remained.
Her voice was emotionless. Once a paranormal entity appears, a major purging of sins will take place. After explaining everything, she had no more words to say, slowly standing up from her seat, preparing to leave. I assume you understand this better than I do, right? Not stopping there, she further declared.
This is the most effective way to protect this place. With those words, she turned and, followed by her subordinates, left, leaving behind a mayor who could do nothing but seethe in frustration. Before disappearing completely, she walked toward the door, pushed it open, glanced at the mayor with a warning look. Your attitude is quite strange to me, Deputy Mayor. Saying that, she pushed the door open, offering her final words before vanishing behind it.
I hope you don't do anything to harm us.
Once Nuok was completely out of sight, the mayor couldn't help but let out a long, weary sigh, his lips sealed, not uttering a single word. Meanwhile, in another abandoned building, Fushi sat with his arms crossed, irritated beyond measure.
Really, why hasn't that Wumian guy returned yet?
Behind him, Ling Niao stood, flipping through a mysterious piece of paper. A few more minutes passed, and Fushi was still sitting there, complaining in every possible way, making it impossible for Ling Niao to bear it any longer, so she spoke up reproachfully.
It's too noisy. How many times have you complained today?
Clearly, you're not suited for him. Why are you worrying more than I am? In response to that question, Fushi crossed his arms and smiled smugly. Don't misunderstand, caring for the weak is the compassion of a strong person like me. With that, he sank into his own delusions, his whole body seeming to sparkle with countless tiny stars.
This scene made Ling Niao judge him as a bit foolish.
Just after she finished speaking, Huala walked up from behind, twisting and speaking up.
What's going on?
Leaving behind the lazy demeanor, Ling Niao squinted her eyes seriously, looking at the door. There was a troublesome person outside, someone who appeared and sneered at the door covered in wood.
Are you hiding here?
That person, holding Xiaodan who had collapsed in his arms, gave a quick and careless thanks.
Thanks for guiding us here.
Saying that, he dropped Xiaodan, pulled his subordinates over, and went straight to that spot, ignoring her who was lying there exhausted. After tossing Xiaodan aside, he walked up to the door and called out loudly in front of the wooden door.
Hey, you guys inside, come out here. Seeing that nothing was happening, the leader raised his hand, ready to take action.
Hurry up, he said, his voice full of malice. He extended his hand, his face darkening, his eyes burning with hostility as he stared at the door, prepared to unleash his power at any moment.
If you don't come out now, you'll never get out again.
After threatening for a while, still no one came out from inside. The man placed his hand on the door, but there was no reaction. Waiting for a few more seconds, still nothing happened, and everything remained eerily quiet. He squinted, a thoughtful expression on his face. Such a pity, he muttered. With that, he unleashed his power. A large energy sphere appeared out of nowhere, shooting straight at the door, causing it to warp and distort. After completing the task, he lowered his hand, surprised by what he saw. His subordinates behind him were equally confused, looking at him in bewilderment. At that moment, the attacker glanced behind him and noticed something. It turned out that Ling Niao had narrowly avoided the destructive attack and, with all her strength, screamed louder than ever before. Great elixir! With those words, she vanished from the spot as though she had never been there. This spectacle successfully caught the attention of those around. However, the leader was not frightened at all. Instead, he smirked in derision. You won't escape, he said, his voice dripping with contempt. Returning to where he was, Bai Yi, unintentionally passing through the abandoned area, had caught the girl's suspicion.
Why are you looking for me? Aren't you afraid of the 2 lawns men lying in wait around here?
Not stopping there, as soon as she finished speaking, Bai Yi closed his eyes, turned away, and was about to leave.
Wouldn't it be less trouble if you just pretended you didn't see me?
She thought to herself. In response to such dismissive remarks, Wumian smiled brightly and replied,
What's so troublesome about it? They're no match for me.
These words made the girl, who was about to leave, stop in her tracks. She opened her eyes and glanced at him, observing him closely. Seeing Bai Yi had stopped, Wumian quickly ran over to his side, chatting away as though they had known each other for 8 lifetimes, suddenly remembering to thank him.
Thank you for showing mercy when striking that day.
Hearing every word he said, Bai Yi lowered his head and introduced himself.
Bai Yi, that's my name.
At this, Wumian was not particularly surprised.
I've known for a while. The girl didn't press further but instead asked in return. And you?
The moment the question was asked, Wumian froze, stunned in place. However, as his mind returned to his body, he smiled sheepishly and responded. After introducing himself, Wumian shoved his hands into his pockets and got straight to the point.
Why are you here alone?
At this question, Bai Yi slouched, answering weakly.
I live here.
This information caused Wumian's eyes to widen and his mouth to form an O in disbelief.
Is that for real? What a coincidence, then. How about I visit you since I'm passing by?
As soon as this suggestion was made, Bai Yi was a little taken aback, his face flushing red as he awkwardly agreed.
Sure, but my house is very small.
Wumian didn't seem bothered at all and accepted it with ease.
It's fine, the place I stay is just a small room too.
After walking a bit further, Bai Yi lowered his head and softly asked.
Don't you think it's strange? Living with a monster like me? This question made Wumian stop in his tracks. He reached out as if to touch Bai Yi's hair.
White-haired girls are indeed very rare. However, things did not stop there. A moment later, he broke into an excited smile, but it looked so cool.
Really cool?
Those words made Bai Yi, who was walking, blush deeply. As the two were about to continue, someone appeared and stopped them.
Hey, stay right there. This action made Wumian's face darken in dissatisfaction. What's happening ahead?
Bai Yi didn't answer, his eyes widening in fear.
Why?
On the other side, a group of people in black was struggling to pin something to the wall.
Damn, how is this guy still alive?
Seeing what it was, the girl shuddered. While Bai Yi was trembling at the sight of his father being pinned to the wall, the people living in the area quickly gathered around, pointing and gossiping.
That's terrible, what is that? A monster, a human couldn't look like that, right? Who are those people? In response to that question, the leader of the group in black turned around, laughing loudly, and asked in return with great amusement, Is this the first time you're seeing it?
He turned his head, glanced at the crowd of onlookers behind him, smirked, and began providing information from A to Z.
This is called a paranormal entity, a monster blending in with the human population. But that wasn't all.
The man in the hat completely turned around, his gaze wild with excitement as he spoke, manipulating the crowd's emotions. And we are the heroes whom Tu Long must send to help you eliminate these monsters.
With that, the man in the hat turned his attention back to the paranormal entity pinned to the wall with black stakes.
He raised his hand, using his power to gradually form another black stake.
I wouldn't recommend you watch here, anyway, my methods of handling paranormal entities.
At this point, he paused for a moment, narrowed his eyes at Bai Yi's father with a dangerous gaze, and gently said, This might make you uncomfortable. However, before the ringleader could do anything, Bai Yi suddenly ran out of nowhere and stood in front of her father. This scene made the ringleader widen his eyes in disbelief. He frowned, silently deep in thought, unable to comprehend how what he was witnessing could be real.
When he came back to his senses, he withdrew the black spike that had been staring intently at Bai Yi and asked in confusion, Who are you? In response, the girl just lowered her head and said nothing. When he didn't say another word, Bai slowly raised her head, her eyes bloodshot and full of murderous intent. She gritted her teeth, prompting Loy to curse under his breath, "Damn it." Her appearance stunned the paranormal entity, who had been pinned to the wall by the others, leaving him in disbelief. After repeatedly confirming that it was his daughter, he lowered his head, mustering all his strength to apologize, but Bai stopped him, questioning in confusion, "Why did you become like this, Dad?" Before he could answer, countless black spikes suddenly appeared from nowhere and pierced him relentlessly. Seeing this, Bai froze in shock, unable to react. Her father's blood splattered onto her wide-eyed, horrified face. She remained motionless for a moment. When she came back to herself, Bai turned her head with mechanical hatred, determined to fight to the death against the man in the hat. He ignored her gaze, which looked as if she wanted to devour him alive, and calmly issued a warning: approaching an out-of-control paranormal entity without caution is extremely dangerous. It seemed like everything would stop there, but he widened his eyes, clearly showing a threatening menace. "Little girl, stop causing a scene." Before Bai could do anything, a black stake suddenly appeared from somewhere and pierced through his body. The owner of the stake, one of his subordinates, drove the iron rod deeper into Bai's body and asked about the situation. Where did this childish person come from? Could she be an accomplice of that paranormal entity? On the other side, Jinli quickly intervened, trying to stop him immediately. "Wumian, don't do anything foolish, we've just managed to escape." Fearing that he wouldn't listen to his words, Jinli delivered the final blow. Using power now could very well attract the troublesome person from before. Upon hearing that, Wumian's face darkened, unable to rebut, and could only accept the harsh reality. Meanwhile, Bai, after being stabbed several times, had weakened considerably and could only weakly raise her hand to grasp the iron rod. The fragile girl grasped it, but couldn't do anything with it. The man didn't care and asked the man in the hat for his opinion. "Lian boss, what should we do with this one? She seems to be a paranormal entity too." Recognizing the possibility, the man in the hat, with a cold expression, made a decision. "Just kill her." The other man quickly received the order. "Understood, we'll do it like that." Before he could finish speaking, Bai struggled to stand up. A burst of white energy suddenly erupted, sending him flying. This scene successfully caught the man in the hat off guard, his eyes widening in suspicion, but also a little more intrigued. Bai, after sending the man to his final resting place, stood up fully, saying meaningless words. The little girl raised her hands to her sides, determined to declare, "We must kill someone." After making such a bold declaration, deep in her mind, Bai began to reflect on the past days. The girl back then was holding a broken photo frame, her mind in turmoil. When did Dad turn into this? She thought. He was always so gentle. She held the shattered frame, the woman's face torn, the once happy family now broken apart, trustworthy, strong, never having abandoned something as bizarre as herself. It seemed that from that day on, while she was waiting for her father to return, he came back with shocking news. "Xiaoyi, Dad's company went bankrupt. I'm sorry, I really am useless." At this point, he lowered his head, his face scrunched in guilt, showing deep remorse. "I'm sorry, I've let you down." Each word struck Bai like a blow, leaving her stunned, speechless. From that day on, the words "I'm sorry" were the ones he said to her most often. After delivering the devastating news, the man sank into despair he could no longer hide. Every day, he slumped over his desk, lamenting and cursing his fate. "Damn it, I've lost again. At this rate, I won't be able to pay it back." Bai stood by, witnessing it all, her spirit as wilted as a limp noodle. She understood why her father was in such a desperate rush for money. Thinking of this, the little girl lowered her gaze in sorrow. "All I ever needed was for Dad to be by my side." After that scene, Bai held the broken photo frame in her hands, her heart heavy with regret. "I always wanted to see Dad return to his old self. If only I could help him make money, maybe he would be a little better." Looking at the smile of the man in the photo, Bai silently prayed in her heart, "One day, I will pay off all the debts."
Then, returning to the present, Bai Yi was in battle mode, leaning forward, gritting her teeth, and speaking each word one by one.
Tu Lon, you once promised not to harm my father.
The more she spoke, the angrier Bai Yi became, her fury rising to the maximum, ready to explode.
She snarled. Why did you lie to me?
Having said that, the girl disappeared from her spot and flew straight in a certain direction. Witnessing this scene, the leader finally understood what fear tasted like. Panicking, he shouted to his subordinates,
Hey, get out of here, now!
In response to this order, the subordinates looked at each other, confused. Meanwhile, Bai Yi had already jumped up, preparing to attack from position B.
When will it be?
Then the man was knocked out by Bai Yi's punch, sending him straight into the ground. The earth shattered upon impact, and rocks flew in all directions. After taking down one person, the girl staggered to her feet, ready to deal with the leader. With a gaze that seemed ready to devour him, the man in the cap hesitated, clearly on edge.
Damn, what is this?
He had never heard of dealing with such a monster before. After Bai Yi's appearance, the civilians began to panic and scatter in all directions.
Run, run, don't look anymore. What's going on with that monster?
Call the police.
Is it true?
Has that person been crushed? On the other side, Jinli, unsure of what he had heard or seen, hesitated before speaking up.
That's not good.
From the tone of his voice, which sounded somewhat panicked, Wumian, hands in his pockets, asked about what had happened to Bai Yi. Jinli observed for a moment longer before providing the information. When the personalities of the mask and the paranormal entities simultaneously harbor too many emotions, mutations occur. Looking at Bai Yi, who had a deathly pale face, bloodshot eyes, and whose once silver hair had now turned black, it became clear that the mask of the child was gradually transforming into guilt. When everything was handled smoothly, Bai Yi's underlings swiftly advanced toward the person wearing the hat.
In a nearby building, someone sat idly on the roof, quietly witnessing it all. Damn, she's guilty too.
The person was none other than the conductor of Tu Long. Despite the person below being a subordinate, there was no trace of regret in her voice.
Sorry, Xiaolian.
Watching the scene of destruction unfold before her eyes, she muttered, using you to probe her seems a bit forced.
Don't let yourself get killed too easily. My lovely subordinate.
The person in the hat below, still unaware of the situation, spoke confidently, already finding himself in trouble from the start.
Hearing this, Bai Yi was livid, steam practically coming out of her ears.
Noticing her reaction, the person in the hat suddenly realized something and smiled knowingly.
Seems like this big shot's been set up.
Upon realizing he'd been set up, the leader could only feel dejected. On the other side, Bai Yi had lowered her head, her sharp teeth bared, preparing to charge and attack at any moment. Moments later, Bai Yi took a step back to gain momentum, then lunged forward, ready to attack the person in the hat. A successful charge shattered the ground beneath her, and dust filled the air. Bai Yi, with godlike speed, appeared before the person in the hat, her hand raised, ready to slash with all her might. Witnessing this scene, it felt as though he himself was about to be attacked, yet the other man remained undaunted, showing no fear, maintaining a calm demeanor amidst the ever-changing world.
Yeah, a monster.
As soon as the words left his mouth, a massive surge of black power descended from the sky, pinning Bai Yi down. The ground beneath them shattered into pieces after the impact.
But that wasn't the end. The spear-like force sent Bai Yi's body flying uncontrollably backward.
After successfully knocking Bai Yi down, he withdrew the power from his hand, darkened his expression, and shifted into a battle-ready mode.
Don't underestimate me.
It seemed like everything would stop there, but the man in the hat summoned countless black stakes to surround himself, confidently declaring,
I am the executioner of Tu Long.
With those words, he swung his hand down decisively. Immediately after his swing, numerous black stakes shot down from the sky, embedding themselves into Bai Yi, causing her to cry out in pain. He paid no attention to her distress, his voice emotionless as he spoke.
A hero must be accustomed to all evil.
Witnessing this, Wumian, in a state of panic, intended to rush to her aid. Bai Yi, knowing his intent, was stopped by Jinli, who appeared from behind and firmly declared, "Don't worry. If that attack has any effect, the consequences won't be as difficult to resolve as you think." Seeing that he was completely calm and no longer jumping up, Jinli's attention shifted to Bai Yi's father. But this uncle was very strange. It stared at the man leaning against the wall, his head slumped with countless small round bloodied holes, then assessed him. The changes happening to the body were highly unusual, and the wounds showed no signs of healing. After observing for a while longer, Jinli silently made a bold statement. "He's not a paranormal entity." That lazy remark left Wumian speechless, unable to believe it. On the other side, Bai Yi, despite being pinned to the ground by the stakes, still struggled to break free. Observing her movements, the man approached, sneering. "What they call a crime is just a bit of extra vitality, nothing more." With that, the man in the hat bent slightly and raised his hand, summoning a black spear, staring intently at Bai Yi, then musing. "But if the brain is pierced, she would die, right?" Suddenly, the man noticed something and widened his eyes in surprise. Bai Yi, instead of the white mask and red eyes from before, had completely turned white. This change made him question Jinna's involvement a little more. Was her face like this earlier? No sooner had he spoken than the ground shook as if something had impacted it, creating a large crater. The massive movement quickly alerted him to something unusual. What? An earthquake? Then, the man in the hat looked on in horror as Bai Yi staggered to her feet, groaning in pain. "It hurts so much." With that, Bai Yi gathered her strength again, propelling herself forward with all the energy of Jin. The man, after witnessing her movement, was sent flying, completely out of control. Very quickly, he flew and slammed straight into the building. After that, Bai Yi, with her pure white mask, silently observed the entire process. A few seconds later, Bai Yi slowly raised her hand and clenched it into a fist. That state lasted for only a moment, and the little girl punched the air with great force. Just like that, an enormous wave of power descended from the sky, destroying the building. After punching down to destroy the building, Bai Yi swung her hand decisively to the side. Immediately, a surge of power from somewhere appeared and slammed into the ground once again. It seemed like everything would stop there, but the little girl raised her hand high towards the sky again. However, life is not a dream. Before Bai Yi could strike, a familiar, enormous surge of black power pierced through her body. Not stopping there, the man with the hat staggered to his feet and controlled the surge of power, pushing Bai Yi's body backward. Bai Yi was slammed straight into the wall, causing the wall to shatter into countless pieces that scattered everywhere. The man with the hat, despite being attacked by countless energy orbs, was still able to stand up, his body battered and blood pouring everywhere. "Damn it, I won't lose," he muttered, then staggered, using the black stake to help him rise, trembling as he declared, "Don't mock the righteous hero." At this point, his face became grim, and he growled his declaration. "How could I lose to a vicious monster like you? I am a hero." Finishing his words, he used his power to form a weapon and charged straight at Bai Yi. However, the little girl had already raised her hand. Just like the previous times, a surge of power from the sky struck him directly, causing the man with the hat to fall, motionless. Pinned to the ground by that powerful force, he could do nothing but groan in frustration. After a while, the force gradually dissipated, revealing the limp form of the man, lying flat in the pit. Despite this, he still managed to curse loudly. "Damned monster, damn you!" Bai Yi, enraged, raised his hand, preparing to strike again. Witnessing this, the man stubbornly retorted, "I'm not defeated yet." At that moment, Wumian stepped forward from behind, stopping Bai Yi from attacking any further. "Wait, Xiao Bai." Fearing the girl wouldn't listen and would continue attacking, Wumian, with a dark expression, spoke bluntly. "I have something to ask him." Seeing Wumian approach, the man pushed himself up with his hands, gritting his teeth as he crawled back to his feet. "Comrade? I won't tell you anything." Ignoring the man's words, Wumian narrowed his eyes dangerously and voiced the question that had been on his mind.
What happened to Xiaobai's father? He's clearly not a paranormal entity, but why has he turned into this?
Upon hearing these words, the man used his remaining strength to push himself up with his hands, cursing Wumian to his face.
What nonsense are you talking? He is a paranormal entity, there's nothing to it. Wumian could hardly believe what he was hearing. On what basis are you concluding that?
Having been questioned in return, the man struggled to sit up, using all his remaining energy to argue back.
On what basis?
As he spoke on the matter, his face twisted slightly, and he became agitated. A paranormal entity exudes a foul, vicious stench. I'll never forget it in my lifetime. The more he spoke, the less he could contain his anger, and he erupted.
Do you know how many people die every year because of paranormal entities?
Then, to his utter disbelief, the man screamed as if he had never screamed before.
Do you think it's only this city that's being destroyed by paranormal entities? What do you know about living in a peaceful city?
At this point, he could no longer hold himself back and exploded. The fool who knew nothing shouldn't act like he knew everything. Not allowing him to insult him again, Wumian regained his composure and immediately countered.
Even if that's the case, shouldn't you deal with those who commit those heinous crimes? Should innocent paranormal entities also suffer your punishment?
However, these words were like water off a duck's back, and the man stubbornly retorted.
Are you suggesting that those poor, helpless ones should sacrifice their lives for the goodness of paranormal entities?
If that were possible, fine, but none of the paranormal entities are innocent. With those words, he finally collapsed, giving one last statement.
Sadly, as long as it's a paranormal entity, one day it will become a disaster.
These words left Wumian confused.
What do you mean?
To that question, he didn't answer, but instead looked up, smiled, and asked.
How far has the transaction between you and your mask gone?
Wumian didn't reply, and Bai Yi, undeterred by his silence, swung his hand down, and the man was knocked out once again. Watching this scene, Jinli merely squinted his eyes without saying anything. The mask behind Wumian suddenly laughed and spoke.
Is he just going to die like this? You haven't even gotten any valuable information yet. Seeing the mask's demeanor, Wumian reminded him. Why are you laughing so smugly?
After ending Zilian's life, the mask on Bai Yi's face was removed, returning to its original state. She sat down on the ground, dazed. Wumian saw this, approached her, and asked gently.
Are you all right? Bai Yi replied, I'm fine.
But her gaze was still vacant. Suddenly, she noticed something and quickly turned around, calling out loudly.
Dad!
Bai Yi intended to approach her father to check on him, but before she could touch him, Wumian, standing behind, spoke up.
He's already dead.
Upon hearing Wumian's words, Bai Yi stood frozen, staring at her father's lifeless body in front of her, her eyes full of sorrow.
Wumian recalled something and reminded Bai Yi.
You should leave. The two long people will probably be here soon. But Bai Yi firmly replied.
No, I will stay here.
I am a monster who only knows how to harm others, so I deserve to be punished. As she spoke, she clenched her clothes tightly, her face showing deep regret.
She continued.
I deserve not to live a normal life.
Is this retribution? Is this really retribution?
Hearing Bai Yi's words, Wumian stood still for a moment, watching her. He wanted to do something for her, but didn't know how. He realized that he didn't understand what she had been through. Now that he thought about it, he had never once seen a smile on her face.
Wumian looked at the small figure of the girl huddling in the corner, filled with resentment.
After a while of thought, he spoke up.
At the last moment, he kept calling your name, repeatedly apologizing and telling you to live well. Hearing Wumian's words, the last traces of strength inside Bai Yi disappeared.
She screamed, Dad! Bai Yi collapsed to the ground, trembling, hugging herself tightly and crying uncontrollably. Through her sobs, she said, I hate you the most, I hate you the most.
Seeing Bai Yi in such pain, Wumian didn't know what to do. He turned his face away, remaining silent. Wumian lowered his head, thinking to himself that uncle had obviously never said such things, but this was the only thing he could do for her. Then he turned to the mask and asked, gently, "Will you one day bring disaster to the world, just as that person said?" Hearing Wumian's question, the mask merely glanced at him before replying, "You already know the answer. When we made our deal, it was very clear, wasn't it?" The scene shifted to City A, where two girls were sitting and chatting happily together. The girl with a ponytail said, "Hey, did you hear about the monster that appeared in Baowang City today? Someone posted a video online, although it was quickly deleted. I managed to save it." As she spoke, the girl with the ponytail handed the video to the girl sitting next to her. The other girl watched it and said, "Oh, it's fake, right?" The girl with the ponytail frowned and replied, "I don't think so. Besides, you've heard the rumors about the city being destroyed 30 years ago, right? At least a little, I'm sure you've heard of it." The two of them continued discussing, unaware that a large shadow had appeared behind them. Suddenly, the shadow reached out and placed a hand on the shoulder of the girl with the ponytail, making her frown in discomfort and shout, "Ouch, that hurts, uncle, what are you doing?" Who would have thought that the spot where the dark figure's hand was placed would suddenly swell up? After that, the ponytailed girl transformed into a giant zombie, causing the girl next to her to be terrified, trembling, and screaming. "Ah, what's that? Why is she?" Before she could finish her sentence, her friend turned zombie punched her hard, sending her to the other side. The man who witnessed this scene chuckled with amusement before walking away. Deep in the abandoned city, Ling Niao's group had found a new hideout. They brought Xiao Dan to a deserted church. Ling Niao anxiously looked at Xiao Dan's body and said, "Xiao Dan." Fuxi, enraged, clenched his fist and slammed it onto the ground, saying, "Damn it, I won't let that bastard get away with this." Ling Niao, sweating profusely, urged, "Calm down, Xiao Dan is still alive. If we catch him, we can use the stimulant again. We can't bring so many people, it's not possible to escape in one go." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "I told you, there's no way you can escape." Then, with a loud crash, the church wall was shattered, leaving Ling Niao, Fuxi, and Hualu in a daze. A large piece of rubble hit Uncle He. Fuxi anxiously shouted, "Uncle He!" He then furiously frowned, gritted his teeth, and cursed loudly. "You bastard!" Just as he finished speaking, Fuxi was elbowed in the chin by a large man, sending him flying and crashing hard to the ground. Ingo looked at Fuxi lying on the ground, smugly saying, "Ha, the cat and mouse game is over." Ling Niao stared at him, surprised, and said, "How did you find this place?" Ingo, with a hint of smugness, replied, "There are many ways, which one do you want to hear? But telling you all this won't mean anything." Ling Niao pulled Hualo back and was about to flee when two figures in black appeared behind them, blocking the way and speaking up. "We won't give you the chance to escape anymore." Ingo raised a hand and said, "Let it end like this." Upon hearing that, Ling Niao's face darkened. She calmly replied, "True, if I kill all of you, it will end." As soon as she finished speaking, she shouted, and a square box, a transparent cube, enveloped everyone present. Ingo found himself unable to move, staring in confusion and muttering, "I can't move." At that moment, the hat on Ling Niao's head transformed into an enormous cat-shaped mask. Ling Niao pulled Hualu behind her and said, "Hualu, don't leave me." But to her surprise, Huala had wrapped something around Ling Niao's neck, leaving her bewildered and unsure of what was happening. She looked back in shock. Huali's voice came from behind. "I'm sorry, Sister Ling Niao." Ling Niao's body crashed heavily onto the hard floor, the sound of impact ringing out like a sudden break in the stillness of the space. Huala stood behind, silently watching her. Ling Niao's breath became heavy and labored. Each breath felt like it was tearing apart her chest, and the seal on her strength left her weak and fragile.
Her blurred eyes struggled to look back at Hua Lu. In her gaze was pure confusion, and Ling Niao whispered. Xiao Hua Lu, why did you? Ingo smiled and spoke with a mocking tone. That's right, but why? It's been years since we last met, Xiao Hua Lu. Hua Lu looked at Ling Niao, her face as expressionless as a stone statue. Her cold voice broke the silence. I never intended to do this. Her pitch-black eyes glinted with unpredictable emotions, as if hiding a storm brewing inside. If I hadn't brought you here, perhaps we would have continued living like this. Ling Diao struggled with each word, her voice broken and weak. You mean Wumian? Even though her strength was almost gone, she still tried to speak. Each question echoed in her pain. Why? What did he do wrong? He just joined. Elle kept her terrifyingly calm exterior, her voice as cold as ice. Only a faint paranormal presence could escape Tu Lung's gaze. After a brief pause, she continued, her tone sharpening. Being with that man is simply seeking death. Hua Lu coldly concluded, leaving no hope for Ling Niao. You no longer fit with me. Amidst the dissipating smoke, behind Ingo, Fu Shi kneeled on one knee, supporting himself on the ground to regain balance. He questioned. What nonsense are you spouting, Hua Lu? Fu Shi's eyes widened, a mix of shock and anger flashing across his face, his muscles tense. Frustrated, he asked again. Have they brainwashed you with their power? Hua Lu looked at the person in front of her with empty eyes, her voice cold and unwavering. You don't understand me? Ingo walked over to Fu Shi and said casually, that's enough, let's finish this quickly. Ingo gripped Fu Shi's head tightly with his hand, speaking in a tone as firm as if it were a final decree. A weak paranormal entity like you has no value in being kept alive. With a simple motion, Ingo lifted Fu Shi effortlessly, as if he were nothing more than a lifeless object. He said, it's rare to have the privilege to carry out an execution. A shadow shot up from behind Ingo, preparing for a surprise attack, eyes gleaming with determination. The strike could not penetrate, as if hitting a solid barrier. Ingo remained calm, his expression unchanged, as if there was nothing worth worrying about. Ingo glanced at the figure before speaking, his voice full of disdain. It's a foolish act to approach me without understanding my power. Uncle He clenched his fist tightly, channeling all his strength into the blow. His arm muscles tightened as he landed a powerful punch on Ingo, causing him to stumble back and crash heavily to the ground. Uncle He yelled, "Get out!" Uncle He walked over to Fu Shi's side and asked in a deep voice, Fu Shi, are you hurt? Fu Shi hesitated before calling out, Uncle He. Ingo sat up slowly, then spoke with a calm tone, not bad, the little puppet can actually resist my rejection. Ingo flashed a strange smile, his eyes cold as he added, you're worth killing. Fu Shi used his power to create a weapon and rushed forward in haste. He shouted, you should go die. Uncle He, from behind, tried to call him, wait. Fu Shi told himself, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and while the enemy was still underestimating him, he used his strongest move to close the gap. Fu Shi swung his sword violently, unleashing intense energy waves that swept everything in their path, creating massive surges of energy. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that he had succeeded, but suddenly, the attack reversed and came back toward him. Fu Shi froze, and at the center of it all was Ingo. All the attacks were being reflected back. Ingo spoke coldly, too naive. After taking the full brunt of the attack, Fu Shi was severely injured. He collapsed to the ground, almost losing consciousness. Ugh, Fu Shi fell flat on the floor, his body completely slumped, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Ingo spoke mockingly, foolish. Fu Shi lay still on the ground, his face smeared with blood, his mind filled with a sense of defeat. I'm truly useless. He remained still, eyes closed, as if he had given up entirely, drained of all strength. Ingo approached, hands still in his pockets, his expression emotionless. He then raised his foot, preparing to deliver a strong kick to Fu Shi's head. Uncle He rushed forward quickly, grabbing Ingo tightly and shouting, I won't let you get away with this. Ingo furrowed his brow and irritably said, "How troublesome." Suddenly, a circle appeared around him. It was formed by swirling, powerful currents of air. It threw Uncle Hay back. He was sent flying, his body severely wounded, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain. Ingo didn't spare even a glance at Uncle Hay. As Uncle Hay crashed violently to the floor, Ingo merely walked slowly toward Fushi, his steps cold and unhurried. Fushi looked anxiously toward where Uncle Hay had fallen, softly calling out, "Uncle Hay." Ingo stomped hard on Fushi's hand and spoke in a chilling tone, "Stop looking." His gaze was filled with contempt as he looked down at Fushi. Then he casually muttered, "Wasting time." Ingo once again used the same move to strike Fushi, sending him flying. After that, he paid no more attention to Fushi, turning back slowly and commanding, 6, 7, clean up the mess." As he looked at them, Ingo sensed something strange. He asked doubtfully, "Hey, what's wrong with you two? Aren't you going to react?" One of them replied in an angry tone, "What the hell are you?" Both of them knelt down. The other continued, "My body and soul belong only to the Divine Lord." The second one hurriedly bowed his head and said, "May the Divine Lord forgive this insolent one." Following their line of sight, Ingo looked and asked irritably, "Did I tell you to let him?" Streams of pitch-black energy twisted and spiraled violently in the air before dispersing, like darkness spreading into every corner. A voice rang out, "Tiny mortal, show some respect." The writhing, dark purple energy bent and twisted into 6 large wings, radiating from his body. He stood in the middle of a mysterious circle, within which a 5-pointed star appeared, formed by lines of fiery red energy, with inverted crosses sparkling above his head like a symbol of power. The man introduced himself, "I am the demon god." Xiao Dan coldly replied, "At least you should address me with proper respect." The mortal Ling Niao looked at him, feeling confused. "Ling Niao," Xiao Dan called out, his voice full of worry. "Your injury." Xiao Dan looked at her and reassured, "It's fine, just stay there." Ingo frowned, his frustration evident as he asked, "How are you still able to stand?" "I should have completely crippled you." Ingo sneered, "Still showing off that useless power?" He charged toward Xiao Dan like an arrow cutting through the wind, continuing, "I guess I didn't teach you well enough before, did I?" Xiao Dan smirked faintly and retorted, "Showing off?" In the blink of an eye, Ingo was right before Xiao Dan, and he growled, "Let me help you remember." Xiao Dan flashed a strange smile, his face becoming eerie and terrifying, his voice raspy, "Has the ritual ended?" Ingo froze, unable to move. Ingo was struck hard from behind by one of Xiao Dan's tentacles, too stunned to react to the attack. Xiao Dan violently threw Ingo to the ground, causing a loud crash. As the dust cleared, Ingo lay in a heap of wreckage, looking disheveled. Using his own power, streams of energy began to materialize around him. Ingo sat up, letting out a cold laugh as he said, "Interesting, interesting. Earlier, when I fought you, it was clear that these were nothing but deceptive illusions." Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing that something was wrong. As he looked at the spot where his earlier attack had landed, Ingo asked suspiciously, "What is this?" A strange mark appeared there. With an expressionless face, Xiao Dan remarked arrogantly, "To oppose a god, you're the most foolish of all." The mark on Ingo's chest was identical to the inverted cross on Xiao Dan's head. Xiao Dan glared at Ingo, his voice like a decree, "You are guilty." The mark on Ingo's chest transformed into a real cross that pierced through his body. Ingo spat out blood and screamed in pain, "Ugh." Ingo grabbed the cross, pulling it out of his chest. He threw the cross aside, using his powers and speaking in a frenzied tone, "I admit, you're a worthy opponent, one who brings exhilaration." Ingo twisted his face into a grimace as he continued, "You've made me even more excited." Ingo unleashed his powers at full strength, a force of absolute repulsion. He hissed, "I should show you respect." Reaching out to control the energy, Ingo spoke in a wild voice, "Use all your strength to kill." Ingo's attack swept through everything before him with overwhelming force. Xiao Dan took the blow head-on and sneered, "Pathetic." Ingo's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening before him.
What? Xiao Dan's strike easily distorted Ingo's attack.
Xiao Dan pierced through it and punched straight into Ingo's arm.
The shockwave from Xiao Dan's powerful blow shattered the building.
A large hole appeared, with smoke and dust filling the air.
A reversed cross suddenly appeared on the roof of the building.
Not far from there, Zhang San and Eddie stood, witnessing the entire scene.
Zhang San turned to Eddie and asked, "What's going on over there?" Eddie hesitated before answering, "That's the Sha Tang demon."
Ingo's face still wore a slight smile as he was grabbed by the collar. "I remember now," he said, looking up at the pentagram drawn in blood and the stone inverted cross above.
This type of paranormal entity with such a form.
He then stared into Xiao Dan's fiery red eyes and murmured, "I can't believe you're still alive."
He tightened his grip on Xiao Dan's arm. "That's great. I'm a hunter. I've always wanted to hunt bigger and stronger prey. It's because I wanted to kill greater prey that I stayed in too long."
He grinned devilishly.
"That's why I've always felt disappointed that I couldn't join in the fight to eliminate you." At that moment, Xiao Dan spoke, "You should consider yourself lucky."
A shadow began to form.
Xiao Dan directly threatened Ingo, saying that if not for that, he might not have been able to survive until now.
The shadow transformed into the shape of a massive cross.
Xiao Dan's cold voice echoed, "Die."
At that instant, something with a golden light flashed past.
The light enveloped Xiao Dan's entire body.
A blurry figure appeared, and it was none other than the person who had just delivered the strike.
The figure spoke. It was Eddie. He glanced around calmly.
At the same time, Zhang Wu also stepped forward, looking down at Ingo and saying, "So sloppy. Ingo, you're still supposed to be the face of the executioners now." Ingo retorted sharply, "You blindfolded fool, mind your own business." Zhang Wu, still composed, continued, "Calm down, this large-scale sweep is nothing like the one you participated in before. You're rushing it, it shouldn't be happening right now." Zhang Wu didn't forget to remind him that there were some troublesome people in this city. Then, Zhang Wu turned his gaze to Xiao Dan, who was slowly recovering from the recent blow. But now it seemed like the trouble was much greater than anticipated. Xiao Dan had been silent all this time, and the wound on his body was gradually healing.
Zhang Wu clicked his tongue, sounding irritated.
Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The cross that Xiao Dan had summoned suddenly shot towards Zhang Wu, but he was one step ahead, creating a shield around him to protect himself. He wasn't harmed at all, casually mocking the surprise attack from his opponent. "Too dangerous, too dangerous. Ambushing like this isn't very polite," he said, continuing, his words dripping with Xiao Dan's coldness.
"Do I need to pray before killing a chicken?"
However, contrary to appearances, inside Xiao Dan, countless unspoken anxieties were gradually taking shape. While the duration of the strength was manageable, there was still excess remaining. At this moment, on the rooftop of a building in the abandoned city, Wumian was present, observing the pile of wreckage around him. His face was filled with hatred, and he hissed under his breath, "Ling Diao's lot." Suddenly, a little kid grinned ominously, and a second later, charged straight at him, but missed, creating a cloud of dust. Xiaobo, with her thick, disheveled hair, looked incredibly terrifying. She spoke threateningly, "You dared to bully me earlier." Her bloodshot eyes were full of murderous intent, showing a fierce spirit. Her hair morphed into the shape of a giant monster.
She shouted, "Didn't think about the consequences, huh?"
As soon as she finished speaking, a hand quickly swept across her cheek. Wumian had somehow appeared behind Xiaobo, effortlessly grabbing her hair, causing her to let out a sound of surprise. She struggled fiercely, "Hey, what are you doing?" Wumian casually released her hair, yet remained silent, his voice cold as he asked, "Why are you here?" In 1 second, she was stunned by the question, but in the next, she revealed an utterly shameless smile, "Of course, I followed the scent on your body." At that moment, Wumian's mind formed several rapid conclusions. This couldn't be the work of this person. The damage to the structure didn't resemble her kind of attack. Xiaobo was continuously shouting, "Maybe it's because of the pain, hurry up and take her down."
Wumian still had no intention of letting her go, and seized the opportunity to ask, "By the way, have you dealt with those troublesome people from before?" She screamed, "Stop talking nonsense, who are you looking down on? I've already chewed them up and spit them out." Finally, he let the little girl down once the work was done. "Good, seems like everyone's a little difficult to handle." As soon as he finished speaking, a light layer of sweat appeared on Wumian's face. He said, "Help me find someone." At that moment, in the center of City A, countless monsters were causing chaos everywhere, and people were scrambling to escape for their lives. "What is this? Where did these monsters come from? Help!" A woman with a strong physique and hollow, lifeless eyes was gradually moving in one direction. A little girl, cornered, was becoming more and more terrified. She could only call out for her mother. Her panic grew as the terrifying form of her mother approached. "Mom, what's wrong? Why have you turned into this?" The woman seemed to not recognize her daughter. She had completely lost her consciousness and swung her arm with considerable force. A second before disaster struck, the little girl helplessly cried, unable to shed any tears. "Mom!" The news immediately began to air. Breaking news, tonight, our city is facing a disaster. Numerous unidentified paranormal entities are harming humans, and in a short time, they have caused considerable chaos. A person in a full black outfit is sitting in a corner somewhere, watching the news. The attackers are strange humanoid monsters, tall in stature. The specifics of the situation are still under investigation, so please stay alert and take precautions. The man laughed shamelessly, no different from a typical villain. "Ha ha ha, this is just the beginning." In the southern section of the city hall, a young man's voice suddenly rang out. "Everyone in the Luwu City Hall, please stay here and don't interfere with Tulong's sweep." He emphasized this especially to the people in front of him, as they were to be killed if they didn't comply. When Jingguan spoke up and asked, "Does Tulong want to confront the city hall?" Lu Wu replied, "No, it's mainly about you." When Jingguan. He continued to explain that if she got involved, it would make things more troublesome, especially since her brother was a paranormal entity. When her brother was mentioned, Jingguan's face grew solemn. "Can you tell me what's going on outside?" Lu Wu immediately declined, "That question is too troublesome. Can't I just not answer it?" His hand clenched slightly, and he spoke with force, "Communicating with you is a bit exhausting." Nevertheless, Jingguan remained firm. She stepped forward, determined to confront him directly. "Let's change the way we talk." Switching scenes, at the black, square headquarters of Tulong, a young man in a yellow robe shouted loudly. "Zilalan, have you lost your mind? This is the special paranormal entity intake area of the headquarters. Do you know the consequences of destroying this place?" Before him, a monstrous beast appeared, opening its huge mouth. It suddenly lunged forward, intending to swallow him in the blink of an eye. Zilalan coldly advanced forward, paying no mind to the monster wreaking havoc behind her. "I just want to kill that bastard Huang Yi." She glared, her eyes bloodshot, her voice rough, "Don't stop me." Suddenly, two entities appeared from nowhere, swiftly biting into both of Zilalan's arms. She glanced down in panic to identify what had just attacked her, clicking her tongue in frustration, a clear expression of annoyance on her face. She ground her teeth and muttered, "What is this? My body can't exert any strength." A person dressed in black, standing not far away, spoke up. "You're even more troublesome than I thought. You think that by borrowing the power of violence, you can just barge in here?" Zilalan's expression grew more intense. She let out a furious growl, like a wild beast. "You damn bastard." He smiled, watching the amusing scene unfold before him. "Weren't you looking for revenge? I'll give you a chance." Zilalan casually declined in the most indifferent manner possible. "I don't need your opportunity. I can kill him myself." He still wore a smile, his intentions unreadable. "Oh, really?" A second later, his eyes became sharp,
like a predator, rejecting the kindness of others in a way that made one's heart ache. Something leaped at Zilalan, catching her off guard, and she screamed out in shock.
What is this?
Bai He immediately reassured her. Don't worry, the puppet entering your body was specially made. It only temporarily suppresses your strength.
Considering you've been my subordinate for so many years, I'll give you a chance.
He once again flashed his signature sinister smile. The betrayer too long would become the nourishing substance for a special paranormal entity. His next words officially silenced Zilalan, forcing her into temporary mute silence. You will be brought before Huang Yi as nourishment.
He bent down, showing a curious interest in the other, asking, Are you happy? Finally getting the chance to meet your enemy. Congratulations.
Zilalan remains silent. His smile stretched wide, reaching up to his ears, looking utterly terrifying.
Too long, I don't need you anymore. Zilalan was momentarily speechless, keeping her silence.
But he didn't have the time to linger for small talk, coldly announcing.
The power suppression will end soon. Good luck. He left Zilalan behind, seething with rage.
In an abandoned city, the surroundings were desolate, and a pair of feet quietly stepped forward.
Losing the only family member was indeed a deeply sorrowful event.
The strange man spoke again to a little girl huddling in a corner.
But the people of too long are just doing their job.
If we don't care, more people will lose their loved ones. At this point, Bai Yi had ceased caring about anything else.
I don't want to say much to you. Do whatever you want with me.
The strange man seemed very pleased with the girl's answer.
Very impressive. This is the first time I've met a paranormal entity with such enlightenment. Grand Conductor Tu Long, with his distinctive curly red hair, smiled mysteriously.
But I hope you'll listen to everything I have to say before making your decision. Bai Yi glared. A paranormal entity turned your father into this, and he's still living quite well.
He continued to ask, So? Are you going to sit here waiting to be caught, or are you going to find that guy and take revenge?
Bai Yi muttered to himself, It was another paranormal entity that did this to my father.
He smiled and responded, That's probably true.
The executioner from too long that you killed was actually just carrying out his mission. Suddenly, Bai Yi erupted with power, and smoke filled the air. The little girl gritted her teeth and yelled, Where is he? A hand gently rested on her shoulder, calming her. Don't get so worked up. Grand Conductor Tu Long sat down beside her, smiling cheerfully.
Stay calm. The enemy is very cunning.
He then revealed his blood-red eyes and a smile that definitely didn't belong to a normal child. Now, let me officially introduce myself to Bai Yi.
I haven't introduced myself, have I? My name is MC, and the people in too long usually call me Grand Conductor.
A desolate scene unfolded, with only a shadow standing beneath the fallen rocks. Xiao Dan, his body distorted, muttered to himself, finally managing to control them. Around him, a person was roughly gripped by a black hand, the fingers tightening with sharp thorns surrounding them. Elsewhere, someone had been pierced through the body by that same black arm, a dark spike impaling their chest. Another person was lifted by that black hand and had their heart pierced through. Xiao Dan slowly descended onto the battlefield. He sat down and muttered to himself, There's enough time left to get everyone out of here. Xiao Dan felt lucky, the most troublesome situation seemed to have been resolved.
A voice came from somewhere. Well, it's still too early to celebrate. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Dan's face darkened, and his red pupils shrank.
A pair of small feet slowly approached him. Jin Chan walked past him and remarked,
You really are strong, young man. A gust of wind swept across Xiao Dan's neck.
She didn't stop, continuing, Given how things were earlier with Yuan, honestly, I'm not sure I could have won either. She still didn't turn her head, and behind him, a golden statue had formed, silently thinking.
That's it.
She then moved towards a person with an indifferent expression, hands still in his pockets. Jin Chan reached out to touch him, saying, You're looking quite shabby.
Let me help you with some treatment. Zhang Wu, once rescued, let out a sigh and said, back from the dead. Luckily, I notified you beforehand.
I'm still not used to this kind of treatment, it feels like it's shortening your lifespan. Upon hearing this, she shouted,
Shut up.
Jin Shan turned her head and shot a glance at the man, saying, By the way, on my way here, I came across someone fleeing, so I brought him along. She casually threw him to the side and then pointed in a direction. The man looked over, surprised, and then spoke.
Thank you for your efforts.
He walked towards the corpse.
Zhang Wu walked toward Xiao Dan's body and mumbled, Sorry, one-on-one, we were no match for you.
He raised his hand to pull up the cloth, feeling uncomfortable. Although the victory wasn't entirely honorable, reality doesn't play fair with you.
Zhang Wu glanced unexpectedly to one side.
Oof. He looked at a corpse and hesitated. The girl paused, and he stopped slightly, along with Wumian. Zhang Wu turned his head and shouted to the people behind him.
Go, before we arrived, did you encounter any other paranormal entities?
The person replied immediately, No, all the paranormal entities I've been chasing are right here. He listened, his voice softening a little, then spoke.
Is that so?
He paused, as though thinking about something.
Then it's best we quickly take them away. Boom!
Something crashed down beside him, causing the ground to erupt. Xiaobo halted, dust flying around them in all directions.
We found it. The girl glanced at him and smiled. The scent is here.
Seeing this, his face darkened slightly, and he wondered aloud, Bao Shi. Jin Chan, noticing this, took up a defensive stance and asked,
Why is this person here? She's saving someone behind.
The other person glanced over and shouted, Wait, besides him, there are others. A hand ruffled the girl's head in praise.
Good job, Xiaobo. A whirlwind swept up between the two.
Wumian and Xiaobo stood calmly at the center of the storm.
Only then did he speak. It seems my friends have been well taken care of by you? Zhang Wu saw this, only calling out his name. Wumian.
He paid no attention, glancing at them with an annoyed expression, and said, Let me thank you on their behalf. A powerful lightning bolt struck down, and raindrops began to fall, pattering softly. Xiao Dan was being turned into a golden statue, and even those raindrops touched her. A lifeless body with blonde hair wasn't spared from the rain either. The raindrops touched everything, even the corpses. Each of those bodies, one by one, included the elderly and little girls lying under the increasingly heavier rain. At that moment, Zhang Wu was also calling out in the rain, Eddie, quickly informed by he about the situation here. Go, standing beside him, moved closer with a smile.
You're too slow.
Zhang Wu, even the four of us would face great crime. He disappeared, leaving behind a sentence, as if it were nothing. Seeing this, Zhang Wu shouted, Wait. He moved towards Wumian and arrogantly extended his hand, intending to deal with this person of unknown origin first. Wumian glanced at him, and the hand moving toward him stopped. Go muttered two words, rejection, and a wave of energy spread out, shielding Wumian.
Wumian easily grabbed his wrist, which took Go by surprise.
He blocked him so simply that Go couldn't move at all.
Wumian's face twisted in discomfort as he spoke. Compared to the rejection of overwhelming world power, he stopped.
Still, it made Go widen his eyes.
This little brat. Wumian casually pushed him aside, uninterested.
His face contorted in a way that was visibly distorted. Go moved away, still no reaction from Xiaobo.
At this point, Wumian spoke again, Is Xiaobo hungry?
Upon hearing the question, the girl made a few sounds and said, You really didn't lie to me, so much delicious food. He spoke without any compromise, Eat them.
The girl got into a running stance and laughed, saying, No need for you to say it.
She rushed towards Zhang Wu's group and then yelled, Eddie, report quickly, Bao Shi is here for me to handle. He quickly replied clearly, he called by he, Grand Conductor. The great criminal Bao Shi is at the abandoned city, confronting us. Upon hearing that, the person on the other end responded, "Got it.
The traitor who released Bao Shi's Zilalan has been caught, but don't worry.
Bao Shi's current strength is probably only 5/100 of what it was before.
Rest assured, we can capture him."
The voice on the other end spoke again, and there's also that paranormal entity, Wumian. Hearing that name, Bai he widened his eyes and paused. "Wumian, you all should try to avoid fighting with him."
After hearing everything, Zhang Wu asked, "Eddie, does the superior have any instructions?"
Eddie replied, "Bao Shi's current strength is only 5/100, and we should try not to engage with Wumian." Upon hearing this, he sneered coldly. 5/100, he repeated, seemingly in disbelief.
Looking at Bao Shi in front of him, he shouted, "Is he playing with me?" Hanging up the phone, he repeated the name, Wumian.
Even so, he still put the phone back in his pocket and simply stared at the glass in front of him.
"There's something more important than that person now,"
a woman's voice echoed.
"Meeting you again, Huang Yi."
Huang Yi looked up, snorted, his face darkened, and shouted, "Crazy woman, you're still not dead?"
Zilalan repeatedly muttered his name in a frenzied manner. "Huang Yi, Huang Yi." She laughed loudly, "Ha ha."
Finally, her grotesque face turned toward Huang Yi with madness in her eyes. Streams of tears appeared from her eyes.
"We can kill you now."
She ordered the monsters to charge at Huang Yi.
She continued to speak frantically. "Every day, I've been wishing to tear you apart." The monster wrapped around his neck, causing him to glare.
She still didn't stop speaking.
"Come on, avenge Mr. Lin."
She madly commanded the monsters, tearing him apart, biting him.
One of the monsters charged toward Huang Yi.
This time, the monster kept saying,
"No more chances for you to escape.
I'll swallow you whole, leaving nothing behind, not even the chains that bound you." Zilalan breathed erratically, but kept speaking relentlessly. Screech, 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 a sound echoed as Huang Yi destroyed the monster holding him, his mouth mumbling, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." His face turned upward to look at her, his eyes narrowing in frustration. Seeing that, his face darkened.
"What?" "Zilalan, I forgot to tell you.
I originally wanted to give you a chance to repent, but you refused before I could even finish." The thoughts of Bai He echoed from behind. Huang Yi's glass chamber was relentlessly tormenting Zilalan, and unfortunately, his face curled into a mocking smile, a cold, terrifying grin as he thought of punishing her. "You are the criminal who released Bao Shi and caused the great chaos in the city, and you deserve to die here." At this moment, deep within the abandoned city, a monster was charging towards Bao Shi, relentlessly attacking.
The rain continued to pour down without stopping.
Bao Shi only needed to take a single breath to make it fall. He then issued another command. "All too long members, listen up, concentrate all your strength on Bao Shi."
He looked at Wumian and said, "Wumian, why must you do this? Surely you know the severe consequences of losing control and committing such a grave crime?" Wumian replied, "That's exactly why I brought her here."
He turned his head to Zhang Wu and said, "Uncle, if imprisoning a major criminal is your responsibility."
He smiled, his face still dark, and asked, "Then shouldn't you make sure to carry it out?"
He walked towards Xiaodan, who had been turned into a golden statue, and said, "Bao Shi is in your hands, but I must take my friend with me." He approached Xiaodan, where she was being drenched by the rain.
Wumian raised his hand and said, "Xiaodan, I will help you recover."
A surge of energy surrounded him, causing him to halt. A white clock appeared behind him. Jean Chan reached out and sensed it, then said, "Sister Jean," he sneered and asked, "Is there anything else?" Jean Chan finally spoke up, "I just want to ask for your help with something." Wumian frowned in confusion, a shadow appearing behind him as he heard her speak.
Jinli smiled condescendingly. "Anyway, in my world, she can't do anything."
Upon hearing this, Wumian's expression remained unchanged. Jean Chan smirked upon hearing that, "Your attitude is making people angry."
He, surprised by this, turned to Zhenli and asked, "Did she see you?" She responded indifferently, "Yes, she is the complete replacement." Hearing that made him wonder, a complete replacement? Zhenli explained further, she is the paranormal entity whose identity was completely replaced by the mask. Wumian glanced at her, then listened as she continued, "You could also say that this person is the true form of the mask." Jin Chan threw something towards him and said, "Catch this." He gripped it tightly, then she said, "Give this to your uncle Hey." Looking at the object in his hand, he suddenly asked, "What is this?" She explained, "It's a fusion medicine, something necessary for repairing the puppet." She looked towards the corpse and remarked, "He should be able to use it." He glanced over but remained silent. She continued seriously, "I wonder if we'll ever have the chance to eat good food like that again?" Jinli glanced over at her and asked, "I'm very curious, why would a paranormal entity like you sell your life to Tu Long?" The question made her pause for a moment. As time paused, while the two were talking, Zhang Wu approached and angrily shouted, "Jinchan, what are you standing around for? Stop worrying about Wu Mian, come help us deal with Bao Shi." Jinchan yelled back, "What's the rush?" She glanced behind her, and when she saw that Wu Mian was gone, she was taken aback. She left. On top of a building, there were two people, and one of them spoke up, "Do you see what is happening in this city?" Grand Conductor Tu Long glanced down, his face showing discomfort as he said, "This is the havoc caused by paranormal entities." He continued speaking to Bai Yi, "Your father was very unfortunate, but if he hadn't been executed, he would have ended up just like those mindless monsters, becoming a murderer who harms others." He went on, "If left unchecked, they will continue to wreak havoc in this city." Below, the sounds of screams echoed continuously as the monsters attacked mercilessly. A young boy shouted, "Father!" The cries of "Help! Help!" could be heard all around. The monsters were everywhere, showing no regard for anyone. "We need to find out who's pulling the strings behind this." Some children died still clutching their teddy bears. But before dealing with that, the monsters had to be eliminated. Bai Ye's face darkened as she looked down. The voice of Grand Conductor Tu Long still rang out, the chaos of slaughter continuing below. Grand Conductor glanced at the girl and thought, so easily manipulated? She's so naive. He smiled contentedly, though still somewhat intrigued. But then, Grand Conductor seemed confused. If she knew the truth, she would definitely be devastated. The so-called large-scale purge was merely a pre-arranged stage. It was as if someone was watching everything happening in this city. He smiled, but his mind kept racing. A stage had been set to capture paranormal entities, designed to prevent government intervention as a matter of course. Then, he paused for a moment again, but little did he expect that as soon as he started, this guy would create such a big commotion, even more proactive than anticipated. The Grand Conductor's face darkened as he smiled. "Let the hunt begin." A chilling laugh echoed. Human life is so fragile. He slowly squeezed the neck of a person, walking step by step. A tiny being was reduced to this fate. He smiled crudely, it was truly laughable. He looked at the person in his hand and asked, "Isn't that right?" Bo Tu Long, terrified, hesitated and uttered each word carefully, "Damn it, we must notify the executioner." He tightened his grip on the wrist, causing the person to gasp in pain. He then poked at the person again and said, "Therefore, this city is not your hunting ground." His face twisted with a grin, "It is my food storage." The person screamed in sheer terror, "A." A bloodthirsty monster appeared from nowhere, heading straight for the sky. It moved closer to the two people walking. One of them turned and asked his friend, "Hey, what's that over there?" A monstrous, terrifying creature appeared before them. The other person turned and upon seeing it, screamed, "What is that? Where did it come from?" It slowly uttered a word, "Kill." A flick of its tail caused the ground to crater. He looked at the monster in front of him and sighed, "Although it's the first time I've tried creating something like this, I'm still very satisfied. The sensation of just waving my hand to take a life." He flew behind the monster slowly, his face full of addiction, and continued, I love this so much.
At the southern section of the city hall, something suddenly crashed down, causing dust to scatter in all directions.
There is currently a battle between two people.
One of them spoke up, a normal person cannot gain special powers through a mask like a paranormal entity.
Lu Wu responded,
but there are people who, since birth, have had certain talents that set them apart from ordinary humans.
He spoke slowly, they are called geniuses.
He easily blocked the punch of the person in front of him and muttered, Heh, you're not the only genius here.
With a raised head and a smile, he said, I'm a genius too. In June retorted, so what?
She kicked him, and the force of the kick made him spit out a mouthful of blood.
Cough.
Another punch flew toward him, and his face tightened slightly. The punch landed on him, causing him to shrink back.
Lu Wu commented, indeed, that's some terrifying power, but I've adapted. It's easy for me to block.
He casually raised his hand to block the strike.
You're not as strong as I imagined. I have advanced adaptability to power.
He grabbed her hand effortlessly, as if he could adapt to any genius's strength. He flung her hand off and smiled, saying, You won't be able to trouble me. He rubbed his shoulder and said, You might as well stay here obediently.
In June didn't hesitate and said, as if she hadn't heard him, What?
Lu Wu gasped, I didn't hear you clearly. The girl sighed, her face darkened, and a terrifying source of power radiated around her. A punch swung past Lu Wu's body, but he still showed no reaction, while In June had already positioned herself behind him.
Lu Wu glanced at her, unexpectedly grunting, When did she?
Once again, In June appeared behind him, preparing to land a kick.
A powerful kick sent the surrounding area into a blinding white. Lu Wu was knocked to the ground, and only then did he speak in surprise, I can't keep up with her movements anymore.
The sight of her in front of him stunned him.
How could this be? With my adaptability, no matter who the person is.
In June walked toward him, speaking casually, I'll give you 5 seconds to answer my question.
If you can't, I'll stamp my foot on your face.
His face was pressed under her foot as he spoke, I can't adapt.
In June then asked, then adapt to death.
He trembled, his eyes wide open.
This woman.
A surge of magical power rushed toward her. In June glared behind her, where an attack was coming toward her, but she easily sidestepped. A woman approached In June and Lu Wu, and even holding her off for 10 minutes was a struggle.
Looks like I overestimated you, she said. Number 19.
Seeing the newcomer, Lu Wu trembled and said, Lord Ruo.
Ruo glanced at him, disapproving.
What a useless thing. In June suddenly smiled as she looked at Ruo, I thought I would never have to see your annoying face again.
Feeling somewhat annoyed, she said, the situation now is no longer the same, isn't it? She then spoke again, mentioning Wumian, I heard about the child you took away? She tilted her head and said, now it's become a paranormal entity. She glanced at me, I'm sure you understand, right? He could never have become a paranormal entity.
Hearing her words left her silent. He was the persona that covered the legal precedent after successfully using the rip chip.
She then asked, do you think you could easily take him away?
The rip chip will control the persona, successfully merge it, and after that, he will no longer be able to become a paranormal entity.
That's why too long didn't bother you about him.
She explained indifferently, her face darkening.
Now that this has happened, I can only think of one possibility.
The chip he merged with has undergone an unexpected change. She continued speaking with a hidden implication. I have to be cautious, after all, the chip was made using. At this point, she hesitated slightly.
In June cut her off, so what? I'm his guardian.
I'll teach him myself. Her face darkened terrifyingly, and a wave of black aura began to emanate around her. If he abuses his power and becomes a disaster, I'll kill him with my own hands. Her face was filled with menace as she looked at her.
It's not up to hypocrites like you to worry about it.
Her face also darkened as she said, you're really stubborn. She then added, "It's been so long, and you're still so adamant about going against us because of that child." She then continued, saying, "After all, she's just a puppet." She assumed the ready stance, and in a moment, she was close to her target. She reached out and grabbed her by the neck. She was not a puppet. She glanced over at Ruo and continued, "It's my younger brother." Upon hearing this, she silently turned and walked away. She spoke, "I didn't come here to fight with you." In-jun's arm showed no sign of lowering. Then, she smirked, "Let me give you an interesting piece of information." Tilting her head, she spoke to her, "The main target of this purge by too long is a fugitive criminal who has been hiding for many years." She glanced at her indifferently. "You're probably familiar with him, right?" "His nickname is Church Father, the serial killer who terrorized the area 8 years ago," she continued without pausing. "That's right, he is also the murderer who killed your younger brother and sister back then." Hearing this, In-jun's face darkened, the very killer she had been searching for. The conversation quickly became tense as Ruo mentioned the current situation, urging her to make a choice. Her sharp gaze incessantly pushed Wen Jingguan. He was now hiding in the western part of the city. Ruo spoke again, her voice calm yet filled with pressure. "If you want to kill him yourself, now is the time." Ruo's words pierced directly into Wen Jingguan's mind. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes heavy with distress. Ruo's words reopened a deep wound in her heart. Wen Jingguan whispered, blaming herself. If she had gone back to them a little earlier that day, none of this would have happened. It was all her fault, all her fault. She remembered the scene in the room, drenched in blood, so clearly. Her 2 younger siblings were lying unconscious in pools of blood. Wen Jingguan held a cake in her hand, unable to move as she witnessed the tragic scene before her. She still blamed herself. It was all her fault. Sad memories rushed back like a slow-motion film. In it, Wen Jingguan was smiling at a child, gently patting their head, saying, "Tonight, when I get back, I'll buy a big cake for you." The child looked up, eyes sparkling, voice excited, "Really? I want a cake with cherries." Wen Jingguan smiled and nodded confidently, "Of course, it's your birthday today." Her younger sister was delighted to hear this. Wen Jingguan was equally happy. Suddenly, she glanced at her younger brother, Wumian, who was still a child at that time. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, clenched his teeth, and suddenly widened his eyes. With a hint of doubt on his face, he said, "You'll probably come back really late." Understanding her brother's thoughts, Wen Jingguan gave his head a light tap, causing Wumian to cry out in pain, "Ouch." She quickly said to him, "Your sister Jingguan has to work. I don't have time to play with you all day." He was still rubbing his head in pain, OMG. To reassure her younger brother, she suddenly extended her finger and called out to Wumian, "Come here, Wumian." This made him widen his eyes in astonishment. When Jingguan gently knelt down, extending her hand to hook with the child, "Let's hook our fingers, I will definitely be home early today." Wumian's eyes sparkled, reminding her not to break her promise. When Jingguan nodded, offering a soft smile. At that moment, in the wind eye of the 1st Supervision Division, the distorted figure of Chom was grinning, baring his teeth in a challenge to the Supervision Bureau. Sai, her teammate, recalled her important task and gave a warning. "Jingguan, you leave first, I'll take care of things here." Her teammate spoke in a deep, serious tone. The criminals had lost control under the great crime of Wind Eye, and he immediately ordered the Grand Conductor to be sent for reinforcements. He could sense danger looming and turned around. Why did this happen? Looking at the dangerous figure in front of him, the man grew increasingly worried. If this person was allowed to go free, the consequences would be unimaginable. With a determined gaze, his voice strong and decisive, he spoke. "I will stay here and hold him off to buy time." As he was still speaking, when Jingguan had already thrust herself forward, causing her teammate to be startled and quickly advise against it. "Jingguan." When Jingguan turned back, her eyes filled with resolve. Yet, she couldn't help but feel anxious about the children waiting for her. When Jingwan's voice was low but firm, I promised the kids I'd be home early today, I don't want to delay any longer. With a cold suggestion, she added, leave him to me.
Meanwhile, back at her house, the two children were anxiously watching the clock.
It was already late, 11:40 p.m. Wumian tightly gripped her small arm, feeling anger and a sense of dread about what was to come.
Deception.
Wumian leaned his elbow on his chin and continued sadly, you're such a scammer, you said you'd come back early. Contrary to his reproach, his younger sister was very gentle and even sympathetic toward Wen Jingwan.
It's okay, I'm sure you had something to do, so you must have come back late.
Wumian sighed, pouted, and snorted, as if he were already familiar with this scene. The atmosphere suddenly changed when the doorbell from Jingdong rang.
Wumian immediately switched his attitude and joyfully shouted, you're back. He eagerly ran out to open the door, but as soon as he saw the person outside, Wumian froze. His gaze was stunned as if he had witnessed something truly horrifying.
Oh! A group of tall, menacing people, they grinned maliciously and said, good evening. And so, when Wen Jingwan finished her task with the cake and returned home, she found only her two younger siblings lying cold on the floor, covered in numerous wounds, with blood everywhere. The cake in her hand fell to the ground. Unable to bear the shock, Wen Jingwan stood there in a daze for a long while, then burst into tears, constantly mumbling to herself, I'm sorry.
Back to reality at the southern district of the city hall. Jiroa glanced at Lu Wu, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and his voice of disdain rang out continuously. Hey, stop lying there, get up and get to work. He sat up, curiosity filling his heart as he asked, are we just going to let that woman go like this?
Jiroa responded in helplessness.
If not, can you really keep her?
She closed her eyes and sighed, indicating that our time was limited.
Jiroa quickly ordered Lu Wu, quickly go find that teenager named Wumian. He stood behind her with an unwilling expression, clearly reluctant to do the task.
At the same time, in a deserted factory somewhere in the city, the atmosphere inside was desolate, with no one in sight.
Wumian's group unexpectedly ran in.
After finding some support to lean against, he breathed heavily and muttered, ugh, so tired. Xiao Dan and the others were sitting across from him.
Xiao Dan spoke up gratefully, hey, thanks for your help this time.
Upon hearing this, Wumian was startled. Her eyes were bloodshot, clearly irritated, and she continued, because of your carelessness, we almost ended up lying down there. At this moment, Ling Niao was badly injured, struggling to utter words to ask for help. Xiao Dan carefully observed, worried about Ling Niao's condition, and asked slowly, Ling Niao, are you all right? Suddenly, Ling Niao's necklace turned pitch black, tightening around her neck, causing her unbearable pain. Xiao Dan, with a calm expression, stepped closer to inspect the chain, her face turning pale.
This chain is altering her personality. Xiao Dan screamed in desperation, what do we do?
If this continues, it's not good. Ling Niao's face turned red, her teeth clenched tightly. Wumian's eyes narrowed as if he had noticed something, and he furrowed his brows, muttering, the chain.
He suggested to everyone that they should give it a try.
After hearing this, everyone was stunned and turned to look back. Wumian's eyes widened with determination as he explained, the chain seems to have no effect on me, perhaps my strength could help. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward the mysterious necklace, intending to touch it.
In any case, let's first try using inverse force to make contact.
Ling Niao trembled, and just as Wumian's hand was about to touch it, Jinli's voice suddenly rang out, stopping him.
Stop right there. His hand froze mid-air, unable to move. Wumian's body went stiff.
He thought to himself, damn, my body isn't responding. His teeth gritted in anger, his whole body shaking with rage as he cursed silently at Jinli.
Damn it, what's gotten into you, suddenly going mad? Wumian angrily demanded, why are you interfering with my body?
Jinli, standing behind him, had a firm grip on his hand, preventing him from moving. Jinli's face darkened as he sincerely reminded him, don't touch that thing.
Upon hearing this, Wumian shot him a look and asked, why?
But Jinli remained mysterious, deliberately hiding something, and coldly replied, "You don't need to know." Xiao Dan, unable to see Jinli, could only see Wumian standing and muttering to himself. Startled, he called out loudly, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, Wumian couldn't speak. His body was still paralyzed. Sweat began to bead on Wumian's forehead as he clenched his jaw, stammering, "I." Suddenly, his eyes widened, and a blood-red color appeared in his pupils. It seems like this is no longer him. Jinli had taken over Wumian's body. He covered Ling Niao's eyes with his bare hands, his tone cold as he ordered, "Sorry, kid, but I can't let you save her." He seemed to have lost his mind, a broken figure glaring at Ling Niao, declaring with intensity, "I must eradicate her along with the chain." Wumian couldn't control his own body. Helpless, he screamed to stop Jinli from harming Ling Niao. "Stop, Jinli." Jinli was raising his hand when a white orb appeared in front of him. Wumian's eyes widened in shock, his empty gaze seemingly realizing something, causing him to freeze. The white orb quickly vanished. Jinli's eyes glowed a striking red. Zidan changed her attitude, smirking and mocking. "Oh, what a pity, such a rare opportunity." She stood there, staring at Jinli, and couldn't help but ask, "When did you notice?" With red, bloodshot eyes, he replied disdainfully, "Before you, some idiot tried using a false illusion against me. If you're going to blindfold me, at least do it properly and don't embarrass yourself." Xiao Dan, hearing this, grinned widely and laughed out loud. "Ah, you really dared to say that." She smirked, confidently stating that in her world, even if you hesitated for a moment in your judgment earlier, she was certain that you would have killed the girl for real. Jinli remained indifferent to her attitude, coldly responding, "Is that so?" His eyes suddenly turned ferocious as he stared at Xiao Dan, reminding her, "But even if I were really going to kill her, I wouldn't hesitate, because right now, you're getting in my way." As the words ended, the atmosphere grew tense. The two of them locked eyes, each with their own thoughts running through their minds. Faced with this person who harbored malicious intentions, Xiao Dan sighed in helplessness. "You are truly..." At that moment, a small form resembling Wumian appeared, taking the shape of a boy. Though appearing as a child, his strength and cunning seemed no less formidable than anyone else. His name was Pandora. He let out a mocking voice, "Such a dull name. This person seems very dangerous, he will pose a threat to Jinli." Seeing this, the other person angrily glared and shouted, "Enough! Leave, now!" Pandora, with a dark expression, spoke up, "Hey, although I have no intention of fighting for this body with you," he glared, staring at the other person, "it's just that I've been borrowing your strength for so long." With that, Pandora floated fearlessly toward Jinli, speaking in a provocative tone, "Isn't it fine to gain a bit of profit?" Before Jinli could react, Pandora swiftly passed by him and pressed his finger to Wumian's forehead. He grinned smugly, "Haha, look, the one who should be frozen is you." In that instant, Jinli's surroundings became hazy, as if everything had frozen. Jinli had disappeared. A drop of dew fell into the still black void, and everything resumed its motion. Jinli was gone, and Wumian had returned to his own body. He broke into a cold sweat, staring at the unfamiliar person before him, questioning, "Who exactly are you?" His voice was stiff, stammering. Wumian, slightly angered, glared at Pandora with a mocking tone, "You're quite the joker." He fell into a deep thought, resting his hands on his chest, regretfully saying, "I told you, if you waver even a little, he will truly disappear." Pandora seemed somewhat confused and asked, "Why not try trusting a bit? It's such a good opportunity." He was confident, believing that if they followed his suggestion, they would be able to regain control over the body. In response to these probing words, Wumian coldly retorted, his tone sharp, "This is my business. It's none of your concern." Looking at the mysterious figure, who had the same appearance as when he was a child, Wumian couldn't help but ask in shock, "In the memories the chain brought to me, I have met you. Who exactly are you?" Pandora's expression darkened.
He smirked coldly and replied, "Who am I?"
Then, with a strange gleam in his eyes, Pandora stared intently at Wumian and grinned wickedly, saying, "Haha, I am you." Suddenly, Pandora stopped, tapping his chin thoughtfully, and corrected himself, "No, that's not quite right." Once again, he pointed directly at Wumian, speaking with firm conviction. "A more accurate way to say it is that I am a part that makes up who you are." As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Wumian, Shenruorong, stood facing the cunning Pandora. After a moment, with an unchanged expression, he casually remarked, "Is that so?" Seeing Wumian's calm demeanor, Pandora was somewhat taken aback and asked, "Aren't you? Aren't you surprised?" In the silent and dark space, Wumian's voice slowly echoed. He looked indifferently at the stranger before him, not without surprise. He stepped closer to Pandora, his face cold and expressionless, then slowly continued. It was not that he wasn't surprised, but rather that he felt uninterested in these matters. This made Pandora feel slightly uncomfortable. He sneered coldly, and suddenly, a crack appeared in the dark night above, causing both of them to stop their conversation and look up. Jinli's blood-red eyes were staring down at them from above. Perhaps at that moment, he wished he could immediately rush over and devour them both alive. Pandora seemed to understand something, his face began to show signs of worry, and he muttered, "I can't suppress him anymore." Thinking for a moment, Pandora turned back to call out to Wumian. He smirked slyly, then placed his hand on his chest, not forgetting to propose his deal. "Let's make a deal." Upon hearing this, Wumian bent down, stared at him intently, his gaze vaguely unwavering as he responded without hesitation, "I refuse. We are not acquainted." Faced with his blunt rejection, Pandora felt a bit vexed. He kept his composure and slowly continued, "You've known for a long time, haven't you?" He suddenly brought up an unpleasant memory for Wumian. The fact that he had actually died many years ago caused Wumian to pause, his attention now fixed on what Pandora was about to say. In the cold, dark scene, Pandora stood facing Wumian, his sharp eyes seemingly piercing through his thoughts. Wumian lowered his head in silence, but his eyes betrayed his unease. Pandora spoke, her tone deep and full of sarcasm. "Why has everything you've done until now only served to make your own power stronger? To save the person you like, to make those who have disrupted her life pay, to act as a messenger of justice." Wumian stirred slightly but remained silent. Pandora took a step forward, her voice becoming sharper. "Maybe, but that's not the real reason." Pandora sneered, a cold smile playing on her lips as she emphasized each word. "Rewriting a bad past, saving yourself from your past, this is your true desire." Wumian lifted his head, his eyes flashing with pain, but he did not refute her. Pandora smiled faintly, continuing to peel back the layers of his mind. "That's why you keep repeating it endlessly. You don't hesitate to risk being replaced by a mask, trying to make the paradox stronger, because this power truly holds the ability to fulfill your unrealistic illusions." Wumian clenched his fist, but still remained silent. Pandora paused for a moment, then tilted her head, her voice soft but full of pressure. "I'm not wrong, am I? You've always lived in the shadow of." His voice was firm, not hesitating to voice his contempt. "You're a coward," Pandora said, her words laced with disdain. Wumian tightened his fist, then finally raised his head to look Pandora in the eye. He trembled slightly, staring intently at him, and asked, "What do you want to trade?" Pandora smiled, her eyes gleaming with delight at Wumian's feeble resistance. The atmosphere was still, Pandora standing face to face with Wumian, her gaze sharp and cold. "I will teach you." He continued speaking, his tone a mixture of condescension and sarcasm. "The true way to use Jinli." Wumian frowned cautiously, asking again in slight surprise. "You're teaching me how to truly use Jinli?" Pandora let out a cold laugh, his eyes full of mockery. "Ha, don't get it wrong, I'm not talking about that guy." His gaze was sharp as a blade, and he emphasized each word. What he meant was the power that could make others empathize with you. "That is a fundamental power that belongs to me." Hearing that, Wumian was stunned, standing there frozen. He looked a bit confused, his eyes showing a flicker of hesitation.
You mean that power wasn't originally granted to me by Zhenli? Pandora crossed his arms, stood upright, and locked eyes with Wumian with a piercing gaze. The space around them fell silent, only the soft sound of the wind whispering through. Pandora's voice rose, brimming with mockery and scorn, each word seemingly aimed at stabbing Wumian's pride. Are you stupid? You could already use that power before you ever made a deal with him, couldn't you? He paused, tilting his head to look at him, lips curling into a faint, cold smile. Even though you were able to use that power, it was only because of him. Pandora bit down hard on his nail, looking visibly angry, but that bastard shamelessly kept deceiving you. I'm seriously displeased. Wumian lowered his head in deep thought. Pandora continued, his voice now firmer, listen carefully. What you understand about absolute empathy is completely inaccurate. The effect of this power of mine proves the opposite. It seemed, at this moment, that Pandora's words held some truth. As long as the other person was swayed by what you said, it would come into effect. Wumian looked up, his gaze more serious as he listened intently to Pandora's words. Understanding how to use it would be of great benefit to him when facing opponents in the future. Pandora stepped closer to Wumian, her eyes cold and filled with disdain. Each word she spoke was like a knife stabbing directly into the fragile confidence he had. If the paradox is strong enough, even if you don't fully understand your own power, it will still be enough to deal with it, wouldn't it? He remained silent, then questioned her back, if that's the case, why should I risk making a deal with you? Pandora smirked, her lips curling into a mocking smile as she continued to push the pressure with sharp reasoning. Didn't you notice? Even if you could truly return to the past, you wouldn't be able to bring this paradoxical power with you. Her words seemed to shake Wumian. Pandora tilted her head, her gaze ridiculing as she stared at him, emphasizing each word with added sarcasm. Your past self never met that Zhenli guy. Her voice was flat, but carried an underlying meaning. Even if you were given another chance to start over, someone as small and weak as you could survive under the assassin's hand? Wumian gritted his teeth, his fists clenching, his eyes flaring with inner turmoil. Seeing he remained silent, Pandora pressed on with her verbal assault. Not likely, right? Wumian's face grew darker with each word, and finally, he turned to look at her, decisively asking, what price do I have to pay? At this, Pandora was visibly pleased. She smirked triumphantly, then made a dangerously tempting offer. Let me eat your heart. He pondered for a long time, still not responding. Pandora patiently observed his state. He continued to urge him on. It originally belonged to me. Wumian lifted his head, his eyes flashing with a determined light. Without hesitation, he responded confidently. All right. Pandora grinned, delighted with the victory. But as he basked in his triumph, he was suddenly attacked from behind by Zhenli's arm. The red hand pierced through his body. The space seemed to freeze for a moment. Both Pandora and Wumian fell into silence, while Zhenli, with an angry expression, firmly gripped Pandora's neck and said decisively, I do not agree. Pandora sneered coldly, his gaze as icy as water. Ha, you're too late. Zhenli, filled with fury, clenched his teeth and cursed. You bastard. Pandora was unafraid, baring his teeth in a provocative manner. At that moment, Zhenli's body seemed to spasm. His eyes widened as he sensed something and then exclaimed, dead. Zhenli's eyes suddenly turned white, his anger rising as he gritted his teeth and snarled, You tricked me? Pandora's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes filled with self-satisfaction, now that it was set in stone. Zhenli, with an expression of helplessness, roared, Scoundrel! Pandora smiled, pointing at his own chest as he stood behind Wumian, his voice stern. You can't eliminate me. From now on, I am his heart. His voice was mocking yet full of authority. And also, the heart of yours. The heart on Wumian's chest was slowly emerging. He stood there like a statue. Pandora opened his mouth wide, full of sharp teeth, and savored a heart that was burning red. He liked to say, it was once my heart as well.
As the words ended, it was the moment Pandora sank his teeth into the heart, the blood splattering from the corner of his mouth. The atmosphere grew tense as a whirlpool began to form around Wumian. Pandora's tone suddenly softened, almost as if sighing, "Thank you so much." As he spoke, he placed a hand on his chest. "You may return it to me as repayment. Feel free to use this power however you like." Pandora stared intently at Jinli, speaking as if giving advice. "You can exploit the paradox in this person's logic to eliminate the conditions for its formation." He smirked, confidently believing that this way, he could wield the power that would make anyone wholeheartedly agree. Wumian stirred. He clenched his fist, touched his chest, and whispered, "Jinli." His voice deepened, his sharp eyes fixed on Pandora as he asked, "You're also my mask, aren't you?" Pandora met Wumian's gaze directly, his voice lightly laughing as he introduced himself, "I am Pandora. I am merely your heart." Jinli listened quietly to their conversation, but he could no longer hold back. Thousands of red eyes, full of hatred, appeared and stared directly at the two of them. Pandora sneered, his cold eyes locking onto Jinli. It seemed like he was angry now. Jinli, furious, gave a harsh command, "Get lost." Pandora, completely unafraid, stood there looking at the abhorrent sight before him and said, "You will need me. My purpose does not conflict in the slightest." With a tone of mocking contempt, he added, "Forgive me for being blunt, but judging by how you look right now, you still don't have what it takes to reclaim anything." Jinli Degi, unwilling to believe these flowery words, used all his strength to attack Pandora. In that instant, a gust of wind began to swirl, and Pandora's body slowly began to vanish. He ground his teeth and cursed, "Stubborn fool." In the blink of an eye, Pandora had disappeared, leaving Jinli standing there, confused and exposed, completely alone. Jinli sneered, his voice dripping with disdain, "Kid, you're really ugly." Wumian, as if under Pandora's control, curled his lips in contempt and said, "You're no different." His tone continued to mock, "Your speed in taking control of me is impressively fast. I'm really scared." Pandora paused for a moment, his eyes turning cold, as if fearing that before his power could fully manifest, he might be replaced by Jinli. He looked down at the body he was inhabiting, his voice firm and resolute, "Then let everything go to waste. I will persist until the paradox becomes strong enough to affect time itself." With that, he raised his head, staring defiantly at Jinli. "Now is the perfect time for me to gain the power that can balance you." Jinli's face softened slightly, and he slowly called out to the little devil. He paused for a moment, his voice gentle yet still carrying emphasis, "I have to admit, I don't dislike you as much anymore." Jinli sneered, his sharp gaze serving as a reminder. "But you will definitely pay the price for the choice you made today." Pandora said nothing, a faint, bitter smile playing on his lips within Wumian's muscular frame. Pandora spoke seriously, his cold eyes locking with Jinli's as he asked, "I've always had one question, if the mask is a product of the second personality, then?" Pandora tilted his head, thinking for a moment, then continued in a stern tone, "What exactly is it that I found when I found you?" Jinli stiffened, his expression frozen as the sensitive question was posed. He began in a calm tone, though his cold gaze never left Pandora. "Fine, I'll tell you, but you have to answer my question first." He tilted his head slightly, his voice probing, as though testing Pandora's thoughts. "How did you know that a paradox could return to the past?" He continued, his face deadly serious. This was something even that person had never tried. Pandora hesitated, his voice heavy as he slowly enunciated, "That person is Jinli," as if cornering Pandora into an inescapable truth. "Answer me." Seeing Jinli's apparent impatience, Pandora blinked in surprise, staring wide-eyed at his opponent. Then, he lowered his gaze and slowly replied. Pandora leaned back, his tone shifting to one of deep contemplation, as though recalling a distant feeling. "I didn't know that I had felt this way when I first gained this power, did I?" He looked at his hands, also feeling confused. It worked without any reason. It just felt that way. He cast a sideways glance at Jinli with a scrutinizing look, his voice dropping low, as if he were contemplating something. "Have we met before?" He answered immediately, without hesitation, his tone firm.
Never.
As soon as the words were spoken, he suddenly vanished, leaving Pandora, in Wumian's body, standing there in shock, her eyes filled with surprise and resentment.
He gritted his teeth, suddenly roaring, unable to control his fury. His voice echoed through the space. Ugh, that bastard Jinli, come out here. You've pulled another trick on me, and you still haven't answered my question. Back in reality, a sudden voice called out, Wumian? Causing him to freeze for a moment.
Wumian regained his composure, his voice soft but filled with concern, as his gaze shifted toward Ling Niao.
Are you okay? Ling Niao gave a weak smile, her voice low but somewhat frail. Just barely. Ling Niao noticed the chain link fading away and gasped in alarm.
Oh, the chain, even around Xiaodan's neck, is disappearing.
This reminds me of Pandora.
Wumian's eyes flickered with unease as he looked down at the chain.
It must be Pandora's doing, right? That guy seems to be deeply connected to this chain.
Ling Niao scanned the surroundings, her voice full of caution.
Wumian, is this place safe?
Wumian gave a slight nod, his expression serious but with a touch of relief.
Yeah, for now, it should be safe.
Ling Niao sighed in relief, her voice softening.
That's good. Thank you.
Saying that, she slammed her hand down onto the ground, using the last bit of her strength to retrieve the square box.
Ling Niao wearily instructed, this should last for a while. Once everyone has recovered, we'll find another place.
Wumian glanced at the box, his voice firm, understood.
You rest and heal.
Ling Niao smiled faintly, her eyes filled with trust.
I'm just a little weak, don't worry.
Paranormal entities like us are not that fragile. Suddenly, Fu Shi, who had been standing nearby, remembered something, and his expression suddenly turned serious as he shouted, Wait, there's one more thing. Before he could finish his sentence, he broke into a violent coughing fit.
Cough, cough.
Ling Niao saw this and cut him off, her voice hoarse but her gaze resolute.
You're badly injured, don't speak anymore.
Fu Shi looked away, his voice stern.
We need to deal with this guy first. It was then that Ling Niao suddenly remembered with shock. Hua Lu. He was sitting in a corner, too scared to speak. Hua Lu was slowly regaining consciousness, his blurred eyes slowly opened, and his weak voice spoke, Oh, I. He staggered slightly, panting as he realized he was still alive. I'm still alive. Hua Lu looked around in panic, his trembling hand reaching toward the empty space where his chain had been. The chain is gone.
Ling Niao, standing nearby, spoke calmly, though her eyes flashed with bitterness.
That's right.
The monotonous voice indicated that we were all still alive, causing Hua Lu to startle when he heard it.
He was stunned, turned around awkwardly, and said, Sister Ling Niao.
Ling Niao's eyes widened as she realized the betrayal, her voice heavy with pain.
Why did you do that? She stared at Hua Lu, shouting in anger, Why did you betray us?
Hua Lu turned his face away, his voice low and filled with justification.
I did it.
But in the end, he did not express any remorse, instead grinding his teeth in agony as he stubbornly affirmed that he had done nothing wrong. He insisted, I just made a choice to keep living. Fu Shi was also startled by this and called out softly, Hua Lu. Hua Li's eyes flashed with defiance, his tears nearly overflowing as his voice carried an accusatory tone. It was you all who changed. He kept questioning, claiming that since that person had joined, everything had changed, leaving Ling Niao's group confused. Wumian, who was standing aside, was at a loss for words, not expecting to be caught up in it, sitting there and taking the hit for no reason. Hua Lu stared at Ling Niao, his voice filled with doubt and hurt. Why provoke too long? Why couldn't you just live as you did before? As long as you weren't noticed, as long as too long didn't notice you? Hua Lu sighed, his gaze filled with resentment as he looked directly at Ling Niao. Surely they won't come after me anymore. Fu Shi's voice choked with pain. Why didn't you tell us about this? He looked at them with eyes full of disappointment, his voice trembling as if he couldn't believe the truth. We've lived together for 5 years, we're friends,
and you still can't trust us? If you tell us, Xiao Diao and the others will help you deal with it.
Fu Shi's voice gradually softened, carrying a trace of sorrow.
Why should I bear it all alone? Hua Lu, hearing this, darkened, sitting down quietly without responding.
After a while, Hua Li's voice sank, filled with helplessness.
Can we even deal with it?
Hua Lu gazed into the distance, his voice choked, but he still tried to remain calm. I always thought that to escape from Tu Long's gaze, there was nothing to fear anymore. Even though it was hard, at least living with all of you meant I could live in peace. He raised his head, suddenly letting out a bitter laugh, but the smile was full of sorrow.
But when I met you again, I knew I was wrong.
Hua Li's eyes widened in fear, his hands clenched into fists, his voice brimming with anguish. The shadow of Tu Long has never left me, the terror of that person still takes my breath away.
I've never been free.
Hua Li's gaze was vacant, speaking as if confessing, obediently following was the only thing I could do.
Hua Li turned to Ling Niao, bowed his head, and his voice whispered, trembling with inner torment. I'm sorry, Sister Ling Niao. I just want to keep living.
Ling Niao's voice was gentle, her eyes filled with sorrow. You've done very well, you're a good child. Hua Li looked up, his face full of panic, his voice trembling. But the mission had failed, and he still had to face the punishment. He screamed in despair, stepping back a few paces, his mouth pleading incessantly.
Please, don't.
Something appeared, like a disgusting black slime, attacking the young boy from behind. A cold, deep voice echoed from the darkness, carrying a tone of cruelty.
As per the agreement, I will devour you.
Pandora, who didn't know when he had appeared, smirked, laughing softly as if he had just discovered something amusing.
Oh, is that so?
Pandora calmly stated that she, too, was a child from Luo Yuan.
Hua Li's glasses fell to the ground, shattering into tiny pieces.
The dark shadow grew larger behind him, and within moments, it completely engulfed Hua Lu. Fu Shi watched in silence, tears choking her, her body trembling, her eyes filled with panic.
He's been eaten. Xiao Dan also exclaimed in shock. This is a complete replacement. She was deeply confused, unable to understand. But why now?
Pandora's face showed a hint of doubt, and she spoke cautiously about No's curse. Wumian, intrigued by her words, asked further.
What is that? Pandora tried to steady her breath.
But his voice trembled slightly, as every child from Luo Yuan was implanted with a seed, which would replace the weight of the transaction of the child and the mask. He slowly continued to explain, when certain conditions are met, it will sprout and break the contract. Pandora's eyes were vacant, speaking as if recounting a personal tale, each word carrying a sense of bitterness.
This is the curse of No.
Wumian stared at him intently, his voice turning somewhat cold as he asked, then where you speak of Luo Yuan, what is it? Pandora's eyes revealed a mixture of pain and resentment, as he explained, but the method of the mask often manifests more easily in younger children. Tu Long has a place where they gather children with the potential of becoming paranormal entities, that place is Luo Yuan. He glared at Wumian, a bitter smile appearing on his face, as if reminiscing about the past.
I was once one of the children taken in there. Pandora's voice became heavier, each word seeming to fall like a burden. Those children are forcibly turned into paranormal entities, and the seed is implanted into their bodies.
His gaze suddenly turned cold, his tone growing sharp. They have no exceptions, they will all become useful props or sacrificial offerings for Tu Long.
Pandora looked up at Hua Lu, who was being swallowed up, his voice soft but laden with meaning. As for this child,
he slowly stated, I'm afraid that your existence will lead to her failure, which is the moment when the seed inside the body will sprout. Jinli suddenly appeared, his face unable to hide the disdain, his actions cowardly. Pandora crossed her arms in front of her chest, offering a faint smile, her eyes carrying a hint of indifference. To say such words is really unlike you, but I can understand. Hearing this, Jinli was at a loss for words, silent and speechless. Wumian tilted his head, his voice firm as he suggested, let's end this quickly to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. But just as he moved forward, Ling Niao's hands stretched out to stop him.
Wumian. Ling Niao nodded, his voice absent as he declared, "Let me handle this."
At this moment, Huala had completely changed, resembling a monster that had lost all rationality. He sighed, his eyes briefly filled with sorrow, muttering to himself, "Just one more step, and I will truly be free."
Hua Li's face turned savage, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. "All I need is to catch you."
Facing Hua Li, Ling Niao's eyes were a mixture of disappointment and resolve as he spoke. "If you think staying with us is dangerous and want to leave, I won't stop you."
"But you've betrayed us."
Hua Li shrugged, his gaze cold, but his words carried a hint of helplessness.
"To me, this is the best choice."
Hua Li summoned a massive hand from the earth, launching an attack towards Ling Niao. His voice was full of bitterness, and there was no turning back now.
Ling Niao stood motionless, facing the onslaught. The giant hand came crashing down, and she vanished from sight.
Everyone looked on in panic, calling out for Ling Niao. But suddenly, Hua Li's gaze froze, his eyes widening in shock. Ling Niao is completely unharmed," she said.
"And that giant hand?"
"It's been turned to stone and shattered into pieces by her." As the dust cleared, Ling Niao appeared, cool and unfazed. Hua Lu, seeing this, gritted his teeth in anger. Truly, no one could rival Ling Niao. He sneered, his eyes turning cold, and spoke with full confidence, "But a paranormal entity still can't defeat me."
Hua Lu lifted his chin.
His cold voice echoed with certainty, "I am the complete replacement." The things Hua Lu created attacked Ling Niao, but she easily destroyed them, reducing them to lifeless fragments that floated aimlessly around her. She tilted her head, her sharp gaze unwavering, and with a voice soft yet filled with challenge, she asked,
"After completely replacing me, do you feel satisfied?"
Ling Niao shook her head lightly, her voice tinged with a hint of mockery. "If it were me, I'd feel very lonely instead." Hua Lu suddenly stopped, his eyes wide, and his voice cracked as he exclaimed, "How could you?" Ling Niao slowly stepped forward, her cold, sharp gaze fixed firmly on Hua Lu. "Hua Lu, we can live in peace, not because we are weak," she said, her palm controlling a small cube. Small cubes of light circled around Ling Niao as she spoke, her voice low and deliberate, each word cutting straight to her opponent's heart. "But because every enemy has already been killed by me." In the vast, white, cube-shaped space, Ling Niao stood motionless, her body as still as a statue. Fu Shi, his eyes filled with concern, murmured, "Ling Niao." Xiao Dan stood frozen, unable to speak. Wumian furrowed her brows, her gaze sharp as a blade, and asked, "Why didn't you tell me about this sooner?"
Jin Li, hovering behind Wumian, asked anxiously, "Is everything all right?"
"That child holds no hostility towards you, and surely you've noticed that her behavior is unusual by now, haven't you?" Hua Lu growled, her anger palpable as if she had been betrayed.
"You've been hiding this from us all along?"
Diao, her eyes tightly shut, spoke in a cold, indifferent voice, "It no longer matters." Ling Niao raised two fingers and pointed at her long black hair, which obscured her emotionless face. Hua Lu was lifted into the air and forced into a transparent cube created by Ling Niao. Hua Lu began to feel uneasy, her eyes widening as the space around her seemed to shrink. The cube trapping Hua Lu slowly constricted. Fear gripped her, her eyes wide with terror, as she placed her hand against the transparent wall, her mouth muttering continuously, "You won't trap me." Hua Lu hung in the cube, unable to break free, and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, why?" Ling Niao controlled the cube, making it roll gently, and explained, "You can assimilate and manipulate everything around you, but not this space that I created." Ling Niao's voice was cold, her eyes hollow, empty. The cube kept shrinking, trapping Hua Lu and making it impossible for her to move. With fear in her eyes, Hua Lu stammered, What do you want to do?" The cube continued to shrink, compressing Hua Lu, preventing her from moving even the slightest bit. Her face was pressed and distorted, and she muttered repeatedly, I understand now." Her voice carried a hint of pleading, "Sister Ling Niao, I know I was wrong." Ling Niao spoke with a tone of regret, softly saying, "I've always treated you like family, Hua Lu. I'm sure you've treated me the same way, right?" Ling Niao choked on her words as she looked at Hua Luo, who was stiff, her eyes rolling back, her legs immobile from being trapped in such a confined space. Beyond a row of dilapidated, crumbling houses, faint whispers could be heard, "Help, someone help me." In a trash bin, a child huddled inside a large dumpster, her mouth choking on sobs.
Is anyone there to help?
A tall, thin figure dressed in a black cloak slowly approached. The child, tears brimming in her eyes, trembled with fear.
A hand opened the lid of the trash bin. The child curled up amidst the filthy, stinking trash bags.
Ling Niao softly asked, "Why are you hiding in such a filthy place?" Ling Niao smiled softly and gently called, "Kid." At that moment, Hua Luo was tear-streaked, nose running, and glanced toward the light.
"Oh, you're Hua Luo."
She fearfully took a step back, wearing a thin dress that revealed her frail figure, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Ling Niao, stammering.
"Where is he? The person from too long."
Ling Niao flashed a harmless smile, reassuring her that he didn't know, that he had never met him. Not far from the two, a man lay with his mouth full of blood, his soul having already left his body. Ling Niao nonchalantly said, "He must have left a long time ago." Ling Niao braced himself against the cold in front of a completely white room, introducing, "From now on, this place will be our base."
Fu Shi looked at the room and couldn't help but praise.
So powerful, this small room has been transformed into such a spacious space, which made Ling Niao happy, his nose flaring up with pride. Suddenly, a small, sweet voice caught Ling Niao's attention. Sister Hua Luo looked at Ling Niao and said, "I also want to do something for everyone, like you, Ling Niao." Hua Luo, with a look of admiration, murmured, "I also want to use my strength to protect everyone." At that moment, Hua Luo stood motionless in the narrow space, her eyes vacant, her pupils dilated, her face distorted and twisted. Ling Niao spoke with a trace of regret, "In the end, your strength was never used to protect us." Ling Niao reached out, muttering, "I cannot forgive you." Fu Shi, seeing this, fearfully intervened.
"Ling Niao, don't."
Hua Li's eyes filled with tears, her mouth continuously repeating, "I'm sorry."
Ling Niao threw a powerful punch, and the cubic box exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. Wumian stood motionless, witnessing the actions of the other.
Jin Li, her eyes covered by a strip of cloth, sat silently, listening for any movement. Fu Shi's eyes widened, letting out a helpless grunt.
Ling Niao spoke in a low voice, "We've always been like this."
Ling Niao didn't turn his head, only said softly, "You should get used to it." Fu Shi lowered his head, his voice trembling, "I understand." Ling Niao lowered his head, spirit dejected, "All these years, my hands have been stained with fresh blood." Ling Niao stammered, unable to finish his sentence.
"Ah." Ling Niao looked at Wumian and softly said, "I don't want to stain myself with the blood of friends anymore." Hearing that, Wumian immediately asked sternly, "Are you still Ling Niao?" Ling Niao nodded and said firmly, "I've always been."
Somewhere far away, there's a little boy who once called out sweetly, "Ling Niao." Ling Niao clutched his chest, choking with emotion, "It's the name the child gave me." Fu Shi suddenly dropped to his knees, his voice shaking with frustration.
"I still can't accept it."
He choked, helpless.
Everything was fine just yesterday, why did it turn out like this?
Then came the tears, the snot, streaming uncontrollably.
"Why?"
Fu Shi cried, clutching his head in anguish. "Why does it have to be this way?" Seeing him losing control, Wumian stepped forward and gently placed a hand on his shoulder in comfort. "Fu Shi, calm down." Fu Shi abruptly turned, his voice laced with resentment, and forcefully brushed Wumian's hand off.
"What do you know? How can you people be so used to this?"
Ling Niao saw how arrogantly and absurdly he was acting, so she rushed over without hesitation and angrily kicked him in the stomach, causing him to cry out in pain.
"Ah!" Fu Shi, shocked, clutched his stomach and took a step back, stammering in disbelief. "Ling Niao, what are you doing?"
In response, Ling Niao slapped him hard across the face. She tilted her head slightly, her voice cold but with a trace of gentleness as she asked,
"Calm down, let it go."
She frowned, her face equally moved. with tears welling up in her eyes in a pitiful manner. Fu Shi lowered his gaze, his voice soft and full of regret. "I'm sorry." Not receiving an immediate reply, he glanced up at Ling Niao. She, however, smiled faintly and shook her head, her voice steady as she responded. "You should be apologizing to me." She turned her face away, a bit embarrassed, and continued. "I've always been the one replacing you all, and I've kept it hidden." Xiaodan, watching from a distance, spoke up. "This cautiousness doesn't suit you at all." Xiaodan walked over, offering a gentle smile, her voice encouraging. "Don't worry about it, everyone has their little secrets." Suddenly, she shot a sidelong glance at Fu Shi, then asked with a hint of implication. "Right, Fu Shi?" Fu Shi nodded slightly, his voice now softer, tinged with empathy. "Yeah." Xiaodan stared intently at Ling Niao, reassuring her. "After all, we all have pasts we'd rather not talk about." She looked straight at Ling Niao, her voice firm and full of trust. "Therefore, whether you are the replacement or not doesn't matter. All I know is that if it's Ling Niao, she would never do anything to harm us." As she spoke, Xiaodan extended her hand. She stood in front of Ling Niao, sincerely saying, "I believe in you." Ling Niao's eyes were filled with emotion, and without saying a word, she suddenly threw herself into Xiaodan's arms, startling Xiaodan. "Ah!" Ling Niao was momentarily surprised, her eyes sparkling with emotion, her voice soft. "Thank you." Xiaodan, flustered, stammered as she pushed her away. Don't do that, it's so embarrassing." Ling Niao embraced Xiaodan, her eyes radiating warmth, her voice gentle. "Let me hold you for a while, Sister Xiaodan." Xiaodan's eyes widened in shock, but soon her expression softened, and she embraced Ling Niao in return, expressing her feelings. Meanwhile, Uncle He suddenly coughed a few times, hacking and spitting blood. He sat down, bowed his head, his voice full of self-blame. "This happened again. It's all my fault for being useless. I'm sorry." Ling Niao hurried to stand in front of Uncle He, her voice resolute. "Your wound just healed. Don't move." He kept his head lowered, his eyes filled with confusion, his voice weak. "I'm really sorry." Wumian glanced at Uncle He, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes, her voice seemingly trying to change the subject. It seems like Uncle He looks younger now. Is it just my imagination?" Uncle He raised his hand to touch his face, his voice calm but tinged with a hint of nostalgia. "That's right, I've returned to the way I was before." Everyone fell silent after hearing this. He then picked up the syringe from the ground. Uncle He stared at the syringe in his hand with an expression full of gratitude. "The fusion drug was taken from Jinshan, right?" "Thank you. It's been many years since I last had this." Wumian looked at Uncle He, her eyes curious, her voice soft. "Do you really need this?" Uncle He nodded slowly, his gaze thoughtful. He spoke in a steady tone as if explaining. "For a puppet like me, this is incredibly precious. I'm a semi-finished product. If I don't get this supplement, I'll deteriorate much faster than ordinary people until I eventually die." Uncle He gave a slight smile, his voice tinged with gratitude. "It's because of this supplement that my body has been able to recover some of its activity, and that's why I look younger now." Ling Niao gazed into the distance, his voice filled with some concern. "That woman, she did me a favor." Xiaodan raised her head and looked at everyone, her voice firm. "In short, we can't stay here any longer." Xiaodan crossed her arms, shaking her head slightly, her voice calm but resolute. "If Tu Long wants to sweep through the paranormal entities here, he definitely won't let us off." She thought for a moment before calmly offering her assessment to everyone, but it seemed that they couldn't possibly sweep through multiple cities at once. Xiaodan furrowed her brow, her expression tense and determined. "The best way is to escape to another city." Wumian, hearing this, glanced at Ling Niao with hope in her eyes. "But if we hide in Ling Niao's space, it should be safe, right?" Ling Niao propped her chin up with a slightly worried expression as she responded, "My temporary space is unstable, and it's difficult to predict their probing methods. By then, we'll be like flowers in a vase." Xiao Dan sighed, his gaze pausing on each person, his voice soft. "In any case, let's just rest properly today." Fu Shi sat huddled in a corner, observing everyone as they discussed. He lowered his head in sorrow. Fu Shi looked down, his hands clenched tightly, his voice filled with disappointment. "I can't be of any help." Suddenly, Vu appeared, standing beside them with a sarcastic look, his tone harsh. Upon hearing this, Fu Shi was startled and looked up. Vu crossed his arms in front of his chest, his voice dripping with disdain. "A real man doesn't bow his head over something like this." His face darkened, his expression cold as he continued to question, "So, do you want to admit defeat?" Fu Shi fell silent, lost in thought, and did not respond. On the other side, Wumian's group was discussing strategies to cope with the situation, but suddenly, Ling Niao froze in alarm. She widened her eyes and stared ahead, as if she had just noticed something horrifying, muttering, "What? What's going on?" Suddenly, a black orb appeared, with someone rushing towards it. A figure emerged from the orb, disheveled, with a dark and gloomy face and a sinister smile, arrogantly saying, "Oh, you're here?" Wumian looked at the black orb and cursed Fu Shi, "You fool." As soon as the words left his mouth, the black smoke dispersed. An object fell to the ground with a thud, and dust exploded into the air. Ling Niao immediately rushed to the wreckage, finding a little girl in a white dress, her hair a mess, her face pressed to the ground. Ling Niao gasped in horror, "This child is..." Wumian realized who it was and choked up. "Yeah." Outside the room, the people from Zilong were gathering. Fan was standing, waiting for the others. Behind him, Zhang Wu and Jin Chan were walking over. "Have you dealt with it?" Zhang Wu asked. Fan casually replied, "Not yet, it ran off." "Are you guys okay?" He turned back to look at the two of them, smiling as he asked. Zhang Wu was taken aback by his calm attitude and hesitated for a moment before replying, "We're fine." Jin Chan said, "That man's appearance directly changed the course of our difficult battle." "Is this the strongest combat power of the saber?" she asked, looking at Fan. Fan, still smiling, bent down and replied, "Please wait for me a moment." He took another piece of preserved plum and put it in his mouth. "I'll be back soon." He then leisurely walked away. With a chant, a spell was cast, and the ground beneath his feet began to soften. A black sphere sucked him in and disappeared. Jin Chan spoke gravely, telling Zhang Wu that she had a feeling this sweep wouldn't go smoothly. Zhang Wu's face was also extremely serious. He answered, "That's right. This city is now like a muddy pond." Inside the room, Wumian dragged Xiaobo outside. He observed the child's bloodied, wounded body with a sigh. "Did it track my scent to find me? And was defeated so quickly. I really overestimated this little bean." Ling Diao looked down at the child with pity. "Seems like just a cute kid, yet can still open my space." Wumian, upon hearing this, said, "Trust me, once you find out who they are, you won't think they're cute anymore." Suddenly, Xiaobo opened its eyes wide, and with a gasp, it tried to catch its breath, prompting Wumian to cheer softly, "Oh, it's awake." Hearing Wumian's voice, Xiaobo began to whimper. "Wah!" It cried out, and rushed into Wumian's arms, hugging him tightly. Wumian, taken by surprise, yelped, "Ouch!" Xiaobo cried out loudly, "I can't fight back. It hurts so much, it really hurts." It wiped its tears and runny nose on Wumian's clothes. Seeing Xiaobo's reaction, Wumian was completely taken aback. Is this kid scared? It's so different from how it normally is. It looks like it has been through something really painful. Wumian felt guilty in his heart, realizing that deceiving it like this probably wasn't a good idea. When he saw the little one cling to him as it just woke up, the woman gave him a disgusted look and muttered, "Since when did you become so close to this cute little brat? You're such a scumbag." Wumian, flustered, waved his hands.
No, wait, let me explain.
Suddenly, a strange voice echoed, I can't believe there's such a large space hidden here.
Wumian froze, his heart sank. The fan appeared in front of Wumian in an instant. He stomped on Xiaobo's head and asked, Why is it so close to you?
He leaned in close to MHM and grinned, clearly delighted.
How rare!
Ling Niao, witnessing Fan's ability to move so swiftly, started to tremble.
How did this person get in here? Wumian tightly held Xiaobo and stepped back.
He recited a paradoxical incantation.
A bomb exploded where Fan was standing.
The smoke from the blast dissipated, and Fan stood there unharmed, his body untouched by a speck of dust.
He stared at Wumian, confused.
Wumian looked at him, astonished.
Didn't hit you? That's not right. This is a square box.
Ling Niao regained her composure and began to execute her moves.
Immediately, a transparent box enveloped Fan.
He remained calm, casually slipping his hands into his pockets, poking at the edges of the box.
Fan was calculating the space.
So this is your power? He turned to Ling Niao and smiled, just as usual. Fan gently leaned out of the box, raising his voice in praise.
Interesting, huh? Ling Niao glared at his behavior and muttered, No way?
Fan stopped smiling, his tone shifting to a deeper one, though still somewhat casual, and he appeared right behind Ling Niao. Ling Niao shuddered and turned around, a smug smile forming on her face. She swung her hand down, but Ling Niao nimbly dodged and backed away from him. Ling Niao noticed that the tips of her hair had been slightly cut. It seemed his swing wasn't aimed at her body but rather a precise slash. She looked to the side, and the room had been slashed with a long, black line. Ling Niao looked at the cut and felt a chill. She was truly lucky to have avoided this guy's attack.
Which direction are you looking at?
Fan appeared close to her, his hand ready to make another slash.
Ling Niao muttered in despair, Dead, 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 dead.
Fan swung his hand horizontally, a cloud of white smoke appearing in front of him. His slash cut across the room, leaving no blood, no screams. Fan tilted his head slightly to look so it turned out Wumian had swiftly taken the blow meant for Ling Niao. A shallow cut marked his palm. Fan was momentarily taken aback, scoffing he blocked it again. A smile of intrigue curled on his lips as he praised Wumian, interesting, raising a hand to his eyes to observe. Ling Niao saw this and instinctively guessed what he intended to do.
She shoved Wumian aside, shouting loudly, Get out of the way.
A circular slash appeared on the wall. Fushi stared at the cut in shock, mouth agape.
Wumian and Ling Niao both breathed a silent sigh of relief.
Fortunately, Ling Niao had reacted quickly.
Fan's voice carried a trace of disappointment, You dodged that too? Ling Niao glanced at him and asked, You're a space type as well? Fan lowered his head and replied, That's right.
In a flash, he appeared behind Ling Niao and said, So your death won't be in vain. He pointed his thumb out again, delivering another slash. Wumian rushed in, kicked his arm upward, and the slash veered off course, landing on the opposite wall. Fan immediately swung his arm, slashing horizontally across Wumian.
Wumian's agile body twisted to avoid the strike.
Ling Niao lunged into his blind spot and kicked Fan in the jaw. He was sent crashing into the wall, dust and smoke billowing around him. Yet he still stood firm, not collapsing. His voice was slightly irritated, You're quite the challenge.
Oof.
A faint sound echoed in Fan's mind, startling him. He turned to look at Wumian, confused. In Fan's eyes, a streak of light shimmered across Wumian's chest.
What's going on?
Wumian suddenly felt his heart seize. He clutched his chest uncomfortably, feeling his heart beating incessantly since the moment it all began. Fans watched M's writhing expression, murmuring to themselves, from the very beginning, his body had felt restrained. Just seeing the kid in front of him intensified that feeling.
Wumian coldly warned, Will you stop?
He lifted his head, sneering, and continued with the warning.
My patience has limits, Pandora, don't try these tricks again.
He glared at him, then threatened loudly, I won't hesitate to directly crush you.
Pandora, hearing this, let out a sound of disdain.
Seeing the dark aura emanating from Wumian, Fan became serious and voiced his conclusion. His aura has changed. Even the air around him has grown darker.
This is not a normal paranormal entity. Wumian threatened in a loud voice, 3 seconds, I'm giving you 3 seconds.
Leave now, or you'll stay here forever. Seeing that he didn't move, Wumian, with all his strength, began counting loudly.
1. Pandora stood still, muttering as he pondered, should I probe a little?
He's very strong, but not to the point of being unbeatable. What's most important is the strange sensation I felt from him earlier, which hasn't been verified yet.
I'm really curious about it. The aura around Wumian grew more intense.
As he reached the number 2, his eyes, already bloodshot, suddenly turned completely red. When he reached the count of 1 and finished the final number, Fan disappeared immediately, leaving Wumian alone in the space. He frowned, standing still to observe any movement for a moment.
Then, cautiously, he scanned the area and muttered to himself, has it gone?
Immediately after, he sat down heavily on the ground, letting out a sigh of relief and said, luckily, I got him in time, no need to fight those dangerous ones.
This is really great.
At this point, he suddenly glanced up at the red-black orb hovering in the sky, then, a little flustered, he said, oh, there are some things I can't hide anymore. A while later, in another space, when she saw him suddenly appear, Xiaodan was taken aback and called out in surprise, Wumian?
After confirming that it was really him, she immediately ran to his side and asked with concern, are you hurt?
Where is he?
He replied coldly, he ran.
Then, quickly turning around, he announced, it's safe now.
Xiaodan stood frozen for a moment, then added, you were at another place at the same time.
Fan suddenly appeared and gently said, Zhang Wu, sorry, I let him get away. After saying this, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful, thinking to himself that it was better to let him go this time to avoid causing a disturbance and drawing attention to that person. Zhang Wu responded with a simple, At the same time, in the western part of the city, Grand Conductor Tu Long was stunned by what he had seen, his voice filled with disbelief as he wondered, what happened here? It's all monster corpses.
Has someone already swept through this area?
Just then, not far from where Grand Conductor Tu Long stood, a large, bloated monster was lurking, watching someone in front of it. Then, it stealthily approached from behind this person. Seemingly aware of the intentions of the huge, grotesque monster, this person immediately raised their fist high, decisively splitting the monster into 2 parts, before it even realized it was already dead. Hearing the noise, the nearby pink-colored monster immediately turned its head, glancing down and observing this person for a moment. What caught its eye was the blood of its own kind continuously flowing down the person's arm, while the person remained with an emotionless, cold expression, staring right back at it. Taking a walk around the desolate city, standing amidst the grotesque monsters, Church Father suddenly felt something was off. He glanced around, sensing the aura, and thought to himself, all the creatures here are dead. Suddenly, a colossal monster fell from somewhere. It crashed to the ground with a thud and lay motionless. Faced with this scene, Church Father didn't know what to say. From the shadows, a petite figure emerged through the thick dust. He smirked slightly and said, this one pleases me. When Jing once strode forward and spoke, are you Church Father? Seeing the small yet determined figure calling out to him, Church Father instinctively muttered, this name. He broke into a wicked grin, touched that someone still remembered him. Seeing his mocking expression, when Jing Guan quietly replied, moved, she couldn't help but curl her lips into a disdainful smile. When Jing Guan continued, me too. She placed her hand on her chest and whispered, my children can finally rest in peace. Then, when Jing Guan cast a fierce, murderous glare at her opponent. At that moment, a gigantic monster was about to unleash a terrifying blow toward her. Just a second later, its punch shook the ground violently, and dust flew up from the impact. Church Father spread his arms arrogantly, and so I grant you a death of disgrace. Suddenly, something flew straight toward his face, which was grinning in enjoyment. The monster's head rolled behind Church Father, and he turned around in confusion. Eh? Church Father barely had time to react before Wen Jingguan leaped high, preparing to launch a lethal ambush. She forcefully kicked toward her mortal enemy. Church Father's face gradually contorted in pain, and then he stared at her, screaming. You! Church Father snarled, "You're provoking me," and his body was quickly surrounded by a terrifying aura. When Jingguan calmly turned her head to glance behind her. At that moment, Church Father took slow, grotesque steps toward her, hissing. Lowly creature. Even facing that repulsive monster, Wen Jingguan showed no fear. She clenched her small fists tightly. Then, with strength, Wen Jingguan punched Church Father. He let out a soft grunt. Ugh! The monsters behind immediately charged forward. Despite having a hole pierced in his stomach, Church Father remained calm and said, "That strike didn't hurt." At this moment, an aggressive monster threw a punch toward Wen Jingguan. Church Father casually observed the battle, uninterested in intervening. Wen Jingguan softly spoke. "I want to ask." Although she received a powerful blow, Wen Jingguan only needed one hand to block the monster. She asked in a low voice, "Have you ever felt ashamed?" Upon hearing this, Church Father appeared confused. Ashamed of what? He grinned with amusement and then asked loudly, "Isn't it interesting? The feeling of trampling on someone else's life without a care. Don't you enjoy it?" Me? Church Father bared his teeth, affirming something, clearly relishing the moment. Upon hearing this, Wen Jingguan only hissed. Ah! She clenched her palm tightly. Wen Jingguan aimed her strike at Church Father, believing that death was not to be regretted. At the same time, Jinli whispered to Wumian, "To be honest, I have no recollection of your parents or your sister." He continued, "The only time I remember is when I saw the photo of her smiling face placed on the wreath. I felt a sense of shame and a kind of indescribable emotion, as if it wanted to pierce through my body, and it started surging uncontrollably." Little Wumian at that time was so choked up that his eyes welled up with tears. When Jingguan, standing beside him, softly said, "She's your sister." Wumian asked softly, "Sister, why was I the only one saved?" Hearing this, Wen Jingguan was somewhat flustered. She hesitated before replying, "This is my fault." When Jingguan lowered her head and said, "It's because I was late. I could only save you." Wumian knew very well that this was surely something he said just to comfort him. Wumian bowed his head and wondered, "How is it possible that something like this happened and my body doesn't have a single scar? How could this be?" He was sure that, back then, he must have escaped. Wumian told himself, something so terrifying would normally make someone afraid and run away, right? I was scared to death. At that moment, the priest brought a white chrysanthemum toward Wumian and spoke, "Now, kindly, in a soft voice, offer a flower and a blessing for this pure, kind, brave, and resilient girl. God called her, and she will become a beautiful angel." Looking at the smiling face of his sister in the portrait, Wumian instinctively repeated the priest's words, "The girl, brave and resilient? Are you blaming yourself like that? If it were her, she would have bravely stepped in front of me that day, right? I am the coward, the weak one." Wumian believed that he must have used the time his sister bought for him to escape, feeling ashamed but managing to survive. In the end, this memory was like a nail driven deep into his soul, pressing on his very core, forcing him to live on as a relic of her. It seemed that only this way could he feel a little better. Then, Wumian reflected on how he started fighting more frequently, how he began to become rebellious. He had always tried to make himself seem strong. To the point where, after facing an attack, he finally realized how ridiculous the so-called strength he had was. Wumian wondered, was it from that moment, when my awareness gradually faded, that a delusional thought arose in my mind? Did I die once? He could clearly feel that he had once experienced this kind of sensation. This emptiness, powerlessness, sorrow, fear, and unwillingness. Wumian vividly remembered the feeling of watching his own body slowly grow cold. He had felt it before.
He thought to himself, it was absolutely not wrong. Wumian lowered his head and reflected.
The words Pandora had spoken after her appearance made him even more certain. He realized that the man from earlier, who had made his heart race, had only made the unease in his heart more pronounced.
Wumian suddenly felt like he was beginning to feel unfamiliar with himself.
He started to look deeply into his own heart.
No, it wasn't because of their appearance.
It was just that he had always been afraid to think about these things.
He had always been avoiding them.
Wumian unconsciously raised his hand and silently thought, he feared that it would make the emotions, the entanglements, and the years of his life so far seem meaningless.
After a while, he spoke. Junli? Wumian whispered. What really happened to my body? Tell me.
At that moment, Junli coldly responded.
I don't know.
Junli continued. Your memory exploration only goes as far back as the day you were born. Hearing this, Wumian raised his head and muttered to himself.
Ah, the day I was born. Junli then clarified.
The day the perfect puppet named Wumian was born, 9 years ago. At that moment, Wumian's face clearly showed shock, and then his eyes became hollow, tinged with a bit of sadness.
Junli added.
But using the term puppet no longer makes sense. He continued, you should call yourself an artificial human, this is something I've always kept from you. Junli began to explain in detail, but the way of the puppet and the human were fundamentally different in one aspect: they needed to be assigned meaning in order to exist. This was the flaw that creatures could not avoid. Because of this, they would be troubled by the legitimacy of their own existence. Junli believed that doubting the meaning of one's own existence was fatal. He looked at Wumian, who seemed dazed, and thought to himself that he had no awareness of himself as a puppet with a personality. This should not have happened. He didn't need to go to such lengths to hide the truth. Junli thought, if only he had been a bit more careful from the start, not letting him be shackled by that death collar. At this point, he couldn't help but exclaim, ugh, just thinking about it is annoying. Junli silently thought, if I can no longer hide it, I'd rather tell him everything than let him guess and doubt on his own. Seeing the dark aura enveloping Wumian, Junli realized there was nothing else he could do. He told himself, give him a reasonable answer. After some thought, Junli crossed his arms and spoke, place your bet, I want to see. He raised his voice, what makes this kid worthy of being called perfect? Noticing the situation seemed a bit off, Junli was briefly taken aback. By then, the dark energy had surrounded Wumian, forming a massive surge of power. Junli anxiously said, don't deny yourself like this. Seeing the situation unfold before him, he was somewhat surprised. Junli softly called out, hey, kid. He firmly reached his hand into the endless darkness to pull Wumian out. Junli angrily shouted, what are you doing? Is this all you've got? Stupid kid. He tore through the darkness in a rage and yelled, I misjudged you. Is your inner self really this weak? Junli continued to move towards Wumian, not forgetting to throw insults, you idiot. Suddenly, Wumian's cold hand grabbed him. Ah, Wumian smirked with amusement, look, you're scared. At that moment, Junli realized he had been tricked. You. He immediately stepped back and angrily shouted, you're playing me. Then, Wumian spoke. You think I'm too weak now? He stepped forcefully out from the darkness and quietly said, I'm just a little disappointed. Wumian raised his head and thought, but when I was sure I wasn't just living in vain, I didn't know why, but I felt a sense of relief I'd never had before. Wumian realized for the first time, life didn't seem so heavy anymore. Then, Wumian softly said, thanks, old friend. Hearing that, Junli immediately put on a cold expression. What? I didn't do it for you, it's all to make sure I can replace you later. Rather than this fake gratitude, you should thank me with something material. Wumian whispered, how about you take control of this body for a while? Upon hearing that, Junli's eyes lit up. Really? Are you serious? Wumian turned around and walked away, not forgetting to remind, you should handle it, don't play with fire anymore. He spoke quietly, I want to rest for a while. Upon hearing this, Jinli called out, hey, you're saying that now, with everything happening, you still want to try changing your uncertain past? At these words, Wumian fell silent for a moment. After some thought, he replied, of course. His eyes sharpened with determination, otherwise, I won't be at ease. Seeing this, Jinli couldn't help but let out an exclamation. At that moment, Fuxi, looking down from above, asked in astonishment, what's going on in this city? Ling Niao quickly pulled Fuxi back inside, scolding her for sticking her head out too far, you idiot. Sitting down and observing the monsters wandering below, Fuxi softly asked, is this what they call a major purge? What are these monsters that all look the same? Paranormal entities? Jinli, standing behind, responded, no. These are humans who have lost their form due to some kind of influence. Hearing this, Ling Niao was a bit taken aback. No way, those things were humans? Jinli crossed his arms nonchalantly and said, yes, on my way to meet you, I encountered this. He bared his teeth with amusement, just so happens, Tu Long's attention was distracted by these things, making it even more convenient for us to act. At that moment, Zidan spoke in a serious tone, we can't delay any longer, we must act now. We just need to get into the northern forest of the city, taking advantage of the night, it shouldn't be too difficult to avoid being tracked. She continued, the gray zone on the outskirts is a place that both Tu Long and the city hall can't control, it's enough for us to hide for a while. After everyone descended to the lowest point, Wumian's phone suddenly vibrated. That caught Jinli off guard. Upon opening the phone, a notification caught his eye, a new unread message from his sister. When Jingguan had left a message, leave the city quickly, the matter here will be dealt with, and I'll come find you. Be smart and take care of yourself. Seeing this, Jinli suddenly fell into deep thought. At that moment, Ling Niao gently urged, what's wrong, Wumian? Let's go. Jinli replied, He muttered to himself, his sister isn't mine, why am I so stunned? It's really true, being around that guy for so long, I become strange too. Meanwhile, Bai Yi surveyed the surroundings before softly commenting, this place is like walking through hell. The stench of rotting flesh and fresh blood fills the entire city. Grand Conductor Tu Long glanced over and spoke, the number of deaths and the manner in which they occurred are exaggerated to this extent. Who could have done this? If it weren't for the Grand Conductor, no one else could have caused such a scene. Suddenly, something caught the attention of the Grand Conductor. Amidst the pile of monster corpses stood a tall, slender figure. Bai he casually greeted. Grand Conductor Tu Long blared and asked, what's this? You? Why are you here, Bai he? What's your purpose in guarding this place? The Grand Conductor looked suspicious. Are you here to steal our rare prey from the executioners? Bai he stepped forward and explained, hey, you're mistaken. What's going on around here has nothing to do with me. Bai he glanced at the pile of limp corpses beside him and added, this situation here was caused by the intrusion of a rather troublesome individual. Upon hearing this, Grand Conductor Tu Long appeared confused. Who? Bai he smiled with narrowed eyes and spoke, leave this to me, I'll handle it for you, how about that? Grand Conductor Tu Long, clearly irritated, said, you know what's going on and you still ask. Fine, do as you please, you know I hate killing. The Grand Conductor bared his teeth and continued, I only hunt paranormal entities. With that, Grand Conductor turned and walked away, calling out, Xiao Bai, let's go. He said softly, let him handle this, we've got other places to take care of. Seeing this, Bai he smiled with satisfaction. After Grand Conductor Tu Long left, Bai he muttered to himself, all the troublemakers have run off. Then, Bai he bared his teeth, wearing an expression full of delight. It was time for a true massacre. At the same time, a series of brutal blows continued to strike Church Father. He screamed in horror, damn it. As he watched Wen Jingguan rage, Church Father wondered to himself, what exactly is this woman? At that moment, when Jingguan tightened her fist, determined to punch the bastard who had killed her family to death.
Church Father let out a terrified shriek, screeching.
Every sensitive spot of his was within Wen Jingguan's sight. She quickly unleashed a series of attacks, leaving her opponent no chance to dodge. In the midst of the dust and smoke, Church Father let out a faint hiss. Ugh, although I can create beings to endure the harm for me, this is too much.
You've even made it so I can't catch my breath.
When Jingguan angrily spoke, based on what just happened, you've died 79 times already.
Now, how many more creations do you have left to take your place?
She clenched her blood-stained fists and gritted her teeth, asking, how many more punches? You're the one who's going to die.
Upon hearing that, Church Father smirked disdainfully, as if to say, you want to kill me? He screamed, I've shown you mercy. At that moment, Church Father's arm morphed into a grotesque, monstrous form.
He struck out, sending Wen Jingguan flying several dozen meters. In the blink of an eye, she had launched a powerful counterattack, aiming for Church Father's neck.
Furious, he roared, you can't kill me, you idiot.
Without saying a word, Wen Jingguan grabbed his head and with a sharp twist, she successfully severed Church Father's head. The battle continued, with the relentless beating not bringing an end to it.
Church Father let out a mocking laugh. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, are you in despair now? He sneered, saying, hey, you've been staring at me for so long, you must be tired, right? I'll help you out soon.
Not even for a moment did you care, when Jingguan continued to tighten her fist and landed a decisive blow. She struck Church Father with all her strength, then began counting aloud.
82.
When Jingguan said harshly, I don't care. She continued to throw punches, not stopping until her opponent was dead.
When Jingguan punched and counted. 83.
In the dark of night, the number of times she brought Church Father down steadily increased.
When Jingguan gripped the grotesque face of her enemy tightly.
She wanted to crush the bastard who had destroyed her family. Her voice cold, she kept counting.
969. At that moment, Church Father spoke up. Strange, doesn't your stamina have any limits?
He thought the creatures in this city were the ones that had to die. Meanwhile, Bai Yi raised her head, puzzled, and asked,
what's going on over there?
The number of creatures was decreasing at an alarming rate. She dealt with each corpse and softly said,
I'm sorry, may you rest in peace. Grand Conductor Tu Long stroked his chin thoughtfully. From the scale of destruction, it seems like it's approaching a great sin, doesn't it? Grand Conductor smirked, clearly enjoying the situation. That Bai Yi had given him an interesting toy. He looked at Bai Yi in front of him and thought that, with proper training, she could probably become an executioner as capable as that one. At this moment, when Jingguan had killed Church Father a total of 3,781, 3,782. Twice she struck his chin with a punch, then spoke. 3,700.
After that, when Jingguan once again threw a powerful punch, a strike with the force of the heavens. Lying flat on the ground, the Church Father stammered, it's truly unbelievable. He thought to himself, every attack was a fatal blow, and just relying on shifting positions was already exhausting. The number of creations was dwindling too quickly. If this continued, the Church Father feared he would really be beaten to death by her. At that moment, when Jingguan's two arms were drenched in blood, but she still couldn't quell the anger in her heart. She continued to strike, when suddenly a voice came from behind, whose body, a great sin freshly born, is beaten to such a state.
It's truly unbearable. The man grinned widely and laughed, haha, let me help you a bit.
Hearing that, when Jingguan paused for a moment. Bai Yi smirked, full of scheming, I don't mind adding a little more difficulty to your game.
When Jingguan blared irritably, you had to choose this moment? Bai Yi raised his hand to summon a monster and spoke indifferently in a mocking tone, what are you saying?
This was originally a banquet I specially prepared for you.
A huge monster's head immediately appeared right behind him, its eyes deep and lifeless.
He continued, and inside, there's even a face you're familiar with. Right beside him stood Chong, grinning wickedly. Wen Jingguan narrowed her eyes slightly and muttered, "Great sin." He thought, no matter how strong you are, in the end, you're still human.
Humans definitely have their limits. There will come a time when you'll be exhausted.
He arrogantly put his hands in his pockets and said, "If you want to run, now's your chance.
If you want to leave, we can't stop you."
Then, he lowered her head and whispered, "But I know, you definitely won't do that." When Jingguan coldly spoke, "I don't care if you obstruct me, I believe you feel the same way."
She threatened, stating she wouldn't mind if I accidentally killed her.
The atmosphere was immediately filled with an oppressive, terrifying aura. Standing before that powerful energy, Chong hesitated slightly.
He impatiently urged, "What are you afraid of? Chong, you're no longer the same as before, are you?" He smirked and continued, "Moreover, take a good look."
He reassured Chong, saying she was already covered in wounds. Indeed, after thousands of attempts to kill Church Father Xia, her hands and Jingguan's were soaked in fresh blood, their clothes torn apart. He observed the opponent and added, "Her breathing has become uneven due to the exhaustion of her physical strength." At that moment, when Jingguan was struggling to control her breath, he smirked, thinking that the wounds and wear of a human don't heal as quickly as a paranormal entity, we just need to apply a little more pressure. At the same time, Church Father had recovered and was furiously shouting, "I don't need the help of you useless trash." He used his gigantic body to tightly squeeze Wen Jingguan. However, to his surprise, she had already skillfully dodged. Wen Jingguan leaped into the air, her eyes burning with murderous intent, then delivered a powerful fatal strike to Church Father. Watching him collapse to the ground, Wen Jingguan remained as calm as ever, taking advantage of the moment as Chong sneaked around behind, trying to ambush her. Faced with his powerful punch, Wen Jingguan managed to raise her hand in time to block it, though she was still affected to some extent. She tightly grabbed Shang's hand, then forcefully threw him to the ground. Chong crashed heavily to the earth, and with him, dust and debris flew from his monstrous head, which was puffed up with bulging eyes.
He then exhaled a foul, nauseating stream of air.
Wen Jingguan swiftly leaped to the side to avoid being hit by the toxic gas. However, a small amount of poison had already infiltrated her body. At that moment, Chong launched a series of strikes that made the ground tremble violently, with rocks and soil shattering into pieces. He advanced slowly, roaring, "Start!"
The activation is complete.
On the side, Church Father performed the undead resurrection technique, and a swarm of monstrous creatures began to emerge from his body. Church Father added, "Even the microorganisms I devour can be turned into my creations."
At that moment, 500 monstrous minions were summoned, each one towering and continuously roaring in unison.
Church Father, irritated, hissed, "I will trample you underfoot."
Faced with the situation, Wen Jingguan swore in frustration, "At this point, it's basically a gangbang."
Seeing her dash forward, Chong quickly stepped in to block her path.
Wen Jingguan, furious, shouted, "Get out of my way!" Chong retaliated fiercely, striking back with flames. This was not acceptable.
A monstrous orb was summoned to obstruct Wen Jingguan's path, and she anxiously glanced behind her. The 500 monstrous minions had ferociously surrounded her. By then, Wen Jingguan had no way out.
What did she yell out in frustration?
After that, Wen Jingguan delivered a powerful strike, not fearing anyone, not even the father and son.
The monster's head opened wide, its grotesque mouth attempting to swallow its prey.
But Wen Jingguan was direct and forceful, hitting its face with a look of disdain.
Ah!
At that moment, Wen Jingguan's eyes were attacked, and fresh blood gushed out. Despite this, she refused to yield, fiercely lifting her leg and delivering an attack toward Chong. Facing the strength of Wen Jingguan, Chong was thrown back several dozen meters.
Wen Jingguan turned to look at the monster's head.
At that moment, Church Father rushed up, punching her in the stomach with contempt as he sneered.
Ha!
The force of his punch sent Wen Jingguan flying, crashing into the wall behind her. She cried out in pain, dragging her wounded body as she limped toward her opponent. Church Father glared with murderous intent,
swinging his arm in an attempt to land a fatal blow. Just as his strike was about to hit Wen Jingguan, she looked up. Then, Wen Jingguan swiftly darted past Church Father. He stood stunned, unable to believe his eyes, muttering to himself. This guy waits for me to show a flaw in my defense before attacking. If I hadn't pulled back earlier, I probably wouldn't even have had the chance to react. There'd be no time for pity. At that moment, Chong had gotten back up and forcefully pushed Church Father aside, barking, "Get out!" He gritted his teeth, growling in fury. "Let me tear her apart." Chong, with a fierce aura, charged toward Yun Jingguan and gritted his teeth, saying, "I am very angry." Standing outside, he observed the situation with confidence, knowing that Chang's strength would increase in stages depending on the intensity of his emotions. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, his face showing a hint of disappointment, but it seemed that things were not going as he had anticipated. At the same time, Yun Jingguan, with unyielding resolve, landed a strong punch on Chong. Despite taking several hits, he merely let out a grunt. Chong gritted his teeth and groaned in pain, then retaliated with a violent strike aimed at Yun Jingguan. In response, she clenched her small fists and counterattacked directly. Yun Jingguan struck back with force and coldly asked, "Is that all?" In an instant, she successfully took him down. Yun Jingguan, exhausted, tried to catch her breath. "Phew, phew, phew, phew." She then asked, "Are you having fun?" By now, Yun Jingguan's face was covered in blood. She, furious, walked toward Bai He, her eyes burning with murderous intent, letting out a sharp cry. Seeing the situation turn, Bai He cursed the useless fool Chong under his breath. The monster head continued to puff up its cheeks and glare, then released a toxic cloud of smoke. Yun Jingguan, however, was far too accustomed to this useless trick. She stomped her foot and took a step back to dodge the attack. After that, Yun Jingguan gathered momentum and charged straight toward the monster head. She delivered a powerful kick to its nose, and in the blink of an eye, the monster head was defeated. When Jingguan landed powerfully in a cool posture. At this point, he couldn't help but feel a bit of a chill. When Jingguan raised her blood-smeared face and coldly pointed out, "It's your turn." When Jingguan always remembered the innocent words of her little sister, "You have to come back early, okay?" The little girl even gave a thumbs up and said, "You promised." That memory had become a sharp thorn in Wen Jingguan's heart. She had once sought help from Tu Long, but they told her, "Sorry, we can't help you deal with human criminals under the jurisdiction of the city hall. Unless it's confirmed to be a paranormal entity, I have no authority, and I can't mobilize anyone to hunt down that murderer." Upon hearing this, Wen Jingguan went into a rage, gritting her teeth. She turned and walked away, coldly saying, "Then I'll do it myself. I'll leave Tu Long." Suddenly, someone from Tu Long called out loudly, "Wait, Yun Guan." The man hesitated before speaking, "You can't take Wumian with you." He continued, "He is an extremely rare and perfect artificial human with great research value. The higher-ups absolutely won't allow you to just take him anywhere." Hearing this, when Jingguan blared threateningly, "Let them try and stop me." Faced with the terrifying pressure, the man felt a chill and beads of sweat began to drip down his face. When Jingguan softly said to her little brother, "Wumian, let's go home." Then the two of them took steps to leave, leaving behind the cold corpses. When Jingguan reflected for a moment. She had joined the city hall and searched for that name for 9 years, the name of a serial killer, the church father, who seemed to have vanished from the earth. The enemy she had despised had finally appeared, and now this person stood before her. She thought to herself, no matter what scheme or plot it was, it didn't matter anymore. When Jingguan clenched her fist tightly, determined to avenge this grudge. With a powerful strike, she made the heavens and earth tremble violently. When Jingguan believed that a person like this would never regret the things he had done. The souls that died at his hands would never find peace. She grabbed the church father's head with fury, for death alone was not enough to erase his crimes. When Jingguan struck the church father in the face, silently thinking that she must break his will. At this moment, the monsters surrounding them grew increasingly ferocious.
When Jingguan continued to strike the church father's face, hoping to shatter his faith. The monsters had started to dissipate, and though church father was battered and bruised, he still stammered, "Monster." When Jingguan, in her rage, was determined to crush his arrogance toward life, to grind it into the earth. She unleashed a terrifying strike, with a burst of light that filled the sky, all contained within her hand.
When Jingguan, enraged, snapped, there's no longer any of it left.
Then, she executed the heavenly thousand strikes move, and a terrifying surge of energy quickly descended. Seeing the situation at that moment, he couldn't help but be astonished. A physical breakthrough beyond human limits within the blink of an eye, the monsters were completely vanquished.
Grand Conductor Tu Long, confused, wondered, what happened?
All the creatures around have been struck dead.
Bai Yi softly replied, I didn't do anything. Grand Conductor Tu Long hurriedly said, let's go and check it out.
At that time, when Jingguan continued her relentless attacks, her heartbeat pounding rapidly.
She kept delivering blows to settle the grudge.
The ground around her shook violently, with rocks and earth breaking into small fragments. The wind had already run out of strength, and his arm fell onto the cold ground. Seeing this, when Jingguan finally stopped, she smiled in relief and whispered, I've helped you all defeat the bad guys. When she was young, Miss Du had introduced the new child.
Yunguan, you'll live with us from now on. Don't be so shy.
Miss Du gently called, Wumian, come over and greet her. Yunguan will be living with us from now on, so go on, call her sister. Seeing this, Wumian's eyes sparkled, and he said, it's Sister Yunguan.
Miss Du kindly reminded, just treat her like family.
Little Wumian has always liked her. Hearing this, when Jingguan lowered her head and softly said, thank you, Miss Du.
Miss Du, I'm sorry to trouble you.
Upon seeing this, Miss Du gently patted Wen Jingguan's head and chuckled at her childlike behavior.
What are you saying? Silly child.
From that moment on, Wen Jingguan silently told herself that although she couldn't protect her parents well, this time she would definitely protect everyone. At that moment, a tear gently fell from her eye, her face smeared with blood and tears. She sat amidst the scene, thick with the smell of rotting flesh, and softly uttered, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a foot approached, and the man harshly kicked Wen Jingguan. He aggressively attacked the small girl, then he kicked Wen Jingguan away. Frustrated, he let out a growl, his gaze sweeping around. Enraged, he shouted, it took 3 major criminals to barely defeat her.
He wondered to himself, is this truly the strength of what they call a genius?
I have temporarily grasped the maximum physical strength data of Wen Jingguan. He thought to himself, from what I know, there are at least 5 more geniuses in the city hall.
If they all have this kind of strength, it will be a real headache.
He believed that this trial was still too dangerous, and now, it was still too early to confront the city hall. Suddenly, he was stunned to see Wen Jingguan still had the strength to sit up, unable to contain a sound of disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes she had avoided the critical spot and, under those circumstances, still managed to react. Thinking about it, he raised his sharp claws, realizing he didn't need to pay any price but could gain such tremendous strength. He moved straight toward Wen Jingguan and gritted his teeth, saying, the people you're protecting are really so strong, it's almost unbearable. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Bai He's head. Jinli had arrived just in time. Annoyed, he said, contradiction. Then, Jinli forcefully knocked Bai He down. It was only when Bai He collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from him, that Jinli stopped. He gently walked toward Yun Jingguan. Jinli quietly said, if I hadn't arrived in time, that kid would regret it for the rest of his life. Hearing the familiar voice, when Jingguan dazedly spoke up, at that moment, Jinli had already turned and left.
When Jingguan softly asked, are you the mister from back then?
Seeing this, Jinli stopped in his tracks. When Jingguan continued, even though her eyes couldn't see, her other senses had become unusually sharp.
I'm sure I'm not mistaken. She gently said, I truly want to thank you for that time.
Jinli coldly replied, you don't need to thank me. Back then, I simply gave away a broken heart without a second thought.
it was of no use to me anyway. He turned his head and thought, I've never done anything worthy of your thanks. When Jingguan responded, but that's exactly what allowed that child to survive. Yet, he has always lived under the shadow of past memories. Though she had lost an arm, she still fought to maintain a sense of positivity within herself. One day, he will definitely come to realize the truth about himself. If the final replacement is unavoidable, I hope you can save him first. Upon hearing this, Junli couldn't help but smirk. Heh, you think too much. He put his hands in his pockets and spoke, perhaps he's much stronger than you think. Then, Junli coldly said, I told you, if you want to save someone, hurry up. Upon hearing this, Zilalan finally showed himself. The two of them landed right behind Wen Jingguan. Seeing this, Junli softly spoke. Finally showing yourself? Zilalan gave a probing glance, the red hue concealed but still noticed by you. The perceptive ability of this kid is truly impressive. Junli growled, have you seen enough of the drama? Zilalan lowered his head and said, please forgive us for not providing assistance from the beginning. Hey! Before Grand Conductor could finish, when Jingguan spoke up, do not blame them, this was all my decision. I believe that this past chapter must be carried and ended by me alone. This is the only release for me and for them. Seeing this, the woman in the red cloak softly said, all right, stop thinking about it. Leave this place to us. Zilalan spoke up, even so, if there is real danger and someone must die, I will act. A key official like her cannot be abandoned. Before, she avoided the danger, and your appearance was part of my reconnaissance, so I didn't need to intervene. Zilalan stared and said, I still haven't seen the moment of death. Upon hearing this, Junli didn't know what to say. Zilalan continued, there's nothing more to discuss, we'll take her away. We will do everything we can to ensure she survives. At that moment, Junli growled, can I trust what you've just said? Hearing this, Zilalan suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at the person standing behind him. Junli was now casting a threatening gaze, a murderous aura enveloping his entire body. Zilalan softly affirmed, I can guarantee her absolute safety. Hearing that, Junli lowered his head and said, good then. He immediately turned and left. Watching Junli's departing figure, the girl in the red cloak softly murmured, this man gives me an uncomfortable feeling. As Zilalan led Wen Jingguan away, two figures were quietly observing from the dark alley. They were none other than Grand Conductor Tu Long and Bai Yi. Shabai looked at the scene before them and asked, did this sister handle it all? Seeing Wen Jingguan in the hands of those people, Bai Yi was deeply moved. Tears welled up in her eyes as she softly said, thank you so much. At the same time, at the lantern workshop, Bai Yi murmured to himself, feeling a bit regretful that she was rescued just like that. It left him somewhat unwilling. He spoke in a low voice, this sweep should come to an end now. He continued with a glare, that hidden threat you left outside. If it weren't for the commotion caused when Bai Yi was killed, I wouldn't have even noticed it. Elsewhere, Junli had regrouped with Ling Niao and Xiao Dan. He spoke softly, I'm back. Ling Niao immediately asked, so fast? Have you finished your business? Suddenly, a car sped past them, and everyone turned to look. From the black car, a person stepped out as the door opened. Ling Niao quickly told everyone to prepare for a response. Suddenly, a voice rang out, you don't need to be tense. An old man softly said, I won't harm you. He turned to look at Jin Li's group and continued, I just want to talk to you. Fu Shi glanced at the car parked right in front of him, his emotions stirring in waves. Ling Diao spoke up, you are the mayor. She furrowed her brow. It seems we've never had any contact with the city hall. The old mayor hesitated. Well, about that. Zidan gave Fu Shi a firm push, his expression unreadable, saying, go ahead, you probably have something to say, right? Ling Diao still didn't understand what was going on. She glanced over, and Fu Shi called out his own name. Meanwhile, Huang Yi appeared much calmer, saying nothing the whole time. The mayor wore a face full of gratitude, saying, my humble son has been taken care of by everyone these past years.
He introduced the poor man as the servant, Fushi's father. Fushi slowly said, "I have nothing to say to you, go home." Looking at the father and son, facing each other yet feeling as distant as the horizon, Ling Diao anxiously looked at her teammates and called his name, Fushi. These words were probably not beyond the mayor's expectations, but hearing them directly from his own son, the expression of horror was still clearly visible on his face. Fushi didn't waste time with the mayor, turning sharply and saying, "Let's go, don't waste time." Of course, the mayor couldn't just let it go that easily. He stretched out his arm, attempting to stop his son. "Wait, don't, stop being so stubborn." Seeing that Fushi was unmoved in the slightest, the old man said, "Tu Long has sealed off the entire city and is conducting a sweep for paranormal entities. There is not much time left." He shouted loudly, "Come with me. At least I can ensure your safety." Fushi did not turn around. He asked him calmly, then, "Can you ensure the safety of my friend?" This question was like the final nail in the coffin for the old man's attempt to persuade him. He was left powerless. Fushi sneered, "Ha, you go back to being the excellent mayor of yours, don't ruin your future just because of a small paranormal entity like me." Turning back to look at the mayor, Fushi bitterly said, "I am not worthy of being your son." The old man shouted, bending over to retort, "What nonsense are you talking? You are my only son, and I have an obligation to protect you well." Fushi darkly questioned, "Then what about my mother? She was your only wife. Well, don't you need to protect her?" He continued. "Why did you abandon her?" The mayor could only look on helplessly. The distance between them grew greater and greater. Fushi asked painfully, "I've been gone for so many years, did you ever make an effort to come find me?" The expression on his face showed clear frustration. He said, "Did you ever truly see me, a paranormal entity, as your son?" "I'm done looking at you, father." Fushi turned away, "Stop pretending to care." Faced with all this, Mayor Jun was stunned into silence, unable to utter a word. Fushi had barely taken a few steps when the ground below him suddenly froze, ice forming under his feet, trapping him. Very quickly, a solid ice wall rose up, blocking the path of anyone who wished to leave. Wumian looked at the thick, incomprehensible layer of ice and exclaimed, "Ice!" Jirua closed her notebook with a snap, said, "Oh, I already gave you a chance." Sitting inside the car, her voice was colder than the temperature of the ice surrounding them, but it seemed he lacked the strength to bind that paranormal entity. The old mayor trembled in fear and stammered, wait, give me a little more time." Jirua glanced up at the old man, her gaze cold and lifeless, without saying a word. The temperature had dropped significantly by now. The snow and ice made the air drier, harder to breathe, especially for the group of people performing the incantation, who remained on guard like Ling Niao. Ling Niao rubbed his arms and sighed, "It's so cold." Wumian calmly spoke, the temperature around them dropping even further in an instant. Jirua stepped out of the car and slowly said, "Mayor, I still hope you stay. I cannot guarantee your safety." The old man stubbornly argued, "What do you mean? At least let me take my son." Jirua replied, dismissing him, "Fushi is angry. Why would you bring these people here?" Jirua wrote a few lines in her small notebook and said, "The remaining time is the final stage of the sweep, cleaning up the remnants of the paranormal entity trying to escape and retrieving the source of the external disaster." She cast a sharp glance towards the opposite side and uttered two words, "Wumian." Wumian smiled slightly, aiming directly at the heart of the man as she charged forward. Interesting thought." Jinli appeared, his characteristic red eyes blazing, a grin stretching from ear to ear. "Are you planning to hunt me in my own world?" Jirua said nothing in response, murmuring to herself about the absolute degree, her eyes still fixed on him with wary vigilance. In the blink of an eye, the temperature had truly dropped to a level where ordinary people would struggle to endure. Ice and snow rapidly enveloped the surroundings, and Jinli opened his fist, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "I won't allow it, the temperature, I can't adapt." He clenched his fist, appearing in this world. The tight grip of his hand shattered all the surrounding ice in an instant. Without letting his guard down, he shifted his attention to the one attacking him. Yet Jirua was faster, closing the distance, causing the red eyes to widen in surprise. Ling Diao wrapped her arms around Zhenli's neck, rushing to his aid in time, shouting a warning. Moments later, Jirua launched a massive ice attack, with sharp, protruding ice claws. Ling Niao and Zhenli temporarily retreated from the imminent danger. She scolded him, "What are you being so careless for? Be more careful." Noticing her arm, which had frozen and shattered like fragments of lifeless ice, Ling Niao exclaimed, "Ugh." Zhenli, worried about her, she quickly swept it away. "It's fine, my recovery ability is far stronger than a normal paranormal entity." Zhenli, fully convinced, turned to face the enemy and said, "I admit, she's indeed formidable. I can't cover the full extent of her abilities." Looking at Jirua, who seemed lost in thought amidst the snow and ice maze she had created, he speculated that the extreme cold could condense everything around her. Its true nature was likely more than just temperature control, wasn't it? On this side, Uncle Hay and the others said nothing, merely observing the situation silently, though the atmosphere felt somewhat odd. Noticing Grand Conductor Tu Long standing directly behind him, Uncle Hay felt a pang of shock and cast a brief glance. He decided to take the initiative, aiming straight at Grand Conductor Tu Long's face. But as Zhenli turned back, he heard Ling Niao's startled shout, "Uncle Hay!" He was utterly stunned as Uncle Hay's entire body was sent flying by Grand Conductor Tu Long with ease. Ling Niao's call rang out, and the powerful arms of Uncle Hay formed a protective barrier in front of him, but one of his arms was snapped by the force of the impact. Uncle Hay replied, "I'm fine." One strike from Grand Conductor Tu Long landed, and even after facing off from a distance, the force hadn't completely dissipated. Grand Conductor Tu Long pointed directly at where Uncle Hay was standing, his expression cold and distant. Zidan gritted his teeth. "Do these two Grand Conductors think so highly of us?" Fan, with a toothpick in his mouth, chuckled and said, "Hey, you two, don't get too complacent." He tilted his head back, hands in his pockets, standing close to Ling Niao, and added, "Be careful not to fall into a trap." Ling Niao, extremely cautious, looked at him and asked, "Who are you?" Fan's eyes were carefully concealed behind dark glasses, as though preventing anyone from seeing through them. He ignored Ling Niao, only letting out a hearty "oh." That exclamation of surprise was clearly directed at Zhenli, whose eyes were burning with the familiar murderous intent that he often displayed. Ling Niao immediately assessed the situation, moving closer to Zhenli and shouting, "Everyone, gather around me and let's leave this place quickly." Fan pretended to think for a moment before saying, "Oh, I forgot to mention, I've already sabotaged several of the weak spatial nodes around here." Upon hearing this, it was like a bolt of lightning struck Ling Niao. Her eyes widened in shock, and she froze for a brief moment. Fan continued, "In this weak space, it's likely that using a shield forcefully won't work for everyone." The situation was becoming chaotic. Zhenli placed a hand on Ling Niao's shoulder and stepped forward, signaling for her to let him take care of things. "From now on, I'll handle the responses to Fan if you all want to play it this way." Immediately, a cunning grin spread across Zhenli's face. He added, "I can't afford to hesitate too much." In an instant, the sky and the surroundings darkened and grew ominous. Fan, still unaware of what was happening around them, felt a heavy silence fall. With the same smile on his face, Zhenli waved his hand, summoning a spell, and casually asked, "Do you all know why Tu Long is called Tu Long?" Quickly, a crimson door appeared, covered with countless eyes all over it, adding an eerie effect. Fan was uneasy. That door. Zhenli did not rush to explain. He placed his hand on the door. Immediately, a surge of energy swept into his hand, and in an instant, it engulfed his entire body, turning it jet black with a few streaks of bright red. He smiled. It was because he had named it by drawing on the power of this. Grand Conductor Tu Long was stunned and speechless. Was this a coincidence? He stared ahead, his eyes widening, his tone filled with surprise as he muttered, "This door." Jirua followed his gaze, her face blank. She frowned, bewildered, and said, "It can't be. How could this be?" Her expression gradually grew more serious, and she couldn't stop asking, "Why is this door here?" The figure of Zhenli appeared. He arrogantly raised his voice, "It's been a while since I used this, but now the power belongs to me. Fan stared at the strange man in front of him, then fell into deep thought.
Was this the source of the feeling of alienation he had been experiencing?
He looked up in astonishment and loudly said, "No, this is something else." Jinli turned his back, flashing a wicked smile as he welcomed them. His terrifying blood-red eyes began to flood the screen. He turned away, baring his teeth in a sinister grin.
He proudly declared, "Now, this world is mine. I am the world."
Among the thousands of blood-red eyes, a strange sound suddenly emerged. "Humph," he stopped, curious about the sound of applause.
After a brief moment, he laughed loudly, then casually said, "Forget it."
The face of Grand Conductor Tu Long had not yet relaxed, his mind still swirling with chaotic thoughts. This pattern, this sense of danger, there was no doubt now, it was that very door. Looking ahead, that door was sealed deep within Tu Long, bound with iron chains along with the door itself. He continued, "I heard that the instigator of the paranormal entity accident years ago has been imprisoned at another gate. The door is shrouded in darkness, and behind it seems to contain something extremely dangerous, something that strikes fear in anyone who gazes at it." Grand Conductor was stunned as if he had realized something, and he let out a strange laugh. Had Tu Long really spent all these years using every resource to suppress this? His smile gradually lost its humanity, and doubt began to rise within him. Is this real or fake? This is truly exciting. While he was still immersed in his own thoughts, suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared behind him and spoke, "Is this how it is?" Staring intently, Grand Conductor felt a chill run down his spine, his face showing clear signs of confusion. A terrifying voice rang out, confirming the target. "Then, I'll start with you." As the words left his lips, Grand Conductor seemed momentarily stunned. He regained his composure, then smiled faintly, "Is that so? Let's see then." Suddenly, an eye opened on Grand Conductor's face. He froze. Wait, more eyes began to open on his arms. Panic set in as he stared at the grotesque eyes emerging all over his body, then questioned in disbelief, "What is this?" Jinli gave the command to seize, and the red, bloodshot eyes gradually consumed the body of the Grand Conductor. At this moment, the Grand Conductor became confused and stumbled, saying, What's happening to my body? My consciousness too." On the other side, Jirua shouted loudly, "Hold on, don't give up." As soon as she finished speaking, both Jirua and Fan rushed forward. Both wore fierce and serious expressions. Jirua charged at the left wing, and Fan went to the right, but before they could reach their targets, the eyes on the open gate widened, looking terrifying. Jinli smiled wickedly, sneering, "That guy must have warned you not to get too close to me." After that remark, eyes began to appear all over Fan's body, causing Fan to panic and unable to speak. Next is Jirua's head. He waved his hand forward, issuing the command to forcibly seize control. Jirua's body was overtaken by the eyes, and Fan gradually succumbed, losing control of their bodies. Jinli teleported to where they were, feeling smug as he squeezed both of their necks, speaking with a tone of disdain, "Ah, idiots." With just a little effort, he easily knocked both of them down. He reveled in the power he held, feeling exhilarated by witnessing their failure. Jinli cruelly grinned as he laughed lightly. The more he thought about it, the more delighted he became, unable to control his own humanity. He tilted his head back and laughed heartily, unable to suppress his joy. "This is so exhilarating." But suddenly, a yellow-eyed gaze widened, and he stopped smiling. Then, all three of them were lucky to escape, falling hard to the ground. Fan struggled to catch his breath. When Fan finally managed to breathe a little easier, as though he had just walked past the gates of hell, he kept murmuring, "Phew, that was really a close call just now." He turned to the other two and, in a probing tone, asked, "Are you two still alive?" Jirua struggled to stand up and slowly responded, her words reluctant. The Grand Conductor was still in a daze, muttering in confusion. His body trembled, his face distorted, as he mumbled. His strengthened body could no longer coordinate smoothly and rhythmically. It felt like he had lost a vital part of himself. Fan gently explained.
This is considered fortunate. If the situation had continued like that, everything on our bodies would have been taken from us, especially if his power truly came from the back door of that thing. He fell silent, pondering why the corpse of Yuan Tuo was linked to that thing. Looking at the hole in the distance, where they had just fallen, he continued. Moreover, we managed to escape at the last minute. It seemed he had thought of something, and the chief warden took action. Looking in their direction, Ling Niao, with a worried expression, asked, "Why did only they make it out? What about Wumian?" Xiao Dan, standing beside her, responded, "It seems like they were seriously injured. There's probably a chance they'll be able to escape now." Ling Niao fell silent at this, clearly very concerned about Wumian. Ling Niao anxiously glanced at Zidan and asked, "But if we can't let go, will we end up fighting?" At that moment, Fuxi spoke solemnly to everyone, "I don't want to owe him any more favors here." Fuxi and Uncle He stepped forward, with a hint of self-blame in their voices as they continued, "He saved us so many times, I really don't have the face to run away alone." Ling Niao, upon hearing this, bit her lip, her gaze becoming more resolute. Then, she said firmly, "There's no turning back now." She turned toward Jinli, her golden eyes wide as she stared at the door, bound by chains of iron. Xiao He sighed, "What? Why did it take so long to arrive?" At that moment, the head of the faction appeared, his hand piercing through Xiao He's body. "I've been waiting for a long time." The head of the faction paid no attention to the remark, giving an order that contradicted logic. Then, Xiao He disappeared. The head of the faction said, "Today, I will completely extinguish the fire origin. That person's hand will retract, and stricter supervision will take place in that area, ensuring that you won't have any more chances to intervene from the outside." Jinli Ha and Xiao He, with your personality, it wouldn't have been this late for you to act against me. What's wrong? Not feeling well? The head of the faction mocked. You're getting old, how much longer can you keep me locked up? Sooner or later, I'll get out. Consider this a formal greeting. Well, he thinks of those three others, but it's a pity I can't completely deal with those three flies. I feel sorry for Ling Jiao and the others, the head of the faction said disdainfully, you're dumber than before. If you had been more humble, I wouldn't have noticed so early. After that, he swiftly rushed to the side and gave him a punch, saying, I'm afraid you'll only survive a few more days with such flattery. But the man arrogantly replied, Ha, but my goal from the beginning has always been you. Xiao He spoke up. Xiaobo, it's time to eat. Xiaobo bared her sharp teeth, her eyes bloodshot. She jumped onto Wumian's shoulder, her posture resembling that of a cat. Using Wumian's shoulder as a support, Xiaobo leapt forward, charging towards the ugly officer. She gritted her teeth, producing a screeching sound. Xiaobo was extremely excited, but her strength was still far inferior to that of the officer. The ugly officer countered, punching Xiaobo in the stomach. He suddenly exclaimed, Paradox! After the officer's punch, Xiaobo was thrown more than 10 meters away. A loud crash rang out as Xiaobo hit the ground heavily, the surrounding dust rising in a cloud. Through the dust, Xiaobo struggled to get up, her eyes growing even more bloodshot. She bared her sharp teeth, saliva dripping to the ground, and she seemed to become even more excited. The officer looked at Wumian in front of him and asked curiously, Did you eliminate the presence of this monster and keep it with you at all times? Wumian chuckled and replied, I must thank you. The paradox is indeed very convenient. Unfortunately, only things directly related to me can have their presence eliminated. The officer cracked his knuckles, then looked at him with contempt and said, Even if you only manage to get one, it's still not enough to be something you can rely on to fight against me. You, from back then, were very arrogant. At the same time, his finger grew larger and larger, but he would not seek death. As soon as he finished speaking, he pierced his middle finger through and impaled Wumian's body. He spoke again, What exactly are you relying on? Wumian smirked as if he had just heard a funny story. Relying on?
Wumian suddenly grew furious, his eyes turning bloodshot, and he spat in a low, grating voice, "Since when did I need to rely on anyone to fight?" He continued, "How many paranormal entities did you have to wipe out to strengthen yourself? That has nothing to do with me. If you come after me, I won't hold a grudge. But you keep stubbornly targeting this kid's sister." Wumian angrily reproached, "Almost lost my hard-earned leadership position because of this kid's madness, and it's all because of you, you fool." Wumian's eyes grew even redder, and his gaze became filled with killing intent, as though he wanted to kill someone. I was furious, and Kaigu froze in panic, his spine chilled. This feeling was the manifestation of guilt. Was it going to directly turn into the second line of guilt in his body? There was a trace of nostalgia in that. The scene was reminiscent of when you were born years ago. Kaigu looked at Wumian, who grew increasingly aggressive, and said, "Stop making me disgusted." He gritted his teeth, his voice low and venomous, "I wish I could crush your head right now." Luwu walked towards the short-haired girl, sighing as he looked at the scene before him. "Are you okay, Jirua? Everyone suddenly disappeared earlier and scared the hell out of you." The girl named Jirua looked up at him and said, "Looks like you haven't been dragged in yet." She gasped, exhausted, and said, "He'll finish off the remaining sweep." Luwu thought for a moment, then hesitated and asked, "I don't understand something. Are paranormal entities really that important for your research? Why is it necessary to completely wipe them out in the sweep?" The girl stood up and turned to leave. Before she left, she said, "The one who set this rule is not us, it's the city hall." At that corner, a bald man pulled a child behind him. He coldly said, "Fushi, try to stay behind me later." "Why?" "Uncle Hey," he reminded the boy. "Don't try to act tough, you'll die." They shouted, "They're here." Jiruafai arrived like a flash, swiping a line toward Lingniao. Lingniao nimbly dodged, not giving up, and continued launching new attacks. She leaped into the air, creating sharp crystal shards. "Magic cube," she said, "Sorry, I probably can't let you go help your friends." Outside, a young man with red hair watched the scene ahead with eyes full of resentment. Tu Long, standing next to him, spoke up, "Van, don't underestimate her. This one, you and I will take care of together." It's hard to believe, but that fool Ingo's report was true. I remember those eyes. The only criminal who escaped from my hands. Luwu interrupted, "Leave the rest to me. There are two of them, it's really troublesome." He spoke in a dismissive tone, though they're just two useless trash. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at him with an intrigued gaze. Compared to that little short kid next to you, it seems like you're still somewhat worth watching." Hearing that, Fushi fell silent, unsure of what else to say. As he looked at the blonde-haired person, Fushi was taken aback, his face darkened as he murmured, "What is this? My body feels so stiff." A look of fear flashed in his eyes. "Am I scared?" "Oh." He stared at the person in front of him, suddenly feeling a deep sense of worry, unsure of how to deal with this person. While Fushi was still lost in thought, a man with black hair appeared from behind, pushing him aside. 1,000 questions filled Fushi's mind. Can I really deal with this guy? Then a voice rang out, reminding him, "Hey, don't just stand there, protect yourself." Fushi stood there, watching Uncle Hey fiercely charge towards Luwu. He stammered out, Uncle Hey is about to reach Luwu's body, yet Luwu is still calm, not a hint of fear. Uncle Hey landed a thunderous punch on Luwu. Luwu reacted swiftly, blocking it with his arm. He glared at Uncle Hey and spoke disdainfully. "Sorry, but this level of strength is nothing to me." Before he could finish, Uncle Hey delivered another punch, this time from beneath his chin. Blood spurted from Luwu's mouth. Luwu was sent flying backward but quickly jumped back, the previous blow not enough to defeat him. He landed lightly on the ground. Luwu wiped his chin, still grinning despite the punch, and continued, "I've long since gotten used to it." Suddenly, a bright streak appeared in Luwu's eyes, moving toward him. A yellow flash zipped past his face. Fortunately, he tilted his head just in time to dodge and narrowly escape death. He stared at the yellow streak, frowned, and muttered, "Sword chi." From a distance, the blonde-haired Fushi held his sword, looking at Lu Wu with eyes filled with hatred. Fushi gathered all his courage, reassuring himself that there was no reason to hesitate. Even if he couldn't win, he had to do his best to hold him off. With that, he gripped the sword tightly, his gaze unwavering. He couldn't let Lu Wu interfere with Ling Jiao's battle, and he just had to hold out until Wumian came out. Breathing heavily, he was drenched in sweat. But then, he suddenly froze, lost in thought. Since when have I started to rely on that guy? Without wasting any more time, Lu Wu charged toward them, muttering that they had some skill. Uncle He frowned, his face stern as he looked at Lu Wu. The two of them assumed their combat stances. "You attack, I'll dodge, then I'll strike you," Uncle He said, throwing a punch forward. Lu Wu easily bent his body to dodge. He moved like lightning, making Uncle He's punches miss repeatedly. Uncle He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, as if he suddenly understood something. At the same time, Lu Wu was rushing toward the frail Fushi. When Uncle He realized this, he cursed angrily through gritted teeth, "I'm done for." But it seemed like it was already too late. Seeing Lu Wu charging toward him, the blonde Fushi placed his hand on the sword's hilt and got into a fighting stance. He swung his sword wildly, using his moves to block Lu Wu's path. Lu Wu gently dodged the blade that kept flying towards him. Fushi refused to give up, still preparing himself to launch his next move. He gripped the sword's hilt tightly, but was stopped by a pair of black shoes. Before the blonde-haired Fushi could react, Lu Wu appeared and stepped on the hand holding the sword. Lu Wu bared his teeth and grinned wickedly, saying, "Normally, dealing with enemies at a distance is the most satisfying, right?" As soon as he finished his sentence, like an unrestrained spirit, he raised his fist and delivered a powerful punch into Fushi's stomach. The blow was heavy, causing Fushi to cry out in pain. Blood spurted out. "Not possible, it hurts too much." Not stopping there, Lu Wu continued his assault. Paranormal entities had stronger regenerative abilities than normal humans, and in order to kill one, they had to inflict as many fatal wounds as possible. As he spoke, he grew more frantic, delivering even stronger blows. Uncle He, seeing this, shouted in worry, "Fushi, he's lying motionless on the ground now, no strength to resist, his spirit is fading, falling into negative thoughts. Am I going to die? I'm so useless." Uncle He's eyes were bloodshot, grinding his teeth, and he shoved Lu Wu away with a growl, "Get off!" Uncle He tried to kick Lu Wu, but he was quicker, spinning mid-air to avoid the blow. From behind Uncle He, Lu Wu's gaze turned cold, his pupils constricted into red slits, fierce and filled with killing intent as he suddenly attacked. A thin nylon cord was wrapping tightly around Uncle He's neck. From behind, Lu Wu pulled with force, choking Uncle He. The fine cord tightened cruelly, making it impossible for Uncle He to breathe. His pupils shrank, and his teeth clenched hard. A sharp knife flew forward. Lu Wu plunged the blade straight through Uncle He's chest. As Uncle He stared back with furious eyes, blood smeared at the corner of his mouth. From behind, Lu Wu whispered smugly into Uncle He's ear, "In combat, letting your opponent see an attack from behind, now that's death. It's also quite the pleasure, isn't it?" With that, Lu Wu yanked the knife out of Uncle He's body, sending a long arc of blood into the air. Uncle He collapsed to the ground, blood splattering across Fushi's mottled face. He stammered, "Uncle He." Fushi lay motionless on the ground, his eyes rolled back, helpless. It was only now that he truly realized just how powerless he had been from the beginning, utterly inferior to these people. Lu Wu looked down with a bored gaze, his voice flat, "More interesting than I expected. I might as well go join Jiruo for some fun." Fushi's thin, wounded hand clenched tightly around Lu Wu's leg. With the last of his strength, he rasped and pulled at Lu Wu, stammering, "No. I won't let you go there." Lu Wu looked up at the sky and murmured, "Hey, this is a bit of a misunderstanding. Why not try running away?" Then he cast a glance with his glowing red eyes, mocking, "Who knows, maybe I'll spare you." Fushi, his face a mess of wounds and blood, gritted his teeth and said, I don't need your mercy. Lu Wu fell silent, lost in thought. Then suddenly, he kicked Fuxi hard, sending him flying and shouted, "Get up!" Lu Wu arrogantly looked at Fuxi struggling on the ground, taunting, "Try to kill me if you can." Fuxi struggled to rise, his face filled with concern as he lifted his head. Lu Wu stepped forward, pressing his foot down hard into the ground. Lu Wu sneered contemptuously, "I'm so angry. People like you, clearly weak yet still trying to put on a facade of struggling with all your might. You're so weak that even if I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't find it interesting. Stop pretending to be something you're not, alright?" Fuxi glared at him, his pupils narrowing, his mouth agape. The intense pain and contempt under the pressure of Lu Wu's foot made him seethe, "You filthy fish." Fuxi's eyes were hollow and blank, his mind in pain as he thought to himself, knowing how useless he truly was. All along, when he thought of Ling Niao's protection, he had always lived under their care. Uncle He had even given his life to protect him. They would never disdain him. He had always strived to find an opportunity to fight alongside them, repeating this shameful self-satisfaction, slowly losing awareness of who he truly was. Fuxi helplessly thought, "I really am weak, but this isn't the person I want to be." He gritted his teeth, clearly hating how he had become. "Even if I'm just a shield, I don't want to hide behind them anymore. I want to be useful. I want Ling Niao to see me as a friend, to rely on me. I want to be like him." Fuxi remembered the calm, poised, yet still dignified demeanor of Wumian. For some reason, he always felt there was something he deeply longed for in that unpleasant figure. Fuxi had always watched Wumian from afar, feeling both envy and admiration. Fuxi raised his emaciated hand into the air, always having longed to become a person like that. Fuxi exerted all his strength, using both hands to tightly grip Lu Wu's leg. Fuxi lifted his weary gaze, still holding onto Lu Wu's leg, and murmured, "Didn't I manage to hold onto you for a few minutes?" Lu Wu scoffed. "Wow, impressive, isn't it?" Lu Wu coldly raised the knife and said, "Try to reincarnate well in your next life." A car roared, charging forward. The blade was about to strike. Fuxi muttered, "Sorry, this is all I can do." The car rushed directly into the side of Lu Wu. The impact sent Lu Wu flying. Fuxi's eyes bulged, his pupils contracted, and he screamed. The mayor gritted his teeth, gripping the steering wheel tightly in his hands, seemingly losing all sense of reasoning as he steered the car forward. Fuxi's father was driving the car, speeding toward Fuxi. He opened the car door, jumped out, and said, "Get in, quickly." At that moment, Fuxi seemed unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. The person who came to save him was none other than the father he despised the most. Seeing him frozen in place, his father yelled, "Go with your dad, don't dawdle." Fuxi looked toward Uncle He, tears welling up in his eyes. Uncle He. At this moment, Uncle He was holding the man down on the ground, shouting, "While I have him restrained." Seeing this, Fuxi looked toward Uncle He and said loudly, "I don't need it. How could I leave everyone behind?" Uncle He's face darkened, and he said seriously, "Enough, Fuxi. I've heard about your situation. You're not like us. I've always thought that you don't belong with people like us. After all, we are all outlaws, our hands stained with blood. A pure person like you shouldn't become a paranormal entity. You deserve a happier life than this, a brighter future." At this moment, Uncle He's voice suddenly lowered, and moreover, there were still family members waiting for him to return. Seeing this, the mayor turned to Fuxi and said, "Son." At this moment, Fuxi lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "No, I don't have a father like this." Hearing his son say that, the mayor's face filled with pain as he explained, "It was my fault. In the past, I was wrong, but I never abandoned my son. For these years, I've been watching over you, doing my best to protect your safety. I know you have a very good group of friends, and I've seen your growth over the years. Actually, I really wanted to meet you. The images of the past few years, of him watching over his son, gradually appeared in the mayor's mind along with his words, but he didn't know how to face his son. He then sat down, placed his hand on Fushi's shoulder, and continued, I never wanted to abandon you just because you are a paranormal entity. At this moment, Fushi only lowered his head and said, if you had cared about her like this earlier, she wouldn't have ended things that way. After saying that, he stood up and said, I don't want to do something I'll regret. Then Fushi walked towards Uncle Hei. Seeing Fushi coming toward him, Uncle Hei immediately shouted, Fushi, don't come here. At this moment, Fushi's eyes were filled with flames of hatred, and he said, how could I waste this opportunity? Now was the time to destroy him, but in contrast to the tension within Fushi, the man lying on the ground smirked with a sense of triumph. Seeing this, Fushi angrily drove the MNH-tan sword down and said, are you looking down on me? But indeed, after the smoke cleared, he looked at the sword in his hand, then, with surprise, said, no, it didn't strike. As for the one being suppressed, he burst into laughter and said, this is your first time trying to kill someone, right? It's only natural to feel tense, but there won't be a second chance. As he spoke, he thrust the sword into Uncle Hei's body, then swiftly pulled it out, causing Uncle Hei to collapse instantly. He stood up and said, I gave you 3 chances to live, but you couldn't seize any of them. He then raised his sword, showing no emotion, looked at Fushi, and said, do you see? This is the end for the weak. With that, he swiftly swung the sword down. However, the sword didn't land on its target. Fushi turns out it was Uncle Hei had lunged forward, grabbing Fushi and jumping out in a stunning display, taking the blow for him. Seeing this, Luwu didn't hold back, feeling incredibly frustrated, looked at Uncle Hei, and said, what's up with this bald guy? How can he still get up after being wounded so badly? Under Uncle Hei's strong body, Fushi gasped and called out, Uncle. Uncle Hei responded, I didn't tell you to follow me. Are you hurt? Hearing Uncle Hei's words, Fushi's eyes filled with tears and he said, Uncle Hei, am I really that useless? In the end, I'm still so powerless. I knew he was the enemy, yet I still thought that stabbing him would actually kill him. I knew that if I didn't kill him, he would kill me, but I still hesitated. Uncle Hei lowered his head onto Fushi's body, blood flowing incessantly, and angrily scolded Fushi, why did you do something so stupid? If you had followed your father, maybe you could have lived a normal life. Uncle Hei stood up, gritting his teeth as he looked at Luwu, who was standing, and said, besides, I don't want you to see the shabby state I'm in. Lying on the ground, Fushi desperately said, Uncle Hei, if I hadn't met you, maybe my life would have already been over. Thank you for taking me in back then. To me, everyone has long since become an important part of my family. Fushi slowly sat up and continued, I have to stay. Living together with everyone is the life I consider normal. Hearing Fushi's words, Uncle Hei replied helplessly. It really was hopeless with him. If he had made up his mind like that, at least he should have discussed it with him. Suddenly, Uncle Hei's voice grew solemn, I may not understand the feelings of a father, but I hope you can continue living. Upon hearing this, Fushi was somewhat confused and said, Uncle Hei. Uncle Hei turned his back, and his figure was now surrounded by wisps of smoke. Uncle Hei said, there's something I need to tell you. Actually, I'm only 17 this year. It might be more appropriate to call me brother instead. Meanwhile, Luwu, standing at a distance and overhearing their conversation, looked at Uncle Hei and suddenly spoke up, in this form, so you're actually a puppet with a personality? Uncle Hei spread his arms and said, let's call it an artificial person, if you will, if it were more perfect. With that, Uncle Hei immediately rushed toward Luwu. Caught off guard, Luwu found himself in the midst of a battle. Uncle Hei's strength at this moment intrigued Luwu greatly, and he said, this is more like it, but... As soon as he finished speaking, Luwu drew his sword and swung it towards Uncle Hei, slashing at his arm. Luwu said, there's a distance that's not so easily bridged. With that, he succeeded in severing Uncle Hei's arm. However, this had no effect on Uncle Hei. His arm immediately healed. Uncle Hei said, it's not over yet, the personality training. Witnessing this, Luwu said, this guy is about to use up all his life force, huh?
Fine then.
Lu Wu took off his outer jacket and continued, I acknowledge you, you are strong. Holding his sword, Lu Wu said, My name is Lu Wu, a genius with 999% of the effort of a regular person. I show respect with my actions, and now I will use all my strength to chop off your head. In this situation, Uncle He was thinking, Fushi, actually, I was the one who saved you from the very beginning. It's just that no one saw me as an outsider, and it was everyone who gave me the meaning of existence. Jean Chan was about to step into the space behind the mysterious door when strange, eerie entities grabbed her legs. One eerie creature said, Don't come over here. Several red, menacing creatures glared at Jean Chan and threatened, Don't come any closer. Then, they raised sharp spikes towards Jean Chan's back, hissing, If you do, we'll kill you. Jean Chan gazed indifferently at the bizarre creatures blocking her path, feeling quite irritated inside. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Jean Chan, saying, No need to be tense, let her go.
The man wearing glasses approached Jean Chan from behind and asked in a deep voice, What are you here for? Jean Chan gazed into the distance and softly replied, My attendant is dead. She then raised her head to look at the giant door with a glowing red eye above it, furrowing her brow as she asked, What is this place? The man with glasses coldly replied, My tomb.
Upon hearing this, Jean Chan shoved her hands into her coat pockets, pouted in disdain, clearly unimpressed by the place, and walked through the door. As soon as she stepped inside, Jean Chan was greeted by strange, bright red objects staring at her. Suddenly, her pupils widened as she stared at the swirling mass of black gas. Above it, a bright red eye was sucking the dark mist in. At this moment, the man with glasses also entered and reminded Jean Chan, You'd better not go near that. Jean Chan, regaining her nonchalant attitude, turned and asked the man, What is that?
The man gazed into the distance and replied, The Black Seed of Pandora. It's the key center for destroying and recreating one's personality. After giving a brief explanation, the man with glasses returned to the matter at hand. So, what kind of puppet do you want this time? Jean Chan thought for a moment, then hesitated before saying, Well, the same as before, someone with a talent for cooking. After a bit more thought, Jean Chan turned back and added, Try not to make it too easy for them to be strung up. I'm not fond of that kind of separation. The man coldly responded, Understood. Jean Chan stepped onto the rooftop of the building. She silently took in the surroundings, then murmured to herself, that fusion drug was wasted just like that. How foolish. But if you think it was worth it, then so be it. Back at the scene with Uncle He and Lu Wu, Uncle He continued pressing forward, launching relentless attacks at Lu Wu. He swung a powerful punch, but Lu Wu swiftly raised his arm to block it. However, Uncle He unleashed an astonishing amount of force, and even Lu Wu couldn't withstand it completely. He was sent flying, the ground beneath him shattering violently. Lu Wu, gripping the sword in his hand, cursed at Uncle He. This hard-boned bastard was tough to deal with. Watching Uncle He lumber steadily toward him, Lu Wu couldn't help but wonder to himself, is this really the level of strength a personality puppet can reach? The thought brought a sly smile to the corner of his lips. It was something to look forward to. The mayor and Fushi stood outside, watching the battle unfold. The mayor's mouth dropped open as he stammered, Why, your friend is really something. Fushi replied blandly, Suddenly, the mayor's choked-up voice rang out, Just follow what you believe in. Fushi's eyes widened in shock at those words. He turned to look at his father, the words slipping from his mouth, Huh? At that moment, the mayor lowered his head, his voice heavy with sorrow. I've always felt ashamed. As a father, all I've ever done is hurt you. I haven't done anything for you. They're more like family to you than I am. The mayor looked at Fushi with a mixture of guilt and tenderness, then continued, You've truly found a remarkable friend. I should respect your choice. Fushi, upon hearing these words, could only lower his head and say, Father. Fushi's eyes trembled, and with a hint of sadness, he said, This is the warmest thing Father has ever said to me. Suddenly, Fushi gritted his teeth and shouted, Make me stronger.
Yu, hearing these words, was stunned and quickly stopped him. I can't do that.
You have already reached the limit of what you can bear. Fu Shi did not allow you to finish his words and immediately ordered, then replace me. Hearing Fu Shi's words, Yu was both astonished and curious, asking, Are you serious? Are you really going to give up your wish here? Fu Shi's gaze darkened, and then he coldly spoke, Yu, this is my wish. Yu, holding the sword in silence, listened to Fu Shi's resolute tone, and could only reply, I see. Then, Yu tightened his grip on the sword and decisively charged forward, thrusting it straight through Fu Shi's heart, who stood there motionless. Although Fu Shi was stabbed, he was still deeply satisfied. His lips curled into a smile, and he slowly said, Cough, yes, this is it. No, I should have done this sooner. In Fu Shi's heart, waves of emotions surged, fragments of memories flashed by. Fu Shi sorrowfully said, I am the unnecessary existence. Hearing Fu Shi's words, you suddenly couldn't believe it, and still reminded Fu Shi, listen carefully, once you are completely replaced, everything of this personality will be completely obliterated. Don't you regret it? Fu Shi smiled and quickly responded, Of course I regret it. I truly regret not choosing to do this earlier. I regret not erasing this powerless self sooner. At this moment, Fu Shi's mind was filled with memories of the past, where his unfortunate mother could only sit on the sickbed, heartbroken. Fu Shi then said, Fu Shi, if it weren't for a mother like mine, you would have lived happily by now, I'm sorry. Little Fu Shi looked at his mother like this, only able to softly call, Mom. Then, young Fu Shi looked at his mother resolutely and said, That's not true, I love you the most. When I grow up, I will definitely find a way to cure your illness. Hearing these words from her son, Fu Shi's mother felt her heart warmed, and with a joyful smile, she patted Fu Shi's head, saying, Really? In the future, Fu Shi will definitely be a reliable man. Suddenly, a stern voice shouted, Why are you here again? A dark figure appeared at the door of the sick room. The person was none other than the mayor, who was glaring angrily with his head lowered. Fu Shi looked at his father and felt uneasy. Just as Fu Shi had thought, the mayor immediately stormed in and dragged Fu Shi out. Let's go, Fu Shi said irritably. Oh, wait for me, but no matter how Fu Shi resisted, in the end, he was still dragged outside. The door to his mother's room was slammed shut. Fu Shi's mother sat on the sickbed, her head lowered with a look of gloom and frustration. Outside, the mayor dragged Fu Shi along while interrogating him, Why did you come to see her without my permission? Fu Shi protested innocently, but it's been a month. The mayor didn't let Fu Shi finish his sentence, and his angry voice immediately rang out. I've already told you, your mother is very ill. The person sitting there may no longer be your mother, but a monster called a paranormal entity. Fu Shi, upon hearing his father speak about his mother in such a way, bit his lip to prevent himself from crying, quietly responding, Since that incident, Fu Shi hasn't been able to see his mother again. His heart ached as he recalled the memory. In the end, I never saw my mother transform into the monstrous figure my father described, because not long after that, she passed away. She committed suicide. Remembering his mother, sitting on the sickbed, ignored by everyone, Fu Shi spoke with sorrow, I understand, my warm-hearted mother had always lived in great pain. Since I learned to read, I have never seen her leave that windowless room. Watching his mother live out her days in bed like that, Fu Shi felt uncomfortable and thought, what should I do? I've always wanted to do something for her, but in front of my stern father, every time I chose to remain silent. It wasn't until he saw the white cloth covering his mother's cold body that Fu Shi gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, a mix of remorse and regret filling his heart. Fu Shi cried out, I regret it so much, I did nothing. It was at this moment that you appeared. You came to him and asked, So, what is your wish? Fu Shi bowed, and all the darkest corners of his soul came to the surface. Fu Shi said, I hate myself like this. I want to become a brave man, I want to grow strong, I want to be someone like you. After hearing these words, you remained silent and said nothing. From that moment on, within Fu Shi, a personality emerged that was in stark contrast to his own. Back to reality, Fu Shi, despite having been stabbed, remained calm. He said,
When my father found out I had become a paranormal entity and intended to lock me in that room, I ran away. From beginning to end, I never had the courage to face his gaze.
It was like looking at my mother.
I kept avoiding it, never able to become the person I wanted to be. No matter how much I pretended, deep down, I was still that weak person.
Fushi looked at his hand and resolutely said, "In the end, I'm just a fool. So this isn't about giving up."
He clenched his fist, his voice tinged with a sorrowful laugh. "I only made the one decision that I wouldn't regret." You fell silent after hearing this, then said, "I will do my best." As soon as he finished speaking, you swung his hand decisively, and Fushi's body immediately dissipated. In the brief moment before he disappeared, Fushi bitterly said, "I still have words left unsaid to Ling Niao."
And then, Fushi completely vanished without a trace. Yu, watching the person in front of him turn to dust, suddenly mocked himself, saying, "What was that about wanting to be like me?
I'm just a character you fabricated, a mere illusion of courage." Outside, of course, the mayor had no idea how his son had disappeared. He stared at his son's motionless body and called out to him. But all he received in response was the sharp point of a sword aimed directly at his face. At that moment, Fushi, now replaced by Yu, stood pointing the sword at the mayor and said, "Leave.
He's no longer here."
Fushi's expressionless face stared at the mayor as he asked, "You will respect his decision, won't you?" Seeing the mayor's astonished expression, Fushi spoke candidly, "I have always hated you." Then Fushi turned away, leaving only his unfinished words behind. But when he drove his car into that person, he truly resembled a father. Yu, or rather now Fushi, walked on while closing his eyes, calling out, "Oh, Fushi, I don't even know if this sigh is for the Fushi who has disappeared or for myself, Yu." At this moment, it was clear that his gaze had become sharper and darker than ever before. Turning back to Jiruo and Ling Niao, Jiruo looked at Ling Niao and said with a smile, "Head, completely replaced, huh?
Locking me up here wasn't the right decision."
Looking at the Rubik's Cube that enveloped and protected Ling Niao, Jiruo thought to himself, each person who is completely replaced will gradually turn into a mental plane that belongs only to them. They will use their own special plane to project and encompass the real world. At this point, Ling Niao, in a tattered state, could only remain silent, staring at Jiruo. Jiruo coldly looked at Ling Niao and said, "A fatal wound in reality is hard to kill you, but here, it can." With that, Jiruo immediately rushed toward Ling Niao, putting all his strength into a punch at the Rubik's Cube. The punch was so forceful that the air behind him was torn apart. Naturally, with such force, the Rubik's Cube shattered into thousands, even millions of pieces. Jiruo looked ahead but saw no trace of Ling Niao. Suddenly, a piece of debris vibrated lightly, and Jiruo's gaze turned sharp. As expected, Ling Niao took the opportunity to leap onto a piece of debris to launch a surprise attack from behind Jiruo. However, Jiruo quickly anticipated this move, instantly summoning a barrier of ice in front of her, causing Ling Niao to be caught off guard. Before Ling Niao could even comprehend what was happening, a sharp spike of ice shot up from the ground, striking her directly. Unprepared, she was slammed to the ground. While Ling Niao clutched her stomach, writhing in pain on the ground, the ice column lunged towards her again, stabbing down with force, causing her to scream in terror as she desperately struggled to escape. Jiruo stepped forward to the ice pillar, her cold gaze lingering on the bloodied mess on the ground, before narrowing her eyes and coldly saying, "All right, stop clinging to that broken form of yours. Let me see your true nature." At this point, Ling Niao's body was torn and unrecognizable. Still dragging herself along the ground, she angrily said, "I really liked that child. I truly wanted to always retain the goodness and honesty that they had." As she spoke, Ling Niao lifted her eyes and glared at Jiruo, hissing, "Not like this hideous form." Jiruo asked, "Do you like this world?" Ling Niao appeared surprised. "Huh?" Then she continued, "I see. How could I like it? If I liked it, why would I create a world like this? Hatred, disgust, regret, pain, fear. Are these the emotions you're made of? Paranormal entities are too dangerous. I don't see any love for this world." Before she could finish speaking, Ling Niao attempted to charge at her. warping the surrounding space as she did.
Ling Niao spat, love? Isn't it ridiculous to tell me that? Have any of us ever been loved?
Then it created a strong air current as if to deny everything Jiruo had said earlier. The wind was so powerful that Jiruo could hardly stand, but she still managed to defend herself in time.
Ling Niao wondered, this is strange.
The cold air surrounding her hasn't been crushed, and even the point of contact is frozen. This cold air seems like it doesn't belong to this world. Jiruo slowly broke free from the cold air, extending her hand. A powerful shockwave followed, causing the space to break into box-like fragments. Ling Niao stood still, offering no resistance.
Then, Jiruo controlled those fragments, surrounding Ling Niao.
She barely managed to escape, intending to strike from behind. The magic cube thought it had defeated Jiruo, but unexpectedly, Ling Niao was struck by her, and the cold air dispersed, trapping it again. She said, "You are truly persistent." At that moment, Ling Niao still struggled to break free from the ice, and Jiruo calmly said to her, "I don't understand why you feel the need to stop us at this point. If it were you, when we were all controlled by that little brat, you would have had the power to help the others escape." Ling Niao explained, "Because I thought he would win."
Jiruo replied, "But all of you will die here." Upon hearing this, Ling Niao immediately begged, "That's true, I don't want to die. I regret it now. Please, can you let me take them away?"
Jiruo looked at her and seriously said, "No," before shattering the ice and destroying Ling Niao within. She stood there for a moment, then sighed, "Phew, this place is done." Suddenly, she felt something.
Wait, something's wrong. It's not over yet.
The world she created has not yet begun to collapse. Then, something suddenly brushed past and attacked Jiruo. Fortunately, Jiruo managed to avoid the blow just in time. She glared at the spatial blocks, which now had multiple arms sprouting from each of them. This was the area that had been torn apart. At this moment, the mask of Ling Niao on the ground shifted slightly, then rose up and formed a new body. Jiruo looked at her and said, "So this is your true form." Ling Niao did not speak, only standing there and watching, before controlling hundreds of arms from the spatial blocks to move towards Jiruo. Jiruo remained standing, and with just a bit of cold energy, she could freeze them, shattering them to pieces. Ling Niao's true form told her, if there's such a thing as a freezing power that can be so cold it can freeze an entire space. Before she could finish, Jiruo leaped up, intending to deliver the final blow. Ling Niao slightly dodged and continued, pointing at her chest and saying, "Then it must certainly come from here, a heart." Hearing this, Jiruo thought for a moment, then still swung her arm, deciding to strike. After that, Ling Niao was entirely surrounded by cold energy. Jiruo looked at her, puzzled, "What's going on? This feeling of emptiness. I must completely kill her off." At that moment, a hand from behind reached out. Jiruo sensed it quickly, but it was too late, and the hand struck, severing one of her arms. Jiruo clutched her injured arm. Why is this happening? Ling Niao was not dead yet. She appeared and told her, "In my square box, even if there is nothing inside, it remains a completely independent plane. Therefore, it is enough to expand the road of the world with the existence of various other possibilities." Jiruo also refused to yield, releasing dozens of ice blocks that impaled her. Despite this, she still tried to speak, "In these parallel worlds, I might be pierced through the body like this." Hearing this, Jiruo was taken aback, but Ling Niao then manifested another version of herself, standing not far away, and said, "Or I could just avoid it." Ling Niao recounted her life, a life where the child had no right to choose, as every choice had no real meaning. She remembered when she was young, locked in the house, only daring to curl up in a corner. Her father, a drunkard, would come home and only scold her. "Are you mute today? Su Jin, don't make me angry. I'll ask you again, when did you start running off to the park? Tell me, where have you been sneaking off to lately?" Then he yanked on Ling Niao's hair and forced her face up to look at him. "Did your mother secretly come to see you?" Ling Niao weakly replied, "No." He threatened her, "Listen carefully, custody is in my hands.
I feed you, I give you a place to sleep, it's all me. Before that woman comes to me for reconciliation, if you dare go see her, I'll break your legs. He then let her go, stood up, and said, I'll let you off today. Go to the kitchen and bring me some wine. Ling Niao, hearing this, could only obey. At that moment, Ling Niao's true form also existed there. The young Ling Niao said playfully, hee, the secret base is our secret. She thought to herself that her mother had never come to see her out of fear of her father's years of violence. After the divorce, she had never appeared. The child's figure, in the stage of age and identity, had no weapons to protect herself. When Ling Niao was little, she had to stand on a chair and tiptoe to reach the bottle of wine for her cruel father. She only knew that if she tried hard to complete the task given to her, perhaps she wouldn't be beaten. But the bottle of wine unfortunately fell and shattered on the floor. Any small mistake was enough to ruin the fragile peace that was so hard to maintain. The child stood there, not daring to imagine what was about to come. Indeed, it was just like that, but this time it was even more dreadful. Her father, he was that despicable. The girl was beaten to death. He staggered backward in fear. No, I wasn't going to hit you that hard, if only you hadn't broken my wine. That was the only thought in the child's mind in her final moments of life. There was no bitterness or hatred, only loss, fear, and self-blame. Ling Niao spoke, that's not true. Even if you hadn't broken that bottle, you still wouldn't have escaped this fate. This world will not save someone as innocent and good-hearted as you. I'm not an angel here to protect you, I'm just here to live on in your place. At that moment, the child's father was stunned. So you're not hurt? You scared me to death. She turned to look at him, then a square box flew toward him, causing his head to fall. She then coldly said, only when this man disappears from the world will Ling Niao have a future. It would have been better if he had died sooner. But now I realize that something seems to be missing. Perhaps the future I'm hoping for isn't about replacing him, but saving her. Have I saved her then? But she's already dead. Is this it? Is this the replacement? It feels somewhat lonely. According to her appearance, she once hoped that Min Tan would establish a family. Is this enough? I will protect the home she created, and I will protect your final wish. This is good. Replacing you to live on is my reason for existence. I will use my way to safeguard your pure goodness. From the moment I accepted the name of family, there was no choice to abandon or escape anymore. The one Ling Niao mentioned was Wumian. As family, I will always stand behind him. Even without a plan, Ling Niao must tear it apart. I won't allow myself to live in a future filled with regret. But it's strange, unlike the others in my family, I don't know when it started, but I began feeling a strange tension when I'm with him. It's also the first time there's someone other than Ling Niao. When fighting, there's this sense of satisfaction. What is this strange feeling? I don't understand it. Xiaodan morphed and calmly said, have you ever heard of using an egg to strike a rock? Ridiculous, foolish and overestimating themselves, just like how you are obstructing me right now. As she spoke, she pointed towards Grand Conductor 2 and Fan. Grand Conductor 2 reminded, Fan, don't be careless. It's better to treat this one as a high-level criminal from now on. Fan wasn't too concerned, calmly holding a toothpick in his mouth as he said, Humph, what's the background of this one? I don't smell any danger from her, not even a faint trace of aura. Is there any detailed information about this name? Grand Conductor 2 thought for a moment, then turned to her, I think I don't quite remember clearly anymore. Fan looked at Grand Conductor 2 with slight annoyance and said, what are you talking about? You fought with her, shouldn't you know her best? Grand Conductor 2 raised his hand to his head, suddenly saying, well, I really can't remember. Now that I think about it. What was I even here to do? At that moment, his body seemed to be controlled by someone else. Fan finally realized what was happening. The person who had taken control of Grand Conductor 2's body spoke, sorry, I've temporarily taken over this body. Fan was about to rush forward and strike him, but he said, are you planning to make a move? He pointed to Grand Conductor 2's head and continued, I'm fine, but the one who'll be injured is only this guy. Then he sneered, you should think carefully. Fan was furious but refrained from making a move. Xiaodan said, sorry, it looks like I've dragged all of you into this. I wanted to solve this problem sooner, but there was some unexpected trouble on my side. Zidan wasn't bothered by his explanation and directly asked, stop with the nonsense. What do you want here? I'm about to show off my skills, don't interrupt me. The person replied indifferently, but your current state looks a little off. Your strength seems to be greatly restricted now. If I'm not wrong, it seems like it will come at a great cost to use it again, right? Xiaodan simply smiled and replied, what nonsense are you talking about? 2 little worms aren't enough to make me waste my energy. The man made a suggestion, but his demeanor lacked any sense of persuasion. Let me help you break all the constraints on your mask. Xiaodan told him to go ahead and break it. He continued, the fragments of consciousness in this body won't last long, but they are enough to unleash a large-scale paradox once. I can help you. Ha! Zidan stepped closer to him and then slapped him across the face. The man looked surprised, his face frozen in shock. Xiaodan spoke seriously and then said goodbye. The man still tried to call her back. Hey, wait. He explained, it seems you have a huge misunderstanding of me. I'm not talking about just your clothes, but about the chains that are constraining your mask. He pointed behind Xiaodan and said, that's the massive thing right behind you. Xiaodan calmly listened to what he had to say. He laughed as he continued, if you don't agree, I can use the power from them. Damaging them might also help you. Zidao looked off into the distance and said, so it's always been there, but I haven't seen it for a long time. Then you try, Xiaodan replied. The man laughed and said, just let me handle it. Alright, let's begin. If this doesn't go well, it will be considered a very strong countermeasure on my part. Then, energy was released, and the surrounding space became slightly chaotic. A vast amount of energy radiated out, forming a spiral vortex within the space. The fan was surprised, not because of themselves, but because of the person using the power. Then, did you suddenly see something? Inside the massive body that had just broken apart, there was only a small creature. Zidan was also surprised. The person asked, why is it a doll? The doll stared at him, and it felt as though the man's body was being squeezed tightly, as if he couldn't move. Then, the doll returned to the massive mannequin. The person asked, the binding has been, it's back to normal, isn't it? The fan was astonished, the sensation had disappeared. What was that sense of oppression that appeared in the blink of an eye just now? Zidan stood, sighed, and smiled. It seemed like it wasn't quite effective. The person inside Grand Conductor 2's body then explained, why is this happening? I really should have removed all those chains by now. Xiaodan only smiled and told him, perhaps the restraints aren't the chains. Then she looked up at the sky and replied with a laugh, it's me. At that moment, Grand Conductor 2's body regained consciousness and began to change. His hand rose to his face as if to remove the mask. Give my body back. The person resisted, saying, the Chief Warden's experience card is about to expire. After speaking, Grand Conductor 2 ripped the mask off, threw it to the ground, and walked out. The person was thrown to the ground and yelled, Grand Conductor 2 is angry, and just like that, I lost control of the body. Jinli was thrown outside, and Xiaodan said, it seems like I can't help anymore. Xiaodan walked closer to the speaking spot, hey, are you alright? She picked up the mask, this is the first time I've ever talked directly to someone else's mask. Turns out, humans aren't so bad after all. Then, she held the mask, thinking for a moment, you came at just the right time. She then started to play with the mask. Hey, what are you trying to do? Zidan picked it up, fits quite well. She then put the mask on. Ha! The mask seemed surprised. You, what are you doing?
At that moment, energy began to radiate around Xiao Dan. She seemed to transform into someone else. This time it felt right. As expected, she had to completely cover her face to match her true aura. Grand Conductor 2 nervously reminded, Fan, take action, I was too careless. Her abilities seemed to be greatly restricted for some reason. This was a good opportunity. Fan then realized, then why did I feel the oppressive force earlier? If the restriction is lifted, something big will really happen. He then charged forward, let me crush her. The giant mannequin from earlier lunged forward to attack, landing a blow on Fan. Zidan, now wearing the mask, turned her head back. The space became chaotic, everything turning blurry, torn apart and sucked into a vortex. The rocks and earth that had been lifted up fell back into a pile. Xiao Dan seemed to have been defeated by Fan. Fan stood atop the pile of rocks below, looking at Xiao Dan, and sighed, easier to kill than I imagined. But then again, the front space was compressed and squeezed, unable to survive. At that moment, a red button with a star-shaped design suddenly fell from above, landing in front of Fan. He followed its descent as it rolled into the hand trapped beneath the debris. Just earlier, a voice had suddenly spoken, the ritual is complete. I don't know how many more times it can be used, but my right eye has already started to ache. At this point, the scene shifted again to a different event, recalling Xiao Dan's childhood. The ability I use always requires a ritual. I happily chose to call this process a ritual. Even though it has nothing to do with what the word ritual actually means, in my view, it's a process worthy of being given such a name. The condition to complete this ritual is to kill your past self. Good night to my past self. Die. In the past, there were other conditions I had encountered, but that was all in the past. As I grew older, the conditions for performing the ritual slowly faded away, leaving only one. There was once a belief in a deity in a small town on the outskirts of Street B. I was born there. When Xiao Dan was little, many adults forbade their children from playing with her. Hey, don't pay any attention to her, or you'll be cursed with misfortune. Have you forgotten? Divine Father once said she is the child of a demon. Hearing this, Xiao Dan only smiled. The little girl sighed, feeling disappointed, and then turned away. Weak people are always like that. Xiao Dan pouted, as expected, I should cover up my aura. My aura is too powerful, the timid villagers are too scared to come near. Hearing the people talk, our mother is a fool, no one knew when she got pregnant. On one unlucky Friday, she ran like crazy to the church and gave birth to me. All the men in the town swore by the gods they believed in to prove that none of them was my father. The cowardly Divine Father threatened to say that I was the child of a demon. Xiao Dan smugly said, how foolish. The child of a demon, how could that be? I, myself, am clearly the true form of the demon god. At that time, little Xiao Dan always remained cheerful and innocent, despite the judgmental gazes of the adults. Even so, their worries were not without reason. As for the hometown I was born in, I do love it quite a bit, you know? That's why I sealed my own power into this doll, to avoid accidentally harming the cowardly people in the town. Speaking of which, this doll looks a lot like me, though I don't remember who gave it to me. It was only the old priest in the church who had a discerning eye, he seemed not to avoid me, and even regularly offered things to me and my mother. That wind priest brought Xiao Dan a basket full of steamed buns when she was little and said, take it, there are quite a few leftover buns today. If you need more, you can come back for more. Little Xiao Dan was surprised, oh, you're the only one who understands. The priest said, the Divine Father is not here today, aren't you going to stay for a while? Upon hearing this, Xiao Dan suddenly stopped. She turned around innocently and asked him, aren't you afraid that I will leave? The priest just smiled and replied, how could I be? Ha ha. The little girl at that time still turned around, waving her hand to signal, refusing to stay, saying, I'm very sensitive, it's not convenient for me to stay. He's such a strange old man, but I don't hate him. At that time, Xiao Dan was still cheerfully carrying a basket full of buns, despite the countless discriminatory eyes around her. Whether they were the townspeople or the Divine Father, everyone was really kind. It's just that because of my special status, they were afraid of me. But I am not a god of senseless slaughter, and I don't hate them. Sometimes, the townspeople would secretly paint my house with pretty colors. Although sometimes the paint didn't smell very nice, it was fine. Her house was being splattered with paint, or rather, I was painting it beautifully, just as Xiaodan had said. One day, they will like me. Xiaodan brought the basket of buns home and said to the mother who was lying on the bed, "I'm back." Seeing that the buns were still full, she asked her mother, "Why aren't you eating? It's not good to keep being sick like this." At that moment, it was unclear whether the mother sitting on the bed was still alive or had passed away, but there were flies swarming around her. Zidan sat and ate, and when she saw the flies flying around, she simply waved her hand to shoo them away. Lately, there had been so many flies. At that time, the little girl Zidan wrote down her usual questions on paper. The day passed, the 15th of August, the sky is clear, but there's still no food today, and mother still doesn't care about me. Will she become like the townspeople? The 1st of July, the sky is clear, I didn't see the weird old man today, so there were no offerings. The 18th of the month, the sky is clear, it seems like there's still no food today, what a waste. The steamed buns are spoiled and can't be eaten, they smell rotten and there are so many flies. I'm a bit worried about her. Why isn't she hungry? I have to face her every day, she's grown so big, what a strange illness. Then the little girl continued writing like that. On the 18th of the month, the sky was clear, and it seemed like the town was starting to catch a cold. In the town, it seemed like many people had contracted the same illness as her mother. At that moment, someone suddenly kicked open the door to the room where the little girl was sitting. Those people, covering their noses with their hands, said, "The stench coming from here is unbearable. I can't stand it anymore." Xiaodan, who was writing, heard the noise and turned around. Visitors? At that moment, the adults looked horrified. Ugh, what is this? At this point, Xiaodan's mother had died and had turned into a pile of bones. The people urged each other. Someone go help. Help me get this disgusting corpse outside. Xiaodan stopped them. What do you want to do? They looked at her, staring intensely, and said, "Get out of the way, don't touch me, you filthy thing." In the end, the little girl couldn't do anything. On the 20th, the villagers took her mother's sick body and burned it. Xiaodan couldn't resist the strength of the adults and could only stand there watching. On the 22nd, she didn't want to go outside, but being alone with nothing to do, she wondered, "What should I do?" At this point, Xiaodan was huddled in a corner under the bed where her mother had once lain. On the 26th, the old man hadn't brought her any food for a long time. She was so hungry but didn't want to go to the church. Xiaodan had grown thinner, to the point where the clothes she wore had become loose on her. Damn it, the human body is really inconvenient. She was so hungry that she fell asleep. On the 30th, it was gloomy. Xiaodan quietly opened her eyes, and someone's fire was seen outside the house. The priest was holding a torch in his hand. The young girl, Zidan, was shocked as she was bound to the pyre. He, the priest, spoke loudly, "O villagers, repent. The Lord is noble and holy, and he is also great and compassionate. Please forgive my ignorance. May he cancel this punishment. I beg him to stop this plague. I will execute the wicked child of Sha Tang in his presence." At first, I missed the chance to punish the child of Sha Tang because of my ignorance and blindness, and this led to the great calamity that has befallen this town, the plague. The woman Jean, the evil demon, was already punished and died by the will of the Lord, yet I failed to recognize it in time. I accept the will of the Lord and vow to atone for my sins with Jin's life, to be buried alongside the dead villagers, hoping for the Lord's forgiveness in return. The villagers eagerly shouted in unison, "Father, Father." Xiaodan witnessed the scene but was powerless to do anything. The plague. Was it really not just a cold? Is it my fault? I clearly didn't do anything.
The old man, holding the flame, walked towards her.
He approached with no regard for her emotions and calmly said, "I will carry out the punishment here, on behalf of the priest."
Turning back, the girl questioned him, "You've come at the right time. Stop making noise, release her now."
He replied, "Tell me, how much better would it be if she had never given birth to you?" The old monster, while pushing the torch close to the pile of firewood, spoke, "To say such words and do such things does not make me feel guilty."
Then the flames flared up. "Do not resent me. Perhaps your fate was always meant to be like this. Your birth was never blessed by anyone."
Xiao Dan heard these words as if the entire sky had collapsed, and all the faith she had in this world was shattered. The 30th day of the gloomy month.
I don't like this small town at all. I hope to live happily with the people in the town.
Xiao Dan cried out in agony, "It hurts, it's so hot, let her go." No matter how much she cried, the old monster paid no attention.
I hope to be liked by everyone.
The villagers below cheered, "Hoo, burn her to death, burn her to death." Xiao Dan screamed in the flames.
Within the fire appeared a figure that was not Xiao Dan.
"Your wish is both foolish and arrogant, easily fulfilled with my body." The villagers continued to chant, "Punish the evil demon, may the Lord forgive us.
Punish the evil demon, may the Lord forgive us. Punish the evil demon, may the Lord forgive us."
Xiao Dan spat in hatred, "I hate you all." At that moment, the flames suddenly surged higher.
Some of the villagers wondered, what is that?"
The old monster stepped forward to reassure them, "Do not worry, people of the town, the Lord will surely forgive our sins." At that moment, he felt something terrifying coming from behind. The giant cross fell and crushed him to death.
Everyone panicked. What happened? Where is the high priest?
Xiao Dan stepped out of the flames, her fiery red hair glowing, angrily saying, "I really hate this place."
Then, in her transformed state, Xiao Dan took over the consciousness and destroyed everything around her.
When I woke up, Xiao Zhen had already disappeared. All the dreams and unrealistic fantasies I had about the future vanished with him.
This was the first time I had met the conditions to trigger the ritual. Seeing the scene before me, I felt an unusual sense of peace.
It turned out that hating something was even simpler than liking it.
Perhaps I never liked them at all.
It was only then that Zidan noticed the doll in her hand, and thought to herself, "This doll." She picked it up and looked at it carefully.
I also remembered. This wasn't a gift from anyone else.
It was an object to hold all the unpleasant emotions and memories for me. It was my mask, the gift I gave to myself.
Xiao Dan asked it, "Do you want to take my body?"
The doll replied, "I couldn't fulfill your wish.
I wasn't able to do it."
Zhenli appeared and said, "Is that why you can't freely use your powers?" Xiao Dan told him, "It's not like that.
My powers were never meant to be used freely.
Losing my wish became the price for the first ritual. After that, every time there was an opportunity to use my powers, it seemed like I had to lose something important as a prerequisite. After completing the ritual, the relationship between it and me gradually weakened each time.
There is a saying, isn't there?
That people grow through continuously losing something, and it seems that my growth is the inevitable death of it. Right now, it seems that when my body has suffered enough damage, it might also meet the conditions for completing the ritual. If experiencing death can be considered a form of growth, perhaps it wants to entrust me with the freedom to do as I wish, after encountering the inevitable growth." Xiao Dan transformed, looking at his old body and said, "The dimension that encompasses my temple." At that moment, a brilliant light flashed and turned into a column of light, shooting up into the sky, returning to the present. At that moment, the place where Fan and Grand Conductor 2 were located, Zidan returned and began disturbing the space around him.
Fan asked Grand Conductor 2, "Do you have any countermeasures for this?" In front of them was Xiao Dan's giant effigy.
Grand Conductor 2 looked at it tensely and said, "There are no related memories about it, probably lost during the series of events, but I've fought it before, so maybe we can still hold it off." Then, unexpectedly, a holy sword grazed Grand Conductor 2's neck, but luckily he dodged it. At that moment, the crucifix attacked him from behind. The sword's blade was extremely sharp, seemingly capable of cutting through anything it passed. Grand Conductor 2 stabilized himself with his foot, then used his hand to block the attack. He was surprised by the crucifix, and Fan rushed toward him, throwing Grand Conductor 2 aside, shouting, "Get out of the way." Fortunately, Fan reminded him, otherwise, the giant crucifix would have crushed him. Xiao Dan transformed, sitting atop the enormous cross-shaped tree, looking down with disdain.
"Yeah, leave all the miscellaneous stuff to me."
At that moment, she turned around and asked,
"Is there anything else?"
Junli smiled and said to her,
"Hi, then while you're at it, could you help me with something? Help me create an opportunity to talk privately with that guy in sunglasses."
Xiao Dan, hearing this, seemed a little doubtful, but then she didn't care much. She stood up, pointing downward and said,
"That's fine, but you'd better hurry up a bit. My current condition won't last much longer."
Junli went downstairs, assuring her that he wouldn't take too long and that the cleanup was almost finished.
Only then did Dan speak her mind. "There's something I've always been curious about."
The mask, after evolving, takes on a form that reflects the person's traits.
"Why do you still maintain your original appearance?" Junli seemed surprised by this question.
He turned back to look at the transformed Xiao Dan, chuckled, and said,
"Ha! I never really paid attention to that."
Xiao Dan continued, "So how can you be so obvious in your special abilities traits?"
"I have two conclusions or guesses.
Either your mask has no traits at all, or from the very beginning, you've been hiding your true self from everyone." Jinli didn't respond at first, then, as he began to disappear, he said,
"That's a bit out of the blue."
Before leaving, he turned back to look at Xiao Dan and thought, "You." Then, Dan manipulated the giant cross, attempting to crush him, but he calmly said,
"Don't even think about using your abilities on me."
At this moment, the crucifix, which was about to fall toward him, suddenly came to a halt.
"Xiao Dan, you're so annoying, and you're too cunning.
Just now, you saw all of my past through our contact.
As for things related to you, I couldn't see anything at all."
Then, she pouted and said, "That's so unfair." Junli looked at her in confusion. Xiao Dan extended her hand toward him and said, "Satisfy my curiosity, consider it a prayer for you to ask the gods to bless me."
Junli just sighed and explained to her, "Haven't you basically guessed it already? Just as you suspected, I don't have any characteristics at all. It's true, I've always been concealing my true self." Xiao Dan was frustrated, "You're so boring. I just said that, and now you're copying me. Besides, this is basically..." Hearing this, Junli laughed. "It doesn't make sense, right?
The condition for the creation of a mask is because a personality with characteristics different from one's true self has emerged." Upon hearing this, Xiao Dan agreed with his view. "That's right. In this world, no one lacks personality, and no mask lacks characteristics. Similarly, a mask, which is like a replica of a personality, cannot disguise oneself. After all, the outer shell that forms a personality mask is derived from that person's own character."
"Ling Diao can also see you, right? Doesn't that guy feel curious? How annoying."
"As for me, I've always paid attention to it, but I'm too shy to ask."
"It'd be so embarrassing to ask."
Jinli told her, "I already said it, your assumptions weren't wrong, but look. Truth or lies aren't actually that important. What truly makes people unwilling to accept something is merely the plausibility of the answer. Even if it's a lie, as long as it's reasonable enough, it can become the truth." At that moment, both of them suddenly sensed something and fell silent.
Xiao Dan was surprised. "It seems I misjudged. That guy is even more despicable than I imagined."
Jinli just laughed. "Ha, don't rush.
Everything about me I'll give you a reasonable explanation.
What we need to do now is resolve the matter at hand.
Let me go investigate first."
Then he was suddenly attacked without knowing why. Dan had struck him down with the cross, thrusting it directly at him.
Sending you off that way will be quicker.
She sat atop it, annoyed, and snorted, "What an unpleasant guy." The cross then fell to where Fan and Grand Conductor 2 were standing. Fan said, "There seems to be something under the cross." Xiao Dan prepared to make another move, thinking to herself, back then, in the Lingdio space, he also had some incident with that guy in sunglasses.
What kind of embarrassing story could it be this time? Just then, the entire space turned black again. Grand Conductor 2 only sighed, while Fan stood there with a toothpick in his mouth, lamenting black again. He raised his hand to block something that was about to strike him, stopping it just as it neared his face. Fan pushed it back and said, as expected, "I can't get through so easily. I was too careless." He thought to himself, the world projected by a paranormal entity displays different colors depending on the emotions it contains, but it's mostly dominated by shades of white and gray. Such a large, thick black color is really troublesome. What should I do this time? If it were just white and gray, I could tear through it easily. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, "There's no need to rush out like this." A long red hand rose up. Jinli crawled out from the place of the Holy Cross, pushed him down, and said to Fan, "We meet again." Fan was surprised. "How did you come out of the ground?" Jinli took a moment to gather himself, then replied, Pandora." At that moment, they both just stood there, as if mocking each other's intentions. Fan was about to make a move, but Jinli stepped forward to stop him, grabbing his arm and saying, "Don't get so worked up, I'm just like you." At that moment, the toothpick in Fan's mouth was knocked out and fell to the ground. Xiao Dan's area was now split in half by something. She wondered, "What's going on here? My temple has been severed." Fan asked Jinli, "Who are you?" Jinli removed his mask and laughed loudly. Fan looked at him, seemingly surprised, then smiled and said, "What?" Fan ran a hand through his hair, the other in his pocket, his posture as if he had just discovered something interesting, looking up to the sky and laughing loudly, "Ha ha ha, this?" His eyes widened, revealing his dark sunglasses, and he spoke, "So that's how it is." His face was excited, hands in his pockets, and with a mocking tone, he stepped closer to Jinli, the one holding the mask, standing opposite him. "Has that heart been taken by you already? Finally, I can understand the strange feeling I had when seeing your body." Jinli put the mask back on and responded indifferently, "Look at what you're saying, I borrowed it." The Fan approached, gripping Jinli tightly with both hands, shaking him vigorously, and asked in confusion, clearly unable to believe it, "Why have you become like this?" Then he smiled again, his hand pressing deeply into Jinli's body. "But didn't that statement imply that we haven't failed yet?" A moment later, Fan's face twisted into a terrifying expression, his eyes wide as he grinned maliciously and questioned, "Why didn't you come to find me sooner? Together, we could have crushed that old body into ashes." But suddenly, as if realizing something, he froze for a moment, then immediately sprang back, stepping away from Jinli. Fan's complexion changed, his playful demeanor disappearing, his voice now filled with caution. "Wait, no. The ability you showed through that door. You've encountered him, haven't you?" He looked at Jinli with a scrutinizing gaze, his tone serious as he asked, "Has your transformation into this form something to do with him? Are you really still Jinli?" Jinli did not answer the question, but smiled back in a way that seemed almost comforting. "Anyway, calm down. Of course, I'm still me. It's just that between me and him, there's only a deal." He stood there, speaking with an air of nonchalance, as if this were something very normal. "But these things weren't important. If you're willing, you can think of me as Jinli, but honestly, it should be me who's surprised here." Jinli began to recall. Back then, he had seen that old man dismember you into 8 pieces with his own eyes, even stripping you of your personality. He thought he was lucky to have taken that heart from you. Should he say he felt deeply dissatisfied with you? Fan also recalled that memory and responded, "It seems that the fragment of memory I had hidden back then has been seen by you." Jinli remained standing with his arms crossed, "Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to meet you this way." Fan looked at him, squinting his eyes and asked, "How do you want me to help you?"
Then, without warning, he tore open his coat, revealing parts of his body sewn together, and smiled excitedly, offering a suggestion. Although I am now just a body pieced together from many parts, if you can return my heart, I can help you eliminate all the wrongdoers in this city. Jinli simply responded, don't even think about taking my heart. He spoke in a provocative tone, addressing Fan by chance. That heart of yours has already awakened its consciousness, but it seems to be just a combination of emotions.
It's so shameless, trying to claim it as mine. It must not want to go back, huh?
Upon hearing those words, Fan immediately darkened his expression and retorted, I know you'll die instantly.
If you don't want to give it back, just say so. Why say so much?
Jinli paid no attention to that remark. He turned away and said, Pandora, that old man won't fail to notice your existence. It's just that right now you only have one personality, and you don't pose a threat to him, so he's too lazy to deal with you. His eyes narrowed as he explained further to Fan, the paradox of limits may have been buried within you.
Once a situation arises, abnormalities will definitely eliminate you.
Jinli moved closer, placed his arm on Fan's shoulder, and continued, so, the reason I'm here this time is not to ask for your help.
Fan frowned. You didn't let him finish his sentence.
Jinli leaned close and made a request, your power will destroy the balance of my world. Promise me, if I haven't confirmed that success is possible, don't act recklessly. A gust of wind rose, Jinli disappeared, leaving only the mask behind.
Fan stood there, staring at it, silent.
It wasn't until the mask slowly dissolved into the air that he finally smiled and spoke, see you again. After the conversation with Jinli, something seemed to have changed in Fan.
Tu Long had probably noticed it as well. He looked at Fan and anxiously asked, what happened? Fan, are you okay? Fan remained silent, deep in thought, not answering, as if contemplating something. After a while, he turned to look at Tu Long, not saying anything, just directing his gaze at Tu Long and grinning oddly.
Tu Long quickly realized the sudden shift in Fan's attitude, his eyes wide open as he observed Fan's every expression. In the blink of an eye, Fan suddenly lunged at Tu Long, delivering a powerful strike. Tu Long reflexively raised his arm to defend. The force of the attack was so strong that it caused the ground beneath them to tremble violently. But despite Tu Long's quick defense, he couldn't escape the devastating power of the attack. He was still pushed back a long distance and slammed into a wooden beam.
This truly angered Tu Long.
Fan, looking at Tu Long pinned to the post, felt a sense of satisfaction. He smiled mockingly and said, I'm in a great mood right now. He spoke while laughing, his laughter even, yet his tone carried a hint of mockery.
Tu Long wanted to find someone to high-five.
Upon hearing this, Tu Long's expression instantly changed.
Ha!
The irritation of seeing Fan like this only grew stronger.
Fan still had no intention of letting go.
His provocative words aimed at Tu Long remained unchanged.
He was still laughing in that strange, unsettling way, right?
The more Tu Long looked at him, the more he felt something was wrong with Fan.
He angrily said, that's not the personality I set up.
Tu Long observed Fan carefully, but now Fan was beginning to make him uncomfortable. Fan, in Tu Long's eyes, exuded a terrifying killing intent, like a ghost waiting to scare off the weak. Tu Long, with a frown, muttered, Fan looks very strange now. Tu Long pulled a black ring from his pocket, saying it was to be prepared in case he had to rush at Fan quickly. Before Fan could react, Tu Long was already right beside him. But Fan showed that he was not inferior to Tu Long.
He smirked smugly and said, I'm not joking with you anymore.
Tu Long extended his hand, aiming the black ring at Fan, intending to put it around his neck, but he was too slow. Fan was too fast, and before Tu Long could even react, Fan disappeared from where they were standing. Tu Long watched him disappear helplessly, unable to say anything, only silently cursing, damn it. At that moment, Tu Long likely realized the difference in Fan. He frowned in discomfort, this isn't good. The person from just now was definitely not Fan, but the method.
Could it be?
Thinking of this, Tu Long really didn't want to believe his own assumptions. But what he suspected turned out to be true, his eyes carried a peculiar expression as he spoke. Pandora is frantically at a higher place, somewhere that allows for observing every single movement. Xiao Dan had seen it all. Fan thought he had run off somewhere, but it turned out he had come to meet Xiao Dan. Even without turning his head, Xiao Dan still sensed Fan's presence behind him. Xiao Dan asked Fan a seemingly unrelated question. "So now, are you considered one of us?" Fan looked at Xiao Dan and replied, "Not exactly, it's just that I won't make a move for now." Upon hearing this, Xiao Dan also made a cryptic remark. "Then you've chosen a pretty good seat for yourself." Fan maintained the same demeanor, the same smile. He looked at Xiao Dan and continued. "By the way, just a little reminder, don't fall into the trap of that black ring on that guy's hand." At this moment, Xiao Dan suddenly realized something, glanced back to where Fan was standing, and curiously asked, "What exactly is it?" Fan looked away, casually replying, "It's a bit embarrassing to say, but it's considered my blood essence." In the towering building that pierced through the clouds, the floor tiled with black and white checker patterns, the atmosphere was gloomy and mesmerizing, as if someone were lurking in the darkness, swelling with an air of authority like the master of this place. From somewhere closer, there were echoing footsteps, irregular and staggered, approaching with a crooked gait. The movement shifted from one side to the other, the steps unsteady and uncertain. Then, an unidentified person suddenly collapsed to the floor, lying face down, motionless, their body locked in a state of numbness. An old, frail man, with a gaunt, weak body and long white beard, sat grandly on the throne of darkness. Slowly, he spoke. "Has Baihe's body truly reached its limit?" His gaze fell downward, his cold golden pupils piercing through the darkness, hiding his expression. It truly was a pity. A dry, bony hand reached out as if to do something, but his ancient voice withdrew. He controlled a figure, resembling a puppet, to approach the body. It easily lifted the person up. Then, the malevolent nature consumed that person, dragging them into the eternal cycle. His face twisted into a more menacing and horrifying expression. He sat as the ruler of this place, firmly in his seat. Behind the chair, a vortex of dark magic protruded, with two terrifying eyes staring out. Behind him, a mountain of expressionless human masks piled up, from large to small, as if symbolizing brutal death. He sat, immersed in thought, yet a question lingered. How could the remaining spark of Zhenli outside have killed Baihe? It truly puzzled me. He began summoning slaves under his command, and at some point, something was stretching out from the mask-covered mountain behind him, a face as pale as a corpse. The figure started to pull its body out slowly, moving forward to investigate. It was probably a mannequin, following orders like a puppet. It landed safely, while he remained seated, emotionless. At first glance, this puppet resembled him, but its attire was different, and it even had an ear device attached. Better to be cautious. The puppet, controlled by the operators, moved laboriously, dragging its body with each step. The iron bars blocked the way, acting as a massive gate. The puppet stood in front of the barrier, peering through the gaps to observe what lay beyond. He raised his head and looked up, his gaze utterly perplexed. He exerted a small amount of magical energy, gently touching the lock. One of the doors slowly opened, a blinding light flashing as it appeared right before his eyes. When Baihe lightly touched it, the space immediately closed, turning into a large, sealed container. Heavy chains were draped over it, fastening everything in place. He felt a sense of relief, temporarily lowering his guard. Carefully, he peered into the box frame. Had he perhaps been overthinking things? He bent down, his aged back arching as he did, and there was nothing quite as uncomfortable as that. Baihe waved his hand, and the fragments immediately flew up into the air. The sense of annoyance was evident in his carelessness. This mess is really cumbersome. His eyes glanced around suspiciously before he turned back. He saw the body of a person lying motionless, silent, and still, having endured countless blows, with torn clothes barely covering them. Baihe, cold-blooded, turned his face away, indifferent to everything, leaving behind a chaotic mess. He looked with contempt at the things hovering in the air, obeying his command. "There's no madman like you." Whether it's Pandora or Jinli right now, neither is particularly frightening. The space belonged solely to Bai He, and he stood there, detached, as he sighed about his emotions. Recently, I've been feeling restless. The person remained motionless, their body continuously racked with spasms, gaunt like a zombie stumbling aimlessly. Their face was so deformed it had caved in, covered in a multitude of wounds. The chief warden had been blasted 8 feet away, leaving behind a shallow trench, flanked by silent crosses like a graveyard of death. He stopped, thanks to the mercy of a massive rock, with dust and smoke rising in a thick cloud. The chief warden felt a throbbing pain in his head. Struggling, he sat up, rubbing his red hair, which was now mixed with the choking dust. The chief warden's red, fiery eyes widened in panic as he mumbled. This momentum. This power. Before he could finish his sentence, a massive vortex appeared, sucking in the earth and rocks around him. A gigantic hand suddenly appeared from the sky, heading straight for the chief warden. Pridefully, it declared, "Let you experience it for yourself." The power from that hand was like thunder, instantly engulfing the chief warden's body. In the distance, Xiaodan controlled her power to strike her opponent, her face expressionless, as if she were killing a lowly creature. Her hands remained in the striking position, her red hair and flowing robe swaying in the wind. Xiaodan's 5 fingers slowly descended. Suddenly, black magical vortexes appeared in the space where she stood. Xiaodan clearly felt something shifting in the air, drawing small oscillating circles that slowly approached her. The chief warden, like a ghost, lunged toward her, whispering, "My power is called Bronze Plane." His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he raised his hand, preparing to strike, and proclaimed arrogantly like a deity, "I used the destructive power of Bronze Plane to grant you the most just punishment." As he finished his boast, a gigantic cross appeared, creating a loud noise as if tearing the very fabric of space. Xiaodan looked at the chief warden, dancing like a fool, and kindly explained, "Ha, ridiculous, in my shrine." She continued, "There's no such thing as Bronze Plane." At that moment, the chief warden was pierced straight through the chest by the giant cross, as effortlessly as if it were piercing a piece of paper. He immediately let out a painful grunt and spat out a mouthful of syrup. The chief warden gritted his teeth, swung the chain up, and thought to himself, if not now, then never. The chain, like a twisting snake, aimed directly at Xiaodan and struck. Before she could even understand what the chief warden was calculating in his mind, the chain had already flown past her face, leaving her with a free black collar around her neck, like a dog's chain. The chief warden sat on the ground, battered and bruised, looking worse than a beggar, but his eyes still gleamed with malice. He held the chain tightly and taunted, Hi, is it funny? I'm afraid you won't have the chance to laugh anymore." With the master under control, cracks immediately appeared in the dimensional space. Pandora saw this and exclaimed, "Oh, damn." He was clinging to a huge cross on his head, and he soon noticed Xiaodan's puppet flying toward her master. The puppet quickly approached, decisively raised its sword, and swiftly and accurately slashed downward at Xiaodan. With one clean, swift stroke, the black collar was severed. Xiaodan's face, now strangely bright red, seemed to have run out of patience. She spoke, her voice like a voice from the depths of hell, "Don't get the wrong idea." Pandora almost broke into applause for Xiaodan, exclaiming, "To think she could cut the collar so easily." Xiaodan, her expression unreadable, declared, "I've already told you, something like Bronze Plane doesn't exist." She asserted firmly, as if it were an unshakable truth, "It's because this is inside our temple." The chief warden, no longer carrying his usual air of superiority, broke into a sweat and exclaimed, "Huh? How could this be?" That was a ring that could easily seal even the greatest of crimes. Xiaodan, upon hearing this, arrogantly declared, "Here, I am the heavens." Purple magical energy instantly surrounded her and slowly spread throughout the air. Her voice, still calm and steady, echoed, "It is all-encompassing, it is infinite." A 5-pointed star symbol, enclosed in a red circle like Ciro, appeared. The figure of Zidan hovered in the air, encircled by rings of purple magical energy, resembling a coronation ritual. She proclaimed herself the one and only God. Her soulless red eyes fixed on the chief warden, pointing at him as if he were a fool, and told him, "I don't care what that ring is. In the end, it exists under my rule, and anyone beneath my roof should know their place." Pandora, watching the cool spectacle unfold, felt that something was off. He thought to himself that it didn't feel right, it was unreasonable. He sensed that the malice in the air was overwhelming and too real. Suddenly, his mind began to race. A thought flashed through his head: could it be? Looking up at the swirling sky above, Pandora pondered one question: was the world that this person projected the inside of the door? He continued analyzing, wondering if this was a paradoxical move from her earlier actions, the one that allowed her to open that door. Over there, Zidan continued, an honor? We, the lowly ones, are merely the tombstones created by the gods for mankind. Above the chief warden's head, a cross-shaped symbol suddenly appeared, and the spot where he sat also transformed into the intersection of a cross. At this moment, the chief warden's face turned pale with fear as he looked up at the sky, which seemed unreachable. A heavy cross-shaped burden was descending, carrying with it the mission of crushing him into dust. The chief warden immediately struck at the cross, causing it to crack with countless white fissures. His eyes widened as he observed, not wanting to miss any of Xiao Dan's attacks. Just as he had predicted, millions of crosses shot toward him from all directions like they were heading to a gathering. In less than a minute, a wave of swords had embedded themselves where the chief warden had been standing. Even with his eyes strained, he could no longer discern his current situation. Suddenly, a powerful whirlwind appeared, blowing the swords that had impaled the ground away from where the chief warden stood. He was still alive, screaming madly, and forcibly activated the bronze plane. Out of nowhere, a giant, wet, decaying foot appeared beside him. Xiao Dan's puppet, holding the cross with great might, stood tall, with Pandora dangling above, preparing to attack the chief warden. Pandora was terrified and cursed, "Damn it!" Xiao Dan sighed quietly, then muttered, "Is the puppet's final strike with the cross meant to send this hateful creature, who angered its master, straight to hell?" In the space, two figures appeared, their backs turned to each other, the actual being and its shadow. The mask served as a conduit for the power of the paranormal entity, and was also the embodiment of its mutated second personality. A mask with eyes streaked in black circles gazed upwards. It could also be that the imagined self had been defined by a prison as such. Within the chaotic mess of black circles, a red object emerged, different from those geniuses who were born with talent. Their abilities stemmed from the expansion of obsession or delusion inherent in their true selves. What should have been a counterfeit item, what should have been a subjective, unrealistic thought? This red object slowly took the shape of a door. Until one day, 30 years ago, there was a person. That person opened a red door, intricately carved with patterns of circles resembling eyes connected to one another. The mask's face was suddenly split in two. One half bore the human face, while the other was like a shadow of darkness with red eyes, a door separating the boundaries between the paranormal entity and the self. Yet the boundary represented by this door seemed to extend far beyond that. The mask appeared and took a concrete form. From then on, some rule in this world shifted, and the masks of the paranormal entities achieved authenticity. The dark energy from behind the door began to seep out, and the imagined self also began to participate in this world. Jin Li's face, hazy and unclear, slowly emerged within that chaotic energy. The original sin of Jin Li, the one who opened the door, was known as the prisoner's prison. He was once the second warden of the prison, and also the man who personally founded the paranormal entity's abilities. The crucifix used by the puppet as a weapon touched the ground, and smoke and dust swirled, filling the space with a misty haze. The pressure from the energy it emitted formed gigantic whirlpools on the ground. Pandora regained his cool, charismatic image, standing high above, hands in his pockets, observing and muttering, "Impressive." Behind the black glass, his eyes were slightly pensive, as though even if the door hadn't been opened, it wouldn't have made much difference. He jumped down from the crucifix and, in a banter with Xiao Dan, said, "I told you that if we're fighting, you should at least pay attention to your teammates. I almost got knocked off by you." Xiao Dan pretended to be playful, with purple magical energy hopping above her head like bunny ears, replying, "I asked you, but you still couldn't make up your mind." Pandora could hardly believe the extent of her shamelessness, which had reached such a perfected level.
He countered, "You're so petty, aren't you?"
Xiao Dan stood before the crucifix and declared, "He's not dead yet." She reached out, and the black crucifix was gently lifted. Chief Warden Ciro, his red-stained cloak still murmuring the words bronze plane, seemed to be caught in a lifelong obsession he couldn't let go of. Xiao Dan's eyes burned red as she waved her hand, commanding the crucifix to crush him completely. Suddenly, a hand reached out, halting the falling crucifix, which was descending at rocket speed.
Pandora had appeared beside the chief warden without anyone noticing. Seeing this, Xiao Dan asked, "Do you want to save him?"
With a warning tone in his voice, Pandora smiled, and Shueisha replied, "No, no, no, important matters must be said 3 times, how could that be?"
A sinister expression suddenly appeared on his face. Pandora explained, "There are just a few things I might be able to use." No sooner said than done.
He reached toward the chief warden's red eyes. Syrup splattered everywhere, accompanied by a pitiful scream.
An eye surgery without an operating room was completed in just 2 seconds.
Xiao Dan glanced at him and remarked, "You really are cruel." Pandora, with syrup all over his face, paid no attention to her attitude.
He said, "All right, let's go."
Xiao Dan replied, "Good thing we're not too delayed, still in time to help Xiao Jiao and the others." Just as she finished speaking, a gust of air swept past her. In the space around them, streams of cold mist began to appear.
Xiao Dan seemed to sense that something unwelcome was nearby. Looking at the white vapors, she asked, "What the hell is this? Cold air?" She didn't have to wait long.
From the center of the spreading mist, a vague figure emerged. A girl with short hair like the Snow Queen slowly came into view.
Elsewhere, the earth-shattering solo battle between Lu Wu and the personality puppet was nearing its conclusion. Lu Wu smiled mockingly, "What's wrong?"
The personality puppet, drenched in syrup after Lu Wu's attack, had already lost one arm to the grave.
Lu Wu asked, "Can't that arm of yours grow back?"
He looked at the battered puppet, adjusting his sleeve, and said, "Even though your ridiculous power truly left me speechless."
The puppet didn't care what kind of knockoff Lu Wu was. It raised its remaining hand, ready to strike.
A deafening sound shook the heavens and earth as the puppet punched the spot where Lu Wu had just stood, but he had vanished. Less than a second later, he suddenly appeared, delivering a few slashes to the puppet, causing Ciro to explode in a chaotic mess. Lu Wu spoke to it, "But your method of attack is too monotonous." He looked at the puppet with disdain, "Just so you know, I'm already used to it." Lu Wu settled into a stance like a swordsman preparing to strike, telling it not to rush. It wouldn't take long. A blood-red sword appeared in his hand, his face obscured, with only his eyes radiating murderous intent. He comforted the puppet, "I'll quickly end your miserable life." The sword, imbued with a terrifying momentum, seemed to target the puppet directly. Uncle Hey, the puppet, was terrified out of its mind, thinking it could no longer escape. It was unclear whether it was because of the oppressive aura from Lu Wu or the fear of imminent death. Uncle Hey felt its entire body grow heavy, unable to move. Suddenly, a cross-shaped sword appeared, blocking Lu Wu's attack. He stared at the golden sword in front of him, surprised, and muttered, "Huh?" Out of nowhere, standing before Lu Wu was Fu Shi, looking as cool as ever, facing him directly. After the clash, the two immediately jumped back. Fu Shi's hair, once golden, quickly turned black, and his eyes were no longer the naive, bewildered ones from moments earlier. Fu Shi firmly grasped the golden sword in his hand. Uncle Hey, startled, called out, "Fu Pai, you." Fu Shi replied, "I'm here to help you." A gentleman argues with words, not with force. With that, Fu Shi charged straight at Lu Wu. A thunderous noise rang out. The master duelists, you cannot see the smoke dissipating, revealing the image of Fu Shi holding a sword while Lu Wu stands frozen, as if enchanted. It wasn't until the wind created by the blade of Fu Shi's sword swept across his neck that he snapped back to his senses. Lu Wu immediately drew his red sword and counterattacked, attempting to slash horizontally at his opponent. However, Fu Shi nimbly dodged the strike, and at the same time, bent down low, slashing straight at Lu Wu's leg. He was caught off guard, letting out a startled gasp. Fu Shi had already returned to his attacking stance and shouted, "Blade series." He continued, "Dragon Fong." A slash appeared, striking towards Lu Wu. The blade moved as fast as the wind, immediately flying across Lu Wu's body. He stood there frozen, his face filled with panic, his sword shattered to pieces in his hand. A deep wound appeared across the 8-pack abs of the genius, as if it had been carved with 999% of an ordinary person's effort. Blood poured out like a waterfall. Lu Wu had been struck on the side, but he only stood there, staring at the wound. He felt the cut, but there was no pain. He had grown so accustomed to this kind of agony over the years. After so many life-and-death situations, flames, and sharp thorns, he should have been used to it by now. Why did he feel a bit frustrated this time? Then Fu Pai swiftly took Lu Wu's place and charged to slash at his arm. Lu Wu parried the attack and shot a glance at Fu Pai, noting the lack of technique in the strike. It was nothing more than muscle memory, enough to deal with it. Fu Pai gripped the sword tightly in his hand. San Shi Lai, he leapt towards Lu Wu, but the result only left a small scratch on his cheek. Fu Pai, not one to give up, attacked relentlessly with the series of blade techniques. Lu Wu Wei only needed to lean back slightly to dodge Fu Pai's strikes. Of course, Fu Pai was never one to quit. He was about to strike again when he saw a sword coming straight at him. Lu Wu launched an attack, thrusting the sword directly towards Fu Pai's torso. But unexpectedly, the sword only pierced through a layer of armor surrounding Fu Pai. Even more surprising, the tip of the sword broke off slightly. Fu Pai had used his shield to block the attack. While momentarily dazed, a large figure appeared, swinging a fist towards him, landing a heavy blow that sent dust flying everywhere. Uncle Hey! Lu Wu was punched into the ground by Uncle Hey, his head ringing. It seemed he had finally understood why he was so agitated. He simply didn't get along with this guy, whether it was his style of attack or the man himself. Lu Wu wasn't that weak, and he quickly jumped up from the hole. He was suddenly caught from behind by Uncle Hey, who locked him in place with his enormous biceps. Fu Pai, take advantage of this moment. Lu Wu felt himself growing extremely frustrated. What had happened to him? Fu Pai, seizing the opportunity, charged forward with his sword. His movements, judgment, and attack methods were completely different from before, to the point that even someone as weak and laughable as himself could actually be wounded. Lu Wu dropped his sword and kicked it toward Fu Pai, causing the blade to veer off course. Replace it? I once heard Ji Ruo mention this transformation of the paranormal entity, but just based on this level up. At that moment, the sword spun once before falling near Lu Wu's feet. He waited for the right moment and then kicked it straight at Fu Pai. You think you can defeat me? The sword immediately pierced through Fu Pai's body. Lu Wu grimaced and said, "Are you being careless?" With Fu Pai kicked away and the replacement done, Lu Wu suddenly felt a bit cramped and out of breath. Uncle Hei's massive biceps seemed as though it was about to snap him in half. Lu Wu grinned, laughing, it seems like the arm you just grew isn't that sturdy after all." With that, Lu Wu exerted force and pulled Uncle Hei's forearm free. Then, he ripped off both of Uncle Hei's arms and tossed them away. Lu Wu didn't care about the arms. He turned back, running straight toward Uncle Hei's neck with a strike. Take that! Uncle Hei immediately spat blood, and veins bulged in his eyes. After that, it seemed as if Uncle Hei had something else in mind. He used his head to slam into Lu Wu's head. Lu Wu was knocked backward, blood gushing from his nose. Though Uncle Hei had no arms, he still had legs. He jumped into the air and used his weight to crash down onto Lu Wu. Uncle Hei looked up at the sky, his teeth gritting together. Without hesitation, he once again used his head. He used his head to slam into Lu Wu's head, probably to see who would die first. Lu Wu, dizzy, felt his whole body stiffen. Uncle Hei lifted his head again, and in his mind, there was only one thought: his loved ones. Protecting them was the reason for his existence, the sole purpose of his being. Lu Wu lay beneath, incessantly provoking, "Hey, do it again." Uncle Hay found it strange, but now he felt a bit odd himself. Uncle Hay furiously kept striking Lu Wu's head. "I want to fight him, I want to beat him, it has nothing to do with protection, it's just my own desire." I quite like this feeling. On the other side, Fu Pai, who had replaced the unconscious figure due to the previous blow, woke up and struggled to sit up, leaning on his hip. "Uncle Hay, I'm about to join the fight." Just as he was about to continue, Fu Pai, who had replaced the previous one, spat blood. He looked down at his body and saw a dark red slash near his heart on his shirt. Fu Pai reassured himself, "It's fine, it hasn't reached the heart." Fu Pai stood from a distance, observing the battle between Uncle Hay and Lu Wu. A wave rushed through this space continuously due to the headbutts Uncle Hay was delivering. Fu Pai shielded his eyes. He slowly peered out from behind his hand. Is Uncle Hay smiling? Fu Pai, caught off guard, didn't understand, and just stood there, staring wide-eyed. I can now clearly sense his emotions. That smile came from the excitement within. While Uncle Hay was leaning backward, preparing for another headbutt, Lu Wu provoked again, "Go ahead, do it." Suddenly, Uncle Hay remained like that, tilted back in mid-air. Lu Wu excitedly burst into laughter. Hey, what are you doing? Don't stop, okay? This attack of yours will. But he was interrupted as Uncle Hay, like a toy with no more battery, froze in place, showing no signs of life. Immediately, several holes appeared in Uncle Hay's body, and these holes kept multiplying. Soon, Uncle Hay disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the space. Lu Wu struggled to sit up, muttering, "Damn it, what the hell is this?" He stood up and looked around, realizing that this victory felt far from satisfying. Suddenly, he felt someone behind him. Fu Pai had replaced him along with his weapon. Lu Wu moved aside as swiftly as a squirrel, even mocking the weak attack with a sneer. However, what Lu Wu hadn't anticipated was that Fu Pai, now taking his place, had used a crossbow to strike him, weakening his agility significantly. Lu Wu widened his eyes, his voice echoing like it came from the depths of hell. "When did you shoot?" It seemed like his mind had slowed down drastically. Had he been hit too hard? Before he could grumble any longer, Fu Pai, taking advantage of his paralysis, shot one final arrow straight into the center of Lu Wu's head, ending his life. Fu Pai stood there, watching Lu Wu fall with his own weapon lodged in his head. "I know very well that I am weak." Fu Pai approached the corpse, acknowledging his own frailty. His body was so weak that even his own abilities couldn't withstand the strain. "I am not the one who defeated you. It was all thanks to Uncle Hay's efforts that I managed to win." Lu Wu, still clinging to a bit of life, let out one last breath. This time it's worth celebrating." Fu Pai didn't care for such words. He casually used his knife to deliver one final blow to Lu Wu's chest, silencing him. No need for any praise. Fu Pai stood up, and he realized that his Uncle Hay had turned to dust, leaving only a strange pile behind. "Uncle Hay, after taking over the position, I was still not strong enough to protect you. I'm truly sorry." Fu Pai clenched his fists. "I can't change or fix anything. Using the divine weapon system even once is the limit for this body. Even if I break it into smaller parts to use, it will only prolong the combat, and the power is mostly only a little stronger than regular weapons." Lost in his thoughts, Fu Pai suddenly noticed a white smoke drifting toward him. What's happening here? He looked in the direction from which it came, and a swirl of white smoke enveloped his vision. Fu Pai felt lost, unsure of what was going on. From the middle of the white mist, something or someone shot out at lightning speed, brushing past Fu Pai. In just a few seconds, he could tell it was Ling Niao. Xiao Diao? Ling Niao flew 10 meters away before scraping the ground for a bit longer. A gigantic object with a sharp spearhead attacked, heading straight for Ling Niao. Fu Pai rushed in time to block it. The dragon fawn, as large as a mountain, immediately split in two and crashed to the ground. Fu Pai quickly turned to Ling Niao and asked, "Xiao Diao, what happened?" Ling Niao appeared utterly exhausted, barely able to whisper. "Ah. Fu Pai? Sorry,
I couldn't stop her. But then Ling Niao, in surprise, tried to sit up. Fu Pai, have you been replaced? Why did Fu Pai remain silent, standing there without a word? After a moment, Fu Pai stepped into the white mist to explore what was inside and what had caused Ling Niao to end up like this. Surprised? That's Jiruo, who has also been transformed. Seeing her, Fu Pai, replaced, immediately wanted to charge at her, but from Jiruo's eyes shot a beam of light that passed through the side of Fu Pai's face. Ling Niao's real body rushed forward, grabbing his shirt, and using a leap to transport both of them to another place before that beam could explode and kill them both. Ling Niao transported them to a nearby spot, collapsing to the ground, exhausted. Fu Pai, replaced, watched helplessly at the terrifying waves Jiruo's transformation had caused. So this is the chief warden? Ling Niao's real body could only run. Hey, you need to figure out a way to escape. We can't defeat her. She staggered to her feet. You still have the spare blade, right? If we risk everything and run, maybe we can get out. I'm done for, I can't help you jump, but I can buy us some time. Looking at Jiruo, unscathed, standing in front of them, Ling Niao's real body smiled. Fu Pai must have given it his all, right? It's enough. You've just been replaced, but you don't have to die here with me. She had decided to sacrifice herself so Fu Pai could live. Jiruo's transformation on this side created countless circles. Now, we can understand that she can create massive stones to crush her opponents with just small rays of power. Ling Niao raised her hand to use the method of harmonization, but unexpectedly, Fu Pai replaced her and intervened. The Secret Sword and Divine Weapon series techniques, 2 strikes, blocked the terrifying mass of rocks that had been unleashed. Fu Pai shielded Ling Niao and said, I won't go anywhere, if I do, it won't mean anything. In that case, Fu Pai's life would have no meaning at all. The Secret Sword and Divine Weapon power of Fu Pai were highly effective, and the stone mass that Jiruo had created shattered into pieces. Fu Pai replaced Ling Niao and lowered his head, saying, Uncle He is dead. Ling Niao, upon hearing this, immediately burst into tears, overwhelmed with grief and shock, her heart filled with sorrow. Fu Pai replaced her and turned back decisively, saying, How could I accept seeing you die before my eyes, but I seem to understand Uncle He a little now. Fu Pai replaced her and immediately let out a savage laugh. Because I, too, am incredibly excited right now, and in the end, I can understand the joy of realizing one's own value. A series of massive stones lifted by Jiruo continued to advance and attack Xiaodiao. Meanwhile, Wumian, wanting to protect Xiaodiao, used his Xianyuan sword to block the large stones. Like a mythical swordsman, with a single strike, he submerged the entire mass of stones created by the enemy. After the white smoke and dust dissipated, the imposing figure of Wumian, holding his sword, emerged. He was somewhat impressed by the immense strength of his opponent, as it had even frozen his own sword. The sword energy of Xianyuan was still capable of freezing things. Before he could finish his sentence, strange issues began to appear with the sword he was holding. The white smoke swirling around the blade had enveloped it entirely. When Wumian looked down, the scene before him left him in awe. The sword, now covered in white smoke, had been snapped into tiny fragments by the very smoke. This was indeed a huge shock in Wumian's life. From the look on his face, it was clear how bewildered he was. Jiruo showed no hesitation toward her opponent. Even though her formation had been broken, she calmly took slow steps toward Wumian. Her presence was even more imposing than that of a protagonist stepping out from a battlefield. Wumian began to panic and cursed under his breath, "Damn it!" Without halting her steps, Jiruo continued forward, surrounded by a gust of wind, holding a sword that was now in pieces. Wumian felt a growing sense of worry as she got closer. After some fighting and observation, Wumian realized that it seemed as though the space around them, and everything within it, had frozen. And now, the ice was starting to form on his own face. To guard against any unforeseen accidents, Xiaodiao was the first to make a move. She extended her left hand forward, bringing her thumb and index finger together, and shouted, layer upon layer. When Jiruo approached, she brought with her a freezing whirlwind,
intent on swallowing the two small figures before her. Fortunately, the previous move by the girl had proven effective. The icy vortex in front of them was stopped by a large shield. It shattered into shards of mirror, cracking apart, and at the same time, it dissipated the storm.
Wumian's eyes widened, staring intently at the person behind him.
Without thinking, he called out her name.
Xiao Diao.
Perhaps due to overexertion, the girl had coughed up a large amount of blood, her frail and fragile body seeming ready to collapse. Knowing that he was concerned for her, afraid that he might be distracted by her, Xiao Diao still forced herself to speak a comforting word.
I'm fine.
But looking closely, it was clear that she was not fine, like a withered plant easily on the verge of falling over. His vacant gaze fixed on her, his eyes reddening. He made a silent vow to himself, he couldn't let her push herself any further. As if fueled by a surge of strength, Wumian entered a state of focus, his eyes glowing with the light of a judge. His mouth uttered a firm declaration, this woman must be stopped by him. Instantly, from within the ethereal mist of bones, Wumian pulled out a large axe. It was surrounded by heavy, golden streaks. Gripping the massive weapon, Wumian began to unleash a series of divine strikes, each one from the legendary series of shadowed formation techniques.
Due to its size and weight, the axe was anything but easy to wield.
The frown on his face from having to lift it was enough to understand how heavy this sword was. Wumian began to curse.
Damn it, it's so heavy.
After a tense moment, struggling against the weight of the sword, Wumian gasped for breath, panting heavily to regain a stable rhythm for his heart.
But he couldn't give up easily, because giving up meant certain death, a necessary sacrifice.
Knowing what his goal was, Wumian was resolute. He opened his eyes wide and shouted,
"Move quickly!"
True to his expectations, he had actually lifted the enormous sword, several times his body size.
The path the sword carved was truly magnificent. To test his new weapon, Wumian made a large sweeping arc.
As the sword moved, it caused the ground to sink, creating a pressure that formed a circle surrounding them both. Once he had fully mastered control of the weapon, he used a great amount of strength, delivering a powerful slash at his opponent. The sword's path was wide and long, and its area of effect was massive. The sword traveled far, splitting the mist of smoke before his eyes, causing it to split into two directions. Although it was just one strike, it drained a significant amount of Wumian's energy. He panted, gasping for breath, his eyes still glancing forward to see how things were unfolding. But things weren't as easy as he had hoped. What lay before him made his eyes widen in disbelief. The long path of the sword is still right here. The mist of smoke and fog hadn't completely dissipated, and the final thing was what made him freeze. That slash almost struck Shirua, but it was just almost, a mere millimeter away. If it had been any closer, Shirua would have been needing Uncle Hay. Yet, she showed no fear at all. With one hand, she lightly held the sharp object before her and made a subtle motion. Cracks began to appear on the surface, accompanied by a cold mist. In an instant, the sharp attack was completely shattered into fragments. The cold mist gathered once more, surrounding the area completely. The scene before Wumian left him in a daze. He stood silent, unable to utter a single word. Perhaps it was the shock that rendered him speechless. The little girl, Xiao Diao, who was behind him, could guess how he was feeling. She reached out towards him and said, "You're risking your life like this. You're just like Fu Pai, both fools. Step back behind me. It's my duty to protect you." Before she could touch him, an invisible barrier in front of her hand pushed it away. Xiao Diao stood there, confused, unable to understand. She reached out with both hands to the front, standing firm, but couldn't pass through it. She then asked him, bewildered, "This invisible wall, what is it?" Despite 1,001 questions swirling in his mind, Wumian remained silent, lost in thought. Then, he spoke, "No, Xiao Diao, you should move back behind me." After speaking, the silver-haired woman in front of him moved forward again. He, too, remained surrounded by the freezing mist, as if a death god was sweeping through lives. Ji Rua didn't fear anyone. She dashed toward Wumian, her eyes wide, cutting through the white smoke with lightning speed. This time, it was Ji-ruo who took the initiative, and it seemed that everything had changed. The two had collided, creating a long white trail in the air. Xiao Diao, hidden behind an invisible screen, watched the fight unfold, her worry for him evident as she cried out, "Fu Pai, there are two people fighting fiercely here." Wumian is struggling to block the opponent's powerful attack, gritting his teeth and resisting with difficulty, but he still uses a threatening tone toward the one before him. "As long as I'm here, don't even think about getting close to her." His clenched teeth slowly turned into a twisted smile. The divine power of the divine soldier system was indeed real. Wumian was executing a move to counter his enemy. After he struck, the screen before him seemed to shatter into pieces, as if it were broken glass. Then, the screen slowly turned white. The white screen instantly shattered into countless fragments, sharp like broken glass. They didn't fall to the ground but instead shot straight toward Wumian. A series of sharp shards pierced through his body, blood flowing in waves along with the debris. But despite the devastation, the sight of that person standing firm, with a vacant look in his eyes, staring down the enemy ahead, suggested he was already preparing his plan for the next battle. Suddenly, Wumian's body, which was being destroyed, began to transform. The black streaks from earlier vanished. They spun in a circle before rising into the air, forming the shape of a massive gate. It was huge, even larger than a city gate, enveloping the small body below. The person below began to enter a state of infinity. Xiao Diao, inside the invisible barrier, could also see this scene. She was extremely worried, constantly hitting the barrier with her hands and shouting loudly, "Fu Pai, Fu Pai." The black screen of Wumian gradually enveloped the entire sky, but it couldn't pass through the barrier. Although the familiar voice of the little girl was not heard, he turned his head, his face marked by streaks of blue water. Wumian smirked and told Xiao Diao, "Xiao Diao, let me stand in front of you this time." This statement carried great responsibility, seen as a repayment for the efforts she had made for him. The invisible barrier not only stopped objects from passing through but also blocked sound. The sound was blocked, so Xiao Diao's continuous cries and bangs against the barrier failed to catch Wumian's attention. She looked so helpless. Seeing the girl he owed so much to, he could only turn his face away and converse with himself. This kid Fu Pai has never resented this world. He only hates himself, seeing himself as a weak and useless person. It turns out this is Fu Pai's body, and right now, Wumian is in control of it, so I will take back the opportunity for this kid. But I don't hate him. After a moment of reflection, he lowered his head, his dark face showing signs of eruption, his cloudy eyes looking up with a strong desire for change, releasing a stream of black mist. Wumian is determined. I want to help him complete Fu Pai. Then, Wumian exerted all his strength to withstand Ji-ruo's strike. The two of them were like opposites, avoiding each other as if a white and black bagua diagram were competing for position. Behind his body, there were dark streaks spreading outward. Looking behind Wumian, Ji-ruo couldn't help but feel a bit impressed, though she didn't show it clearly on her face. She was skeptical of the scene before her. Wumian's large hand tightly gripped Ji-ruo's small shoulder. It seemed that with just one strike, his body could be shattered to pieces. Ji-ruo, however, didn't seem too concerned. She saw him using a magic that resembled a door, and in a raised tone, she commented, "Why did you turn your body into a door? Truly a madman." However, those who succeed always have their own unique path. Though not heavily affected by Wumian's power, Ji-ruo's mindset began to shift when she locked eyes with him. It was strange, a strange feeling indeed. The Wumian in front of her was completely different from the one she had known. His body was enveloped in layers of black smoke, and half of his face remained normal. He grinned wickedly and warned, "Take a good look, Fu Pai, the one standing before Ling Miao is you now." The smile on his face gradually lost its humanity, and Wumian seemed like a mad beast trying to rise up. "This time, you're no longer the coward hiding behind. Will this body still be able to control itself?" The thing sticking to Wumian's face right now claimed, "I am your mask, and at the same time, I am you." The shape behind him just now had only been that of a gate, but it had now developed into a real gate, with black and gold hues interspersed, resembling the familiar color of his power. His still normal eye shifted away, and he happened to catch sight of something that startled him. On the other side, where thick white smoke was rising, something caught his eye.
What was it? From within the smoke, shattered glass fragments formed an image of a familiar face.
Seeing this image, Wumian cursed the person. "Why are you still there? Old bastard, did that other person cause some enmity with you?" Suddenly, the area where Xiao Diao had been standing became empty. The veil that had covered it was gone, and the two people who had been fighting were nowhere to be seen, only the lingering white smoke that faded away. Xiao Diao stood stunned, gazing ahead, knowing that this was a dimensional barrier. Then, she suddenly fell silent, not saying a word, her teeth clenched, and no one could tell what she was thinking. At this moment, in the place where the two were battling, Wumian had summoned a massive yellow, four-armed monster from the gate. It stepped out from the portal, carrying a dangerous threat to the opponent. Standing before the towering, monstrous creature, Jirua showed no signs of worry or fear. The creature's massive hands, placed next to her, were already several times larger than her own. Jirua lifted her face, carefully observing the structure of the gate created by Wumian, finding nothing particularly remarkable about it. She had already guessed that the structure had indeed failed. Quickly, the battle escalated to an intense stage. The monster, from the doorway, clasped its hands together and launched a powerful blow, descending swiftly toward Jirua's small body. Yet, with her usual calm demeanor, she remained unfazed. The monster's hand was frozen in a layer of smoke created by her, unable to touch even a single strand of her hair. Raising her eyes with a calculating look, Jirua analyzed, "The strength of a paranormal entity generally has a fixed maximum limit, and your capacity is already too small." One could understand her words as implying that Wumian was not on the right level. Now, the creature's two hands had been completely frozen by her. She resembled a distant ice queen, both powerful and regal. Jirua, proud and unbothered by her failure to form the gate, raised her hand in a precise motion for a strike, her face exuding danger as she gazed forward, seeing clearly through the cold, frosty smoke. She asserted confidently, "It won't stop me." A strong person is always right. When Jirua spoke with contempt, the monster was truly enraged. Its dark gray head emerged and spoke. "You think that by turning your head 180 degrees, with water flowing down from your eyes, you can challenge me? You may attempt to murder me." From the four golden arms that had appeared earlier, four new arms emerged, and a head was slowly being frozen. It screamed madly, its forearms lowering as if to threaten the tiny human below. In front of the gigantic creature with a door-like structure, Jirua remained strangely calm, not showing any expression. She simply lifted her cross-shaped white eyes and looked at the creature with disdain. The four hands clasped together and struck down towards Jirua, strong, massive, and as fast as lightning, creating immense pressure. Would Jirua be harmed? The answer, of course, was no. She remained completely unharmed. The master quietly spoke through the rising mist of ice, "It might take some time, but it won't be too long." It turned out that the four hands were attempting to break through her icy white barrier, but she stood calmly within it, as if she were the one in control of the place. She seemed somewhat disappointed by what Wumian had accomplished. Did this even have any meaning? Jirua Wdang's gaze in the mist was mocking the noble intentions of Wumian. You can't change the outcome. What has this person been through to become so numb as they are now? Having said everything she needed to say to the young man, Jirua wanted to end the battle quickly. Her hand didn't need any strength, it merely brushed lightly against the massive hand of the yellow creature. Immediately, that hand began to freeze. Within seconds, the entire body of the creature was frozen, starting from its arm. No one could have guessed that this was the work of such a small woman. From this, we can see that Jirua's power is absolute, there's nothing to debate. Everything has been frozen, and with just one punch from Jirua, that massive body will shatter into tiny fragments. It was initially overwhelming, but now it's clear. A punch, though small, had destroyed the entire opponent. It shattered from head to toe, leaving no hope for revival.
It's over, really. The fragments were pushed aside by Ji-rua as she charged forward. Though her body was small, her strength was anything but. Could Wumian protect Xiaodiao? From within the broken shards, Ji-rua swiftly seized Wumian by the neck, taking control of the battle. The small hands tightly gripped Wumian's throat. He gritted his teeth in pain, his face still unable to return to its original state. From the hand tightly clutching him, a cold, icy mist emanated. With that, the one in control of the situation pushed Wumian backward, overpowering him with force and looking down on him with contempt. Your struggles are in vain. However, things seemed to take a slight turn. Wumian was now able to smile, even a smile filled with desire. He spoke, "Of course, I know. Knowing yet still doing it, no way to save me now." And then, a series of large hands appeared, enveloping both of them. While he was at a disadvantage, he uttered some strange words. But at least in this moment, he could become her hero. Quickly, these large hands wrapped tightly around them, pulling them into a deep embrace, and no one knew how their battle would unfold within. Like in Naruto, when a battle is about to get intense, there will always be a flashback scene. Amidst the many hands, Wumian recalled the painful past. "I was born from Fu Pai's regrets, and I will always live in regret." After meeting this person, his regrets seemed to have been somewhat healed. And that was when he met Xiaodiao, sitting helplessly by the road. She walked up to him. "Which noble family do you belong to? You look like you're about to die." Lifting his battered, gaunt, and bruised face, Wumian could barely form words. Looking at her, he weakly asked in return, "Huh? Is there anything to eat?" Xiaodiao saw him like this and could tell that he was not some rich young master. Oh, it turned out he was just a beggar. But she didn't turn him away. Instead, she brought him back to the forest for a meal. She asked Uncle He to prepare a feast for him, and he ate with great appetite, so much so that Xiaodiao joked, "Hey, eating like this, you'll have to pay." When he heard the word pay, even though his mouth was full, he still responded with concern. "I don't have any money, but I'm really capable. How about this, hire me as your bodyguard, what do you think?" The thing is, it was always they who protected him. When they were injured, he anxiously asked, "Are you too hurt? Is there an enemy?" Xiaodiao, the main one, gently replied, "Oh, don't worry, it's already been taken care of." Hearing this, Wumian was stunned, feeling quite helpless, as even she almost forgot the purpose of her own existence. Back in reality, the two of them were now tightly enclosed by hands at the doorway structure. Wumian still had many thoughts. Perhaps, for himself, he had always longed for this moment, desiring to become someone who could stand unhesitatingly in front of important people during critical moments he had always awaited. Wumian shut his eyes tightly, a contented smile spreading across his face. He guessed it might all be in vain, but if there was even a glimmer of hope, then maybe. Jirua's cold hands gripped the structure tightly, beginning to freeze everything around them. "I hope the time I've bought will allow the spirits to have enough time to survive." As expected, the structure, after being touched by Jirua, froze entirely. With just one pressure from Ji, the whole structure collapsed, like a mine explosion, with pressure radiating in all directions. Large and small chunks of ice fell to the ground. Inside, the silhouettes of two people standing face to face could be seen, still wearing the expression of indifference to the world. Jirua stared blankly at the person in front of her with indifference. Right before her now, Wumian had lost control no longer. Instead, it was Wumian wearing the powerful ice armor. Oai Fawn lifted his milky white eyes downward, looking at his opponent, awaiting the next development, for Wumian's new form was too peculiar. Jirua gently closed her eyes for a moment, perhaps in tribute to the person who had fought selflessly for others. After that, she moved closer to the frozen body of Fu Pai inside. "You must have been a very gentle child. I rarely see the golden personality trait in the dimensions of paranormal entities." Jirua slowly raised her hand to touch Fu Pai's face, then analyzed. Regret, courage, hesitation, yet no malice toward this world, a desire to protect the wishes of others. This forms the temporary personality structure. However, after that, Jirua suddenly grabbed the chin of the statue and said,
"She used to say, paranormal entities are the targets that must be cleared on this path, if only you were not a paranormal entity." Suddenly, the arm that had been touching Fu Pai was abruptly severed in two. The hand, without any support, immediately dropped, leaving Ji Ruo in a moment of surprise. What was even more unexpected was that not only was her arm severed in half, but the very space itself was also divided into two halves. Ji Ruo quickly pinpointed the source of the cut and turned her head to look. At that moment, in front of Ji Ruo, there was a long crack stretching across the space. From within the crack, sharp claws appeared from an unknown origin, and then they forcefully tore apart the space, revealing a small figure behind it. Ling Niao's eyes were brimming with tears, and in her helplessness, she uttered each word slowly. "You are a fool, good at giving suggestions."
Boom! The entire space suddenly shook.
In the blink of an eye, as Ling Niao lunged forward, a spherical barrier surrounding Ji Ruo blocked her. She extended her claws toward Ji Ruo, but it turned out that Ling Niao's target was the ice statue behind her. She cried out in pain, calling the name Feng Hezi. Whoosh! A rectangular block immediately surrounded the statue. Seeing this scene, Ji Ruo suddenly felt somewhat insulted. She glared and asked, "You're willing to break your own personality just to force your way towards me, only to take this block of ice?" As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Ruo snapped her fingers. Immediately, a region of black space appeared behind her, and from within that space, a burst of power shot directly at Ling Niao. She wasn't the least bit hurt and even managed to reach out and grab the rectangular block she had just seized. Ling Niao spoke softly but firmly with a hint of sorrow, "Fu Pai, I will take you home." Three sharp spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, piercing through Ling Niao's body, making it difficult for her to move. On a frozen mountain peak behind her, Ji Ruo gently landed, coldly observing the pitiful figure below. Ling Niao tried to hold back her tears, turning her head upwards. At the same time, her hands, adorned with sharp claws, swung out, shattering the spikes, as though ripping apart the very fabric of space. As Ling Niao looked up, Ji Ruo descended, landing face to face with her. She arrogantly said, "You are different from the others, your personality abilities are actually incompatible, only suitable for destruction. Even when forcibly twisted and distorted, it will never be enough to defeat me." After that, Ji Ruo gently landed on the ground, casually freezing Ling Niao in place. She continued, "In the end, it will only destroy you." Despite being frozen, Ling Niao still retorted, "My personality, how I use it, is none of your business." In response to Ling Niao's bluntness, Ji Ruo, with the air of someone strong, simply expressed her curiosity, "I just don't understand why a paranormal entity with such a negative and extreme personality as yours would always take actions to protect others." Cold air emanated from around her, making the space chill and the breath in the air turn white. Ji Ruo continued, "A few years ago, I dealt with someone like you, here in this city. It was also the only time I stopped for a moment," she continued, "meeting a paranormal entity with healing powers." This statement successfully captured Ling Niao's attention. Ji Ruo had just extended her hand forward, preparing to deliver a finishing blow to Ling Niao, when she added, "If it weren't for meeting you in Qingzhou, I might have tried to understand you." Unfortunately, a pair of red, five-pointed star-shaped eyes suddenly appeared, and a small figure with bright red hair stood in front of the block of ice that was freezing Ling Niao. The small figure stood still, accepting Ji Ruo's icy hand. Whoosh! The ice blocks rapidly shot forward. Amidst the thick fog, Xiao Diao gradually appeared, standing to one side, exhaling a hot breath and saying, "It's so cold." Ji Ruo's attack momentarily stalled. She muttered in confusion, "I can't freeze it." Xiao Dan slightly lifted her head with a meaningful look in her eyes, and spoke, "Is this ice really that cold? I've seen something colder than this." Suddenly, a shadow flashed past the blue algae, and then a dark figure, like a predator, charged straight toward Ji Ruo. Ling Niao screamed furiously, "What did you mean by what you just said? That's a paranormal entity with healing abilities. What did you do to her?" Ji Ruo tilted her head slightly, then responded coldly, "I dealt with her, probably around 7 or 8 years ago, a stubborn woman." She continued recounting, "After being captured, she still managed to struggle and escape here, blocking blue algae countless times. Hearing this, Ling Niao became even more enraged, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Ling Niao shouted with a harsh tone, "Speaking nonsense, what do you mean 7 or 8 years ago? You clearly just took her not long ago." Jiruo calmly raised her hand and replied, "Not long ago, I haven't heard anything about that kind of paranormal entity appearing recently." Suddenly, Jiruo felt something wrong with her body. She held her head, feeling dizzy, and exclaimed, "How strange, my head suddenly hurt a lot just now." At that moment, Xiaodan softly said, "Xiaodiao, if you can, please stay away from here, the further the better." Ling Niao anxiously shouted out. Xiaodan looked at Ling Niao's tearful eyes full of pain. Zidan gently said, "I can't leave you." Then she added, "Please, what I mean is, try to stay away from me, the time I can maintain my sanity is almost up." At this point, the aura surrounding Xiaodan began to lose control. She smiled lightly and said to Ling Niao, "If you stay here, I'm afraid I might hurt you." Xiaodan's eyes briefly showed sadness as she turned her face away and continued, "I've lost so many important things, I don't want to lose you too." Ling Niao, standing behind her, was incredibly confused. At this moment, a massive rock came flying directly toward Xiaodan, and Ling Niao anxiously shouted, "Danger!" However, in the blink of an eye, the rock shattered into numerous small pieces. Xiaodan glared with murderous intent and spoke, "Next, I will become your opponent." The kid calmly took a step forward toward his enemy. Unlike Xiaodan's petite frame, his opponent was a giant of a man, with bulging muscles. He raised a massive weapon in his hand, and Xiaodan calmly uttered a name, "Amen." At that moment, the giant swung his axe, creating a powerful shockwave. Jiruo, frustrated, cursed the two useless fools, Fan and Mo. She hissed under her breath, "You've really caused me a huge headache." After the giant's attack, dust flew from Xiaodan's side. Still composed, Xiaodan fixed a determined gaze and swiftly performed a move, conjuring a vast force of energy. Xiaodan stood calmly in the midst of the fierce battlefield, loudly instructing, "Ling Niao, hide and protect yourself well. I can't look out for you anymore." Ling Niao quickly retreated and responded, "I understand." Inside the mirror cage, Ling Niao hurriedly said, "Recover a bit, I'll come to assist you." Feeling reassured, Xiaodan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. She swiftly launched a counterattack, triggering a powerful explosion. In the blink of an eye, Jiruo had closed in on Xiaodan, and the two rushed straight into the air. Xiaodan growled, "You should die." She reached her hand behind her to activate her skill while Jiruo was caught off guard. Xiaodan struck with a powerful blow, causing the earth and sky to tremble violently. Sensing the strong aftershock, Jiruo fell silent for a moment before speaking. "With an attack like that," she quietly warned, "you'll destroy this success." Jiruo then raised her hand, conjuring a high-level shield. Xiaodan coldly replied, "If it's destroyed, what does that have to do with me?" She continued her assault on the opponent. Despite Xiaodan's terrifying strength, Jiruo remained undaunted. She swiftly summoned a stone barrier to block Xiaodan's attack. Immediately after, Jiruo charged forward with godlike speed. Her eyes blazed with murderous intent, as if she wanted to devour her opponent alive. Jiruo thrust straight through Xiaodan and said, "Carrying such heavy malevolent thoughts, you must be suffering greatly. Let me help you freeze the malice in your soul." At that moment, it felt like there were only the two of them, suspended in a storm of terrifying power. Jiruo shouted her skill into the world. The surrounding area plunged into a somber atmosphere as rocks and earth transformed into sharp projectiles, hurtling toward Xiaodan. At that moment, Xiaodan gripped Jiruo's hand tightly. Then, she narrowed her eyes and fiercely crushed it into pieces. "Your filthy hand is not worthy of touching me." Xiaodan coldly hurled Jiruo to the trembling ground. Lying amidst the shattered rocks, Jiruo stared blankly towards the sky. She spoke in a cold tone, "Even this cannot freeze you. The malice in your soul is so great it astonishes me." Xiaodan responded, "That's not entirely true. I am not a soul full of malice, but rather the malice itself." A series of sharp spikes were summoned, and Xiaodan continued, I am merely returning the evil that this world has given me, back to you all. Xiao Dan thought to herself, I know it takes all of this to bear the weight of what they've inflicted on me, to bear the suffering they've brought upon me, while maintaining the righteousness I believe in. She gave a determined look, as if this was the only natural course of action. Her train of thought continued, fading as everything was bound to return to her own body. At this moment, Xiao Dan had gradually transformed. Her face became fiercer, dark weapons enveloped her entire body, and she asserted firmly, I will not show sympathy for anyone. Not even if I turn this city into dust. Xiao Dan casually stood in the middle of the bloody battlefield, then swiftly delivered a decisive blow that shook the very heavens and earth. At the same time, in the inner city, Zhang Wu looked around with a bewildered expression. Huh? Why did it suddenly get so dark? Zhang Wu squinted and spoke out. It was at this moment that he noticed a series of sharp points converging in one direction, leaving him puzzled. What's happening? In the blink of an eye, an entire area had been isolated from the rest of the city. A terrifying surge of energy rushed in, causing everyone to stretch out their arms to shield themselves from the impact. In the distance, a powerful explosion occurred, followed by a thick cloud of dust, which severely limited visibility. At that moment, cross-shaped spikes began to rise from the ground, one after another, shooting straight into the sky. The earth and stones around shattered into pieces. Jiruo stood amidst the formation, her voice cold as she shouted, condensed timeline thread. At that moment, a surge of green energy filled Jiruo's gaze. In an instant, she seemed to have regained her vitality. Jiruo charged forward, swinging her arms to break the rocks around her. She muttered under her breath, this feeling is just an afterimage. Xiao Dan scoffed, is this what you call condensed time? From behind, Xiao Dan spoke softly, you, and that glittering woman, neither of you can truly stop time. She whispered, this kind of half-hearted stop is just like self-satisfaction, it's laughable, just like at the party. A cross was suddenly caught in a deep, swirling vortex, but Jiruo did not hesitate and immediately launched an attack. She glared and spoke, I never expected to encounter a high-ranking, dangerous sinner here. Xiao Dan lowered his voice and said, it's not hard to break through this frozen zone. She raised her hand and continued, as long as one can use strength beyond your comprehension. Xiao Dan growled, crushing you into dust along with this land will suffice. A terrifying force quickly enveloped the entire space. Jiruo muttered to herself, the sense of oppression felt like a calamity. She had no choice but to use her trump card. There was no other option. Jiruo glared and shouted, dimensional coverage. At that moment, Jinli suddenly appeared and spoke, although it was beyond my expectations, if it had been one step slower, I would have been in trouble. He spread his arms and smirked, sorry, just a little interruption. A deep voice resonated along with the name that was less than welcoming. Standing in the middle of the battle, Jinli calmly clasped his hands together and softly shouted, paradox. The three of them instantly found themselves in a moment of confusion. The next second, both Jiruo and Xiao Dan fell to the ground, each in a different direction. Both sides still shot furious glares at each other. At that moment, Jinli also landed. He carried the head of the jailer and suddenly sneezed. Jinli tilted his head and spoke, sorry, I have delayed the time for too long. Upon seeing this, Jiruo's eyes widened in surprise, the jailer has been dealt with, no, it seems that was just a misunderstanding. Ling Yao, trapped in the ice cage, stammered. She couldn't believe her eyes, repeatedly asking, Wumian? Wumian, what about him? After confirming the familiar face, Ling Yao happily stepped forward. You won, it's so great. Indeed, she smiled and said, it's good, it's really good if everything is fine. Suddenly, Ling Yao became overwhelmed with emotion and started to cry, sobbing. If only, if only. Huff, Fu Pai, and Uncle He are dead. Jinli whispered, sorry, I can't change this outcome. Ling Yao immediately responded, no need to apologize, this isn't your fault. It's because I'm too useless, I couldn't. Seeing Ling Yao so negative, Xiao Dan tightly grabbed her hand. Xiao Dan quietly said, Xiao Diao, calm down. She continued to gaze meaningfully, both sides only looking at each other through a strong aura, neither speaking a word. Jinli suddenly fell silent, and Ling Niao, confused, asked, "Xiao Dan, what's wrong?" At that moment, she suddenly realized, Ling Niao thought to herself, I truly was too agitated, which is why I failed to notice the strange sensation coming from the man before me. Ling Niao felt that this person's energy was not Wumian's, and it definitely wasn't his mask either. Strange, such a strange feeling. Why is that? Jinli was still silent at this point, then turned to look at them. Jirua suddenly spoke, and yet you were defeated in the end. The sound of a monster echoed. Crunch, 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 crunch. Jinli suddenly said, is this what you meant? What is this? It's just that old man's way of preserving the body's abilities, that's all. Jinli tossed the warden's head up and continued, just dealing with this thing. A monster immediately drooled uncontrollably, baring its teeth with hunger. The next second, it opened its mouth wide, aiming to devour the delicious head, chewing with delight. At that moment, Jinli widened his eyes and growled, "Is it really that shocking to you?"